The night wind was like a blade slashing across Lu Chenyuan's face with a bone-piercing chill. He stood on the rooftop of the Lu Group headquarters, beneath his feet the bustling traffic and resplendent lights of Jingzhou City. The prosperity of this city resembled a colossal steel behemoth that devoured everything in its path. And he was standing atop that beast's head, preparing to offer himself as its final sacrifice. Endless exhaustion and despair surged like a tide, submerging his reason inch by inch. In his mind echoed the tearful complaints of his false younger sister Lu Chenyuan, her face streaked with pearly tear tracks. He sought his 3 younger brothers, all for her sake, questioning and distancing themselves from their eldest brother. He saw the shareholders of the company, their faces aggressive and domineering in the conference room. He saw the icy and disappointed eyes of his arranged marriage wife Qingli. All the images finally froze on Lu Ruoxi, the true daughter whom the Lu family had owed for 18 years, now nestled in another man's arms, gazing at him and at this disintegrating family with eyes almost poisoned by hatred. That man was named Li Jinchuan. It was he who orchestrated the downfall of the Lu family with his own hands. As for himself, the helmsman of the Lu family, because of that deeply buried unethical twisted infatuation for Lu Chenyuan, he had indulged her again and again, retreating step by step until at last he lost everything. Guilt, self-reproach and helplessness flooded him. Lu Chenyuan closed his eyes and took a step forward. The sensation of weightlessness instantly wrapped around his body as the roar of the wind howled past his ears. Death might be his only release. If there were a god, no, even a demon would do. He begged that they take his soul in exchange for a sliver of hope for his family. These were Lu Chenyuan's last thoughts before he completely lost consciousness. Then, wasn't I in the poverty alleviation office? Lu Chenyuan's eyes snapped open, and above him was the high-end yet oppressive ceiling of an executive office. Lu Chenyuan sat up in a daze and looked around. In his previous life he was an orphan of a village, raised by the collective kindness of the villagers, and after graduating from university he resolutely returned as the village's first secretary, devoting his life to that barren land. He remembered clearly that he had died of sudden cardiac arrest after weeks of high-intensity overtime, utterly exhausted in body and mind. Fortunately, he had completed that final project and could be considered to have lived up to the land that had nurtured him. So what was happening now? Before Lu Chenyuan could make sense of it, a vast torrent of memories that did not belong to him, laden with endless regret and pain, crashed into his mind and shattered his thoughts. They belonged to a women's genre web novel he had once casually read for amusement before his death, titled The Return of the Heiress, the CEO's Vengeful Sweetheart. In that story, the true daughter Lu Ruoxi returned to the wealthy family only to be coldly treated, while her relatives loved only the false daughter Lu Chenyuan, whom they had raised for 18 years. Lu Ruoxi was tormented both physically and emotionally, but in the end, with the help of the male lead Li Jinchuan, she rose like a phoenix from the ashes, took her revenge with ruthless joy, and trampled the Lu family completely underfoot, annihilating them to the last. And Lu Chenyuan was that foolish and cowardly elder brother in the book, the true daughter's brother, who in the end leapt to his death from a building under the agony of his family's ruin and his own conscience. What disgusted him on a visceral level was that the ultimate fuse leading to the original self-suicide was his long-concealed romantic longing for his nominal younger sister, the false daughter Lu Chenyuan. This forbidden desire had prevented him from treating his real younger sister Lu Ruoxi fairly, had led him to indulge Lu Chenyuan's willfulness in every way, and had ultimately driven the entire family into the abyss by his own hands. Despicable. In his previous life he had poured his heart and soul into the future of his fellow villagers, yet this man who shared his name, basking in the overwhelming riches of a top-tier clan, had destroyed everything with such filthy, contemptible private desires. Now he had become the Lu Chenyuan of the novel. This was the top-floor president's office of the Lu Group headquarters. The current point in time was half a year before the plot began. Lu Ruoxi was still in her impoverished small town, attending her final year of high school. The secret of the true and false daughters had not yet exploded. Everything could still be changed. At that moment a knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice. "President Lu." Lu Chenyuan replied, "Come in," and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a calm, steady air walked inside. This was his special assistant Lin Yuan. For a moment Lin Yuan seemed stunned at the sight of Lu Chenyuan. At this time Lu Chenyuan's face was deathly pale, beads of cold sweat rolling down his flawless cheeks. "President Lu Yu." Lin Yuan called out nervously, but the rest of his words faltered. In all the years he had known Lu Chenyuan, he had never seen him lose composure like this. "I'm fine." Lu Chenyuan waved his hand and walked straight to the vast floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing by the glass, he calmly looked down over the city. His mind raced as he digested the original owner's memories and matched them one by one with the plot he knew. His father Lu Mingji was mediocre in ability yet bloated with ambition, secretly keeping a mistress named Lu Mei and even a hidden illegitimate son. His mother Lu Mangling, born into a prestigious family, was gentle in temperament yet somewhat timid. She poured all her affection into her daughter Lu Chenyuan and remained utterly oblivious to her husband's betrayal. His second brother Lu Chenyuan was a genius doctor, aloof by nature with nothing but medicine in his eyes, and in the end he fell victim to others' schemes. His third brother Lu Chenyuan was a top celebrity, impulsive in temperament, and a thoroughly doting brother when it came to Lu Chenyuan. His fourth brother Lu Chenyuan was a race car driver, rebellious and withdrawn, obeying only Lu Chenyuan's words. And then there was Lu Chenyuan herself, the false princess the entire family held in the palm of their hands. And soon to return was the true protagonist, Lu Ruoxi. This seemingly impregnable wealthy clan was beneath the surface already riddled with cracks and festering wounds.
Lin Yuan. Lu Chenyuan suddenly spoke. President Lu.
Lin Yuan stood respectfully behind him. Used the name of the Lu Corporation Charity Foundation to investigate a place called Anha County. I want a detailed list of all impoverished high school students there, especially a girl named Yiruoxi.
Lu Chenyuan's gaze was as deep and unfathomable as the sea.
Although Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled as to why the president had suddenly taken an interest in a poverty relief project in a remote county town, he did not hesitate in the slightest.
Yes, I will see to it at once. The list will be on your desk no later than the day after tomorrow.
Mm.
Lu Chenyuan nodded, then added, use the pretext of sponsoring outstanding poor students.
Do not alarm anyone, especially the local authorities. What I want is the most genuine situation. He had to reach Lu Ruoxi before anyone else reacted to get in touch with her one step ahead. But it could not be done in the capacity of a wealthy young master that would only make Lu Ruoxi wary and uneasy. His experience as a poverty relief secretary in his previous life had taught him that for an outstanding student with fierce self-respect, an equal and respectful investment was far more acceptable than condescending charity. In the original plot, in order to highlight Lu Ruoxi's excellence, she was portrayed as a genius top student endowed with supreme mathematical talent. In the end, after she encountered the male lead, she failed to become a genius scientist. Instead, she was trapped in the quagmire of wealthy family feuds, becoming a mere tool in a man's revenge. Late at night, when Lu Chenyuan returned to the Lu family estate, the lights in the living room were still on. Lu Mengling, dressed in a lotus-colored chipa, was sitting on the sofa, her expression filled with worry. Seeing Lu Chenyuan enter, Lu Mengling immediately stood up and hurried toward him.
Hey Yuan, why are you back so late? I couldn't get through on the phone.
Lu Mengling's tone carried a faint, almost imperceptible trace of anxiety, but even more of it was care. She reached out to straighten his slightly rumpled collar, then looked up and saw the bloodshot red in his eyes. She said, heart-aching child, how have you worn yourself out like this?
I'm fine, Mom.
Looking at the gentle woman before him, a strange warmth surged within Lu Chenyuan's heart. There was the wondrous bond of shared blood and also the remnants of the original body's feelings for his family. In the original host's memories, because of emotional discord with his father, Lu Mengling had poured almost all of her motherly love into Lu Chenyuan. Though she also cared about her sons, there was always a faint layer of distance. Yet at this moment, what Lu Chenyuan clearly felt was the purest, most sincere motherly love. For him, once an orphan, this was a warmth he had never experienced before. In his previous life, Lu Chenyuan had grown up eating one family's leftover rice, another family's bowl of soup in the village. He had called countless women auntie and madam, yet had never once called anyone mom.
Mom.
This word came out a little hoarse from Lu Chenyuan's throat, yet that sense of blood-deep connection and the emotion left behind by the original host made his voice heartfelt and sincere. Immediately, the bridge of his nose stung and his eyes actually grew hot. Lu Mengling paused, slightly stunned. She kept feeling that her son was a bit different tonight, though she could not say how. Lu Mengling simply assumed he was exhausted from work.
Heart-aching, she pulled him over to sit on the sofa. You must have skipped proper meals again. I had the kitchen make soup for you. Drink it while it's hot.
Soon a servant brought over a steaming bowl of cordyceps and fish maw soup. Lu Mengling personally ladled out a bowl, handed it to him, and said softly, no matter how busy the company keeps you, you must take care of your health.
Look at you, you've lost weight. Lu Chenyuan took the warm bone china bowl in his hands.
The rising steam blurred his vision. He lowered his head and quietly drank the soup. The soup was exquisitely savory, and the warmth flowed from his stomach into his limbs and bones, dispersing the last trace of gloom from the original host that had been lingering in his heart. He recalled the ending in the book. After his father's scandals erupted, his mother, mentally shattered, drove back to her parents' home and died in a car accident.
No.
He would never allow such a thing to happen. He would protect this woman before him who had given him his first taste of a mother's love.
Mom, in a few days let me accompany you to visit grandfather's house.
Lu Chenyuan put down the bowl and spoke softly. Lu Mengling was a little surprised.
Why did you suddenly think of going back? I miss grandfather.
Lu Chenyuan found an excuse, but his eyes were as calm as still water.
And I also want to spend more time with you.
The first step Lu Chenyuan needed to take was to help his mother rediscover herself, to let her understand that her worth had never been dependent on that scumbag Lu Minji. And the Lu family, her maiden family, was her strongest backing. Looking at her son's steady and sincere face, Lu Mengling felt soothed.
Smiling, she nodded. All right, I'll do as you say.
Just then, light, lively footsteps sounded from upstairs.
Big brother, you're back. A girl in a pink lace nightdress ran down the stairs like a fluttering butterfly and affectionately sidled up to Lu Chenyuan's side. This was the fake daughter Lu Chenyuan. In the original host's memories, every time he laid eyes on that charming delicate face, Lu Chenyuan's heart would race and he would cover it with an even heavier veneer of composure. But now not a single ripple stirred in the lake of Lu Chenyuan's heart. He could clearly strip away that infatuation that did not belong to him, the obsession of the original host, and sweep it from his soul as one would dust. Looking at Lu Chenyuan's gaze was calm and gentle, carrying nothing more than the perfectly normal affection of an elder brother for his younger sister. I'm back. It's late. Go get some rest. Lu Chenyuan clearly had not expected such a bland reaction from her brother. She pouted slightly, acting spoiled. Big brother, my birthday is next week. The limited edition sports car you promised to give me. The car has already been ordered. Lu Chenyuan interrupted Lu Chenyuan, his tone brooking no argument. But I believe that as a daughter of the Lu family, your birthday present should not be merely a car. Starting next week, you'll be joining a Young Leaders Independence program. Lin Yuan will arrange some social practice and charity activities for you. Go and see the wider world, it will do your growth good. What he sought to sever was not only the twisted infatuation the original host had harbored for Lu Chenyuan, but also the narrow selfish personality that the entire family's indulgence had shaped in her. A truly noble princess should not know only how to stir up jealousy and petty strife at home. Lu Chenyuan's smile froze on her face. Lu Mengling was also somewhat puzzled, but when she saw the resolve in Lu Chenyuan's eyes, she ultimately said nothing. Lu Chenyuan stood up and rubbed Lu Chenyuan's hair. The gesture was natural yet carried an unmistakable sense of distance that could not be refused. Good night. With that, Lu Chenyuan turned and went upstairs, leaving the two somewhat stunned women in the living room. Back in his own room, he stood before the window looking out at the estate shrouded in night. Lu Chenyuan knew that from this night onward everything would be different. He was no longer the first secretary who had exhausted himself for poverty relief, nor the wealthy CEO driven toward ruin by the dictates of a plot. He was Lu Chenyuan, a player who now held the script in his own hands. This time he would protect everyone he wished to protect and drag out each and every lurking fiend from the shadows to be utterly reckoned with. And the starting point of it all lay in that place called Anha County and in the girl named Lu Ruoshi. Returning to his room, Lu Chenyuan did not rest immediately. He locked the door and walked straight to the innermost row of the mahogany bookshelf in the study. According to the original owner's memory, Lu Chenyuan skillfully pulled out a heavy volume of Das Kapital and gently pressed a notch on the inner side of the spine. Click. A soft sound echoed as the wall beside the bookshelf slowly slid open, revealing a safe embedded within the wall. This was the place where the original owner hid all of his private affairs. Lu Chenyuan's gaze remained unchanged as he entered the password and opened the heavy cabinet door. Inside there were no gold bars or confidential documents, only a locked rosewood box. The key was hidden in the compartment of the original owner's wallet. Opening the box, he found a stack of photographs, a few seemingly ordinary trinkets, and a leather-covered diary. The photographs were all of Lu Chenyuan. Some captured her chasing butterflies in the garden, others showed her smiling charmingly at a birthday party. There were also a few taken secretly by the original owner, depicting the girl reading in the sunlight. Each photo bore the weight of a suppressed and twisted love. Lu Chenyuan picked up the photographs, expressionlessly examining them one by one as if scrutinizing evidence unrelated to himself. These were the roots of the original owner's inner demons, the embodiment of an illicit desire. Without hesitation, Lu Chenyuan tossed all the photographs into the nearby shredder. The harsh sound of the motor roared as the once treasured secrets of the original owner were reduced to irretrievable fragments within seconds. He then gathered the trinkets into a paper bag. Finally, Lu Chenyuan picked up the diary that held all of the original owner's dark thoughts. Flipping to a page, he saw the youthful and chaotic handwriting. Today Chenyuan smiled at me, her eyes like stars. But she is my sister, how can I have such dirty thoughts? I am a sinner. I dare not approach her, I can only keep my distance. But the further I stay away, the more my longing grows, wrapping around me like vines, nearly suffocating me. Father and the uncles are arguing again, only seeing Chenyuan brings me a moment of peace. She is the only light in my life. Lu Chenyuan's brows furrowed tighter. Foolish, cowardly, pitiful. This was the original owner. A hollow man crushed by the dual burdens of family duty and twisted emotions. He treated Lu Chenyuan as the sole refuge from reality, unaware that it was the poison that would plunge himself and the entire family into the abyss. You are wrong. Lu Chenyuan said softly yet clearly to the diary, as if pronouncing judgment on the dissipated soul. Light is never bestowed by others. True light can only be ignited by oneself. Lu Chenyuan tore the pages from the diary one by one and tossed them into the shredder, reducing them to shreds. Finally, Lu Chenyuan placed the paper bag into the rosewood box, and after confirming that there were no leaks of information, he called the butler Yubo, instructing him to destroy the rosewood box. When Yubo entered the room and saw the rosewood box, he recalled that it seemed to be prepared by the young master for himself. However, as an elder of the Lu family, Yubo did not inquire further. He simply took the rosewood box and exited. When the room fell silent, all traces belonging to the original owner were completely erased. The last lingering gloom in the air seemed to dissipate as well. Lu Chenyuan felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He was now the true, entirely new Lu Chenyuan. Lu Chenyuan walked to the desk, picked up the encrypted phone and dialed Lin Yuan's number. The call was almost instantly answered, indicating that Lin Yuan had been waiting. President Lu. Lin Yuan's voice was steady but with a hint of barely perceptible concern. Lin Yuan, notify the finance department and all brand suppliers. Lu Chenyuan's tone was cold and decisive, devoid of any emotion. Starting tomorrow, terminate all supplies of luxury goods exceeding the normal family trust quota to Miss Lu Chenyuan, including but not limited to sports cars, jewelry, haute couture dresses, and various unnecessary high expenditures. Lin Yuan, on the other end, was clearly taken aback. It should be noted that for the past few years, covering Lu Chenyuan's various little hobbies had been one of the highest priority directives issued personally by Lu Chenyuan. Everyone in the upper echelons of the Lu group was well aware of President Lu's indulgence towards this sister. What was happening today? First investigating impoverished students in remote towns and now cutting off special supplies to Miss Lu Chenyuan. Everything President Lu experienced tonight left even Lin Yuan, his top assistant, bewildered. Yes, President Lu. Despite the tumult in his heart, Lin Yuan's professionalism compelled him to respond immediately. Should I draft a specific quota standard? Executed according to the unified standard for minor children under the family trust, not a penny more, not a penny less. Lu Chenyuan's voice left no room for negotiation. Additionally, in my name, enroll her in a Youth Leadership Independence Program. Youth Leadership Independence Program. Lin Yuan quickly searched his mind for this term but found nothing. You can start planning it now. Lu Chenyuan's lips curled into a faint smile, but core content includes 6 months of social practice, public service, financial literacy training, and wilderness survival training. The location can be chosen in an environment that is harsh but absolutely safe, allowing her to see what the real world is like beyond the Lu family's halo. Lin Yuan gasped in disbelief. This was no longer about cutting costs. It was as if they were throwing a flower from the greenhouse directly into the storm to temper it. But Lin Yuan did not question it. He just swiftly noted the key points in his memorandum. Understood, President Lu. I will immediately establish a project team and present a complete plan within 3 days. Good. Lu Chenyuan was very satisfied with Lin Yuan's execution. Remember, this must be done beautifully under the pretense of cultivating her noble qualities of independence and caring for the world, ensuring that mother and family cannot find fault. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, Lu Chenyuan turned and took down a large whiteboard from the wall, beginning to organize the current situation. He picked up a pen and wrote several large words on the whiteboard: advantages, disadvantages, breakthrough points. Below the large characters were tightly packed small words and various intricate lines. As he gazed at the complex relationships and crises depicted on the whiteboard, Lu Chenyuan's expression grew increasingly tranquil. The point of breaking the situation had become quite clear. Externally, he must act before the Li family struck, building up his own strength while gathering evidence of their crimes. Internally, he needed to cut through the chaos with swift action, reshaping family relationships and eliminating the roots of corporate infighting. The starting point of all this lay in the 2 matters he had just arranged. One was to invest in Lu Ruoxi, making her his future technological ace. The other was to transform Lu Chenyuan, cutting off the possibility of her becoming a trigger for family conflicts. Just as Lu Chenyuan was lost in thought, a gentle knock sounded on the door. Yuan, are you asleep? It was his mother, Lu Mengling's voice. Lu Chenyuan quickly flipped the whiteboard over, restoring it to its usual appearance, and went to open the door. Outside the door, Lu Mengling held a cup of hot milk, her face showing concern. I still can't relax. I saw your room light was still on. Chenyuan just came crying to me saying that you... Do you have some misunderstanding about her? Lu Chenyuan took the milk and said gently, Mom, I don't misunderstand her. I just feel that we have spoiled her too much. She is about to come of age and should learn to be independent and take on responsibilities. This is truly what's best for her. Lu Mengling sighed. The logic is sound, but she has never been far from us since she was little. That's why she must be encouraged to step outside. Lu Chenyuan supported his mother's shoulder, urging her to sit on the sofa. Mom, don't you want Chenyuan to become a proud, capable, and responsible woman rather than a child who only knows how to act spoiled and demand luxury cars? This question struck at Lu Mengling's heart. Coming from a prestigious family, she naturally hoped her daughter would be knowledgeable, sensible, and have broad horizons. Of course I want that. Then please support me. Lu Chenyuan's gaze was sincere and resolute. I will arrange everything and ensure her safety. This is for her future and for the future of the Lu family. Watching her son's face, which seemed to have matured overnight, Lu Mengling felt a surge of mixed emotions. Eventually, Lu Mengling nodded. All right, I believe in you. Just then, an untimely voice came from the staircase.
For the future of the Lu family.
Chenyuan, is this how you act as the elder brother? Over trivial matters in the company you come home to vent your anger on your sister.
Lu Mingji, dressed in a bathrobe, approached with an unhappy expression.
He had evidently heard Lu Chenyuan's cries and had come to demand an explanation. Lu Chenyuan stood up calmly, looking at his father.
In the original owner's memories he had always felt a sense of weariness and distance towards this father. But at this moment Lu Chenyuan's eyes held only scrutiny.
Father, I did not take my anger out on Chenyuan. I was educating her. Educating.
Lu Mingji snorted coldly, stopping her cart and sending her to some unknown place to suffer. Is that your education?
I see you've lost your mind. Whatever Chenyuan wants we give her. Does the Lu family lack this bit of money? The Lu family does not lack money, but it lacks proper upbringing.
Lu Chenyuan stood his ground, his voice small yet firm. Father, do you think raising her to be a spoiled, ignorant child who doesn't know the hardships of life is good for her?
You. Lu Mingye's face turned red with rage, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lu Chenyuan. You've gone too far. Is this how you speak to me? I'm merely stating the facts.
Lu Chenyuan's gaze swept over his father before landing on his mother. Mom, you should go rest now.
I will handle this matter.
Lu Mengling, caught between father and son, felt distressed but ultimately left with worry in her heart under Lu Chenyuan's comforting gaze.
Only the two of them remained in the room.
Lu Mingji lowered his voice, laced with a hint of threat. Lu Chenyuan, I warn you, do not touch Chenyuan. I cannot manage the company's affairs, but at home it is not your place to dominate everything.
Lu Chenyuan suddenly laughed, though the smile did not reach his eyes. Father, do you truly care about Chenyuan?
Or do you simply need an obedient daughter to decorate this family's facade of peace so that you can feel
a bit more at ease outside? Lu Chenyuan deliberately emphasized the words daughter and at ease.
Lu Mingji's pupils suddenly constricted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling. You.
What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Mingye's reaction fully confirmed Lu Chenyuan's suspicions. His father's favoritism towards Lu Chenyuan was merely a means of compensating for his insecurities and redirecting attention.
He cared nothing for anyone in this family, he only loved himself. Whether I'm talking nonsense, you know best in your heart.
Lu Chenyuan put away his smile, returning to a cold calm. I have already decided on the education plan for Chenyuan and will see it through.
If you have objections, feel free to report me to Grandpa.
Good night, father. With that, Lu Chenyuan turned away, not looking at Lu Mingye's ashen face, and went straight back to his bedroom.
In the study, Lu Mingji trembled with anger but ultimately dared not continue to stir up trouble. He knew that if it escalated to the old man, his own past misdeeds might truly be exposed. What on earth was wrong with this son today? It was as if he had become a different person, with a sharp gaze that made him feel alarmed. In his room, Lu Chenyuan stood by the window, gazing at the heavy night outside, his heart clear.
Tonight's confrontation was just the beginning.
What he needed to do was to gradually expose the festering wounds within this seemingly glamorous family one by one, and then completely eradicate them.
Just then his phone vibrated. It was an encrypted email from Lin Yuan.
The subject line contained only a few words: Anha Yiruwashi.
Lu Chenyuan's gaze instantly turned profoundly deep.
The chessboard had been set. Now it was time to find his most crucial piece.
The night was deep and the room was brightly lit. Lu Chenyuan lightly tapped his finger, opening the encrypted email sent by Lin Yuan. The attachment was a heavily encrypted zip file.
Once decrypted, the life of a girl named Yiruwashi was presented to him in a cold and objective manner. On the screen was a low-resolution ID photo. The girl wore a faded blue and white school uniform, her face thin with a pointed chin and lips lacking color due to long-term malnutrition. Yet those eyes were astonishingly bright. Like stars in a cold night, they were clear, stubborn, imbued with a sharpness that refused to bow to fate.
Lu Chenyuan's gaze lingered on this face for several seconds. This was his blood-related biological sister, Lu Ruwashi. In her splendid castle, another girl was enjoying a princess-like life, yet she struggled to survive in the mud of a remote town. The email was detailed and cruel.
In the village of Anha County, there stood an old two-story building built by hand.
Father Yisanchi passed away in a construction accident 10 years ago.
Mother Zhang Suilan was unemployed, living on a meager pension and doing odd jobs, her personality materialistic, especially harsh towards Yiruwashi. Attached were several long-distance candid photos of their life. In the photos, the frail girl walked down a dim alley carrying a heavy vegetable basket that did not match her small frame. At a crowded night market stall, she skillfully helped her mother skewer meat, her hands blackened from the charcoal. Another showed her sitting alone at a drafty windowsill, reading under the weak glow of a desk lamp. Each photo was like a dagger stabbing at the Lu family's face. In stark contrast to these images was another document, a scanned report card from Anha County First Middle School. Since the first semester of her senior year, Yiruwaxi's name had firmly held the top position in her grade during every mock exam, with a gap of 60 or 70 points over the second place. The comments from various subject teachers were invariably filled with praises such as genius, extremely talented, meticulous thinking, and limitless future potential. A girl who grew up in such a harsh environment not only had her willpower unbroken but instead shone with the brightest light.
Lu Chenyuan closed the email, his heart devoid of waves.
In the original plot, the original person, due to a ridiculous guilt and twisted emotions, indulged Lu Chenyuan while completely ignoring this sister who had fallen outside. Even when Lu Ruoxi was brought back to the Lu family, he still allowed her to be excluded and hurt due to his inability to handle family relationships, ultimately pushing her into the abyss of hatred. In this life he would not make the same mistakes again. Lu Chenyuan picked up the phone, his voice calm as water. Lin Yuan, prepare the earliest flight tomorrow to Anha.
Yes, Mr. Lu. The next morning a private jet landed smoothly at the nearest airport to Anha County. Then a low-key black Phaeton quietly drove into the dust-filled county town. Outside the car window was a scene starkly different from the capital. Low buildings, messy power lines, street vendors calling out the air filled with the unique warmth of small towns and a slight heaviness. Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat watching the navigation display the destination labeled Town Village, his brow slightly furrowing. Lin Yuan could not imagine that the Lu family's bloodline would grow in such a place. Mr. Lu, do we really need to meet her in person?
Lin Yuan hesitated, asking, actually I could handle this.
Lu Chenyuan's gaze fell outside the window as he said calmly, no, this matter must be handled by me personally. Moreover, it cannot be as an older brother. Lin Yuan instantly understood.
Appearing abruptly as the heir of the Lu family and telling a poor girl that she was actually a wealthy heiress sounded more like a clumsy scam, only provoking the other party's vigilance and resentment, even hatred. For a girl whose heart was filled with defenses, sudden kindness was often more terrifying than malice. The best approach was to give her a reason that she could understand and accept. The Phaeton eventually stopped at the gate of Anha First Middle School.
It was lunchtime and students in the same blue and white uniforms poured out of the school in groups.
Lu Chenyuan and Lin Yuan got out of the car, two distinguished men in finely tailored clothing standing out starkly from their surroundings, drawing many curious glances.
The two first found Principal Zhen.
It was unclear what generous sponsorship conditions were offered, but when they left the principal's office, the principal held Lu Chenyuan's hand tightly, refusing to let go, his face beaming.
However, although Principal Zhen's smile was somewhat unreserved, it was not sycophantic, leading Lu Chenyuan to regard him with newfound respect. Let's go see her, Lu Chenyuan commanded.
Lin Yuan had already done his homework and led Lu Chenyuan across the playground towards the school cafeteria.
The cafeteria was bustling, filled with the aroma of food and the chatter of youth.
Lin Yuan quickly found the figure in the most remote corner. The girl sat alone, her tray containing only a plain steamed bun and a bowl of thin seaweed soup. She ate slowly, one hand holding the bun while the other pressed down on a piece of draft paper filled with calculation formulas, her brow furrowed as if contemplating a difficult problem. The surrounding noise seemed to be isolated from her. She was immersed in her own world, focused and quiet.
Lu Chenyuan stopped 3 meters away.
Lu Chenyuan noticed her hand resting at the edge of the table, her fingers slender but the tips were unhealthily swollen and red from prolonged cold and labor. Her grip on the pen was tight, as if she was trying to crush it, pouring all her strength into the tip. The draft paper was filled with dense calculus and sequence derivation formulas far exceeding the high school curriculum's complexity. This was a true genius.
Lu Chenyuan signaled Lin Yuan to stay put as he slowly walked over.
Lu Chenyuan sat down opposite the girl, his tall figure casting a shadow that finally made the girl lost in thought, aware of something. Lu Ruoxi looked up, revealing her bright and vigilant eyes. She gazed at the unfamiliar man before her, his handsome face, steady aura, and the expensive custom suit he wore clearly indicating that he was out of place in this small county school.
Who are you looking for?
She asked, her voice cold, tinged with a wariness not befitting her age. Lu Chenyuan did not answer, his gaze not falling on her thin face but rather on the draft paper.
A simplified model of the Riemann hypothesis.
An intriguing idea, but in the third step of the variable substitution, using the trigonometric form of Euler's formula for expansion would be more concise.
Lu Chenyuan's voice was steady and gentle, as if engaging in an equal academic discussion. Lu Ruoxi's pupils constricted sharply. The Riemann hypothesis, one of the ultimate problems in mathematics.
She had only seen some superficial aspects in old books at the library, attempting to deduce it herself. No one around her, neither classmates nor teachers, could discuss this with her. Yet this man before her, as soon as he spoke, pierced through the barrier she had pondered over all morning.
Who exactly was he?
Lu Chenyuan then turned his gaze to her, giving a simple self-introduction. Hello, Yi Ruoxi.
I am Lu Chenyuan from the Lu Corporation. The name Lu Group felt as distant as a myth from another world to the senior students of Anha County. Lu Chenyuan pushed a prepared file folder in front of her. Official business. Lu Chenyuan succinctly stated, Lu Group has a youth talent public support program aimed at discovering and funding promising underprivileged students. Your information was sent from your school. Lu Ruoshi did not touch the file folder, her gaze now filled with more suspicion. I don't need it. Lu Ruoshi was most skeptical of free gifts from the sky. Every offering had its price marked covertly. This is not charity. Lu Chenyuan seemed to see through her thoughts, his tone remaining calm. This is an investment. We evaluated all your mock exam results from the past 3 years as well as your teacher's comprehensive assessments of you. The conclusion is that you are worth this investment. Investment. The word left Lu Ruoshi momentarily stunned. Take a look. Lu Chenyuan gestured. All terms are clearly stated and this is a formal matter. You can read it carefully or seek assistance from a trusted teacher. Lu Ruoshi hesitated for a few seconds but eventually reached out to open the file folder. Inside was a well-crafted funding agreement. Party A is Lu Group and Party B is her Yi Ruoshi. The agreement was clear, each clause filled with immense temptation yet devoid of any traps. It was simply too good to be true. Why? Lu Ruoshi raised her head and asked that question again, her voice trembling slightly. Because of your value. Lu Chenyuan's reply was calm to the point of cruelty. For an investment institution, a subject that can consistently yield excessive returns is always a scarce resource. Your brain is the target we are interested in. This agreement is an advance payment for your future value. So don't overthink it or feel grateful, you only need to prove with your results that our investment was not a mistake. These words shattered Lu Ruoxi's final doubts about pity and charity. He was not pitying her, he was making a transaction with her. This made Lu Ruoxi's top pride feel an unprecedented relaxation. Just as she was about to pick up the pen, a sharp, harsh voice suddenly came from the cafeteria entrance. Yi Ruoshi. You lazy girl hiding here. Hurry back and help me. Zhang Suilan stormed over, hands on her hips, face full of anger. The school, sympathetic to Yi Ruoxi's family's difficulties, had sent Zhang Suilan to help out in the cafeteria as a temporary worker. The pay was low but it was enough for two. In a school like this, formal positions were not so easily obtained. Yet Zhang Suilan constantly ordered her daughter to do work for her. This led many to question whether Yi Ruoshi was truly Zhang Qilin's biological daughter. When Zhang Suilan saw Lu Chenyuan sitting across from Lu Ruoshi and Lin Yuan not far away, she was momentarily stunned, but then a glimmer of greed and wariness flashed in her eyes. Who are you? Why are you surrounding my Ruoshi? I tell you, she is still a student, don't think you can deceive her. Lu Ruoxi's face instantly turned pale as she instinctively tried to hide the documents on the table. Lu Chenyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Lu Chenyuan did not even stand up, he merely raised his eyes to glance at Zhang Suilan. His gaze was calm yet carried an innate pressure of authority. Madam, his voice turned cold, please mind your language. Zhang Suilan felt a jolt from his stare, but thinking of money her courage returned. Who do you think you are? This is my daughter, how I discipline her is none of your business. If there's anything, talk to me. Are you here to offer her something? I tell you the money should go to me, her mother. As she spoke, Zhang Suilan reached out to grab the file folder on the table. Stop! Lu Ruoshi yelled in panic, fiercely protecting the documents. Just as Zhang Qilin's hand was about to touch the file folder, Lin Yuan stepped forward, subtly blocking her between herself and the table. Madam, Lin Yuan said with a professional smile, yet his tone was firm, we are legal advisors for the Lu Public Welfare Foundation. This agreement is directly granted to student Yi Ruoshi herself and has nothing to do with her guardian. If you attempt to harass, interfere, or even seize it again, we reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility. Zhang Suilan was intimidated by the terms legal advisor and pursue responsibility, and for a moment she did not dare to cause a scene. Then Lin Yuan continued, of course, based on ethics, our program will also provide a placement fee for the guardian of the foundation's beneficiary. Upon hearing placement fee, greed suddenly gleamed in Zhang Qilin's eyes and she stopped causing trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Chenyuan had not looked at her again, his gaze remained focused on Lu Ruoshi. The decision is in your hands. He placed a Montblanc pen on the agreement, his voice returning to calm. Sign it and your future will be in your own control. If you don't sign, we will leave immediately as if we never appeared. He offered her a choice, granting her dignity. Lu Ruoshi looked at the agreement before her and then at her mother, who was still cursing but dared not approach. For the first time in 18 years, an opportunity to seize a bright future was within her grasp. Lu Ruoshi no longer hesitated. She picked up the weighty pen and clearly wrote her name in a powerful manner in the space for Party B. Yi Ruoshi. After writing the last character, she raised her head and looked at Lu Chenyuan, saying earnestly, thank you. I won't let you down. I don't care whether you let me down or not. Lu Chenyuan took back the agreement and stood up. I only care about my investment return rate. The future is in your hands, don't let anyone take it away. With that, he turned and left, with Lin Yuan departing decisively amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of the students in the cafeteria and Zhang Suilan. Until that black Fidian vanished at the end of the street, Lu Ruoshi stood in place, tightly gripping the pen that belonged to her, her palms sweaty from the pressure. Lu Ruoshi looked down at her hands that had been somewhat deformed from frostbite and labor. From today onward, these hands would no longer just be used for washing dishes, threading, or enduring the cold. They would be used to hold a pen, to climb to the pinnacle of science, and to create a future that truly belonged to her. On the journey back to Jingzhou from Anha County, Lu Chenyuan closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind was racing through the plotlines of the original story. A colossal threat loomed like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, still eyeing her with malicious intent. Li Jinchuan. In the original narrative, Li Jinchuan employed numerous sinister tactics to completely shatter Lu Ruoxi's psychological defenses, instilling in her a profound hatred for the Lu family, thus making her willingly become a blade of vengeance in his hands. One part of his scheme was to eliminate the only light in Lu Ruoxi's life. That was a classmate who had silently harbored feelings for her and protected her. Lu Chenyuan remembered that the boy came from a poor family, was introverted in personality, yet was the only person who could converse with Lu Ruoxi besides studying. He would secretly slip a baked sweet potato into Lu Ruoxi's desk drawer during winter and muster the courage to intervene when she was publicly insulted by Zhang Tsuelan. Even after Lu Ruoxi was accepted into Jingzhou University, this boy exerted all his efforts to gain admission to an ordinary university in the same city solely to continue protecting her from the shadows. However, this kind and harmless youth ultimately fell victim to a tragic accident orchestrated by Li Jinchuan while trying to protect Lu Ruoxi. His death became yet another straw that broke Lu Ruoxi, pushing her into the abyss of vengeance. Lu Chenyuan would never allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. That boy was not only a warm hue in Lu Ruoxi's dark life, but also a crucial piece on the chessboard he could lay down. He needed someone, a person familiar to and not rejected by Lu Ruoxi, to become her first line of defense in a daily life he could not touch. Lin Yuan. Lu Chenyuan opened his eyes, his gaze profound. Yes, Mr. Lu Lin Yuan, who had been quietly driving, immediately responded. Check on another person for me. Lu Chenyuan's voice was steady and powerful. On Hano. One high school class 3-1, Lu Ruoxi's classmate. I want detailed information on all the boys' family background, personality traits, daily behavior, especially those who have interacted with Lu Ruoxi. What are the selection criteria? Lin Yuan asked. Come from a poor family, resilient in character, reliable, and preferably have a little-known special skill. Lu Chenyuan's fingertips lightly tapped on his knee as if sketching a vague silhouette. Although Lin Yuan did not understand why the CEO was so concerned about a few high school students from a remote county, he never asked too many questions and simply noted down the instructions accurately understood. I will get you results within 3 days. No 2 days, Lu Chenyuan corrected. Time waits for no one. All right. Returning to Jingzhou, Lu Chenyuan plunged into his work, beginning to untangle the intricate web of interests within the Lu Corporation. The memories of the original host resembled a massive database, while he acted like a calm programmer reviewing lines of code, searching for those fatal bugs and backdoors left by others. On the afternoon of the second day, Lin Yuan delivered a brand new encrypted file to Lu Chenyuan's desk. Sir, the person who meets your requirements has been identified. Lu Chenyuan opened the file and the profile of a boy named Su Yang came into view. The boy in the photo, wearing the same school uniform as Lu Ruoxi, had a slender frame and a delicate face, his eyes reflecting a calmness and tenacity beyond his years. Family background: a single-parent family, father deceased, mother gravely ill and bedridden for years, relying on him, doing odd jobs and meager social assistance for survival. School performance: outstanding grades, consistently second in the grade, second only to Lu Ruoxi. Introverted personality, not good with words, but classmates describe him as reliable and helpful. Extracurricular behavior records: according to investigators, Su Yang works at a computer store for 2 hours every day after school repairing computers. Apart from that, he spends almost all his spare time, like Lu Ruoxi, immersed in the library. The attachment contains several long-distance photos, one of Su Yang quietly draping his jacket over a sleeping Lu Ruoxi at her desk, another on a rainy day where he tilted most of the umbrella toward the girl beside him while his own shoulder was drenched. These details perfectly matched the boy in Lu Chenyuan's memories. However, what truly captured Lu Chenyuan's attention was the last part of the profile. Special talent assessment: Su Yang has shown exceptional talent in the field of computer science. According to the owner of the computer store, many software malfunctions and data recovery problems that stumped him Su Yang could resolve effortlessly. Our technical staff followed the clues and discovered that Su Yang is very active on a relatively professional domestic programmer forum. Though the anonymous ID he used was obscure, several posts he published regarding optimization of low-level algorithms and some of his self-created small programs exhibited a level of professionalism and code simplicity and efficiency that far exceeded his age and background. The conclusion was that he was an uncut gem possessing enormous potential but limited by his vision and resources. His talent had yet to be systematically developed. A barely perceptible smile curved Lu Chenyuan's lips. Genius. Yet another genius buried in the dust. In the original work he was merely regarded as a vague guardian driving the plot, unaware that he was in fact an uncut gem. It seems that this investment needs to be increased. Lu Chenyuan closed the file and instructed Lin Yuan contact him and say. The project team for the Youth Talent Support Program would like to discuss a future deal with him. Additionally, arrange for our people to go. A small team will suffice. They must be skilled and discreet. Starting today, provide 24-hour secret protection for Lu Ruoshi and Su Yang's safety. Understood. In Anha County there was a bustling beef noodle restaurant. Su Yang sat nervously opposite Lu Chenyuan, his hands anxiously resting on his knees. He could not understand why the mysterious figure who had appeared in the school cafeteria a few days ago offering Yi Ruoshi a lavish sponsorship agreement had suddenly sought him out. Su Yang, no need to be nervous. Lu Chenyuan pushed a steaming bowl of beef noodles towards him, his tone gentle. I am here to discuss business. Su Yang looked up, his eyes filled with vigilance and confusion. We have investigated you. Lu Chenyuan got straight to the point, knowing that any roundabout way would be unnecessary with such a clever child. Your talent in computer science exceeds your academic performance. You are worth an investment. Su Yang's pupils constricted slightly. We are willing to sponsor your university education and provide you with the opportunity to further your studies in a world-class IT laboratory. All expenses will be covered by us. Lu Chenyuan's tone was calm yet carried an irresistible allure. The condition is that after graduation you work for my company for 10 years. This is a proposal that could change your life. Su Yang's heart raced, but he did not immediately agree. Instead, he grew even more cautious. Why me? Because of your value and because I need you and Anha to help me with something. Lu Chenyuan's gaze was calm as water, locking onto his eyes. Yi Ruoshi is also our investment target. Her safety and emotional stability directly affect the return on our investment. I need a reliable person locally to keep an eye on her and prevent any unforeseen incidents. He paused for a moment, then shifted his tone. I know you have been quietly caring for her. What I offer you is not charity but a deal. You help me protect my investment and I will invest in your future. It is fair. The word protect hit Su Yang's heart like a heavy hammer. His deepest unspoken thoughts seemed to be seen through by this man at a glance. His face instantly flushed red, a mix of shyness and embarrassment, but more than that, an unprecedented shock. For the first time, Su Yang realized that protecting someone could also become a legitimate job. Su Yang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. You don't need to do anything extra, just continue as before. Just inform us immediately when she encounters trouble. Lu Chenyuan pushed a similar agreement to that given to Lu Ruoshi along with a bank card. Take a look at the agreement and if there are no issues, sign it. The card contains 500,000 for your mother's initial treatment and your living expenses. The password is your birthday. Su Yang looked at the bank card in front of him, then at Lu Chenyuan's deep-set eyes. He knew there was no reason to refuse, nor did he want to. This was not only for himself, for his seriously ill mother, but also for the girl he had always wanted to get closer to but dared not approach. He picked up the pen and solemnly signed his name. I promise you. Su Yang raised his head, the nervousness in his eyes gone, replaced by an extraordinary determination. I will protect her. Lu Chenyuan nodded in satisfaction. A crucial piece fell into place on the chessboard. When Lu Chenyuan finished all of this and returned to the Lu family manor, the lights were already twinkling. As he stepped into the living room, he saw Lu Chenyuan running excitedly down the stairs in a pink Chanel outfit. Big brother. You are finally back. Lu Chenyuan affectionately leaned in, shaking his arm and pouting. I am turning a year older next week. When will I get that limited edition Aston Martin sports car you promised me? My friends are all waiting to see it. In the memories of the original owner, whenever Lu Chenyuan acted like this, he could never resist fulfilling her unreasonable demands. But at this moment, Lu Chenyuan calmly withdrew his arm. He looked at his spoiled sister with a gaze devoid of any wavering, only a clear tranquility. The car has been returned, he said indifferently. What? Lu Chenyuan's smile froze on her face, thinking she had misheard. Big brother, are you joking? I am not joking. Lu Chenyuan's tone left no room for argument. From today on, all your credit cards, including supplementary cards, are frozen. You can continue using all the luxury goods in this house, but you are not allowed to acquire anything new. Lu Chenyuan was completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why? Big brother, have you gone mad? What have I done wrong? Luo Mengling also approached, looking at her eldest son in confusion. Yuan, what's going on? Chenyuan's birthday is coming up, how can you? Mom, what I'm doing is for her own good. Lu Chenyuan turned to his mother, his tone gentle yet firm. Looking at Lu Chenyuan, he spoke slowly and clearly. If you want birthday gifts, you can earn them yourself. How am I supposed to earn them? Lu Chenyuan's eyes turned red with anger.
Starting tomorrow, go to the Chunfeng Community Charity Canteen and help in the kitchen for 30 days.
Lu Chenyuan gave an answer that left her baffled.
Work 3 hours a day and you cannot be late or leave early.
Once your attendance record meets standards, then we can discuss gifts. As for school, I will arrange that. I will also provide a tutor for your studies.
What?
You want me to go to that kind of place?
To wash vegetables and cook for those poor people?
Lu Chenyuan screamed, feeling deeply insulted. I won't go. I refuse to go.
Then there will be no gifts and you won't receive a dime of allowance. Lu Chenyuan's expression remained unchanged.
You. Lu Chenyuan trembled with anger, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Luo Mengling for help. Mom! Look at Big Brother. He is bullying me. Luo Mengling felt pity and grabbed Lu Chenyuan's sleeve, reproaching him. Yuan, don't be like this. Chenyuan has never faced such hardships since she was little.
She is your sister. Mom, precisely because she is my sister, the daughter of the Lu family, I cannot allow her to become someone who only knows how to ask for money and pile up luxury goods to become a worthless person.
Lu Chenyuan locked herself in her room, not emerging for the entire day.
Lu Mengling felt heartbroken and several times brought meals to knock on the door, receiving only silence or the occasional muffled sobs filled with suppressed anger.
In desperation, Lu Mengling could only find Lu Chenyuan in the study.
Yuan, look at the trouble this has caused.
Chenyuan has never suffered such grievances since childhood. If she continues to refuse food and drink, how can her body withstand it? How about you ease up a bit? We can discuss the community cafeteria after her birthday.
Lu Mengling's tone was filled with worry and negotiation. Lu Chenyuan set down the documents in his hand and looked up at his mother with a gentle yet firm gaze.
Mom, if we ease up now, all our previous efforts will have been in vain.
She is throwing a tantrum now because she knows you will be soft-hearted, aware that crying is her most effective weapon. We cannot allow her to rely on this weapon any longer.
Lu Chenyuan took out a freshly printed plan from the drawer and handed it to Lu Mengling. Take a look at this.
Lu Mengling received it with confusion, only to see the title printed in clear song font on the A4 paper: Lu Chenyuan's Senior Year High School Youth Leader Independent Plan Phase 1.
The schedule meticulously divides Lu Chenyuan's daily time.
This. Lu Mengling stared at the nearly precise half-hour arrangement, somewhat dazed.
This is completely different from the pure punishment she imagined, rather it resembles a well-thought-out growth plan. After all, Chenyuan is a senior high school student, her studies cannot be delayed. Lu Chenyuan explained, I consulted her homeroom teacher and assessed her academic pressure.
3 hours of community service in the afternoon not only allows her to experience life but also does not overly exhaust her energy. As for the weekend reflection report, it is meant to teach her to think and summarize rather than treating all this as mere physical labor. Lu Chenyuan looked at his mother's gradually softening expression and continued, Mom, I am not trying to punish her, I want to shape her.
The daughter of the Lu family cannot merely be a sheltered doll wrapped in luxury. She must possess an independent personality, the ability to empathize, and a basic understanding of society. This plan is the first step.
I will arrange for dedicated transportation to ensure her safety. But rules are rules, 30 days, not a day less. Lu Mengling fell silent. She looked into her son's calm and profound eyes, which held a power she had never seen before, one that was unquestionable.
Lu Mengling knew that Lu Chenyuan was not joking, he was genuinely responsible for this family and Chenyuan's future.
After a long pause, she sighed and gently placed the plan on the table.
I understand.
I will talk to her and proceed as you said.
Lu Chenyuan nodded, watching his mother leave the study.
He knew he had already won half of this war against Lu Chenyuan. The rest would require time to polish away her spoiled edges. After handling family matters, the night had deepened. Lu Chenyuan sat alone behind the large desk and opened his laptop. He did not deal with corporate affairs, but like an ordinary internet user, browsed the internet of this world. Having crossed over, apart from inheriting the original owner's memories and identity, his greatest asset was the information and knowledge from another world. He needed to quickly ascertain the technological development level of this world to find the most precise entry point for his future business landscape.
Browsing and comparing.
An hour later, Lu Chenyuan leaned back in his chair, his eyes glowing with excitement and contemplation.
He discovered an intriguing phenomenon.
The macro technology of this world, such as aerospace, military, and communications, is almost on the same level as the world he came from before crossing over. However, in certain civilian technologies and commercial applications, there exists a subtle lag.
For example, while smartphones are widespread, the coverage and convenience of mobile payment scenarios are far from the seamless integration he is familiar with. Although short video platforms are booming, their core algorithms are still at a relatively primitive stage of tag matching, far from the level of knowing you better than you know yourself. The concept of new energy vehicles has emerged, but issues like battery energy density, charging efficiency, and cost control still face bottlenecks that his previous world had already overcome years ago. Artificial intelligence, biomedicine, new materials. In nearly every trending field he was concerned about in his past life, there are similar trajectories here, yet they are half a beat behind. This half-beat gap may seem meaningless to ordinary people, but for a time traveler who understands the future development trajectories, it is an inexhaustible goldmine. Lu Chenyuan's fingertips lightly tapped on the desk. The keen sense for policies and industrial development cultivated during his time as a poverty alleviation secretary was fully activated at this moment. He could not remain trapped in the intricately intertwined family business of the Lu family forever. In the original story, the downfall of the Lu family largely stemmed from endless internal strife and industrial obsolescence. He must establish a completely personal business empire, one that he has full control over. And these half-beat behind fields are the best levers for him to leverage the future. A grand plan began to quietly take shape in his mind. He needed funds, a substantial amount of startup capital. And this funding cannot come from the Lu family's accounts, it must be personal, clean, and readily available resources. His gaze landed on the stock price chart of Lu Group. A perfect curve was slowly being sketched in his mind. At that moment, his private phone emitted a faint vibration. It was an encrypted message from Lin Yuan. President Lu, the fourth young master Lu Chenyuan, seems to have participated in a high-stakes gambling game at the Qingli underground racing circuit tonight and has already lost 2 million in cash. He just received the news and is preparing to pawn his globally limited edition Lion Hypersport for one last bet. Lu Chenyuan's pupils suddenly constricted. The spark of excitement that had just ignited in his eyes was instantly replaced by a chilling coldness. Lu Chenyuan, his youngest brother, the most rebellious member of the Lu family. A reclusive youth who listens to no one except for racing and Lu Chenyuan. In the original story, Lu Chenyuan was also a pawn used by Li Jingchuan. His astonishing driving skills ultimately did not bring glory to the country on the racetrack, but became a tool for gang conflicts and illegal transactions, leading to a tragic end. Send me the address. Lu Chenyuan replied with 6 words, standing up to pick up the suit jacket draped over the back of the chair. Troubles on the chessboard always come one after another. He not only had to plan for the future, but also at this moment forcefully steer these pieces that were about to go off the rails back on track one by one. In the southern outskirts of Jingzhou, an abandoned shipyard has been transformed into a temporary underground racetrack. The deafening roar of engines, the screech of tires scraping against the ground, and the crowd's chaotic mix of alcohol-fueled shouts create a frenzied symphony. In a corner of the modified garage, the atmosphere is stifling, almost frozen. Lu Chenyuan's eyes are bloodshot as he fixates on a long-haired man with silver skull earrings known as Ghostfire, the undefeated champion of Qingli racetrack and tonight's largest gambler. Ghostfire, I bet my lion against you. Just this one round, do you dare? Lu Chenyuan's voice is hoarse with excitement as he slams a silver car key onto a greasy barrel. That ice blue Lion Hypersport was a gift from Lu Chenyuan on his 18th birthday, one of only 7 in the world, valued at tens of millions. It is the most cherished possession of Lu Chenyuan. Oh, has the fourth young master lost his mind? Ghostfire chuckled nonchalantly, spinning the key around his finger. Betting a gift from your elder brother, won't he break your legs if he finds out? Cut the nonsense. Do you dare? Lu Chenyuan roared, his eyes bloodshot with desperation as he lost his sanity. He was on a losing streak, having not only lost all his cash but also the dignity of being a top racer. Since the fourth young master is so sincere, how could I not oblige? Ghostfire's greedy smile reveals his intentions. You know the rules: if you win, I'll return all the money you lost tonight and even give you an extra 5 million. If you lose, this divine beast will belong to me. Deal. Lu Chenyuan agreed without hesitation. The surrounding crowd erupted in excited whistles. They loved watching rich heirs squander their fortunes and end up bankrupt. Just as Ghostfire prepared to pocket the car key, a long bony hand appeared out of nowhere and firmly pressed down on his hand before he could grasp the key. I cancel this bet on his behalf. A calm voice devoid of any emotion cut through the noisy air, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone instinctively turned to follow the voice. They saw a man in a tailored black suit standing behind them without anyone noticing. He stood tall with a handsome face and a demeanor as steady as a mountain, entirely out of place in this chaotic and filthy environment. Simply standing there, his deep, unfathomable eyes scanning the entire room, seemed to lower the temperature of the garage by several degrees. It was Lu Chenyuan. Elder. Brother. The madness and ruthlessness on Lu Chenyuan's face instantly faded, replaced by shock, panic, and a hint of embarrassment at being caught. He instinctively wanted to step back, only to find his legs a bit weak. Ghostfire was also taken aback. He clearly recognized the formidable head of the Lu family in the Jingzhou financial sector. He instinctively withdrew his hand, his playful smile stiffening. Mr. Lu. What brings you here? We were just joking with the fourth young master to lighten the mood. Lu Chenyuan ignored him, his gaze fixed solely on Lu Chenjin. That gaze devoid of anger bore a more oppressive weight than any fiery wrath. It was a profound disappointment, like a cold chisel striking at Lu Chenjin's heart. Come home with me, Lu Chenyuan said, his tone flat but an unyielding command. Lu Chenjin's rebellious spirit resurfaced after a brief panic. He held his head high and shouted, "It's none of your business." Your business. Lu Chenyuan finally turned his gaze to Ghostfire, then swept over the key lying on the barrel, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Betting your dignity here with a gift I gave you. Lu Chenjin, when did you become so ambitious? Lu Chenjin's face turned a mix of green and white at those words, yet he found himself unable to retort. Mr. Lu, please don't be angry, it's all a misunderstanding. Ghostfire hurriedly tried to smooth things over, not daring to offend this true powerhouse. Lu Chenyuan slowly picked up the car key, holding it in his palm, then looked at Ghostfire with calm, unwavering eyes. How much did he lose tonight? 2 million, Ghostfire answered somewhat guiltily. Lu Chenyuan nodded and gestured to Lin Yuan, who was following behind him. Lin Yuan immediately stepped forward, handing over a check. Here is 4 million. Lu Chenyuan placed the check on the barrel and pushed it towards Ghostfire. 2 million is to repay his gambling debt. The other 2 million is for you to keep everything you saw and heard tonight to yourself. From now on I do not want to see my brother's shadow in places like this again. Do you understand? His voice was low, but the weight of his words instantly made Ghostfire break out in a cold sweat. This was not a negotiation, it was an ultimatum. Understood. Mr. Lu, you can rest assured Ghostfire will definitely keep my mouth shut. From now on the fourth young master is my dear brother and I will never let him touch these things again. Ghostfire nodded and accepted the check with the utmost respect. Lu Chenyuan no longer looked at him, simply turning to Lu Chenjin, who was still frozen in place, and said, "Let's go." One word carrying immense weight. Lu Chenjin clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. In the face of his elder brother's absolute authority and oppressive aura, all his rebellion and outcry seemed like a joke. He was left utterly humiliated, his most disgraceful moments witnessed by the person he least wanted to see. Silently, like a defeated beast, he followed Lu Chenyuan, walking out of this place that brought him both downfall and shame under the complex gaze of the crowd filled with awe and sympathy. In the car on the way back, the atmosphere was dead silent. Lu Chenjin kept turning to look at the rapidly retreating neon lights outside, not uttering a word, his jawline taut. Lu Chenyuan also remained silent. It was only when the car pulled into the Lu family mansion and stopped in front of the main house that Lu Chenyuan broke the silence. Why? His voice was calm, revealing no hint of anger or joy. Lu Chenjin trembled slightly, still not turning around, his voice squeezing out from between clenched teeth. There's no reason, I just wanted to play. Wanted to play? Lu Chenyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Playing with your future and your family's trust as stakes. He turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. Lu Chenjin, you are 20 this year, not 10. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You believe no one at home understands you, that no one pays attention to you. Elder brother is busy with the company, second and third brothers each have their own specialties, and only you, like a wealthy heir with nothing to do. So you use racing, this extreme thrill and gambling, to prove your existence right. Lu Chenjin abruptly turned his head, staring intently at Lu Chenyuan, his red-rimmed eyes filled with shock and the embarrassment of being seen through. He never expected that the elder brother he always viewed as high and mighty, who only cared about reports and profits, would know of those dark thoughts he had never shared with anyone. What I gave you was a steed to gallop on the racetrack, not a gambling tool to drag you into the mire. Lu Chenyuan's voice deepened, tinged with a hint of sorrow. If you truly love racing, then participate in professional leagues with dignity, stand on the podium and let the national flag rise for you. Not in this filthy underground garage, squandering your talent and life through a series of bets. Lu Chenjin opened his mouth but found himself unable to utter a single word. The long-standing isolation and rebellion were ruthlessly dissected by his elder brother at this moment, exposing his most fragile core. From tomorrow on, the car keys are confiscated. I will hire the best coaching team for you to undergo systematic professional training. 3 months from now I want to see your name on the registration list for the National Auto Circuit Championship. Lu Chenyuan's tone left no room for debate. If you can't do it, or if I find you touching things you shouldn't, I won't hesitate to break your wings, ensuring you never touch a steering wheel again in your life. Having said that, he opened the car door and got out, leaving Lu Chenjin with a resolute back. Inside the car, Lu Chenjin sat dazed, still echoing his elder brother's last words. Those words were cold and strict, yet like a heavy hammer they shattered the high walls he had built with rebellion and isolation, allowing him to glimpse a completely different path in life for the first time. In the darkness, a drop of scalding liquid slid from the corner of this defiant young man's eye, silently splashing onto the expensive leather seat. The atmosphere in the restaurant the next morning was somewhat delicate. Lu Chenyuan did not appear. It was said that after Lu Mengling personally went upstairs to persuade her, she had stopped crying but remained buried under the covers, refusing to see anyone. At the dining table, only Lu Chenyuan and Lu Chenjin, who had not slept all night and had dark circles under his eyes, were present. Lu Chenjin lowered his head, silently drinking the porridge in his bowl without uttering a word. The words spoken by his elder brother last night were like a brand etched into his heart, leaving him feeling ashamed and shocked, yet also awakening a longing he himself had not even realized. That feeling of being seen, understood, and even having the future mapped out for him was an experience he had never had in 20 years. "Have you made up your mind?" Lu Chenyuan put down his utensils and gently wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, calmly asking. Lu Chenjin tightened his grip on the spoon, still not looking up. "What do you mean? Will you continue to squander your talent underground, or will you step into the spotlight to compete for a true championship?" Lu Chenyuan's tone was devoid of any fluctuation, as if he were merely discussing the weather. Lu Chenjin fell silent for a moment, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Can I really do it?" For the first time his voice lacked the characteristic defiance and instead carried a hint of uncertain fragility. Although underground racing was thrilling, he knew deep down that it was ultimately something that could not be taken seriously. Professional leagues represented another world, one he yearned for yet deliberately avoided due to his rebellious nature. "It's not whether you can or cannot, it's that you must." Lu Chenyuan's gaze fell upon him, carrying an undeniable authority. "The coach I arranged for you is the technical director of the championship team from the previous F1 races hand. Your physical trainer is a retired top expert from the national team. Your logistics team will be equipped to world-class standards." Lu Chenjin suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hand was a legendary figure in the racing world. How many top drivers would find it nearly impossible to get even a word of guidance from him? "You." His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. He had thought his elder brother merely wanted to pull him out of the quagmire to find some random place to keep him in check. He never expected that his brother's intervention would be so powerful, laying down a golden path to the peak for him. "I paved the way for you, but you must walk it yourself." Lu Chenyuan observed his shocked expression, and his tone shifted to something deeper. "Moreover, what I ask of you is not just racing." "What is it?" Lu Chenjin instinctively inquired. Lu Chenyuan's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as if sketching out a blueprint for the future. "Have you ever considered what else besides the driver determines the outcome of a race? The car itself. The engine, chassis, aerodynamics, tires. And data analysis." Lu Chenjin almost blurted it out. These were things deeply engraved in his bones. "Exactly." Lu Chenyuan nodded approvingly. "A few days ago I reviewed a report about new energy vehicles. There is still significant room for improvement in current battery technology and electronic control systems. Racing is the best testing ground for examining the extreme performance of automobiles. Many top civilian technologies are derived from the racetrack." He looked into Lu Chenjin's eyes and spoke each word clearly. "What I need is not merely a champion driver, Lu Chenjin. I need you to become a leader in the future automotive industry of Xia country. Your talent should not only be used to surpass opponents, it should also drive technological innovation. I will establish an independent new energy technology laboratory initially led by you, dedicated to the research and testing of racing technologies. Winning races is your short-term goal. Your ultimate goal is to integrate the technologies we develop into the cars of countless households." The restaurant fell into silence. Lu Chenjin was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, his mind blank. Champion driver. Leader of Xia country's automotive industry. Driving technological innovation. Each of these phrases exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. He had never imagined that his so-called unserious hobby in the eyes of the elders could be linked to such a grand undertaking. He had always thought that his elder brother looked down on him for playing with cars. But now he realized that his brother did not disdain him, rather he believed the level he played at was too low. An unprecedented surge of passion erupted from deep within him, instantly sweeping through his limbs, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. It was a tremendous shiver imbued with a sense of mission and value. I will do it." Lu Chenjin almost shouted those two words, his eyes reddening with excitement. In that moment, all his confusion, rebellion, and unwillingness found an outlet through which they could burn away. Seeing his brother finally ignited with fighting spirit, Lu Chenyuan's lips finally revealed a barely perceptible smile. The most rebellious horse on the chessboard had finally been pulled back into the territory with a clear direction for attack. In the study, Lu Chenyuan stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, watching the gardener in the courtyard beginning to get busy. Lu Chenjin's problem was temporarily resolved, but another deeper, more insidious issue required his immediate attention. That was his father, Lu Mingji.
In the original work, Lu Mingye's infidelity and illegitimate child were the key triggers that crushed Lu Mengling and led the Lu family to lose support from their maternal clan, as well as the breakthrough point for the Li family to sow discord within the Lu family. This hidden danger he must control firmly before it explodes. He dialed Lin Yuan's internal line. "Lin Yuan, help me look into something." "Please go ahead, Mr. Lu." The voice on the other end was always calm and competent. "Check the private account transactions of my father, Mr. Lu Mingyi, for the past 18 years. I need to know where each of his abnormal expenditures over 100,000 yuan went, especially if there are any long-term fixed transfer recipients." Lu Chenyuan's tone was very calm, but the content was enough to shock anyone. Investigating one's own biological father is a taboo in any family. However, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all, even his tone remained unchanged. "Understood. What level of confidentiality is required?" "The highest level. This matter must not be known to a third person besides you and me. Use our most reliable team overseas and do not go through any internal channels of the group." "Okay. I will get you results within 3 days. Thank you for your hard work." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chenyuan's gaze became even deeper. The reason Lu Chenyuan dared to investigate his father was that he clearly understood that the true backbone of this family was never his father but the old man Lu Qingli, who resided far away in the old house, seemingly indifferent to worldly affairs. As for Lu Chenyuan, he was the designated heir chosen by Lu Qingli himself. As long as his actions ultimately aimed to protect the fundamental interests of the Lu family, even such rebellious behavior would only receive tacit approval from the old man. What he needed to do was not to expose but to master. To grasp all the weaknesses that could be exploited by others, and then at the most opportune moment dismantle these bombs in the safest manner. 3 days passed in the midst of busy work. Under the dual pressure of Lu Mengling, Lu Chenyuan was finally sent to the Chuncheon community canteen by the driver, crying and whining to begin her first labor reform in life. Lu Chenyuan seemed like a different person, getting up before dawn every day for physical training and diving into the various materials about automotive engineering and aerodynamics prepared for him by Lu Chenyuan in the afternoon, showcasing astonishing focus and learning ability. On the evening of the third day, Lin Yuan knocked on the door of Lu Chenyuan's office and gently placed an encrypted USB drive on the desk. "President Lu, here is what you requested." Lu Chenyuan nodded, signaling him to sit. He plugged the USB drive into the computer and entered a long, complex password. A meticulously organized financial analysis report appeared on the screen. The report was lengthy, documenting Lu Mingye's complicated expenses over the past 18 years. Investments, collections, social engagements. Most of it aligned with his identity as one of the powerful figures of the affluent family. Lu Chenyuan's gaze quickly scanned through, directly pulling to the last page of the report titled "Summary of Abnormal Capital Flows." A line of bold black text instantly captured his attention. "A personal account named Lu Mei has been receiving a transfer from Mr. Lu Mingye's offshore-related account on the 15th of each month since 18 years ago, with the amount increasing from the initial 50,000 per month to the current 200,000 per month, totaling over 34 million in 18 years. This transfer has never been interrupted and is extremely regular. Lu Mei." Upon seeing this name, Lu Chenyuan's pupils constricted sharply. It was her. In the original work, she was the woman his father kept outside, the one who bore him an illegitimate child. Lu Chenyuan's fingers paused on the mouse for a moment, then he said in a deep voice to Lin Yuan, "I want all the information on Lu Mei: background, education, social relationships, historical addresses. Everything that can be found right now." "It's already prepared." Lin Yuan seemed to have anticipated this question, pulling out a brown paper bag from his briefcase and handing it over. Lu Chenyuan took the bag but did not open it immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Aren't you curious about why I'm investigating this?" "My job is to solve the problems you present, not to become curious about the problems themselves." Lin Yuan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and calmly replied. Lu Chenyuan smiled approvingly. This was precisely why he trusted Lin Yuan so much. He waved his hand, signaling Lin Yuan to step out first. The office door closed gently, leaving Lu Chenyuan alone inside. He took a deep breath, opened the seal of the brown paper bag and pulled out several sheets of paper. The information on Lu Mei was very detailed. The woman in the photograph was nearly 40 years old but well-preserved, exuding charm, yet with an inherent gentle and submissive demeanor, the type that easily inspires a protective instinct in men. Her resume was unremarkable, having grown up in an orphanage, graduated from a vocational high school, and worked as a clerk in several companies. Until Lu Chenyuan's gaze fixated intensely on one line. March 1998, January 1999, employed at the First People's Hospital of Jingzhou as an archive administrator in the logistics department. 1998. The First People's Hospital of Jingzhou. These two pieces of information struck Lu Chenyuan like lightning, instantly cutting through the fog of his memory. He clearly remembered that the original work mentioned that Lu Ruoxi and Lu Chenyuan were born in the fall of 1998 at the First People's Hospital of Jingzhou.
A woman who had been lurking by Lu Mingye's side for over a decade just happened to be working at the hospital where the true and false daughters were born that very year. This was definitely not a coincidence. A terrifying suspicion began to grow wildly in his heart. The original work only stated that the true and false daughters were swapped but never delved into who did it and how. Everyone thought it was an accident, a tragic mistake. But now it seemed that this was not an accident at all but a meticulously planned conspiracy. And Lu Mei was the key executor of this conspiracy. Lu Chenyuan clenched the file in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Could Lu Mei have a connection with the Li family? Lu Chenyuan thought of a possibility, a chilling sensation climbing up his spine. He had always believed that his greatest enemies were the inertia of the plot, the darkening Lu Ruoxi and the ruthless Li Jingchuan. Now it seemed that the targets he needed to deal with required adjustment. Meanwhile, in a top private club in Jingzhou that was not open to the public. In the tea room, wisps of smoke curled up. Lu Mei sat elegantly in front of the tea table, gracefully brewing fine Da Hong Pao. She poured the first infusion over a purple clay teapot, then respectfully handed the second infusion to the man across from her. "Sir, please enjoy the tea." Her voice was gentle but carried an almost unnoticeable tension. The man sitting opposite Lu Mei. He appeared to be in his early 50s with a refined appearance, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, looking more like a university professor. He took the teacup but did not drink. Instead, he held it to his nose and sniffed lightly, saying flatly, "When your heart is disturbed, the taste of the tea will also be off." Lu Mei's body stiffened imperceptibly, then she smiled bitterly. "I apologize, sir. Perhaps I'd become timid after living in comfort for too long." "Oh." The man's lips curled into a playful smile. "So you are afraid?" "I." Lu Mei lowered her eyes, hiding the complex emotions in her gaze. "I just feel that things are fine as they are now, perhaps. We don't need to." "Need to?" The man interrupted her, his smile unchanged, but his gaze instantly turned cold. "Lu Mei, have you forgotten your place? Forgotten the promise you made to me?" Lu Mei's face turned pale in an instant, her body trembling uncontrollably. "I haven't forgotten." "Then that's good." The man's voice was as cold as iron. "Put away those thoughts that shouldn't be yours. This grand play has only just begun." He stood up, walked to Lu Mei's side, gently patted her trembling shoulder, his tone returning to that false gentleness. "Don't be afraid. Everything is proceeding according to plan." Lu Chenyuan's protests ultimately ended in failure. Despite her deep reluctance, no one could defy Lu Chenyuan's authority. Thus, under the comfort of her mother Lu Mangling, Lu Chenyuan reluctantly arrived at the Chunfeng Community Canteen. The Chunfeng Community Canteen is located in an old neighborhood of Jingzhou City, mostly inhabited by retired elderly and migrant workers. The Chunfeng Community Canteen is one of the semi-public projects under the Lu Group. The food is affordable and plentiful, attracting crowds every day. Dressed in a full Chanel ensemble and exquisite high heels, Lu Chenyuan looked out of place in her surroundings. Frowning in distaste, she looked at the greasy tables and chairs and the crowded people in the canteen, feeling a wave of resistance. "Young lady, just stay here for now. Let me know if you need anything." The driver, old Wang, said, cautiously afraid that this little princess of the Lu family would feel wronged. Lu Chenyuan shot him an annoyed glare. "I gotta just go. You annoy me." Old Wang shook his head helplessly and turned to leave the canteen. Lu Chenyuan stood at the entrance, unable to decide whether to go in or retreat. Having lived a life of luxury, how could she endure such a place? Working here felt worse than death. Just when she was hesitating, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron approached her, greeting her warmly. "You must be the young lady from the Lu family. Come in, come in. My surname is Li and I am the person in charge here." Sister Li looked Lu Chenyuan up and down, amazed at her beauty, reminiscent of a star on television. However, her attire was completely mismatched with the canteen's atmosphere. Although Lu Chenyuan felt a million dislikes, her upbringing in a large family still prevailed, forcing a smile as she said, "Hello, Sister Li." Then she followed Sister Li into the canteen. Sister Li took her to the kitchen and pointed at a pile of clean vegetables, saying, "Young lady, you will be responsible for trimming the vegetables today. Just remove the leaves." Lu Chenyuan stared blankly at the pile of green vegetables. Having never touched vegetables in her life, let alone trimmed them. "Sister Li, I can't do this," she said awkwardly. "It's fine, I'll teach you," Sister Li said with a smile, picking up a vegetable and demonstrating, "Look, just remove the yellow and rotten leaves." Lu Chenyuan gritted her teeth and imitated Sister Li, grabbing a vegetable to start trimming. However, her movements were clumsy and she couldn't even clean a single leaf, leaving her hands dirty. "Oh dear, young lady, take it slow, don't rush," Sister Li guided her from the side, secretly sighing. It seemed this young lady truly couldn't do anything. Lu Chenyuan felt wrong. She had been pampered since childhood and had never endured such hardships. Yet, thinking of her older brother Lu Chenyuan's warning, she dared not be lazy and could only grit her teeth and persist. As time passed slowly, Lu Chenyuan felt as if her waist was about to break. She raised her head and saw that more and more people were filling the canteen and the noise only made her more irritated. I'm done. She suddenly threw the vegetables in her hands to the ground, fuming. This kind of work isn't meant for humans. Sister Li was startled and quickly advised, young lady, don't be angry. How about you take a break? Lu Chenyuan completely ignored Sister Li and turned to leave. No way, I can't just let this go. She bit her teeth, secretly deciding to find a helper. In her mind, her fourth brother Lu Chenyuan had always been obedient to her, always indulging her. As long as she acted spoiled and cute, her fourth brother would surely stand by her side and help her fight against her elder brother's tyranny. With this thought, Lu Chenyuan quickly took out her phone and dialed Lu Chenyuan's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Lu Chenyuan's voice sounded a bit tired. Hello Chenyuan, what's up? Fourth brother. Wah. Lu Chenyuan's voice cracked with tears. Elder brother is bullying me. He sent me to this shabby community canteen to be a volunteer. I don't want to. Fourth brother, please help me and talk to elder brother, okay? Let him take me back, I promise I won't make him angry anymore. There was silence on the other end for a moment and Lu Chenyuan's voice sounded hesitant. Chenyuan, I think elder brother is doing the right thing. What? Lu Chenyuan could hardly believe her ears. Fourth brother, what are you saying? Are you actually helping elder brother bully me? Chenyuan, listen to me. Lu Chenyuan sighed. Elder brother is doing this for your own good. You have been too pampered by us since childhood and have no idea what the outside world is like. Volunteering at a community canteen will allow you to meet different people and experience different lives. This is a good thing for you. What good is it? I don't want to experience a different life. I just want to stay at home, wear beautiful clothes and eat delicious desserts. What's wrong with that? Lu Chenyuan's tears flowed uncontrollably. Fourth brother, you've changed. Weren't you the one who spoiled me the most? Now you actually help outsiders bully me. Wah. Chenyuan, I'm not bullying you. Lu Chenyuan's voice carried a hint of helplessness. I just hope you can become better. Moreover, I am really busy now and don't have time to manage your affairs. What are you busy with? Aren't you just playing with your broken race cars? What's so fun about racing? Hanging out with those smelly men all day long. What kind of future is that? Lu Chenyuan's tone suddenly turned cold. Chenyuan, please respect my hobby. Racing is not a broken race car. It is my career that I strive for. Moreover, what I'm doing now is not simply playing with cars, I am contributing to the automotive industry. Automotive industry. Ha ha ha. Lu Chenyuan laughed until tears streamed down her face. Fourth brother, have you been brainwashed by elder brother? Who do you think you are? The automotive industry. Do you think you're an engineer? You're just a second-generation rich kid who knows how to drive. Enough. Lu Chenyuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Lu Chenyuan, can you stop being so childish? Can you be a bit more mature? I don't want to argue with you, just leave it at that. With that, Lu Chenyuan directly hung up the phone. Lu Chenyuan sat there stunned, listening to the beeping sound on the phone. She sat there in a daze, tears flowing like a string of broken pearls continuously falling down. She didn't understand why everyone had changed. Why had her brothers who had always indulged her now stood on elder brother's side? Why did she suddenly feel so alone? Was it really her fault? Should she really obey elder brother's arrangements and do things she did not like? Lu Chenyuan's heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Lu Chenyuan sat in his study, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a dull sound. He clearly remembered that according to the original plot timeline, his second brother Lu Chenyuan was about to face a sudden storm. A seemingly accidental medical incident was in fact a carefully orchestrated conspiracy that pushed Lu Chenyuan to the forefront of public scrutiny, ultimately resulting in his suspension and the end of his career. The incident stemmed from Lu Chenyuan treating a patient who had suffered a sudden car accident. The situation was extremely urgent and there was no time to contact the patient's family, so Lu Chenyuan decisively organized the surgery. However, fate played a cruel trick, perhaps it was destiny, as the surgery ultimately failed. 6 months later, the deceased's family suddenly attacked Lu Chenyuan in the media, accusing him of negligence and unprofessional conduct. The public uproar was deafening, with all sorts of doubts and insults flooding and completely drowning Lu Chenyuan. Afterward, he reviewed the surgery and believed that if the patient had been sent to the hospital a bit earlier, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, Lu Chenyuan knew that the crisis facing the several brothers of the Lu family was not just a personal crisis but rather a conspiracy targeting the entire Lu family. In the original plot, Li Jingchuan took advantage of this opportunity to defame the Lu family and undermine their position in Jingzhou City. Thinking of this, Lu Chenyuan dialed Lin Yuan's number and instructed Lin Yuan arrange for our team to be deployed near Chengxiu's hospital. Closely monitor any recent traffic accidents, especially emergency vehicles heading to Chengxiu's hospital. Lin Yuan immediately replied, understood President Lu, I will arrange it right away. A few days later, the sky over Jingzhou City was gloomy, as if foretelling the impending storm.
An ambulance blaring its siren sped through the congested streets racing toward the Jingzhou First Hospital where Lu Chenyuan was located. Just as the ambulance was about to reach the last intersection of the hospital, a black sedan suddenly darted out from a side road, crashing violently into the ambulance. The tremendous impact made the ambulance shake violently, tilting its body and producing a piercing metal grinding sound. However, what was unexpected was that there was another ambulance behind this one. Days earlier, Lu Chenyuan had anticipated that an accident might occur, so he had arranged for an empty ambulance disguised as a patient transport vehicle to confuse the mastermind behind the scenes. Indeed, the other side fell for the trick. Just as the black sedan crashed into the fake ambulance, the real ambulance smoothly entered Jingzhou First Hospital from another road. At the moment the patient was pushed into the operating room, Lu Chenyuan immediately organized the medical team to initiate emergency rescue. After several hours, the operating room door finally opened. Lu Chenyuan emerged, removing his mask, his face somewhat haggard, yet his eyes shone brightly. When Lu Chenyuan received Lin Yuan's report, he knew that his plan had worked once again. At the same time, Lu Chenyuan became intrigued by the person who had been involved in a car accident and then suffered another accident while being transported to the hospital. In the original plot, this was a victim who was briefly mentioned, but now it was evident that he was targeted. Thinking of this, Lu Chenyuan said to Lin Yuan over the phone, "Investigate this patient." A few days later, Lu Chenyuan held a detailed report on that patient, frowning deeply. The report showed that the victim was named Zhang Qi, not an ordinary car accident victim but a promising lawmaster's graduate who had been dedicated to providing legal assistance to migrant workers, helping them reclaim their unpaid wages. No wonder something went wrong, he was blocking someone else's financial path, Lu Chenyuan realized. The report further revealed that Zhang Qi's car accident occurred because he was representing a massive wage dispute case for migrant workers. The other party was a powerful real estate developer who, in order to quickly resolve the matter, resorted to some unscrupulous means. Shengtian Real Estate. It seems you have already begun to take action. Lu Chenyuan silently sneered. However, this Zhang Qi impressed Lu Chenyuan. Zhang Qi was knowledgeable in law, responsible and principled. Most importantly, Zhang Qi had no background, yet he could advocate for the rights of disadvantaged groups in a place like Jingzhou where power dynamics were so complex. His abilities were undoubtedly impressive. Moreover, this person was not only upright. But Lu Chenyuan had not expected the other party's methods to be so dark. Thinking of this, Lu Chenyuan picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, second brother, how's everything at the hospital lately?" The cold voice of Lu Chenyuan came through the phone. "As usual, everything is normal." "How's Zhang Qi? Was the surgery successful?" Lu Chenyuan asked. "The surgery was very successful, he is no longer in danger." Lu Chengxiu's tone remained flat, but Lu Chenyuan still detected a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction. "That's good." Lu Chenyuan felt relieved. "Chenyuan, thank you for your hard work. I'm hanging up." Lu Chenyuan paused slightly upon hearing Lu Chenyuan's words, then hung up the phone. Lu Chenyuan looked at his phone and shook his head helplessly. This brother was always so aloof. However, he knew that Lu Chenyuan just wasn't good at expressing himself. He actually cared deeply about his family. Thinking of Lu Chenyuan, Lu Chenyuan then thought of Lu Chenyuan. He wondered how his sister, whom he had arranged to experience life at the community canteen, was doing now. Lu Chenyuan sighed silently. Spring Breeze Community Canteen. Lu Chenyuan sat in a corner, listlessly picking at the rice in her bowl. Today's lunch was potato stew with chicken, but she had no appetite at all. Since that day she had quarreled with Lu Chenyuan, she had not contacted her brothers for several days. She felt very wrong, thinking that everyone had betrayed her. "Miss, why are you eating so little? Is the food not to your taste?" Sisterly came over with a plate of food, asking with concern. Lu Chenyuan shook her head and forced a smile. "Sisterly, I'm fine, just a bit tired." "Tired is certainly the case, you have never done this kind of work before," Sisterly said sympathetically. "Why don't you take a break today? I will tell President Lu." "No need." Lu Chenyuan quickly replied, "I'll stick it out. Big brother said I should experience life properly." Sisterly sighed, knowing that this young lady was definitely feeling down. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Miss, how about you don't chop vegetables this afternoon and come with me to deliver meals to the elderly in the community? It would be a change of mood." Lu Chenyuan's eyes lit up. "Great. I've been wanting to go out for a walk." In the afternoon, Lu Chenyuan changed into a comfortable outfit and followed Sisterly, carrying a thermal box, going door to door delivering meals to the elderly in the community. Most of these elderly people were solitary and lived in difficult conditions. When they saw Lu Chenyuan, they were very enthusiastic, grabbing her hands and thanking her repeatedly. "Thank you, miss. You are such a good person. The Lu family has done a great deed. Without this canteen, we old folks wouldn't know what to do. Miss, you are so beautiful. Like a fairy."
Hearing the compliments from the elderly Lu Chenyuan felt warmth in her heart. She suddenly realized that what she was doing was quite meaningful. When she arrived at a dilapidated house, an elderly lady walked out leaning on a cane. "It's you. Come in and sit." The elderly lady warmly invited. Lu Chenyuan and sisterly entered the house, finding it very simple inside with only a few pieces of basic furniture. The elderly lady shakily took out some fruits and candies from the cupboard and handed them to Lu Chenyuan. "Grandma, please don't be so polite, we want eat." Lu Chenyuan quickly said. Take it, take it. This is just a little token of my appreciation." The elderly lady insisted on stuffing the fruits and candies into Lu Chenyuan's hands. Looking at the elderly lady's wrinkled face, Lu Chenyuan felt a sudden pang in her heart. "Grandma, do you live alone?" Lu Chenyuan asked. "Yes, my old partner passed away several years ago and my children all work in other places. They hardly come back once a year," the elderly lady sighed. "Grandma, I will come to see you often from now on." Lu Chenyuan held the elderly lady's hand and said earnestly. "Good, good. I like children like you." The elderly lady smiled broadly. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the Lu family's estate. In the bedroom, only a dim yellow lamp illuminated the scene, casting a somewhat blurry reflection. Luo Mengling sat alone in front of the dressing table, holding an eyebrow pencil yet hesitating to make a mark. In the mirror, her complexion was haggard and there were several fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Over the years, for the sake of the Lu family and her husband, she had invested too much effort and drained too much energy. She hadn't taken the time to dress herself properly for a long time, even forgetting that she was once a woman who cherished beauty. She put down the eyebrow pencil and sighed softly. Recently she had been suffering from insomnia. Every time she closed her eyes, the figure of Lu Mingji and the rumors of his extravagant life outside would emerge in her mind. She tried hard not to think about these things, but she could never control herself. She knew that Lu Mingye's heart was no longer with her. But she didn't know what to do. Divorce. She couldn't bear to part with this home nor with her children. Yet if she continued down this path, how could she face her own life? She picked up a bottle of pills from the table, opened the cap and poured out 2 white tablets. These were the sleeping pills she had been taking recently. Only with the help of these medications could she manage to fall asleep. She placed the tablets in her mouth and swallowed them with a sip of warm water. Just as she was about to get into bed, a knock came from outside the door. Luo Mengling was startled and then replied, "Come in." The door opened and Lu Chenyuan walked in holding a cup of milk. "Mom, you're still awake. I warmed a cup of milk for you, drink it before you sleep," Lu Chenyuan said softly as he approached the bedside. Luo Mengling turned her head and forced a smile at him. "Ah, Yuan, why are you here?" "I'm fine, you should go back to sleep." Lu Chenyuan did not leave but sat down on a chair. "Mom, are you having insomnia again?" Lu Chenyuan asked. Luo Mengling fell silent. Lu Chenyuan sighed. "Mom, I know you've been taking sleeping pills. But these medications are not good for your health. You should try to take them less in the future." Upon hearing the word sleeping pills, Luo Mengling felt as if she had been pricked by a needle. She looked up, her eyes red and filled with confusion. "Ah, Yuan, you." Lu Chenyuan's expression was calm, but there was a hint of unwavering determination in his eyes. "Mom, I've known all along that you don't sleep well every night. Over the years you've taken on too much for the Lu family and have devoted too much energy to someone unworthy. It's time to think about yourself." "Unworthy person? Who are you referring to?" Luo Mengling's voice trembled as if she had realized something yet dared not think too deeply. Lu Chenyuan did not answer directly but said slowly, "Mom, do you remember when you were young? Back then you loved painting, traveling and everything beautiful. But after marrying Lu Mingji, what happened? You trapped yourself in the Lu family, caught in the mundane chores, even imprisoned beside a man who does not love you. You forgot yourself and your dreams." Luo Mengling's body swayed slightly, clutching her chest. She painfully said, "Ah, Yuan, please stop, just stop. I know your father does not love me anymore. But I can't divorce. What will happen to Qianqian? What about the Lu family? Mom." Lu Chenyuan interrupted her, his tone becoming more severe. "Qianqian has grown up, she has her own path to walk. The Lu family won't collapse just because you leave. You think too highly of yourself and others. Have you ever considered whether you truly find happiness in compromising yourself like this?" Luo Mengling fell silent again. She looked at Lu Chenyuan as if seeing her son for the first time. She had always thought that Lu Chenyuan was a steady, understanding child who considered the bigger picture, yet she never expected he would say something like this. "Mom, come back to Qingzhou with me. I mentioned wanting to visit Grandpa last time." Lu Chenyuan walked to her side, gently holding her hand. "Grandpa has missed you and hopes you can live well. Let's go back and see him and you can clear your mind." Luo Mengling lifted her head, looking into Lu Chenyuan's caring eyes. A warm feeling surged within her. She nodded and softly said, okay, we will go back to Qingzhou. Qingzhou, this small city in Jiangnan, is renowned for its gentle landscapes and profound culture. The Luo family is a prestigious family in Qingzhou. Lu Chenyuan sat in the car watching the scenery rush by outside the window. On both sides of the road were lush trees, occasionally passing by several ancient buildings. Yuan, I'm sorry for bothering you this time. Luo Mengling sat beside Lu Chenyuan, her tone laced with a hint of fatigue. Mom, what are you saying? I'm your son. And besides, Grandpa misses you too. Staying for a few days is good. Luo Mengling let out a soft sigh, falling silent as she gazed out the window. Her eyes were somewhat hollow, as if reminiscing. The car slowly drove into the Luo family estate. This was a typical Jiangnan garden-style building with white walls and dark tiles, flying eaves, and a sense of ancient elegance. Luo Zhenhai had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Luo Mengling get out of the car, a kind smile appeared on his face. Mengling, you are finally back. Let Dad have a look. Dad. Luo Mengling's eyes were slightly moist as she stepped forward and embraced Luo Zhenhai. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Luo Zhenhai patted her back, his voice slightly choked. Lu Chenyuan walked up to Luo Zhenhai and respectfully said, Grandpa. Little Yuan is here too. Good. Luo Zhenhai looked Lu Chenyuan up and down, his eyes filled with admiration. A handsome young man, much better than your dad. If Lu Minji had heard this, he would probably be furious. Lu Chenyuan secretly chuckled. Everyone gathered around Luo Mengling as they walked into the Luo family estate. The interior of the estate was also decorated with an ancient elegance, yet it did not lack modern elements. On the walls there were calligraphy and paintings, and on the antique shelves various antiques displayed the Luo family's heritage. Luo Mengling was assigned to stay in the same room she had stayed in when she was at the Luo family. The room's arrangement was still as it had been, as if time had come to a halt here. On the wall hung an ink painting of a blooming peony. This painting was created by Luo Mengling herself years ago and was her favorite work. She stood in front of the painting gazing quietly. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to those days. Back then she was still a naive and carefree girl filled with beautiful aspirations for the future. She loved painting, poetry, and everything beautiful. She once had dreams about marriage. She hoped her husband would be a handsome, talented man and that they could live together in harmony for a lifetime. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. After marrying Lu Minji, she gradually lost herself. She began to revolve around Lu Minji, prioritizing him in everything. She abandoned her hobbies, her career, and even her friends. She gradually became a mere appendage to Lu Minji. Meanwhile, Lu Minji also gradually lost interest in her. He began to stay out at night, speak coldly to her, and even flirt with others outside. Luo Mengling was not unaware of Lu Mingye's changes. She had tried to salvage their relationship and make changes. However, everything she did was in vain. She knew that Lu Minji no longer loved her. Yet she was unwilling to admit this fact. She was still deceiving herself, still fantasizing that Lu Minji would have a change of heart. Her reluctance to divorce was not because she feared losing everything she had. She simply could not bear to part with her children. Mom, what are you looking at? Lu Chenyuan entered the room and saw Luo Mengling lost in thought in front of the painting, asking with concern. Luo Mengling came to her senses, forcing a smile. It's nothing, I just feel that this painting seems to be telling me something. Lu Chenyuan walked to her side and also looked at the peony painting. This painting is indeed beautiful, with delicate brushwork and profound meaning. I painted this when I was young, Luo Mengling said. Back then I was still a carefree girl filled with beautiful aspirations for the future. Now it's the same. Lu Chenyuan said with a smile. Luo Mengling shot him a glare. What are you talking about, you child? I'm speaking the truth, Lu Chenyuan said. Seriously, Mom, you are so outstanding, you shouldn't compromise yourself for someone unworthy. Mom, there are some things you need to think about carefully, Lu Chenyuan said. Our lives are still long, don't live for others. Luo Mengling looked up at Lu Chenyuan. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, a mix of helplessness and confusion. That night Lu Chenyuan and Luo Zhenhai had a lengthy private discussion. After Lu Chenyuan left Luo Zhenhai's study, there was still a hint of shock on Luo Zhenhai's face, evidently surprised by some of his grandson's statements. However, Luo Zhenhai chose to trust his daughter and his grandson. The next day Lu Chenyuan accompanied Luo Mengling to explore Qingzhou City. They visited the ancient city of Qingzhou, exploring the ancient city walls, old streets, and traditional residences. They also went to the Qingzhou Museum to admire the cultural heritage of Qingzhou. At noon they had lunch at a riverside restaurant. The dishes at the restaurant were mainly light but delicious. Luo Mengling enjoyed her meal very much. Mom, do you like it here? Lu Chenyuan asked. I do. Luo Mengling nodded. Qingzhou is a great place with clear mountains and waters, and it's blessed with talented people. Then you should come back often in the future. Lu Chenyuan said. This is also your home. Luo Mangling did not speak but smiled. After all, Lu Chenyuan was a busy person, and the next evening he took a flight back to Jingzhou. Meanwhile, Luo Mangling chose to stay in Qingzhou for a few more days. She began sorting through her old belongings, especially her paintings. She also started talking to her father Luo Zhenhai about past events, reminiscing about beautiful memories. After leaving the Lu family, Luo Mangling seemed to truly be little by little finding herself again. A few days later, at the Jingzhou International Exhibition Center, the venue of the Mo family's new energy project launch, was bustling with excitement. As a prominent business tycoon in Jingzhou, any move made by the Mo family could attract the attention of the entire business community. Moreover, the launch showcased the new energy battery technology developed by the Mo family over many years, drawing countless gazes. Lu Chenyuan, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, stood out among the crowd, appearing particularly tall and impressive. He had not intended to attend this launch. After all, according to the original storyline, his interactions with Mo Qingli should occur much later. Engaging with her too early might trigger unnecessary variables. However, considering the relationship between the two families and the Mo family's influence in Jingzhou, Lu Chenyuan ultimately decided to attend in person. If he didn't go, it might lead Mo Qingli to think he was intentionally neglecting her, potentially causing unnecessary trouble. Lu Chenyuan wove through the crowd, occasionally greeting familiar business partners. Yet his gaze was constantly searching for a particular figure, Mo Qingli, the woman who had caused him immense guilt and frustration in the original storyline. Soon Lu Chenyuan spotted Mo Qingli among the crowd. She wore a light blue professional outfit that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her exquisite features appeared even more radiant under the bright lights. She stood on stage confidently discussing the Mo family's latest new energy battery technology. Her voice was clear and melodious, filled with confidence, and every gesture exuded a unique charm. Lu Chenyuan stood quietly at the foot of the stage, watching the radiant Mo Qingli, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He knew that the woman before him was far from a mere decorative figure. She possessed extraordinary wisdom and courage, truly a strong woman. In the original storyline, had it not been for his obsession with Lu Chenyuan that led to his neglect of Mo Qingli's feelings, perhaps the fate of the Lu family would have changed as well. Lu Chenyuan listened attentively to Mo Qingli's presentation, but gradually his brow furrowed. He noticed a fatal flaw in the thermal design of the new energy battery technology being launched by the Mo family. This flaw matched the parameters of a new energy vehicle explosion incident he had been involved in during his past life. If this issue was not resolved promptly, it could lead to serious safety accidents once the product hit the market. Thinking of this, Lu Chenyuan unhesitatingly walked to the nearby resting area, took a piece of paper and a pen from a waiter, and quickly wrote down a line. Reduce capacity by 15 under 37C for safety. After finishing, Lu Chenyuan folded the note and found an Mo family staff member whispering, "Please pass this note to President Mo." The staff member looked at Lu Chenyuan with some confusion, but upon seeing his extraordinary demeanor nodded and accepted the note, even though he didn't recognize him. After Mo Qingli left the stage, the staff member delivered the note to her. At that moment, Lu Chenyuan quietly exited the venue. He did not want to have too much contact with Mo Qingli. In fact, he felt a subtle resistance to engaging with her. At Jingzhou First Hospital, in a high-level ward, Lu Chenyuan sat in front of the hospital bed looking at Zhang Qi, who lay pale on the bed, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Zhang, how are you feeling now?" Lu Chenyuan asked softly. Zhang Qi opened his eyes slightly, saw Lu Chenyuan, and offered a weak smile. "President Lu, what brings you here?" "I'm fine, just feeling a bit weak." "You have sustained serious injuries and need to rest well," Lu Chenyuan said. "I have arranged for the best doctors and nurses to take care of you, so you don't need to worry." "Thank you, President Lu," Zhang Qi said gratefully. "Don't mention it," Lu Chenyuan waved his hand. "I'm here to discuss a few matters with you." "Please go ahead, President Lu," Zhang Qi replied. Lu Chenyuan instructed Lin Yuan to take a document from his briefcase and handed it to Zhang Qi. "This is the investigation report regarding the car accident you encountered. Please take a look. This report will provide insights," Lu Chenyuan added. Zhang Qi took the document and began to read it carefully. As he read, his expression grew increasingly grim. Shengtian Real Estate. They actually. Zhang Qi clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with rage. "I have investigated thoroughly. Your car accident was not an accident but a deliberate act." Lu Chenyuan said, "Moreover, the intention behind this was not merely to injure you but to eliminate you completely." Zhang Qi inquired angrily, "Why would they do this?" "Because you obstructed their financial interests," Lu Chenyuan explained. "The labor wage dispute case you are representing involves a substantial amount of money. Shengtian Real Estate is willing to resort to unscrupulous means to settle this matter swiftly." "I never expected them to be so ruthless," Zhang Qi said in distress. "The methods employed by the other party are far darker than you can imagine," Lu Chenyuan stated. "The first car accident you encountered was merely a warning. The second accident outside the hospital was undoubtedly an attempt by the perpetrators to use your death to drag Lu Chenyuan down with them. Hearing Lu Chenyuan's words, Zhang Qi was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Although he had sensed that his car accident was suspicious, he never imagined that someone wanted his life. Moreover, the conspiracy even involved Lu Chenyuan's brother. Without Lu Chenyuan's prior arrangements, Zhang Qi feared he would have already perished. Thus Lu Chenyuan had saved Zhang Qi's life. President Lu I. Zhang Qi was so moved he could barely speak. "You don't need to say anything, I understand your feelings," Lu Chenyuan replied. "You are a person of integrity and responsibility. I do not wish for you to abandon your ideals because of this matter. But in my current state I am afraid." Zhang Qi hesitated. "You don't need to worry," Lu Chenyuan interrupted him. "I have arranged everything for you. Your future safety will be my responsibility. As for your previous legal aid work, you can arrange for someone you trust to take over. In the future you can rely on the Lu family and trust that your legal aid team will be able to operate more effectively." "President Lu, are you implying?" Zhang Qi asked excitedly. "I would like to invite you to work for me." Lu Chenyuan said with a smile, "I value your abilities and character. I need absolutely reliable people to work for me. I am willing." Zhang Qi responded without hesitation. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the protection of the Lu family, he could not only escape danger but also continue his beloved career in legal aid. More importantly, he could offer more support and help to those in need. "Very good," Lu Chenyuan nodded in satisfaction. "From now on you will temporarily learn alongside Lin Yuan." "Yes, President Lu." Zhang Qi replied respectfully. Lu Chenyuan looked at Zhang Qi with a sense of anticipation in his heart. Talented individuals with principles are scarce resources in today's society. In Jingzhou, at the Li family residence, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the study. Li Xiujin sat in an armchair, his hands fiddling with two glossy walnut beads, producing a dull clinking sound. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at his son Li Jinchuan standing before him, his gaze filled with a hint of scrutiny and calculation. "I want you to go to Anha County and handle a small matter." Li Xiujian's tone was flat, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Li Jinchuan slightly bowed, his expression respectful, but deep within his eyes lay a trace of impatience. He disliked the feeling of being treated like a pawn, even if the person was his father. "Please go on, father." "At Anha No. 1 high school there is a senior girl named Yi Ruoshi." Li Xiujian spoke slowly, emphasizing the words coincidental encounter. Li Jinchuan, being exceptionally intelligent, immediately understood his father's intentions. However, he felt somewhat confused as to why his father would be interested in a girl from a remote area. Could it be that this girl has something special about her? Is father intending for me to perform a hero-saving beauty act? A mocking smile appeared on his lips that's rather cliched. Cliched but effective, Li Xiujian snorted coldly. "Especially for a girl who has lacked affection since childhood, is sensitive and yearns to be protected, the effect would be exceptional. Moreover, this Yi Ruoshi has a poor family background but excels academically. Such a person is bound to be both proud and self-abased, her heart undoubtedly lonely and guarded. At such times a perfectly timed rescue can plant a seed in her heart." Li Xiujian set down the walnuts and pulled out a photograph from the drawer, sliding it across to Li Jinchuan. The photograph was clearly taken secretly. The girl in it, Yi Ruoshi, appeared cold and stubborn. "This girl is key to our future plans against the Lu family." A sinister gleam flickered in Li Xiujian's eyes. "I've already arranged everything. Once you reach Anha, wait along the route she takes home after school. At that time some thugs will come to trouble her, and your task is to appear at the most critical moment." Li Jinchuan picked up the photograph, lightly stroking the girl's slender cheek with his fingertip. He admitted that the girl named Yi Ruoshi had something in her gaze that intrigued him, a defiant wildness. Though he looked down upon such an old-fashioned script, his father was right. Against the Lu family, no available pawn should be overlooked. "I understand, father." Li Jinchuan tucked the photograph away, nodding slightly. "I will handle it well." Watching his son depart, Li Xiujian picked up the walnuts again, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. Years ago, Lu Chenyuan allied with several prominent families, bringing the Li family down from their status as a top-tier clan to what it is now. The time has come for the Lu family to repay their debts. Lu Chenyuan, the demise of the Lu family will begin with your eldest son and his family. Anha County No. 1 High School. The school bell rang, shattering the silence of the campus with the raucous noise of youth. As usual, Lu Ruoshi packed her bag and walked out of the classroom in silence. However, just as she reached the entrance of the teaching building, a familiar figure chased after her. "Ruoshi, wait for me." It was Su Yang. Lu Ruoshi paused and turned to look at him, her bright eyes filled with confusion. "Aren't you going to the computer city for your part-time job today?" The boss had something to do today and closed early." Su Yang's eyes flickered, unable to meet her gaze. It was a poor excuse. Earlier that afternoon he had received a call from the subordinates of a mysterious man from Jingzhou. The voice on the line was straightforward and serious, informing him that they had detected someone secretly investigating Yi Ruox's whereabouts and instructed him to accompany her home in the coming days. To facilitate Su Yang's recognition, they had even sent him a photograph. The man in the picture was handsome yet sinister. Li Jinchuan. Su Yang had no idea who these people were, but he understood that he was now Yi Ruox's first line of defense. "Let me walk you home." Su Yang stepped beside her, his tone carrying an insistence that brooked no refusal. Lu Ruoxi glanced deeply at him. She was perceptive, noticing that Su Yang was acting unusually today. But since he chose not to speak, she also refrained from asking. Everyone has their own secrets. Besides, she knew that despite his frail appearance, Su Yang was indeed very reliable. He was also one of the few sources of warmth she had felt over the past few years. "All right," she responded softly as a form of tacit consent. The two walked side by side on the way home, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. The roads in the urban village were intricate, and one shortcut alley was a necessary route for Lu Ruoxi to take home every day. It was dark and damp here, with the walls on either side covered in chaotic graffiti. Just as they entered the alley, an unexpected turn of events occurred. At the end of the alley, three shady youths suddenly jumped out. With colorful dyed hair, torn jeans, and cigarettes dangling from their mouths, they blocked the two with malevolent expressions. The leader with yellow hair let out a lewd whistle, brazenly sizing up Lu Ruoxi. "Hey, little sister, you look quite pretty. School's out. Want to come play with the older brothers?" Lu Ruox's face instantly turned cold, and she instinctively took a half step back, reaching into her bag to grasp the heavy pen that Lu Chenyuan had given her. Su Yang immediately stepped forward, firmly shielding Lu Ruoxi behind him, his thin back standing tall. "What do you want?" His voice trembled slightly from tension, yet his gaze was exceptionally resolute. Lu Ruoxi looked at Su Yang, who stood in front of her, also slender and somewhat trembling, yet extraordinarily determined. At that moment, Lu Ruoxi suddenly felt that Su Yang was truly a very good boy. In the past, Lu Ruoxi struggled just to eat every day, focused solely on studying, aiming to enter university, dreaming of leaving this place of suffering, daring not to wish for anything else. Since receiving support from the Lu group, everything had begun to move in a positive direction. Perhaps in the future she could try other things in life. The yellow-haired boy was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Yang. The instructions they received hadn't mentioned that this girl had a protector by her side. But seeing that Su Yang was just a frail student, he sneered disdainfully. "Kid playing hero. You should know your own weight. Wise up and scram, or you'll get beaten up too." "Exactly, mind your own business," chimed in the green-haired one. Su Yang remained silent, forming an insurmountable barrier with his body. The yellow-haired boy, seeing this, immediately flew into a rage, tossing the cigarette butt to the ground and snarled, "You're asking for it. Brothers, let's take him down first." The three of them grinned viciously and lunged at Su Yang simultaneously. Lu Ruox's heart raced, ready to stab the nearest person with her pen. However, just as the fists of the three thugs were about to strike Su Yang, a swift sound pierced the air. Two shadows dashed over from the other end of the alley like wraiths. Their movements were as swift as lightning, agile and decisive in their strikes. A few muffled thuds and the sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. In less than 5 seconds, those three once arrogant thugs were now curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Everything happened so quickly that Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang barely caught a glimpse of how the two had struck. The alley fell silent, leaving only the groans of the thugs. The attackers were two young men dressed in ordinary jackets, unremarkable in appearance, the kind that would blend into a crowd without a trace. One of them walked up to Su Yang, nodded at him, then took out his phone and skillfully dialed the police. "Hello, is this 110? This is the alley at No. 3, Guangming Road in the urban village. There are 3 armed robbers who have been subdued by us. Please send someone to handle it." His tone was as calm as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters. Lu Ruox's vigilance towards these suddenly appearing good Samaritans not only did not diminish but intensified. What a coincidence. Their appearance was too timely, their skills far too professional, and their handling of the situation too composed. They were definitely not ordinary bystanders. She turned to Su Yang, her cold gaze seeming to pierce through him. "Su Yang, who are they? Do you know them?" Su Yang's cheeks flushed instantly, his gaze evasive as he stammered, They are my friends I met at the computer city." "Friends?" Lu Ruox's tone held a hint of suspicion. What a coincidence. "Yis." Su Yang dared not meet her eyes any longer and could only force himself to continue lying. "I helped them with a big favor before, and they said they wanted to repay me." At that moment, one of the men in black seemed to have finished handling the situation and approached, saying, "Su Yang, the matter is resolved, we will be leaving now. You should head home quickly and stay safe." After saying that, he exchanged a glance with his companion, showing no signs of hesitation, and swiftly turned, vanishing around the corner of the alley. Lu Ruoxi watched their departing figures, frowning deeply, lost in thought. She didn't believe Su Yang's words.
These individuals seemed more like professionally trained bodyguards. Was it that man named Lu Chenyuan who arranged this? What else did his so-called investment include? Meanwhile, several hundred meters away on a main road, a black Audi A6 was honking impatiently. In front of his car, a three-wheeled fruit cart had inexplicably overturned, oranges and apples rolling everywhere, completely blocking the already narrow road. A middle-aged woman was sitting on the ground crying loudly, arguing with the fruit vendor while a crowd gathered around, causing a complete traffic jam.
Damn it!
Li Chenyuan muttered under his breath, glancing at his watch. According to the time given by his father, he should have arrived at that alley 30 minutes ago. Now he feared it was already too late. What he didn't know was that in a corner out of his sight, a man wearing a baseball cap was quietly reporting through an earpiece. The target has been successfully intercepted and is expected to be delayed by more than 30 minutes.
Repeat, the target has been intercepted.
This seemingly random street dispute was a masterpiece of Lu Chenyuan's subordinates. Simple, effective, and without raising any suspicion.
By the time Li Chenyuan finally escaped the traffic jam and hurried to that alley, it had already returned to tranquility.
The alley was deserted with only a few cigarette butts remaining on the ground, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and damp mildew. In the distance, the sound of police sirens faded away, seemingly narrating what had just occurred here.
He was late.
Someone had called the police and rescued the girl named Yiruwashi. Li Chenyuan slammed his fist on the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. A sense of frustration from having his plans disrupted ignited a surge of anger within him.
Was it an accident?
Or was someone secretly obstructing him? He took out his phone and dialed his father's number.
I failed. He was succinct.
On the other end, Li Chenyuan remained silent for a few seconds before asking in a dark tone what happened.
There was an accident on the road and I got blocked.
Li Chenyuan frowned. When I arrived, the police had just taken someone away. It seems someone had called the police. In Qingzhou, in the top-level office of the Lu Group, Lu Chenyuan had just concluded a multinational video conference when Ling Yuan knocked and entered.
President Lu, we just received news from Anha County.
Ling Yuan handed over a briefing. Everything is going smoothly.
Lu Chenyuan took the briefing and quickly skimmed through it. Li Chenyuan was successfully intercepted and the target is safe. The 3 suspects have been taken away by the local police.
In the preliminary interrogation, they admitted to being paid for their services but did not know who their employer was only contacting through a disposable phone number.
Have we traced the source of that number? Lu Chenyuan asked. Yes, it was an anonymous black card and the trail ends there.
However, according to our surveillance of the Li family, Li Chenyuan indeed set out for Anha this afternoon.
It must be him.
Lu Chenyuan placed the briefing on the table, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes that old fox Li Chenyuan can no longer hold back. From the moment I decided to keep Lu Ruwashi safe, I knew I would inevitably cross paths with the Li family's forces ahead of the original plot. I just didn't expect their moves to be so swift and their methods as despicable as ever.
President Lu, what shall we do next? Lin Yuan asked. Do we need to strengthen our forces in Anha?
No need. Lu Chenyuan shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. The bait has been set. It's just a matter of when the fish will take the hook again. It's better to lure the snake out of its hole than to guard against thieves for 1,000 days.
He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below.
Lin Yuan informed Zhang Qi to pay more attention to collecting some dirt on Shengtian real estate recently.
Shengtian real estate?
Lin Yuan was puzzled. Does this have anything to do with the Li family?
Not right now, but it will soon.
Lu Chenyuan's gaze was as deep as the ocean. I remember that Li Xiujian's brother-in-law seems to hold a high executive position at Shengtian real estate, right?
Lin Yuan's heart jolted, instantly understanding Lu Chenyuan's intentions. The president was about to take the initiative. I understand, President Lu. I will arrange it immediately.
Watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, Lu Chenyuan's gaze returned to the distance.
Li Chenyuan, your script is too cliché. Since you want to play, I'll indulge you. But this time I will set the board and I will write the rules.
In Anha County, within an inconspicuous budget hotel, Li Chenyuan paced restlessly in his room, a shadow of gloom clouding his handsome face. The frustration of a failed plan gnawed at his usual pride like a venomous snake.
Just then the door was violently knocked on with a loud bang bang bang. Who is it? Li Chenyuan asked warily.
A coarse male voice came from outside. Young Master Li, it's us.
Can we come in to talk? Li Chenyuan's expression darkened as he recognized the voice.
It belonged to the leader of the thugs he had hired for a show yesterday, a local ruffian known as Biaogu. He opened the door to find Biaogu blocking the entrance with 4 or 5 rough-looking men, all wearing insincere smiles.
Young Master Li, you've really made quite a move.
Biaogu entered the room and casually sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. We agreed it was just a show to scare a few people. But you went ahead and sent 3 of my brothers to the police.
This isn't proper, is it? Li Jinchuan's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, but he managed to suppress it. A powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. He did not want to stir up unnecessary trouble here. That was an accident, he said coldly. The police showed up suddenly. I had no way out. Accident. Diaogo sneered, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. I don't care if it was an accident. My men went in, so they need to be bailed out. This amount of money plus compensation for my brother's mental anguish and a hush fee is your responsibility. Otherwise, if word gets out that a rich young master from Jingzhou was caught in a trap in Anha County, it won't sound good. Blatant extortion. Li Jinchuan clenched his fists tightly at his sides, his knuckles cracking. He had never endured such humiliation. Yet he knew that Diaogo was the kind of scoundrel capable of anything. If this escalated, his father's plans would be ruined. Name your price, he squeezed out through clenched teeth. Diaogo grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and held up 5 fingers. 500,000. Not a penny less. Consider it a lesson learned for you, young Master Li. Li Jinchuan stared at him intently, but ultimately pulled out a card from his wallet and tossed it on the table. The password is 6/8. Take the money and get lost, and make sure to keep your mouth shut. Got it. Young Master Li, you're straightforward. Diaogo picked up the card, stood up proudly, and left with his men. As the door closed, Li Jinchuan could no longer suppress his fury and kicked over the coffee table in front of him. The sound of shattering glass echoed in the room, mirroring the shattered pride within him. Was there someone behind the scenes causing this disruption? This question lingered in Li Jinchuan's mind, refusing to fade away. Meanwhile, on the other side, since the terrifying day in the alley, Lu Ruozai's life seemed to return to normal, yet her heart was rippling with layers of unease. She no longer pressed Su Yang for answers, knowing that she would get no results. Su Yang's eyes had already told her everything. He was hiding something, but not with malicious intent. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would grow wildly. Lu Ruoshi became even more vigilant and sensitive than before. On her way to and from school, she would subconsciously observe her surroundings. That black Santana parked at the street corner unmoved for 3 days, the strange man who bought the same newspaper at the school gate every day but never looked at it, even the wild cat downstairs, which used to fear nothing, now kept its distance upon seeing her. These trivial details formed an invisible net that enveloped her. She understood that someone was secretly protecting, or rather watching her. The man who offered her a bright future, Lu Chenyuan, had a far more complex investment than just a contract. She felt like a pawn on his chessboard, every move carefully arranged. This feeling made her uneasy, yet she felt powerless to change it. Because she knew that she was too weak now. Weak enough to not even have the right to know the whole truth. All she could do was strive to become stronger, strong enough to control her own destiny. That afternoon after school, Su Yang waited again at the classroom door. Over the past few days, this seemed to have become a silent agreement between them. The two always walked home one after the other, but the atmosphere was filled with more silence than before. Su Yang hesitated several times, his clear face displaying a mix of entanglement and torment. Finally, as they reached the familiar alleyway, he stopped, summoned his courage, and said, "Ruoshi." Lu Ruoshi also stopped, turned around, and quietly looked at him. Her clear eyes held no probing, only calmness, as if waiting for him to make a decision. "About that day. I lied to you." Su Yang's head lowered, his voice tinged with guilt. "They are not friends I met in the computer city." Lu Ruoshi remained silent, simply listening quietly. "I want to protect you, and that's the truth." Su Yang lifted his head, gazing earnestly at her, his eyes reflecting the purest determination and commitment of youth. "I can't disclose their origins, I promised someone else. But they mean no harm, they are just protecting you." Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting mottled shadows on him, making him appear sincere and open. "Ruoshi, I know you are smart and have probably guessed a lot. I just hope you won't overthink things or be afraid. All you need to do now is focus on your studies, get into Jingzhou University, and explore a broader world. Then become stronger so that no one can dictate your life." Su Yang's voice paused, carrying a tone of solemn promise. "No matter what happens in the future, I will walk alongside you. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side." Lu Ruozai's heart felt as if it had been gently nudged by something. For 18 years, Su Yang was the first to believe that she could change her own fate and take control of her destiny. He was also the first to say protection and companionship to her. She looked at the sunny and resolute young man before her, seeing the sincerity and determination in his eyes. The taut string in her heart quietly relaxed at this moment. Indeed, what is the meaning of entangling oneself with things one cannot control? Rather than guessing anxiously in the fog, it's better to grasp the tangible light in front of her. Moreover, if there is someone like this walking alongside her on the road to the future, it wouldn't be so bad after all. Lu Ruozai's tightly furrowed brows slowly eased, and a faint but real smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. "I understand now.
She spoke softly, her voice not loud but clear enough for Su Yan to hear. Then she waved her hand.
Let's go home. Su Yan was taken aback. Did you not say you would stand by my side?
Lu Rua, she smiled gently. Su Yan looked at the smiling Lu Rua. She quickly walked to her side and they walked together side by side. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the two youths stretched long and intertwined, blending into one another. In Jingzhou, with the Chunfeng community, the afternoon sun filtered through the old glass windows, casting mottled shadows in the community canteen filled with moisture. The air was permeated with the simple yet warm aroma of large pots of rice mixed with the sounds of chopping vegetables, the clatter of spatulas against iron pans, and the hearty laughter of the loud aunties, forming a symphony rich in the essence of life. Lu Chenyuan stood before a massive stainless steel sink, a fine sheen of sweat beading on her forehead. The once brand new Chanel suit she wore had long been tucked away in the depths of the wardrobe, replaced by a somewhat faded blue work apron. Her delicate hands, which had never before touched anything as mundane as water, now clumsily grasped a potato, peeling it awkwardly with a knife. Her movements were far from nimble, as the uneven pressure made the potato peel uneven, and several times she nearly nicked her fingers. A month ago, if someone had told her that she would be working in a place like this doing tasks she believed were meant for servants, she would have thought that person was insane. The first week had been nothing short of a hellish torment for Lu Chenyuan. She wanted to lash out daily, to smash everything in her hands, and to cry as she ran home to question her brother why he was so cruel to her. Every time she caught a whiff of cooking oil, she felt nauseated. Every time she touched a greasy dish, she wanted to scream.
However, Lu Chenyuan's attitude was as resolute as an immovable iceberg.
He froze all her cards, took back her car keys, and even ignored the pleas of their mother Lu Mengling.
She was completely isolated, with no choice but to comply.
Be careful, Chenyuan, don't get distracted and hurt your hand. Aunt Wan, who was quickly chopping cabbage nearby, noticed her daze and kindly reminded her.
Aunt Wan was a longtime employee at the canteen, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman with a loud voice.
At first, like everyone else, she was puzzled and slightly repelled by this pampered young lady who came to experience life in her designer clothes. But as she watched Lu Chenyuan go from initial resistance to gritted perseverance and now to quietly working away, that repulsion gradually transformed into an indescribable fondness. Got it, Aunt Wan? Lu Chenyuan snapped back to reality, forcing a somewhat weary smile. This month of transformation had not fundamentally changed her, but like a file it had slowly worn down the sharp, inappropriate arrogance and petulance she possessed. She learned to distinguish between different types of vegetables, how to efficiently wash mountains of dishes, and even managed to navigate through the bustling crowd while carrying heavy trays during the busiest times. These skills were of no use to her, yet after each exhausting day of labor they gave her an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She was no longer the Lu family princess who could have everything just by acting cute. She had become an ordinary kitchen helper who earned her meals through her own labor. In the morning she still had to go to school, although her mind was long gone from those courses that were far too simple for her. In the afternoon she would arrive punctually at the community canteen. And in the evening she was met with the family tutoring team that Lu Chenyuan personally arranged for her, guiding her through a curriculum dubbed the Youth Leader Independence Program, covering finance, law, sociology, public relations, and other fields she had never heard of before. Her life was packed full, spinning like a high-speed top with no time for a breath or a stray thought. All right, today's meals are nearly ready," said Sister Li, the canteen head, clapping her hands and calling out, "Chenyuan, today you're coming with me to deliver meals to a few elderly residents living in the Qingli community." "Okay, Sister Li," Lu Chenyuan responded, taking off her damp gloves and drying her hands. She had previously accompanied Sister Li to deliver meals to the elderly who had difficulty moving. Compared to working in the back kitchen, she actually preferred this job, as it at least allowed her to briefly escape the greasy environment. Together with Sister Li, she loaded the packed thermos containers onto the somewhat worn electric tricycle and headed towards the Qingli community. Qingli, a name that sounds filled with warmth, yet is in reality one of the oldest communities in Jingzhou. Most of the buildings here were constructed in the 1980s. The walls were peeling and crumbling, the hallways cluttered with debris, and the air perpetually carried a damp, musty odor, a stark contrast to the Lu family manor, which was always temperate and fragrant with flowers, as if they were two different worlds. Lu Chenyuan carried two heavy thermos containers, following Sister Li as they climbed the 5 floors of a residential building without an elevator. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" came a frail elderly voice from inside. "Grandpa Chen, it's the community canteen bringing you your meal," Sister Li called out loudly. The door slowly opened a crack, revealing a face lined with wrinkles. Seeing Sister Li, Grandpa Chen's murky eyes lit up with a hint of a smile. "Ah, it's little Li, please come in." Lu Chenyuan followed inside, and a strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine assaulted her senses. The room was small and sparsely furnished, with the only appliance being an old 14-inch television. A middle-aged woman with a troubled expression sat by the bed, using a towel to wipe down another elderly person lying on the bed. Upon seeing them enter, she merely nodded tiredly as a greeting. "Sister Zhao here again to see your old Zhang." Sister Li placed the food container on the table and asked familiarly. "Yes," replied the woman known as Sister Zhao, sighing, her eyes instantly reddening. "He's worried, and I'm worried too." "What kind of situation is this?" A perfectly fine person reduced to this state.
Lu Chenyuan placed the other food container down, curiously glancing at the emaciated old man on the bed.
His eyes were tightly shut and his chest rose and fell weakly as if he were in a deep slumber.
Grandpa Chen took the food container and sighed as well. Those scumbags from Qingli real estate, they're utterly despicable. They've caused people to suffer like this and won't even cover the medical expenses. Is there no law left? Qingli real estate. Upon hearing this familiar name, Lu Chenyuan's heart skipped a beat.
Her brother had mentioned this company to Assistant Lin a few days prior.
Her attention was immediately piqued.
Sister Zhao seemed to have found an outlet for her grievances, her tears streaming down her face as she began to recount her woes in fragmented sobs.
My old Zhang worked for Qingli real estate, a lifelong bricklayer renowned for his skill.
3 months ago, due to non-compliant scaffolding at the construction site, he fell from the 3rd floor and has had to spend the rest of his life in bed.
We went to find Qingli real estate and they spoke sweetly, saying they would take responsibility.
But as soon as we turned our backs, they presented a contract saying my old Zhang was not their formal employee but had signed with some labor company telling us to go find them. But that labor company is just a shell company. After the incident, they vanished without a trace. We tried to sue, but how could we ordinary people stand against such a big listed company? They hired the best lawyers in Jingzhou, and just the process of dragging out the lawsuit is enough to exhaust us. Sister Zhao's voice was filled with despair and helplessness, each word piercing Lu Chenyuan's heart like a needle. From a young age, Lu Chenyuan's world was filled only with flowers, applause, and luxury goods. She knew that there were poor people in the world, but that was merely a vague and distant concept, like a symbol seen in television news. This was her first time so vividly and so closely touching upon the tragic plight of a family crushed by capital. It was not merely a symbol, it was a living person, a shattered family, a struggle for 3 meals a day and a tomorrow devoid of hope. Later, a kind lawyer named Zhang Qi offered to help us with our lawsuit for free. Old Chen added from the side, his voice filled with indignation, Lawyer Zhang is a good person. For our case, he ran around collecting a lot of evidence, and just when we were about to have hope. But just a week before the hearing he had a car accident and is still lying in the hospital, uncertain if he is alive or dead.
Zhang Qi. Lu Chenyuan's pupils constricted suddenly.
She had heard her brother mention this name. So this was the person involved in that case.
Isn't that right?
Sister Zhao wiped her tears with the back of her rough hand.
Now we have completely lost hope.
The medical bills are rising day by day, our family savings have long been exhausted, and we have borrowed from all our relatives and friends. If it weren't for the community canteen and kind people like you helping us, my daughter and I would probably have starved to death long ago.
Lu Chenyuan could hardly hear the rest of her words.
Her mind was a cacophony. Before her was Sister Zhao's face carved with grooves from tears and time, the faint sound of the patient's labored breathing in her ears, and the strong inescapable scent of traditional Chinese medicine, and the smell of poverty in her nostrils.
An unprecedented mix of emotions encompassing shock, sympathy, and overwhelming anger erupted within her like a volcano.
It turned out that beneath the glamorous facade of the bustling metropolis of Jingzhou lay such shocking darkness and injustice. It turned out that behind those business projects, which were just numbers and profit points in the mouths of her father and uncles, were countless individuals like old Zhang who paid the price with their blood, sweat, and even lives, only to be casually discarded. It turned out that the price of a piece of clothing or a handbag she owned was enough to give a family like that a glimmer of hope in their despair. For the first time, she strongly questioned and felt an inexplicable sense of shame about her past extravagant lifestyle, where money was spent as if it were dirt.
On the way back to the Lu family estate, Lu Chenyuan was silent.
The driver, seeing her dazed expression in the rearview mirror, dared not ask any further questions. Outside the car window was the vibrant city night scene with towering buildings and flickering neon lights.
Yet all of this appeared unbearably glaring and false to Lu Chenyuan.
She felt as though her world had been violently torn open, leaving a massive chasm. On one side of the chasm was the golden cage she had inhabited, meticulously crafted and ignorant of the sufferings of the world. On the other side was the reality she had only begun to glimpse today, filled with struggle, blood, tears, and despair. Upon returning home, she didn't go to take a shower to wash away the fatigue and the smell of oil as usual, but headed straight to the study on the 2nd floor.
Knock, knock, knock. She tapped on the door. Come in.
Lu Chenyuan's calm voice came from inside.
Lu Chenyuan pushed the door open and entered. Lu Chenyuan was sitting behind a large mahogany desk looking at a document.
He looked up and upon seeing Lu Chenyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The sister before him was different from usual. She did not complain or act spoiled. Her eyes, which usually held a hint of spoiled defiance, were now filled with a complex and heavy emotion he had never seen before.
Elder brother. Lu Chenyuan spoke, her voice a bit hoarse.
Whom?
Lu Chenyuan put down the document, leaned back slightly and looked at her, signaling her to continue.
Today I went to deliver food to a worker named Master Zhang. Lu Chenyuan's hands clenched into tight fists at her sides as if she were trying to calm her emotions. He used to be a worker for Qingli real estate, but he fell from a building and is now paralyzed.
Tian Real Estate, however, has shirked responsibility and refuses to provide compensation. Now his family is even struggling to eat. She hurriedly finished explaining the matter, her chest heaving violently and her eyes reddening. They are so pitiful, elder brother. A hint of choking filled her voice. That company Tian Real Estate, how can they be so cruel? That is a life. How can they just ignore it? This was no longer the kind of grievance feigned for gifts in the past, but a heartfelt pure indignation and injustice. Lu Chenyuan listened quietly, and a subtle hint of relief flashed in his deep eyes. He knew that the small stone he had thrown into the fish tank had finally stirred genuine ripples. His sister was beginning to transform from a spoiled doll into a flesh-and-blood individual with independent thinking. What do you think we should do? Lu Chenyuan did not provide an immediate answer but instead posed a question. Lu Chenyuan was taken aback. She had instinctively come to her elder brother to confide and seek support, not expecting him to counter-question her. She instinctively responded, of course we should make them pay. Make them go to jail. Make them pay for what they have done. Then what? Lu Chenyuan continued to ask, how do we make them pay? How do we make them go to jail? With your anger. A series of probing questions rendered Lu Chenyuan speechless once more. Indeed, aside from anger she could do nothing. She looked at her elder brother, who was as steady as a mountain, and for the first time realized how powerless and immature she was. Elder brother. She lowered her head, feeling somewhat defeated. Seeing her like this, Lu Chenyuan knew the timing was right. He stood up, walked in front of her, his tone no longer as aggressive as before but restored to a gentle demeanor. Chenyuan, I am very pleased that you can feel anger for these strangers and want to seek justice for them. Lu Chenyuan suddenly raised her head, looking at him in disbelief. This was the first time her elder brother spoke to her in such an equal and approving tone. Remember, anger is the cheapest and most useless emotion in this world. Lu Chenyuan's gaze sharpened. What truly changes injustice are rules, strength and wisdom. The reason Tian Real Estate dares to act this way is that they believe they understand the rules well and have enough strength to distort them. He paused, his voice calm and powerful. What we need to do is to use their own language to thoroughly defeat them on the chessboard of rules. About that lawyer Zhang Qi you mentioned earlier, Lu Chenyuan said slowly, his car accident was not an accident. He has recovered and has become one of us. He has been responsible for collecting evidence of Tian Real Estate's illegal activities. Lu Chenyuan's eyes widened in shock, her face a mix of astonishment and realization. So you knew all along. I know much more than you can imagine. Lu Chenyuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Justice may be delayed at times, but as long as we set it on the right path, it will never be absent. He patted Lu Chenyuan's shoulder, offering comfort as well as a silent entrustment. This matter, I will handle it. What you need to do now is not to drown in powerless anger but to continue with your studies and courses. Once you truly become strong in the future, you will have the ability to correct more injustices like this yourself. Lu Chenyuan looked at her elder brother, whose handsome face bore a depth and determination she had never understood before. She suddenly understood that her elder brother had sent her to the community canteen not to punish her but in a way she couldn't comprehend at the time, to open a window for her to the real world. A warm current flowed gently through her heart. Elder brother, she sniffed, nodding earnestly, I understand now. Thank you. After saying this, she turned and left the study. Lu Chenyuan watched her straightened back, then returned to the window overlooking the splendid lights of the Lu family estate. Tian Real Estate, the first move he had laid out, had already yielded unexpected results. Now it was time to officially draw the blade, tempered with the anger of the underclass that his sister had personally handed over. He picked up the phone and dialed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan informed Zhang Qi that the Tian Real Estate case is ready to be wrapped up. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the Lu family manor in a blanket of tranquility. Inside the study, the lights shone brightly. Lu Chenyuan hung up the phone, his fingertips gently tapping on the smooth redwood desk, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. In the air lingered the mixed aroma of shock and determination that Lu Chenyuan had left behind. Lu Chenyuan's gaze was profound, like a bottomless cold abyss. The stone that Lu Chenyuan inadvertently cast not only stirred ripples within her but also propelled the entire chess game into its next phase ahead of schedule. There was a gentle knock on the door as Lin Yuan stepped in, his expression solemn. Mr. Lu Zhangqi has already been notified and is on his way. Very good. Lu Chenyuan nodded and walked over to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the meticulously maintained garden of the manor, illuminated by the nightlights, presenting a serene yet distant beauty. Lin Yuan, how long have you been with me? Lu Chenyuan suddenly asked. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment before responding. Since your second year of graduate school, when I started my internship in my senior year. It's been over 5 years now. 5 years. Lu Chenyuan mused softly, a hint of complex emotion in his tone. Time flies. Have you ever considered pursuing a career truly your own? Lin Yuan's heart jolted and he immediately replied, Mr. Lu I. Lu Chenyuan turned around, interrupting him with a gentle yet sharp gaze. I'm not trying to push you away. I mean to say the Lu Group is too small and murky for you. He continued, I plan to establish a new technology company focused on renewable energy and artificial intelligence. That is what I truly want to do. I hope you can go there and take charge for me. Lin Yuan was stunned, a torrent of emotions surging in his heart. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Chenyuan had been quietly making some arrangements, but he never expected him to have the courage to break away from the Lu family and start anew. This was no longer a simple business investment but an ambition to uproot the foundation and rebuild the world. I am willing, Lin Yuan said without a moment's hesitation, a fiery passion igniting in his eyes. He was not someone content with mediocrity. Assisting Lu Chenyuan was excellent, but if there was an opportunity to stand on his own and forge a career, it was something he could only dream of. Good. Lu Chenyuan smiled, but first we need to clear up the immediate matters. Zhang Qi will be the best candidate to succeed you. Half an hour later, a tall and resolute young man walked into the study guided by the butler. He walked steadily, his eyes bright. Although dressed in ordinary casual wear, the competence and composure that radiated from him were impossible to ignore. It was Zhang Qi, the lawyer who had survived near death and had been brought back from the gates of hell by Lu Chenyuan. Mr. Lu. Zhang Qi slightly bowed, his tone filled with heartfelt gratitude and respect. His life had been saved by Lu Chenyuan and Dr. Lu Chenxiao. During this time, Lu Chenyuan not only provided him with the best rehabilitation conditions but also disclosed the truth behind his car accident. When he learned that the accident had been deliberately orchestrated by Shengtian Real Estate to prevent him from asserting his rights, the fury and disappointment at this dark reality nearly consumed him. It was Lu Chenyuan's words that awakened him. Rather than being consumed by darkness, it is better to become a sword that pierces through it. From that moment on, Zhang Qi resolved to follow this enigmatic man before him. He intended to use his lifelong legal knowledge as the sharpest weapon to cut down those capitalistic dragons who viewed human life as insignificant. Sit. Lu Chenyuan gestured to the sofa. The situation Shanshan has just informed me. How is your investigation going? At the mention of business, Zhang Qi's expression immediately became incredibly focused. He took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and neatly spread them on the coffee table. Mr. Lu, based on my secret investigation during this time along with the evidence collected from previous cases, a comprehensive investigation into Shengtian Real Estate is nearly complete. My finger points to a document and my voice is steady and powerful. Shengtian Real Estate's employment contracts, project safety and materials all have serious issues. The incident involving Master Zhang was by no means an accident. I found several anonymous internal whistleblowers who confirmed that Shengtian had cut corners and violated regulations on multiple projects to save costs. They are practically exchanging workers' lives for profits. Zhang Qi's tone carried an uncontainable anger. Lastly and most critically, there are financial and tax issues. However, their financial system's firewall is extremely robust, maintained by a top-notch team. I attempted to contact former informants but could not penetrate it at all. This is their Achilles heel and also the most difficult point for us to grasp. Lu Chenyuan listened quietly, his expression unchanged as if everything was within his expectations. You are correct. He spoke slowly. The evidence we currently have is sufficient to plunge Shengtian Real Estate into a massive public relations crisis and legal litigation, but it is not enough for a fatal blow. Zhang Qi nodded, his expression grave. Yes, this evidence can at most inflict serious damage, costing them a fortune and dispose of a few middle managers. However, the true mastermind behind the scenes can definitely slip away unscathed and might even seize this opportunity to escape. Therefore, we need a key. Lu Chenyuan's gaze fell on Zhang Qi, a key that can unlock their core database. I need to document a secret account regarding the Project Contingency Fund for Unforeseen Circumstances. The Project Contingency Fund for Unforeseen Circumstances. Zhang Qi repeated this name. As a master's degree holder in law, he instantly comprehended the implications behind those words. This was not any regular contingency fund but a stash specifically used to handle various dirty business. Bribery funds, hush money, expenses to smooth over troubles. All illicit transactions must surely be documented in that account. If we can obtain this account, it would not merely be a chain of evidence but a nuclear bomb capable of obliterating Shengtian Real Estate and its backing forces. But, Mr. Lu, their servers are impenetrable. Zhang Qi's expression revealed his difficulty. Even the most fortified fortress always has its flaws. Lu Chenyuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. In this world there are always some geniuses who can seamlessly infiltrate any place they desire. Lin Yuan, have Su Yang give it a try. In Anhai County, within a noisy internet cafe. This is a black internet cafe lacking even surveillance cameras. The pungent smell of smoke mingled with the aroma of instant noodles while the sounds of keyboard clattering and shouts from the games echoed ceaselessly. Su Yang sat in the far corner at a computer station wearing oversized sunglasses that almost covered half of his face. With a worn-out wide-brimmed hat added to the mix, Su Yang concealed his features thoroughly. He was intensely focused on the screen. Despite hiding his face, the vibrant energy emanating from Su Yang felt out of place amidst the foul atmosphere surrounding him. After receiving news from a big shot in Jingzhou, his heart rate quickened slightly. Su Yang knew that this was not just a task but also a test. He took a deep breath, his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and the screen was instantly covered by a cascade of rolling green code. His gaze sharpened immeasurably and he seemed to transform into an invisible shadow, silently infiltrating the vast and formidable digital fortress of Jingzhou through the network. The firewall of Shengtian real estate was indeed as solid as Zhang Qi had described. With 3 layers of dynamic passwords, 7 disguised database entrances, and anti-tracking traps, it was multi-layered, resembling a labyrinth. Any incorrect attempt would immediately trigger an alarm. Yet for Su Yang, although this maze was complex, it was not without flaws. His fingers struck the keyboard with such speed that they nearly left after images. At that moment his thoughts transcended ordinary limits, transforming into pure data streams. Time passed by second by second. A few hours later, Su Yang left the internet cafe, deliberately taking a few detours before tossing the worn sunglasses and hat into a trash bin. Afterward, Su Yang strolled through a few streets, even entering a stationery store to look at a mid-range fountain pen. After hesitating for a moment, he bought it and then headed home. At the Lu family manor in the study. When Lin Yuan presented the decrypted documents sent by Su Yang on the large screen, even the usually composed Zhang Qi couldn't help but gasp. My heavens! He looked at the clearly recorded entries on the screen, astonished, and said, This is no longer commercial crime, this is organized crime. With this evidence, Shengtian real estate has no chance of escape. This is no mere weapon, President Lu, this is a guillotine capable of crushing them. Lu Chenyuan's expression was somewhat heavy. Although he knew Li Xiaojian's methods were dirty, he hadn't expected them to be so unscrupulous. Looking at this blood ledger, he felt both anger and sorrow. Soon Lu Chenyuan suppressed all emotions and a calculating glint began to appear in his eyes. This kid Su Yang did not disappoint me, he murmured. President Lu Wei. Lin Yuan was about to ask about the next plan when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a name on the screen. He leaned in incredulously to examine the screen, and after confirming repeatedly, his voice changed pitch. President Lu, look here. Zhang Qi also turned to look equally stunned. In the secret shareholder list associated with the blood ledger, a familiar name stood out, Lu Mingshi. Through a shell company registered overseas, his uncle Lu Mingshi surprisingly held 3 of Shengtian real estate's shares. Though the share was small, it was enough to prove that he had long been a part of this shady enterprise. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Chenyuan's eyes, and all previous doubts instantly connected. No wonder Uncle Lu Mingshi had been so confident in family meetings recently. It turned out he thought he had found a new backing and financial path outside. Truly foolish beyond measure. Lu Chenyuan's tone was icy, devoid of any discernible emotion. He was not surprised to find that there were harmful elements among the collateral branches of the Lu family, but he had not expected his own uncle to be foolish enough to conspire with a tiger and willingly jump into the trap laid by Li Xiaojian. President, this. Lin Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Now the situation had become tricky. With the second master of the Lu family involved, exposure would be a massive blow to the reputation of the Lu group. No, this isn't tricky, it's an opportunity delivered to our doorstep. Lu Chenyuan's lips curled into a chilling arc. He walked to the enormous commercial map of Jingzhou, his gaze shifting back and forth between the Lu group and Shengtian real estate. Li Xiaojian allowing my uncle to invest is nothing more than attempting to find a sufficiently weighty and foolish scapegoat when things go awry in the future. He probably never imagined that this list would end up in my hands. Lu Chenyuan turned around, a glint of strategic brilliance sparkling in his eyes. Directly handing over the blood ledger would certainly deal a heavy blow to the Li family, but it would also drag the Lu family through the mud and allow my uncle to shift all the blame onto being deceived. That would be too easy for them. He paused, his voice calm yet forceful. Moreover, my uncle's funds have other uses for me. Lin Yuan and Zhang Qi exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They understood that the president had devised a much larger and more meticulous plan. In the original plot, Li Xiaojian smoothly had Lu Mingshi take on this mess. Moreover, Lu Mingshi not only handled it steadily but was also made to willingly invest all his wealth. This became one of the crucial factors leading to the downfall of the Lu family. If now we could restrain the funds in Uncle Lu Mingshi's hands, we could delay the process of Li Xiaojian's capital returning. Then. Meanwhile, in another secret mansion in Jingzhou, Li Xiaojian hung up the phone, his expression stormy. The call was from Wang Defa, chairman of Shengtian Real Estate, reporting that the company's servers had seemingly suffered an unknown attack just now, but the opponent's skills were so high that no traces were left. Waste. Li Xiaojian cursed under his breath. Although their team kept claiming that the opponent had not successfully infiltrated, nor was there any data loss, Li Xiaojian felt an unease in his heart. Boss is there. A problem, a confidant asked softly. Perhaps I was overthinking it.
Li Xiujian waved his hand, restoring his cold demeanor. Xingtian, this piece on the board has been used for so many years, it's time to bring it to a close.
There are too many rotten debts inside, it's time to find a scapegoat to clean it up completely.
He picked up a teacup, gently blowing the floating tea leaves with a glint of venomous brilliance in his eyes. That second son of the Lu family, Lu Mingshi, hasn't he been running around looking for investment projects like a headless fly recently?
You go pass him a message.
Just tell him that I, Li Xiujian, am willing to help him get rich. He was completely oblivious that the perfect scapegoat in his eyes had now become a crucial piece on another chessboard, one poised to detonate the entire situation. A vast net aimed at him had already quietly spread.
On a Sunday evening in the western hills of Jingzhou,
the old residence of the Lu family is nestled halfway up the mountain, an expansive traditional Chinese garden complex with blue tiles and white walls, flying eaves and bracket sets exuding an aura of dignity and tranquility that has weathered the test of time, hidden beneath the lush pines and cypress trees. This is the root of the Lu family, a symbol of power. A black Bentley elegantly glided through the heavily guarded gates, winding along the stone path before finally halting in front of the main house. Chengshutang. Lu Chenyuan stepped out from the back seat, dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit that accentuated his tall and upright figure. His expression was cold and stern, and his deep-set eyes under the sunset's glow were calm and devoid of any ripples.
Behind him followed Lu Chenyuan, whose expression was somewhat complicated.
After more than a month of transformation, she was no longer the pampered girl who only knew luxury and caprice. She had changed into a simple white dress, her face free of makeup. In her beautiful eyes there was a hint of lost innocence and an increased awareness and contemplation of her surroundings. This was her first family gathering since returning from the community cafeteria. In the past she had always looked forward to this day, eager for her grandfather's praise and the red envelopes from her uncles. Yet today, when she thought of old man Chen and sister Zhao's sorrowful faces and looked at the magnificent isolated mansion before her, an intense sense of alienation arose in her heart. Elder brother, she called softly, her voice tinged with a tension she was unaware of.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Lu Chenyuan did not pause in his steps, his voice steady. The simple 4 words served as a solid barrier, instantly dispelling the unease in Lu Chenyuan's heart. Taking a deep breath, she quickened her pace to keep up with her brother. Inside Chengshutang, the atmosphere was already bustling. The 8 immortals' table and scholars' chairs made of Wanwali wood, along with contemporary calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, all showcased the depth and taste of the host family. Lu Chenyuan's second uncle Lu Mingshi was animatedly boasting about an overseas investment project he was optimistic about to his third uncle Lu Mingde. Meanwhile, their wives gathered together discussing the latest jewelry styles and upcoming auctions.
Lu Chenyuan's 3 younger brothers were also present.
Lu Chenxiao still wore a cold demeanor, sitting alone in a corner flipping through a thick foreign medical journal, indifferent to everything around him.
Lu Chenyuan, this top idol with countless fans in the entertainment industry, was currently surrounded by several cousins and patiently dealing with their questions about celebrity gossip.
As for Lu Chenjin, he was wearing headphones focused on playing a mobile game, exuding a rebellious aura that seemed to say, "Don't mess with me." The arrival of Lu Chenyuan and Lu Chenyuan momentarily halted the clamor in the hall.
Chenyuan is here. Chenyuan has become even more beautiful.
With warm smiles, the uncles and aunts greeted them.
However, Lu Chenyuan could clearly sense that behind those smiles lay calculation, jealousy, and estrangement. Elder brother Chenyuan, Lu Chenyuan, saw them and his eyes lit up. He quickly found an excuse to escape the relative's onslaught and walked over briskly. He instinctively reached out to pinch Lu Chenyuan's cheek but was deftly dodged by her. Chenyuan, what's wrong? Lu Chenyuan asked, somewhat hurt.
It's nothing, third brother, I just feel like we've all grown up, Lu Chenyuan replied calmly. Lu Chenyuan cast a glance at his simple-minded third brother but said nothing more. At that moment, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, looking spirited, walked out from the inner hall with the butler's assistance.
He was the Lu family's anchor, Lu Qingli. Grandfather.
Hello, grandfather.
Dad. The entire gathering of Lu family members stood up in unison, respectfully offering their greetings.
Lu Chengxi's gaze was sharp as an eagle, sweeping around the room before finally landing on Lu Chenyuan, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. This eldest grandson was his carefully nurtured successor, exceptionally talented and steady in his methods, representing the hope for the Lu family's future. In his youth, Lu Qingli was decisive in his actions, having once allied with several families including the Mo family to dismantle the unscrupulous business forces led by the Li family. Not only did he clear obstacles for the Lu family, but he also earned official recognition which allowed the Lu family to rise from a first-class wealthy clan to today's top aristocratic family. But as one ages, the heart softens. Looking at his mediocre sons who grew up under his pressure, Lu Qingli always felt a sense of guilt. It is precisely because of this guilt that when his sons challenged Lu Chenyuan's authority, he instinctively sought to smooth things over to maintain that fragile family harmony.
Everyone, please sit down. Lu Qingli took his seat at the head of the table, his voice booming, now that everyone is here. He scanned the room, his brow slightly furrowing. Mingji, where is your wife? Lu Chenyuan's father Lu Mingji, a mediocre man with considerable ambition, stiffened at the words, quickly standing up and stammering, Dad, mangling. She had some matters to attend to at her family's place and has returned to Qingzhou. He dared not mention that Lu Mangling had discovered traces of his infidelity and was currently in a cold war with him. Oh. Is my daughter-in-law's family unwell? Lu Qingxi asked with concern. Before Lu Chenyuan could speak, second uncle Lu Mingshi interjected sarcastically, Elder brother, I'm not saying this to you. Dad's birthday is approaching and the whole family is discussing what to do. Isn't it a bit disrespectful for sister-in-law to return to her family at this crucial time? Our Lu family's rules cannot be disregarded. The atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted with these words. Lu Mingshi was openly challenging the main branch. Lu Mingye's face turned red, but he could not utter a single word in rebuttal. Lu Chenyuan raised his eyes, his calm gaze landing on Lu Mingshi's face, his tone indifferent yet clear. Second uncle, my mother returned to Qingzhou because my grandfather's health has indeed been poor lately. As a daughter, it is her filial duty to return and take care of him. In the Lu family's rules, filial piety comes first. This is something the second uncle should understand better than I do. His words were neither servile nor overbearing, logical and well-founded, directly countering Lu Mingshi's assertions. Lu Mingshi's face froze and he snorted coldly, switching the topic and directly targeting Lu Chenyuan. Fine, you mentioned filial piety, I acknowledge that. But let me talk about business. Chenyuan, I admit your capabilities are strong and Dad has entrusted the group to you. We as your uncles have no objections. However, aren't you being a bit too autocratic? The group belongs to the entire Lu family, not just you alone. How many projects have we as your uncles provided advice on, and how many have you actually listened to? How many key positions have you replaced with your own trusted aides, pushing our people to the margins? What does that mean? Are you looking down on us uncles? Lu Ming's words immediately resonated with his third uncle Lu Mingda and fourth uncle Lu Mingdong. Indeed, Chenyuan, what second brother said makes sense. Last time my procurement manager was so capable, yet you dismissed him without a second thought just because he wasn't on your side. And that project of mine which had such great potential you deemed too risky and cut it off directly. I see that you simply do not want us elders to intervene in company affairs. In an instant, several uncles opened their mouths, each taking turns to launch an attack on Lu Chenyuan. They did not dare to directly question Lu Chengxi's decisions, so they poured all their dissatisfaction onto Lu Chenyuan, this proxy. Lu Chenyuan listened quietly, his face devoid of any expression, as if the domineering figure they described was not himself. Only when their voices gradually subsided did he slowly speak, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Third uncle, that procurement manager of yours has a history of accepting kickbacks at his previous company. I cannot take on such a person. Fourth uncle, I have reviewed the report on your project. The return rate is only 5, yet the potential policy and environmental risks are extremely high. If something goes wrong, it will plunge the group into massive legal disputes. I cannot take that gamble. His gaze scanned the faces of his uncles, his tone calm yet sharp. As the president of the Lu Group, my primary duty is to be accountable to all shareholders and to ensure the future of the Lu family. Every decision I make is based on data and risk assessment. If the uncles believe my decisions are erroneous, they can submit a formal proposal to the board in accordance with company regulations rather than pressuring me in this manner at a family gathering. His words left the several uncles speechless, their faces alternating between pale and flushed. They knew best the hidden agendas behind their so-called good projects and good talents. Initially hoping to leverage the family gathering for support from the elder, they did not expect Lu Chenyuan to publicly expose their facade. Seeing his younger brothers at a loss, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Mingshi's eyes. Good. Well said. Lu Mingshi slammed his hand on the table, standing up in anger, pointing a finger at Lu Chenyuan's nose. You want to handle matters fairly? Then let me ask you, how do you explain the situation with Shengtian Real Estate? You utilized the power of the group allied with the media to cling to Shengshan's so-called employment issues, even involving the legal department, to go after them ruthlessly. Do you know that I have investments in Shengtian Real Estate? Because of your senseless suppression, my personal assets have suffered immensely. Are you avenging personal grievances or abusing your power? You've brought shame upon the Lu family. How will others view us? Are you bullying others with your power? Lu Mingshi appeared indignant and heartbroken. He made no mention of the heinous acts of Shengtian Real Estate, instead portraying himself as a victim entangled by Lu Chenyuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyuan, who had remained silent, suddenly raised her head. Flames of anger ignited in her clear eyes. So the second uncle was also connected to Shengtian Real Estate. What he referred to as employment issues were actual lives at stake. They were shattered families. He only lost money, but those workers lost their health, their futures, their lives. She trembled with rage, about to stand up to refute him, but was stopped by Lu Chenyuan's steady gaze. Lu Chenyuan looked at his seemingly frantic second uncle, his heart turning cold. He did not look at Lu Mingshi, but instead turned his gaze to Lu Qingzi, who was seated at the head of the table.
Second uncle, are you sure you need me to elaborate on the matter concerning Shengtian real estate?
Are you certain that Shengtian real estate has not violated any laws?
As Lu Chenyuan's words lingered, his gaze swept back. Lu Mingshi felt a sense of unease under Lu Chenyuan's cold gaze, an illusion that this nephew seemed to see through everything.
You are speaking slander.
Lu Mingshi shouted in a fierce but unsteady voice, feeling exposed under Lu Chenyuan's scrutiny.
Whether I am slandering or not, the evidence will speak for itself. Lu Chenyuan replied nonchalantly, as for your personal losses, second uncle.
A hint of mocking played at the corner of Lu Chenyuan's mouth. Investing comes with risks. One must be cautious when entering the market.
You should understand this principle.
His words landed heavily.
The entire Chengshitang was silent.
Lu Chenyuan's younger brothers Lu Chenyuan and Lu Chenjin stared wide-eyed at their elder brother. They had never seen such a sharp side of him before. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise also crossed Lu Chenyuan's eyes.
Meanwhile, Lu Chenyuan looked at Lu Chenyuan with eyes full of admiration.
This was her elder brother, responsible and principled, standing tall.
Lu Mingshi opened his mouth wanting to say something but ultimately chose silence. Everyone's gaze focused on Lu Chenzi.
At this moment, with just one word from him, he could set the tone for this dispute.
Lu Chengzi's expression was grim.
He knew better than anyone that Lu Chenyuan was right, even excelling in his actions. Protecting the family's interests was precisely why he had chosen Lu Chenyuan.
However,
looking at his sons who were pale and utterly defeated, his heart, which had been hardened for a lifetime, softened once more. Lu Chengzi sighed heavily, tapped the table, and spoke in an undebatable tone. Enough. Stop the shouting.
Isn't this embarrassing enough? He first shot a glare at Lu Mingshi and the others. Chenyuan is the president. His decisions are fundamentally sound in terms of direction.
You all should refrain from engaging in those chaotic investments outside. Focus your thoughts on the group's legitimate business. Then he shifted his tone and looked at Lu Chenyuan, his voice softening. However, Chenyuan, you also need to be mindful of your methods. After all, they are your elders. If there are issues, discuss them behind closed doors as a family. Don't make it so tense that outsiders will laugh at us.
As a family, the most important thing is to value harmony.
Hearing this phrase again, the last glimmer of hope in Lu Chenyuan's heart was completely extinguished.
He understood. Grandpa was getting old.
He had the majesty of a lion but no longer had its claws. He wanted to maintain family unity but chose the most lethal method of muddying the waters.
As long as this patriarch was around, his uncle's ambitions would not extinguish and the Lu group's great ship would be dragged into the abyss by endless internal strife.
The root cause of the Lu family's downfall in the original plot lay here.
I understand, Grandpa. Lu Chenyuan nodded calmly, no longer debating anything.
In his heart, he had already made his final decision. After this unhappy family feast ended, Lu Chenyuan's resolve to leave the Lu family and establish his own path was more resolute than ever. He no longer intended to repair this broken ship. What he aimed to do was, before it sank, take all those willing to follow him and switch to a sturdier, more advanced vessel sailing toward a broader ocean. The next day in the president's office of the Lu group, Lin Yuan and Zhang Qi stood before the enormous desk, their expressions somewhat grave. They had heard about the turmoil at the Lu family's banquet the previous day.
Lin Yuan, how is the registration and site selection for the new company going? Lu Chenyuan asked straightforwardly.
President Lu, everything has been taken care of, Lin Yuan quickly replied.
Very good. Lu Chenyuan nodded and then looked at Zhang Qi. From today onwards, you will officially take over as my special assistant. Lin Yuan's work will be transferred to you within a week.
The legal department and risk control department of the Lu group, as well as several investment teams directly under me, will all be coordinated by you. Your only task is to stabilize the foundation and ensure that no troubles arise before I leave.
Understood, President Lu. Zhang Qi's gaze was unwavering.
He knew that this was not just a job but a heavy trust placed in him.
Lu Chenyuan then said to Lin Yuan, after the handover you will take up the position of CEO at Yuanshire Technology. My first task for you is to assemble a team for the new energy vehicle battery project as quickly as possible. Money is not an issue, the people must be top-notch.
Just then there was a knock at the office door.
Come in.
The door was pushed open and Lu Mingshi swaggered in without a secretary behind him, wearing a smug and provocative smile. Chenyuan, you really are starting to carry yourself like a president.
I need an appointment just to see you.
Lu Mingshi casually sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs.
Lu Chenyuan exchanged glances with Lin Yuan and Zhang Qi, both understanding as they bowed and exited the office. Is there something you need, uncle? Lu Chenyuan's tone remained calm.
Of course there is. Lu Mingshi took out a document from his pocket and tossed it onto the coffee table. This is the asset loss assessment report I had someone prepare. Because of your attack on Shengtian real estate, I lost a full 80 million.
What do you think we should do about it?
You can't expect me as your uncle to pay for your recklessness, can you?
He wore a smug expression, convinced that after yesterday's mediation by the old man Lu Chenyuan would surely be more restrained, no longer as tough as before. Lu Chenyuan looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile was faint, yet it made Lu Mingshi feel a chill in his heart. Uncle, do you think that with grandfather backing you I can do nothing about you? Lu Chenyuan stood up slowly, walked to him, looking down at him. His gaze was no longer the usual calm but rather one of piercing coldness and pity. What do you want? Lu Mingshi felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. I don't want anything. Lu Chenyuan pulled out the chair opposite him, sat down, leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. I just want to tell you one thing. The money you invested in Shengtian real estate was not through legitimate channels, right? Let me guess, it was through an offshore company called Huntong Global. And the actual controller of that company is Li Xiujian. The color drained from Lu Mingshi's face as if he had been struck by lightning. The enmity between the Lu family and the Li family, though it dated back to Lu Chengxi's generation, had led the top families in Jingzhou to avoid dealing with the Li family. After all, in the eyes of the Jingzhou elite, the Li family was not clean in its dealings. Though they weren't exactly clean themselves. If the old man Lu Qingli were to find out that Lu Mingshi was colluding with Li Xiujian, he would likely revoke all of Lu Mingshi's positions the very next day. Uncle, do you really think that your clandestine dealings with Li Xiujian can be hidden from everyone? Lu Chenyuan's voice was as cold as a winter gale. How do you know this? Lu Mingshi looked at Lu Chenyuan in disbelief. In this world there are no secrets, it's just about the cost. Lu Chenyuan interrupted him, leaning back against the chair, resuming his nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing Lu Chenyuan mention the cost, Lu Mingshi momentarily wondered if Li Xiujian had betrayed him. Now let's talk about your losses. Don't mention 80 million, even if it's 8 billion I can cover it. But would you dare to ask for it? Lu Mingshi sat on the sofa, his expression shifting between dark and light, uncertain of what to think. Lu Chenyuan sensed that the timing was right and suddenly changed his tone to a more gentle demeanor. But uncle, we are family after all. I don't want to make things too hard, making it difficult for grandfather. Lu Mingshi suddenly raised his head, looking at him like he had grasped a lifeline. What do you mean? I'm tired. A hint of weariness and disdain appeared on Lu Chenyuan's face. As you all say, I am too dictatorial and too domineering. This position as president is no longer interesting to me. Since you all believe that I am an obstacle and that without me you can elevate the Lu family to new heights, then I will give this position to you. How about that? Lu Mingshi was completely stunned, his mind blank. What did he just hear? Lu Chenyuan was going to relinquish the position of president. Was this a pie falling from the sky? Or some new trap? You don't think you can fool me? He said warily. Fool you? Lu Chenyuan scoffed. Uncle, do you think I still have the need to fool you? He stood up, walked to the back of the desk and took out a shareholding document. This is my personal stake in the Lu Group. I can transfer it to you. What? Lu Mingshi felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. With Lu Chenyuan's shares and those of his father Lu Mingji, the Lu family would be the absolute controlling party of the Lu Group. If he could obtain Lu Chenyuan's shares, his voice in the boardroom would be unprecedented. What are your conditions? My conditions are very simple. Lu Chenyuan's gaze was profound. First, I want cash. I intend to use this money to do something I enjoy, start my own small company and never get involved in the Lu family's affairs again. Second, this must be done in secret. I don't want grandfather and the other family members to know, lest it causes any waves. Third, if Li Xiujian comes to you about taking over Shengtian real estate, you must agree to him. Take over Shengtian? Lu Mingshi was startled. Exactly. A meaningful smile curved Lu Chenyuan's lips. Li Xiujian is eager to offload this mess. Currently you are the only one in Jingzhou who has the ability to take over Shengtian real estate and has a connection to him. He will definitely offer you an irresistible price. Then you can use the resources of the Lu family to repackage and relist Shengtian. Uncle, I don't need to teach you how large the profits from this will be, do I? However, uncle, I advise you that due to our Lu Group's previous strikes, Li Xiujian is anxious to offload. So even if you have the money, you should drag it out until he actively seeks you a third time. Lu Mingshi's heart raced wildly. Greed quickly overwhelmed his fear. He could almost see a golden road leading to the pinnacle of power in the sea of wealth. Lu Chenyuan was tired of internal strife and wanted to take the money and leave, which was reasonable. And having him take over Shengtian was a stroke of genius. It would allow him to recover his previous losses with interest while also giving him a great achievement to prove his capabilities to the old man and the board. This was simply a perfect plan tailored for him. He had no doubt that this nephew before him would set such a thoughtful trap for him. All right. I agree. Lu Mingshi stood up excitedly, his eyes shining. As for the price, I'll give you a 10% discount based on the market price of the shares I hold. Uncle, am I not generous? Lu Chenyuan smiled. Generous. Too generous.
Lu Mingshi was so excited he rubbed his hands together as if he could already see himself sitting on the president's throne presiding over the glorious future of the Lu family empire. He was completely unaware that he was walking step by step into a carefully dug grave. As Lu Mingshi left the office as if in a dream, his expression was one of shock, ecstasy, disbelief, and an ambition to make grand plans. Lu Chenyuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window watching Lu Mingshi's spirited figure disappear at the elevator entrance. In his eyes there was not a trace of a smile, only a profound coldness. "Uncle, I hope you enjoy the big gift I have prepared for you. With your own money buy my shares and then use your own money to take over the time bomb that is Qingli. When that time comes, grandfather, how will you choose?" With this thought, Lu Chenyuan's gaze darkened again, revealing a hint of unwillingness. But soon Lu Chenyuan regained his indifferent expression. He picked up the phone and said in a calm voice, "Lin Yuan, have the finance department prepare a large sum of money will be coming in soon. In Jingzhou at the Xiangshuan Tea House. This is the private domain of Li Xiujian, an exclusive high-end club not open to the public, specifically meant for receiving the most important guests. Inside the private room on the Zeton wooden table a set of fine blue and white porcelain tea utensils from Jingdejun is releasing swirling white steam, filling the air with the rich aroma of top-grade Dahongpo tea. Li Xiujian personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Mingshi across the table, wearing a cunning smile akin to a fox. "Young brother Mingshi, the business scene in Jingzhou has truly been dynamic lately." "It's all thanks to my good nephew," Lu Mingshi replied, lifting his teacup and curling his lips, though a hint of pride was hard to conceal. The young man is too impulsive and does not know how to conceal his sharpness. He will inevitably suffer a great loss sooner or later. His current demeanor clearly indicated that he had positioned himself as the future ruler of the Lu family, speaking with an air of superiority regarding Lu Chenyuan. Li Xiujian observed his expression with a cold smile in his heart, yet he nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, President Lu is young and capable, but his actions are rather domineering. Look, his series of maneuvers has thrown Qingli real estate into chaos, causing your investments to suffer as well. I truly feel bad about that." That's a foolish method of harming 800 enemies while injuring oneself 1,000, Lu Mingshi said, setting down his teacup and leaning back in his chair with a self-assured demeanor. "Oh. What do you mean by that?" Li Xiujian inquired, following his lead. Today he had invited Lu Mingshi over for one purpose, only to offload the hot potato that was Qingli real estate. Lu Mingshi was undoubtedly the best candidate for taking over, having both the motive and the Lu family group as backing. "President Li, you are a wise man, so I will not beat around the bush. My nephew in the group has monopolized power, which has long caused dissatisfaction within the family. This time, to suppress Qingli, he even used group resources, incurring the wrath of many. The old man has already personally admonished him. He won't be sitting in the Lu family for long." Li Xiujian's eyes flickered with intrigue. This was precisely what he wanted to hear. The more intense the internal strife in the Lu family, the better his chance to take advantage of the chaos. "In that case, young brother Mingshi, let me speak candidly today." Li Xiujian's expression turned exceedingly sincere. Although Qingli seems troubled at present, its foundation is clean and its core assets remain intact. As long as the storm passes and with the injection of resources from the Lu family group within half a year, it can turn losses into profits, even making more than before. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "I plan to shift my focus overseas, and I simply cannot manage Qingli anymore. I intend to transfer all the shares in my hands." "Young brother, are you interested?" Lu Mingshi's heart soared with joy, but he maintained a calm facade. He remembered Lu Chenyuan's reminder not to appear too eager. He frowned, showing a troubled expression. "President Li, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just, you know, I've been preparing for a major event recently and all my funds are invested into that, so I am rather tight on cash." The major event he referred to was naturally the acquisition of shares from Lu Chenyuan. To gather that astronomical sum of cash, he had been frantically selling off his properties, stocks and art. However, to Li Xiujian's ears this was interpreted in another light. Preparing a major event. Tight on funds. Li Xiujian immediately connected these 2 points with taking over Qingli. In his view, Lu Mingshi was putting on an act feigning poverty to drive down the price. And his so-called preparing a major event was merely to acquire Qingli, thus establishing authority within the Lu family and increasing his leverage for future power grabs. Recalling the reports from his informants planted beside Lu Mingshi, who mentioned that Lu Mingshi had indeed been frequently liquidating assets, Li Xiujian's conviction in his judgment deepened. This Lu Mingshi was indeed ambitious and had grand designs. With this thought, Li Xiujian felt reassured and his smile widened. "Young brother Mingshi, you're being too polite. What kind of relationship do we have? When it comes to price, I will definitely give you a pleasant surprise. You prepare the funds first, I am not in a hurry, I will wait for you. In all of Jingzhou, apart from you, second Master Lu, who else has the courage and strength to take on my Qingli?" A well-placed compliment made Lu Mingshi feel completely at ease. Of course. Lu Mingshi raised his teacup, drinking it all in one go with great satisfaction.
Once I handle my current matters we can discuss this in detail.
At this moment Lu Mingshi was filled with ambition.
Since his secret talks with Lu Chenyuan, his behavior within the Lu family group had become increasingly arrogant. He no longer acted as he did before, only daring to engage in small maneuvers behind the scenes. Instead he began to openly interfere in various departmental affairs. Today he demanded the finance department provide the financial data of core projects, and tomorrow he meddled in the human resources department's recruitment plans. Although he did not have the actual power of the president, he assumed the posture of a future president, causing chaos throughout the group and leaving everyone anxious. Many in the management who were originally loyal to Lu Chenyuan felt immense pressure. Some less steadfast individuals had even begun to secretly curry favor with Lu Mingshi, preparing to seek new allegiances. In the office of the administrative director, Rin Shan looked at the quarterly budget report, which had been marked up chaotically and read by Lu Mingshi, her fingertips trembling with anger. Absurd. Simply absurd. Not only did Lu Mingshi slash half of the administrative department's budget with a stroke of his pen, but he also specifically ordered the dismissal of 2 capable subordinates she had promoted herself, citing inefficiency and redundancy. This was no longer mere guidance on work, it was a blatant power grab and humiliation. Ren Xian took a deep breath to suppress her anger, picked up the internal phone and dialed the president's office at the top level. President Lu, it's me, Ren Xian. Can I come up now?
After receiving a positive response, she grabbed the report, slipped on her high heels and hurried toward the president's exclusive elevator.
Knock knock. Come in.
Ren Xian pushed open the heavy wooden door. Lu Chenyuan was standing by the large floor-to-ceiling window, his back to her, gazing at the bustling scene of Jingzhou outside. His silhouette was tall and serene, as if all the worldly disturbances had nothing to do with him.
President Lu.
Ren Xian placed the report on the desk, trying to keep her voice steady. This is the administrative department budget that Director Tu approved this morning, please have a look. Lu Chenyuan turned around, not looking at the report but merely casting a faint glance, his gaze falling upon Ren Xian's charming face, which was struggling to suppress her anger.
Did he make things difficult for you? A simple sentence devoid of any emotion caused Ren Xian's taut nerves to instantly relax.
Her eyes reddened slightly and the forced calm and grievance surged within her at that moment. He is not merely auditing, he is purging our people. President Lu, he is rampaging through the company and everyone is watching. If you don't take action soon, morale will truly collapse. Ren Xian's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. She was not only standing up for herself but was also anxious for Lu Chenyu. In her heart, the Lu Corporation was Lu Chenyu's kingdom. How could others act so recklessly?
Lu Chenyu listened quietly, his expression showing no change.
He walked around to sit behind the desk, gesturing for Ren Xian to take a seat. Ren Xian, he suddenly spoke, calling her by name instead of her title. Since we started working together on projects back in university, it has been nearly 10 years, hasn't it?
Ren Xian was slightly taken aback, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up. She nodded instinctively and replied yes.
9 years and 7 months. Only after speaking did she realize how clearly she remembered, causing her cheeks to heat up slightly. Lu Chenyu seemed oblivious to her unusual reaction and continued, the Lu Corporation is too old, too tangled, the relationships within are intricate. Even I feel somewhat exhausted. Although Lu Chenyu maintained a calm expression, Ren Xian detected a hint of fatigue which made her heart clench. Indeed, he was only in his 20s, yet he had to bear such a large family business, contending not only with external market competition but also with internal family intrigues. He must have been very tired over the years. I have been thinking lately perhaps I should engage in something I truly want to do.
Lu Chenyu's gaze grew deep and bright, as if outlining a brand new blueprint.
I have registered a new technology company called Yuanlong. The focus is on renewable energy and artificial intelligence, a truly future-oriented blue ocean, a battlefield where we can start from scratch and build a new kingdom with our own hands. His voice was filled with a compelling strength. Ren Xian listened, her heart racing unconsciously. It seemed she began to understand something.
Yuanlong technology is still just a shell.
Lin Yuan was the CEO, but he is better suited for strategic planning. The internal management during the company's startup phase, administrative systems and human resource planning are complex. I need someone I can absolutely trust and who has enough capability to help me stabilize the situation.
Although Lu Chenyu was sketching out plans, he still wore a calm expression.
The position of administrative director is too much of a burden for you.
How about becoming the chief operating officer, COO of Yuanlong Technology? Do you have any interest in that?
Chief operating officer. Ren Xian's breath caught in her throat. This was not merely a position change but a monumental leap. From the administrative director of a vast corporation to the second in command of a brand new technological empire, overseeing the daily operations and management of the company.
This meant Lu Chenyu was entrusting half of his new venture to her without reservation. This trust was more substantial than any words could convey.
She looked at the man before her. Since their university days, he had been the most dazzling presence in the crowd.
She had always quietly followed behind him, admiring and chasing after him, burying her youthful feelings deep within. She thought she would spend her entire life as his most capable subordinate, his most loyal shield. Little did she expect that he would personally open a door to a brand new world for her. To hell with Lu Mingshi. To hell with internal conflict. As long as she could continue to stand by this person's side and help him create a new venture, even if the road ahead was fraught with danger, she would willingly embrace it. "I'll do it," Ren Qian almost immediately exclaimed without hesitation. A sparkle of unprecedented brilliance shone in her eyes. It was not just longing for a new venture but a determination that knew no retreat. "As for salary and stock options, I don't want it," Ren Qian interrupted him immediately. "President Lu Chenyuan, you know me, I am not motivated by money. I just want to build Yuanlong technology with you." She mustered her courage and for the first time in a work setting addressed him by his name. The air fell silent for a moment. Lu Chenyuan looked at the unmasked affection and brilliance in her eyes and sighed softly within. This bond was too heavy. He could bear her capabilities but could not withstand this emotion. In his past life he had been solitary, dedicating all to poverty alleviation. In this life he bore the fate of his family and the shackles of the original plot, and he could not dare to easily touch upon feelings. He respected Ren Qian's abilities and appreciated her loyalty, but he could not offer her any response beyond that of a friend or colleague. "Director Ren, you are worth your weight in gold. Your salary is too low. What about the people beneath you?" Lu Chenyuan responded to Ren Qian as formally as possible. Any ambiguity or hesitation was for her a form of harm. Lu Chenyuan paused before continuing. "Since you have agreed, you can start the resignation process from today. On the Lu side, make sure to handle the handover. All those willing to leave, as long as you trust them, Yuanlong can take them all in. Once you get to Yuanlong, quickly meet with Lin Yuan to set up the company framework. I need you both to complete the recruitment of the first batch of core technical personnel within a month." His businesslike tone was like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Ren Qian up. The light in her eyes dimmed slightly, a hint of bitterness surfacing in her heart, but she quickly masked it. She reverted to the capable and decisive Director Ren. "Understood. I will work overtime tonight to prepare the handover list. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Chenyuan stood up. "You don't need to concern yourself with Lu Mingshi anymore. From now on, your battlefield is at Yuanlong." Ren Qian nodded and turned to leave the office. When the door closed behind her and her figure disappeared, Lu Chenyuan's calm expression slowly dissipated into a complex sense of helplessness. He could pave a broad avenue for her to the summit of her career, yet could not provide her with the warmth of 1,000 homes. Perhaps this was the only and best compensation he could offer. He picked up the intercom and dialed Lin Yuan's number. "Lin Yuan, Ren Qian will be coming over to take the position of COO. Please prepare for the handover on your side." "Great." Lin Yuan's surprised voice came over the phone. "With Sister Qian here, my pressure will be reduced by more than half. President Lu, your strategy of cutting off the roots is brilliant. This is not the end, it's merely the beginning." Lu Chenyuan's voice was devoid of emotion. "I have transferred my most trusted right-hand man. Next, it's time for certain individuals to truly taste the flavor of power." After hanging up the phone, he gazed out the window. He had already willingly loosened the helm of the Lu Corporation, this giant ship. Next, let his ambitious second uncle Lu Mingshi take the helm and sail it unhesitatingly into the unknown. The MO Corporation, the national key laboratory for battery safety. The atmosphere is heavier than a sterile experimental environment. Behind the massive explosion-proof glass, a brand new North Star Series battery pack lies quietly in the temperature and humidity-controlled experimental chamber. On the main screen of the control panel, countless data streams flashed rapidly while everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on the red temperature curve that was constantly rising. Ambient temperature 37 reached the preset value. Battery pack full power, continuous discharge test begin. As the technical director gave the command, the power curve on the screen instantly spiked and the red line representing the internal temperature of the battery also began to rise sharply at a visibly steep angle. Time passed second by second. In the conference room, one could hear a pin drop. When the timer hit 7314, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the entire laboratory. On the screen, the red curve broke through the preset safety threshold and a large thermal runaway warning pop-up occupied the center of the screen. "Stop." The technical director nearly shouted this word. Everyone let out a sigh of relief as if they had just walked back from the gates of hell, beads of cold sweat covering their foreheads. The technical director took off his glasses and wiped them with a dust-free cloth before turning to the elegant figure in the main seat, his voice trembling with uncontainable fear and relief. "President Mo. The test results are out. It's exactly the same as the warning on that note. At an ambient temperature of 37, if we do not reduce the capacity by 15, our battery pack has a high probability of experiencing thermal runaway after working at full load for 1 hour. That is self-ignition or explosion. A gasp of shock filled the conference room. The attendees were the core technical backbone of the MO Corporation, and they understood better than anyone what this meant. This means that their flagship product, which they prided themselves on and was about to be mass-produced and launched, has a fatal flaw. Once released into the market, it would lead to disastrous consequences in the extreme heat of summer. Massive vehicle self-ignitions, exorbitant recall costs, a total collapse of the brand, and even irreparable loss of life. The person who brought that note is simply extraordinary, another engineer murmured. Not only did he accurately point out the critical temperature of 37, but he also provided the solution of reducing capacity by 15. What kind of terrifying understanding of battery materials and thermal management technology must that be? Mo Qingli sat quietly in the main seat, her fitted white suit enhancing her cool and capable demeanor. Her fair and slender fingers instinctively tightened, the tips turning slightly pale from the pressure. In her beautiful eyes, aside from the lingering fear, there was a deeper sense of contemplation and inquiry. Last time at the new energy project launch, a staff member handed her a note. It was written in a vigorous script: reduce capacity by 15 at 37 degrees for life preservation. At first she thought it was just a malicious prank from a competitor. But the distinct handwriting and the undeniable certainty emitted by the words "for life preservation" made her inexplicably take heed, ordering a halt to mass production and conducting this extreme pressure test. Unexpectedly, they really unearthed a massive bomb capable of shaking the foundations of the corporation. How did the staff describe the person who delivered the note? Mo Qingli's cold voice broke the silence. The secretary in charge of following up quickly replied, "I heard from the staff that he has a tall stature and a very unique demeanor. Although he was just a guest, his deep-set eyes were unforgettable after just one glance." Young, extraordinary demeanor, deep-set eyes. A person flashed through Mo Qingli's mind. Is it a coincidence? The biggest variable in the business world of Jingzhou recently is him striking at the Shangtian real estate with a thunderous force and stirring up internal strife within his family. Every move is imbued with an air of unpredictability. Others say he is young and impulsive, acting arbitrarily, but Mo Qingli senses a hint of strategic planning hidden within these seemingly reckless actions. What exactly does he want to do? Why does he want to help her? A bold plan quietly took shape in Mo Qingli's mind. Make arrangements to send out invitations for my birthday party next Friday at Yunqi Manor. At the Lu Corporation, in the president's office. Lu Chenyuan looked at the golden invitation on his desk, his brows furrowing slightly. Mo Qingli's birthday party. In the original plot, this woman is an absolute workaholic, low-key and practical, and he had never heard of her having a habit of publicly hosting a birthday banquet. Something unusual must be afoot. He could almost be certain that this party is a trap set for him. It seems that the earlier reminder has already taken effect. Mo Qingli must have heeded the advice and tested the results. The initial reminder was merely a casual suggestion and cannot be counted as part of his plan. After all, Lu Chenyuan is still quite resistant to contact with Mo Qingli. The original self seems to carry a deep sense of guilt towards her. However, Lu Chenyuan does need a powerful and neutral ally who can restrain the Li family from the outside during the future turmoil of the Lu family. And the Mo family is the best choice. By selling her a favor in advance, he can avoid the Mo family falling into crisis due to product defects in the original plot and lay the groundwork for future cooperation. However, he did not expect Mo Qingli's response to be so quick and direct. Should he go or not go? If he goes, it will inevitably deepen his entanglement with her. He instinctively holds a slight sense of trepidation towards this woman who was betrayed by him in the original plot and ultimately turned dark. But if he does not go, it would seem that he is guilty, thereby solidifying certain speculations and unnecessarily offending the future leader of the Mo family. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chenyuan made a decision. He would go. But only as the president of the Lu Corporation, engaging in a formal business social interaction and nothing more. Friday evening, Yunqi Manor. Unlike the luxurious manors of other prestigious families in Jingzhou, this place resembles a modern art museum with a simple yet stylish design that reflects the owner's taste. The party scene lacked loud music and ostentatious decorations. Guests dressed in elegant attire gathered in pairs, whispering to one another, creating an atmosphere more akin to a high-end business summit. Lu Chenyuan's arrival caused quite a stir. After all, he is currently the most controversial figure in Jingzhou's business community. At the entrance, a waiter politely guided him to a large white artistic canvas. Mr. Lu, our president Mo said that the best gift is a handwritten blessing from friends. Please write a birthday wish for her here. Lu Chenyuan's gaze fell upon the canvas. It already bore numerous inscriptions, some elegant, some flamboyant, and others composed. He calmly accepted the specially designed marker handed to him by the attendant. After a brief contemplation, he promptly wrote 8 characters in the corner of the canvas: "Happy birthday, may all go well." The writing was steady, the strokes restrained, yet exuded a certain ease, mirroring the handwriting on the note, though it seemed to have undergone subtle adjustments at crucial strokes.
After finishing, Lu Chenyuan returned the pen to the attendant and walked into the venue with a calm demeanor. In a nearby corner, Qingli quietly observed the scene through a glass of champagne, a flicker of light flashing in her eyes. Today Qingli was dressed in a high-fashion gown exuding nobility and elegance. Upon seeing Lu Chenyuan's blessing, she found her answer within. Although Lu Chenyuan deliberately altered a few habitual strokes, the spirit and vitality infused in his writing were inimitable. Confirming her thoughts, Qingli chose not to rush forward. She held her wine glass gracefully, mingling among the guests, deftly handling various congratulations and subtle probes showcasing the elegance and competence of the hostess. In contrast, Lu Chenyuan found a relatively quiet spot, exchanged a few pleasantries with some familiar business partners, and then fell silent, quietly observing the dynamics in the room. At that moment, a discordant voice sharply pierced through the elegant atmosphere of the party. "Oh sister, today you really are impressive, making the birthday banquet feel like a board meeting. What's the matter? Want to make some business deals while you're at it to impress the board?" Everyone turned to the source of the voice, revealing a young girl in a pink princess dress adorned with heavy makeup, yet clearly inebriated, staggering toward Qingli, her tone dripping with unabashed sarcasm. She was a collateral branch of the Mo family, Qingli's cousin Mocu. Relying on her family's favor, she had always looked down upon her cousin, who overshadowed her. Qingli's expression remained unchanged, even the curve of her lips showed no sign of alteration, yet a hint of faint mockery passed through her cool, clear eyes. "See, you've had too much to drink." Her voice was calm and unperturbed, as if stating a fact unrelated to herself. "Too much to drink? I am perfectly sober." Mocu was enraged by her nonchalant attitude, raising her voice. "I just feel it's unfair for you, sister. Look at you fighting tooth and nail in the business world like a man. What's the use? In the end, aren't you just an unwanted career woman? For us women, the greatest happiness is marrying into a good family and raising children. No matter how capable or wealthy you are, if you can't get married, won't you ultimately become a tool for family business alliances?" This venomous tirade froze the surrounding air. Many guests displayed awkward expressions but perked up their ears, ready to witness a grand spectacle. In the corner, Lu Chenyuan's initially indifferent gaze turned icy in an instant. However, to everyone's surprise, Qingli not only remained unangered but instead let out a soft laugh. The laughter was light, yet it was like a sharp ice pick, precisely piercing Mocu's fragile self-esteem. "See you, where did you dig up this theory from the annals of history? Holding onto family money, wearing family-bought clothes, living in family houses, your life's value indeed seems reduced to that of an item waiting for a good price. After all, besides the function of marriage, what contributions do you make to the family? My life is created by my own hands, its value does not need to be defined by anyone else. And your life has been priced from the very beginning, waiting for others to pick. So do not use your parasitic mindset to speculate about my world. We are not the same." Her words, elegant yet ruthless, stripped Mocu of her glamorous princess gown, leaving only the pale and powerless interior. "Ah!" Completely humiliated, Mocu screamed, her reason snapping. She suddenly grabbed a glass of red wine from the attendant's tray and threw it at Qingli's face. In a swift motion, a figure blocked Qingli. Splash! The crimson liquid cascaded over the well-tailored dark suit, dripping down the pristine fabric, a shocking sight. It was Lu Chenyuan. He did not even glance at his expensive suit, merely turned his head and his cold gaze fell upon Mocu. Qingli reacted even faster. Almost simultaneously as Lu Chenyuan blocked the wine, she did not hesitate, delivering a crisp and resounding slap to Mocu's face. Smack! The entire banquet hall fell into a momentary silence. "This slap is to teach you that what you throw out must come with a price." Qingli retracted her hand, her voice as cold as ice. "Wow! You dare hit me?" Mocu covered her rapidly reddening face, wailing loudly. At that moment, an angry male voice emerged from the crowd. "Who dares to touch my sister?" A tall, rebellious-looking young man pushed through the crowd, rushing over, supporting Mocu while glaring fiercely at Qingli and Lu Chenyuan. It was Mocu's older brother, Lu Chenyuan. "Well now, Qingli, you joined forces with an outsider to bully my sister at your own birthday banquet. Do you still have any shame?" Lu Chenyuan indiscriminately pointed at Lu Chenyuan, scolding, "What are you even? How dare you meddle in our Mo family's affairs?" As he spoke, his large fist swung toward Lu Chenyuan's face. Gasps erupted from the surrounding guests. Lu Chenyuan did not even raise an eyelid, as if merely swatting away an annoying fly. At the moment Lu Chenyuan's fist was about to touch his face, he moved. His right leg struck like a whip, arriving first with a whoosh, precisely kicking Lu Chenyuan in the abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lu Chenyuan's tall figure crumpled like a shrimp, screaming as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Before transmigrating, Lu Chenyuan had trained. Especially in a village where transportation was inconvenient, he initially relied on his two legs for everything. Thus his leg skill was no mere show.
After transmigrating, Lu Chenyuan's physical abilities indeed did not betray the setting of a domineering CEO. The entire venue fell silent.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lu Chenyuan, who from the moment he appeared to the instant he acted wore an expressionless face, his ruthless decisiveness sending a chill down the spine of everyone present.
Lu Chenyuan did not even glance at Mo Zishuan on the ground.
He took out a pristine white handkerchief from his suit pocket, leisurely wiped the back of his hand that had been splashed with wine, and then tossed the handkerchief on the ground as if discarding some trash. The banquet hall had devolved into a chaotic farce. He turned around to face the coolly composed Mo Qingli.
Lu Chenyuan did not intend to provoke Mo Qingli, yet he could not stand to see her being bullied.
After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chenyuan spoke. The night view of Xishan and Jingzhou is quite nice.
Miss Mo, would you be interested in changing venues to celebrate your birthday?
Lu Chenyuan's voice was not loud, yet it was like a stone thrown into a still lake, creating ripples in the hearts of everyone present.
He said, Mo Zone, are you interested in changing locations for your birthday?
This was not a question but rather an undeniable declaration. Mo Qingli's cold gaze met Lu Chenyuan's profound eyes, and beneath the seemingly calm surface of the lake she saw amusement, admiration, and a deeply hidden understanding unique to those of her kind. She hesitated, not at all, the corners of her lips lifting slightly in a barely perceptible arc as she nodded gently.
All right.
A single word, crisp and decisive, just like her. This simple interaction left all the guests present utterly petrified, as if they had been struck by a spell.
What? What kind of miraculous turn of events is this?
Just a second ago it was a farce among the rich, fists flying, and now the main characters of the event were about to leave all the chaos behind and fly away together.
Moreover, this man was Lu Chenyuan,
the Lu Corporation's president, known for his coldness and indifference to women.
He was actually sticking his neck out for Mo Qingli, even openly inviting her to leave his birthday party.
Everyone's gaze was like a spotlight intensely focused on the two of them, filled with shock, confusion, envy, and speculation. Yet the parties involved seemed oblivious to it all. Lu Chenyuan did not cast another glance at Mo Zishuan on the ground, as if he were merely a bothersome stone by the roadside. He calmly took out his phone and dialed a number.
The call was answered almost instantly.
Lu Chenyuan spoke a few brief words before hanging up, the commanding tone and sense of efficiency causing others to shiver. Having done all this, he slightly turned towards Mo Qingli, gesturing for her to proceed, his movements graceful as if inviting a queen into her palace.
Mo Qingli accepted his invitation with poise and took a step forward.
As they walked side by side, the crowd parted instinctively like the sea before Moses, creating a path for them. Their auras were too powerful. One was as cold as ice, the other steady as the depths, intertwining to form an invisible barrier that isolated all noise and chatter. No one dared to approach or even breathe loudly. They could only watch helplessly as this pair of perfect individuals crossed the brightly lit banquet hall, heading towards the door that led to the outside world, leaving behind what should have been Mo Qingli's farce. Only after their figures completely disappeared outside did the frozen air begin to flow again, and the banquet hall erupted like a boiling pot, with discussions, gasps of amazement, and murmurs of disbelief rising and falling. Meanwhile, Mo Zishuan sprawled on the ground, and Mo Cu, who was crying like a peony in the rain, appeared more like two neglected clowns. At the entrance of Yunqi Manor, the evening breeze was slightly cool, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, dissipating the mixed scent of perfumes from the party along with the stench of alcohol and hostility. Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli stood side by side, neither speaking a word.
A black Bentley Mulsanne, like an elegant Black Panther, glided silently to a stop before them.
The headlights lit up only at the last moment, casting a soft light that did not hurt the eyes. The car door opened and Lin Yuan, dressed in a crisp suit, quickly exited and opened the back door.
Mr.
Louis called softly, pausing slightly when his gaze fell on the wine-stained front of Lu Chenyuan's suit, yet displaying no unnecessary expression or questions.
Lu Chenyuan shook his head and said to Mo Qingli, please take the passenger seat.
After saying that, he walked around the front of the car and took the driver's seat.
Mo Qingli glanced at Lu Chenyuan in the driver's seat and then at the calm Lin Yuan, showing no objection as she elegantly settled into the passenger seat.
Lin Yuan quietly closed the car door, watching as the Bentley smoothly merged into the flow of traffic, disappearing into the night before turning to head towards the manor's parking lot to handle subsequent matters.
Old Lu tonight was very different, Lin Yuan thought silently.
Inside the car, the high-end sound system played soothing classical music, completely isolating the cabin from the outside noise, creating a private and comfortable space. Mo Qingli turned her head to watch the colorful lights racing past the window, the city's neon lights transformed into patches of brilliance in her cold gaze. After a long while, she withdrew her gaze and looked at the man focused on driving beside her. His profile was sharply defined with a taut and fierce jawline, his fingers gripping the steering wheel with clear knuckles, steady and powerful. The expensive suit stained with wine did not make him appear disheveled, instead it added a touch of wildness to his untamed charm.
Why?
She suddenly spoke, her voice sounding particularly clear in the quiet cabin.
Whom?
Lu Chenyuan replied, keeping his eyes on the road, producing a questioning sound.
Why help me? And why take me away? Mo Qingli asked directly. She did not believe in love at first sight, nor did she believe in kindness for no reason. In her world, every action had its logic and motive behind it. Lu Chenyuan turned the steering wheel, smoothly driving up the mountain road towards Shishan. He remained silent for a moment before casually saying, "Your birthday shouldn't be ruined like that." This sounded like a very gentlemanly response, yet somewhat off-topic. Qingli's beautiful brows slightly raised, clearly not entirely satisfied with this answer. Lu Chenyuan seemed to sense her scrutiny and added, "Also, my suit is high-end and hard to maintain." Rather than staying there to listen to their cries, it was better to escape early. This reason had a touch of realism and a hint of down-to-earth practicality. Qingli was amused by his serious, pragmatic explanation, the corners of her lips curving slightly, finally showing a trace of genuine smile. Then, "Thank you for your suit, Mr. Lu, for shielding me from disaster," she said half-jokingly. "You're welcome." Lu Chenyuan's tone remained flat. "Consider it my early gesture of goodwill. I will likely need to cooperate with Mo Zong in the future, and now is the perfect time to lay the foundation for a good relationship." Lu Chenyuan deliberately steered the conversation towards business, attempting to redirect the events of the night back to the rational track of strategic cooperation, as if reminding himself not to deviate from the established course. Qingli, being exceptionally intelligent, naturally caught the subtlety in his words. She did not press further, simply gazing quietly out the window. The car had already entered the winding mountain road, leaving the city's clamor far behind, replaced by the tranquil forest and the sparkling starry sky. The atmosphere returned to tranquility once more. But this time the silence was no longer marked by distance and vigilance, but rather by a subtle, unspoken understanding. The car stopped at the observation platform on the summit of Shishan. This was the highest point of Jingzhou, offering a panoramic view of the city's nightscape. However, what stood out tonight was not the brilliant starry river formed by countless lights below, but a gigantic steel structure right in front of them. The Eye of Jingzhou. A giant Ferris wheel soaring to a height of 100 meters. At this moment it should have ceased operations for the night, yet it glowed with soft and dreamy lights, standing quietly at the serene mountaintop like a massive diamond-studded ring, eagerly awaiting its master. Qingli's footsteps came to a halt. She gazed at the enormous Ferris wheel, a hint of disbelief flickering in her cold eyes for the first time. "You?" She turned to look at Lu Chenyuan, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "It was arranged in advance by Lin Yuan." Lu Chenyuan's reply was casual, as though he merely reserved a restaurant. "I thought compared to a noisy cocktail party, this place might be more suitable for a birthday." Qingli remained silent, quietly watching the Ferris wheel. Growing up in Jingzhou, she had seen this iconic structure countless times from various corners of the city. It represented romance, leisure, and all the aspects of life that had nothing to do with her. In her life there were only studies, financial reports, board meetings, and endless business games. She was like a precise machine operating at high speed for over a decade without a moment's pause. Qingli had once dreamed that one day, like an ordinary girl, she would sit on the Jingzhou Eye with someone she liked and make a small wish at the highest point of the city. However, that thought was merely a thought, soon drowned in the endless work. She never expected that this deeply buried small wish would be realized in such an unexpected way tonight by a man she had only met a few times. Lu Chenyuan did not rush her, quietly standing beside her. He watched Qingli's profile, observing her, shedding all defenses and coldness, gazing at the Ferris wheel like a little girl. A certain part of his heart that he had intentionally suppressed quietly softened. Before his transmigration, he was an orphan raised on the food of others, never experiencing the ritual of a birthday. After transmigration, in the world of the original body, birthdays were merely a means of expanding connections in business socialization. He did not understand romance, nor did he care for it. Tonight's arrangement was partly out of a strategic consideration, but another part, something he had not deeply pondered himself, might simply be that he did not want to see such a proud and powerful woman sullied by petty people at her own birthday banquet. He wanted to brush away the dust from her, allowing her to shine anew. "Let's go." Qingli retracted her gaze, her voice carrying a lightness she was unaware of. The two walked to the Ferris wheel, where the waiting staff respectfully opened the exclusive cabin for them. The cabin slowly rose. As the height increased, the night view of the entire Jingzhou unfolded like a painting beneath their feet. Thousands of lights, bustling traffic converged into golden rivers rushing endlessly, eventually merging into the distant horizon. Magnificent and splendid. "Are you afraid of heights?" Lu Chenyuan broke the silence with the simplest of questions. "Not afraid." Qingli shook her head, her gaze deeply captivated by the scenery outside the window. "It's beautiful." Lu Chenyuan responded, following her gaze. "In my childhood in the countryside, I had never seen so many lights. Back then I thought the stars in the sky were the brightest things in the world." He referred to events before his transmigration. That deeply rooted memory embedded in his soul made him always perceive the current splendor with the clarity of an observer. Qingli glanced at him in surprise. She did not expect Lu Chenyuan to talk about his childhood. These simple words instantly closed the distance between them, transforming him from the aloof CEO of the Lu family into a flesh-and-blood person with a past. What do you think this city looks like from here? Mo Qingli suddenly asked.
Like a gigantic star map spread across the ground.
Lu Chenyuan answered almost without hesitation. This answer left Mo Qingli momentarily stunned.
She thought given Lu Chenyuan's identity and character he would say it resembled a chessboard, a sand table, or anything related to power and control.
I thought you would say a chessboard, she said honestly. Lu Chenyuan smiled faintly. That smile dispelled the habitual bloom between his brows.
On a chessboard there are only black and white pieces, cold and opposing. But look below. He lifted his chin, indicating outside the window. Behind every light there is a story, a family.
They are warm and lively. That is the essence of this city. This statement completely overturned Mo Qingli's perception of him. To outsiders, Lu Chenyuan was the embodiment of capital, the spokesperson for interests. He was decisive and ruthless. Yet at this moment what came from his mouth was a respect and warmth for ordinary life. This stark contrast deepened her curiosity about him. What kind of person was he?
The Ferris wheel reached its highest point, pausing briefly in the air. The entire world seemed to quiet down, leaving only the silent and brilliant Star River beneath them.
Actually, that note was from you, wasn't it? Mo Qingli finally asked the question she most wanted to know. Lu Chenyuan neither denied nor confirmed it, simply replying, "Does it matter?" "It matters." Mo Qingli looked into his eyes, stating each word clearly. That warning helped the Mo family avoid at least billions in losses and an immeasurable brand crisis.
"I must acknowledge this favor and return it." "Then remember it." Lu Chenyuan's response remained casual. "Perhaps in the future I will have a need for General Manager Mo's assistance." Once again he effortlessly reduced a monumental favor to a future business investment.
Mo Qingli suddenly chuckled.
That smile was like the surface of an icebound lake melting quietly in the spring breeze, blooming with breathtaking beauty.
"Lu Chenyuan," she called him by his full name for the first time, "you are truly interesting."
She no longer dwelled on right or wrong, nor did she pursue motives or reasons. At that moment she chose to trust her instincts. The man before her was far more complex and profound than the rumors suggested, and much more reliable than she had imagined. She relaxed against the back of her seat and began chatting with him about trivial matters. They talked about which restaurant in Jingzhou had authentic dishes, about a recent sci-fi movie release, and about an obscure philosophical book. They did not discuss the family pressures they bore, the loneliness of high places, nor the future business layouts and prospects. They were like two ordinary friends who had met by chance, sharing their views and feelings about the world. This feeling was novel and unfamiliar to Mo Qingli. For the first time she discovered that conversations not centered on work or profit could be so easy and so pleasant. She looked out the window and at the man beside her. He spoke little but always hit the nail on the head. He seemed indifferent but had his own order and warmth within. His maturity and perspective beyond his years, along with the genuine respect for her as an independent individual, brought her an unprecedented sense of comfort. Her heart, wrapped in layers of ice armor, quietly opened a crack that night. Moonlight and starlight seeped through this crack. Meanwhile, Lu Chenyuan was also undergoing an internal struggle. He adhered to the bottom line of "do not provoke," Mo Qingli attempting to steer the conversation back to safe business topics each time. However, when he saw Mo Qingli let down her guard and reveal a sincere smile, when he heard her offer unique and profound insights on a certain issue, when he sensed a hint of fatigue occasionally surfacing behind her wisdom and resilience, he realized that his so-called bottom line was so easily shattered. He had to admit that he admired this woman. He admired her intelligence, her decisiveness, her pride, and also her unrecognized softness displayed at this moment in this confined space. She was not the symbolic character in the original plot who needed to be rescued by marriage, ultimately resulting in love turning to hate. She was a living, radiant, powerful ally deserving of respect from anyone.
No, perhaps not just an ally.
This feeling, named admiration and resonance, grew uncontrollably in the quiet moonlight amidst the slowly rotating Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel slowly descended, returning to its origin. This brief isolated dream came to an end. Lu Chenyuan drove to the foot of Mo Qingli's apartment, a top-tier building with tight security. Neither of them got out of the car. "Thank you, Lu Chenyuan." Mo Qingli undid her seatbelt, turned to him and said seriously, "This is the most special birthday I have ever had."
"Happy birthday, Mo Qingli." Lu Chenyuan looked at her, the depth in his eyes seemingly capable of drawing one in. As their eyes met, the air was filled with an indescribable, ambiguous atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Mo Qingli who averted her gaze first. She opened the car door, got out, and stood by the car waving to him. "Be careful on the road." "Sure." Lu Chenyuan started the car and the Bentley quietly drove away. Mo Qingli stood in place, watching the taillights fade motionless for a long time. The evening breeze lifted her hair and she raised her hand to brush it aside, her fingertips seemingly still lingering with the warmth from the Ferris wheel cabin. Meanwhile, Lu Chenyuan drove his car down the empty street. He rolled down the window, letting the cold wind in, trying to dispel the unusual heat in his heart. Tonight he had completely broken the rules he had set for himself. Not only did he provoke Mo Qingli, but he even created a unique romance for her. This was entirely contrary to his initial intention of purely utilizing and maintaining distance.
However, when he recalled Mo Qingli's relieved smile on the Ferris wheel, he realized he felt not a hint of regret.
Perhaps some encounters are destined to escape control from the very beginning. Lu Chenyuan's grip on the steering wheel tightened unconsciously. The pieces on the chessboard seemed to have their own will, and for the first time he, the self-assured player, felt a moment of confusion about his future moves. The relationship between him and Mo Qingli had transformed from a parallel line into an intersecting one. And this intersection was the moon above Shishan tonight. From now on, where their paths would lead was no longer predictable. Parting from Shishan, the moonlight and scars of the heart quietly settle. The morning in Jingzhou arrives as punctual as ever, with sunlight piercing through the thin mist gilding this vast city, yet failing to dispel the shadows lurking within certain families. At the old residence of the Mo family. Unlike the modern simplicity of Yunqi Manor, this is a traditional Chinese courtyard filled with the sediment of time, where every blade of grass and tree reveals decorum and depth. In the main hall, Mo Qingli's father Mo Zhenbang sat with a stern face on a fine golden silk Nanmo armchair, his hands twisting two polished walnuts, the speed of his movements betraying his inner agitation. Mo Zishuan and Mo Siyu, the siblings, were tearfully recounting their tragic experiences from the previous night.
"Uncle, you must stand up for us. That Lu Chenyuan is simply too much as an outsider. How dare he act against us on our own turf?"
Mo Zishuan clutched his still aching abdomen, his face filled with humiliation and rage. "Exactly, uncle. And cousin, she slapped me in front of so many people. How can I ever face anyone in Jingzhou again?"
Mo Siyu's makeup was smeared from crying, making her look utterly disheveled. Mo Zhenbang furrowed his brows, about to reprimand them, when a cold voice came from the doorway. "If you can't face anyone, then stay at home and reflect on what trouble comes from the mouth means."
Mo Qingli walked in.
She had changed out of her evening gown into a sharp gray professional suit, her long hair neatly styled into a bun, her face revealing no emotion, as if last night's revelry and turmoil had nothing to do with her. Upon seeing her, Mo Siyu puffed up like a cat with its tail stepped on, instantly bristling. "Mo Qingli,
how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, would we have been bullied like this?"
"Bullied?" Mo Qingli walked to the main seat, picked up a cup of freshly brewed tea, gently blew on it without even raising her eyelids. "All I saw were two spoiled brats throwing tantrums at my birthday banquet, disgracing the Mo family."
"You? What about me?" Finally raising her eyes, Mo Qingli's gaze pierced like two icy blades directly at the Mo Zishuan siblings. "Mo Zishuan, at the banquet you threw punches at the president of the Lu group without asking for context. Do you know what this means?"
She paused, her voice growing colder. "This means that if Lu Chenyuan wishes this morning, the stock price of the Mo group could drop by at least 5 points due to rumors of the two families having a falling out. Your foolish punch is worth billions. Have you ever calculated that?"
Mo Zishuan's face turned pale as he realized the gravity of his actions.
Mo Qingli then turned to Mo Siyu, her tone dripping with undisguised disdain. "And you, Mo Siyu? You publicly espoused that decayed theory women without talent are virtuous and marriage is the ultimate destination. Do you understand how the outside world will judge the Mo family's values? They would say that the daughter raised by the top-tier Mo family is merely a commodity waiting for a price. This not only humiliates me but also insults all women of the Mo family, including your mother and grandmother."
I didn't."
Mo Siyu was left speechless, her lips trembling, unable to refute a single word. Mo Zhenbang, who had been silent, now looked at his niece and nephew with eyes filled with disappointment and anger.
"Qingli, then. How do you think this matter should be handled?" "Handled?" Mo Qingli set down her teacup with a crisp sound, as if sealing the matter with finality. "There's nothing to handle. I have already dealt with it." She pulled out 2 documents from her bag and tossed them on the table. "Mo Zishuan, you've been idling as the deputy director of the market department. It's time for you to do something."
"The African branch needs a pioneer to develop the market. Report there next Monday.
You can return only after you achieve results."
Mo Siyu, all of your credit cards, luxury cars and villas are frozen. I've signed you up for a year-long farming experience and teaching project next to your grandmother's house in Qingzhou. You can return to your princess life only after you can grow food with your own hands and teach students well."
"Why should I?" Mo Zishuan and Mo Siyu shouted in unison.
"Because I am the general manager of the Mo Group, and every penny you spend comes from the profits of the company I have worked hard to manage, and moreover."
Mo Qingli stood up, looking down at them, her aura fully unleashed. "The person you offended last night is Lu Chenyuan. Lu Chenyuan is not only the president of the Lu family but also the most important business ally for me, Mo Qingli, and the entire Mo Group in the future. Your foolish actions nearly ruined everything. This punishment is what you deserve. Chairman Mo, what do you think?" She directed her last question to Mo Zhenbang.
Mo Zhenbang looked at his daughter with a complex expression filled with admiration, relief and a hint of helplessness.
He waved his hand tiredly, saying to the Mo Zishuan siblings, "Just do as Qingli says. You two get out."
The siblings were struck as if by lightning, crying as they were dragged out by the butler. The main hall returned to silence.
Mo Zhenban paused and cautiously asked Qingli. And that Lu Chenyuan? It's a business partnership. Mo Qingli's answer was impeccable. He holds the technology we need the most.
That's all. After saying that, she slightly bowed. Dad, there's a meeting at the company, I have to go now.
Watching his daughter leave, Mo Zhenban shook his head, muttering to himself, is it really just a business partnership? This Lu Chenyuan, aside from being a bit aloof, actually has a decent reputation. Doesn't my daughter consider that? Mo Zhenban thought silently. Meanwhile, at the Li family,
Li Xiujian was quietly listening to his subordinate's report. According to our observations last night, Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli spent nearly an hour alone on the Ferris wheel at Shishan Top. Li Xiujian twisted two artifacts with one hand, producing a clicking sound like a pendulum of doom.
Lu Chenyuan. Mo Qingli.
He whispered the names, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Interesting. I originally thought he was merely a lone wolf cast out from the pack, but unexpectedly he quickly found a tigress as an ally. This variable has disrupted my original plan of boiling the frog in warm water. I intended to wait until the Lu group had severely depleted itself under the incompetence of Lu Mingshi and the others before calmly swallowing it whole. But now Lu Chenyuan has gained the support of the Mo family. Once he develops, he will become a massive threat.
Boss, so what do we?
A subordinate tentatively asked. What's the progress on the share transfer of Shengtian real estate from Lu Mingshi's side? He has already mobilized all the funds he can. It shouldn't be long before he can approach us to buy shares in Shengtian real estate. This Lu Mingshi is too useless. It has taken so long and he still hasn't gathered the funds to purchase Shengtian real estate. As time goes on, the risks for Shengtian real estate are increasing.
Li Xiujian's expression turns sinister. Some matters need to be accelerated.
Li Xiujian thought to himself.
Time passed quickly and it was July.
Lu Chenyuan, relying on the Lu family's background and a series of implicit advantages, received the admission notice from the School of Foreign Languages at Qingzhou University without any surprise. This notice, which would have made her cheer for a month in the past, was now quietly placed on the table as if it were just an ordinary piece of paper.
At the family dinner, the atmosphere was somewhat dull.
Her mother Lu Mengling was still away in Qingzhou to relax, and the large dining table was occupied only by Lu Mingshi, Lu Chenyuan, and Lu Chenyuan. Lu Mingshi looked at his daughter's golden admission notice, a rare look of satisfaction flickering across his face just as he was about to discuss his daughter's bright future. Lu Chenyuan put down her chopsticks.
Dad, big brother.
She took a deep breath, her gaze clear and resolute. I have decided that I want to apply for a 1-year leave of absence. I want to see what the world is really like. This past month in the community canteen had planted a seed in her heart, and now it seemed that seed was about to break through the soil. She wanted to see how many impoverished people there were in this world. She wanted to see if she could do something more meaningful.
Nonsense.
Lu Mingye's smile instantly froze, his brows tightly knitted, his tone filled with disbelief and reprimand. Do you even know what you are saying? The admission notice from Qingzhou University is something that many people cannot even dream of getting. How can you simply say you want to take a leave of absence?
If this gets out, where will the Lu family's reputation go?
Lu Mingshi wanted to continue.
Lu Chenyuan said, I support you.
Lu Mingshi looked at Lu Chenyuan in disbelief, opened his mouth but couldn't find words and soon felt a sense of humiliation. Lu Mingshi looked at his increasingly strong, uncontrollable son and finally only let out a cold snort, swallowing all his dissatisfaction. Lu Mingshi knew very well that nowadays in this family he could not oppose Lu Chenyuan's decision at all.
Lu Chenyuan ignored his father's departure and calmly looked at Lu Chenyuan, saying, your idea is good. However, the places you want to go are harsh and safety is the top priority. You need to prepare for it. I will arrange the rest.
Lu Chenyuan's eyes instantly lit up. All her unease and apprehension were dispelled by her brother's words, I will arrange it. She nodded vigorously, her eyes slightly red. Thank you, big brother. At that moment she felt incredibly grateful to have such a brother. He was like an unshakable support, capable of guiding her direction and shielding her from the storm. After the dinner ended unhappily, Lu Chenyuan returned to his study and dialed his mother Lu Mengling's number. On the other end of the line, Lu Mengling's voice was as gentle as always. Are you on it so late? Is there something you need?
Mom, I need to tell you something.
Lu Chenyuan's tone was calm. Shanshan has decided today to apply for a leave of absence for a year to conduct social research in impoverished areas.
Leave of absence. Lu Mengling's voice revealed surprise, but what followed was not opposition but deep concern. Where is she planning to go? Is it safe? She has been spoiled since childhood. Can she handle that hardship? Don't worry, I will handle the safety issues and won't let her face any danger. Lu Chenyuan reassured. This is her decision after careful consideration, a sign of her growth. We should be happy for her. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Lu Mengling's gentle sigh mixed with relief and heartache. You're right. This child has really grown up and has her own ideas. Ah, Yuan, you handle it, I trust you. I will return to Qingzhou tomorrow. I need to see her in person and help her pack her things. Okay mom, be safe on the road. After hanging up, a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Chenyuan's mouth. His mother's reaction was within his expectations. A truly loving mother amid her worries always respects and supports her child. And he too needed to initiate real safety measures for his sister's adventure. Lu Chenyuan's efficiency was astonishing. He understood that Lu Chenyuan's action was no trivial matter. Many of the places she wanted to go were in areas with poor information flow and complex environments where a single misstep could lead to danger. Thus security was of utmost importance. Ordinary companies were simply not on his radar. 3 days later, through some special connections he had accumulated, he managed to contact a recently retired special talent. In the Shishan of Jingzhou at the Lu family estate, a low-key black Hongqi car pulled in and stopped in front of the main residence. A woman got out of the car. She appeared to be in her late 20s, dressed in simple black sportswear, tall and well-proportioned, exuding a sense of strength. Her features were delicate, her skin a healthy wheat color, and her short hair added to her aura of vigor. She stood there clearly making no unnecessary movements, yet naturally exuding a powerful aura that suggested she should not be approached. Lu Chenyuan personally welcomed her at the door. Ms. G, welcome. He extended his hand. Mr. Lu. Ji Wuxuang shook his hand briefly, her grip steady, her gaze quickly and professionally scanning the surroundings. Please come in. Lu Chenyuan led her into the living room. Lu Chenyuan was sitting on the sofa, somewhat uneasy. When she saw Ji Wuxuang, she clearly froze for a moment. The female bodyguard she had imagined would either be a tough Barbie-like figure from the movies or a cold poker-faced woman. However, Ji Wuxuang before her was far more normal, and one could even say quite beautiful. Yet the practicality and aloofness emanating from her made one hesitate to approach. Xianxian, come here. Lu Chenyuan waved his hand. Lu Chenyuan stood up and walked to her brother's side. This is Ms. Ji Wuxuang, the personal security consultant I hired for you. Lu Chenyuan introduced. For the next year she will be fully responsible for your personal safety. In any matters concerning safety, her opinion is the highest directive and you must obey unconditionally. You must respect Ms. Ji just as you respect me. Lu Chenyuan spoke very seriously. He knew that someone like Ji Wuxuang had her own pride and principles, and she must be given enough respect and trust to fully utilize her professional capabilities. Hello, Ms. Ji. Lu Chenyuan greeted her somewhat shyly. Ji Wuxuang's gaze fell on her with more scrutiny than politeness. After a moment she slightly nodded. Miss Lu. The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. Lu Chenyuan looked at the powerful security consultant before her and then at her serious brother, and the bit of spoiled temperament that had just been smoothed out surged again. She quietly leaned close to Lu Chenyuan's ear and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, Big brother, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. Sending a nanny to follow me is too exaggerated, right? I can take care of myself. She thought her voice was very small, but she didn't notice that at the moment she spoke Ji Wuxuang's ears subtly twitched. Lu Chenyuan put on a stern face and patted her head. This is not up for discussion. Your safety is not an exaggeration. Either Ms. Ji follows you or you don't go anywhere and stay in school obediently. Lu Chenyuan was immediately at a loss for words, pouting in grievance. Seeing his sister like this, Lu Chenyuan's heart softened and his tone also eased. Once you truly experience the complexities of the outside world, you will understand your brother's intentions. Ji Wuxuang watched all of this, her expression still unchanged, but in her heart she silently raised the difficulty level of this task. Luo Mengling returned to the Lu family manor the next afternoon. Exhausted from her journey, she had no time to sip the hot tea offered by the butler and hurriedly searched for her daughter's figure. When she saw Lu Chenyuan, her heart ached and tears nearly welled up in her eyes instantly. The precious daughter she had cherished since childhood, even meticulously trimming her nails, was now wearing a faded old tracksuit, training in the garden alongside a stern-looking short-haired woman doing the most basic physical exercises. Sweat soaked Lu Chenyuan's forehead, making her delicate face appear somewhat pale, and her legs trembled slightly. Yet her gaze was no longer the spoiled and willful one from the past. Instead it bore a stubbornness and determination marked by gritted teeth. Chenyuan. Luo Mengling hurried over, her voice trembling with emotion. Upon seeing her mother, the facade of strength that Lu Chenyuan had been maintaining crumbled instantly. She rushed into her mother's embrace, her voice tinged with tears. Mom, why are you back? If I don't come back soon, I might never see my precious daughter again. Luo Mengling held her daughter, feeling the unfamiliar scent of sweat and grass on her, unable to hold back her tears any longer. She gently caressed her daughter's cheek, saying, Look at you, you've become so thin. What is going on? Why are you not attending university and putting yourself through this suffering? As she spoke, her dissatisfied gaze flicked toward Ji Wuxuang, who stood not far away. Ji Wuxuang simply stood there quietly, her expression unchanged, as if the reunion of this mother and daughter had nothing to do with her. Mom, it's not brother or Ms. Jis fault, it's my own choice to do this.
Leaning in her mother's warm embrace, Lu Chenyuan drew comfort from the long-lost affection, yet her tone remained resolute. I don't want to be a clueless doll anymore.
Luo Mengling was taken aback.
She looked at the unfamiliar determination on her daughter's face, filled with mixed emotions. She felt proud of her growth but was also deeply pained by the price of that growth.
At the right moment, Lu Chenyuan walked over, his voice gentle. Mom, you're back.
Xianxian is tired, let her rest for a while. He nodded at Ji Wuxuan, who understood and turned to leave, giving space to the family. That evening, after calming her emotional daughter to sleep, Luo Mengling sat wearily on the living room sofa.
Lu Chenyuan personally brought her a cup of warm milk and sat down across from her. Mom, are you still worried about Qianqian?
Luo Mengling sighed, rubbing her aching temples. How can I not worry? That child has hardly heard a harsh word in her life.
I'm really afraid that
she has grown up already. Lu Chenyuan interrupted her, looking at her with calm eyes. She needs to have her own life, not forever live under our wings.
Neither you nor I can protect her for a lifetime. Luo Mengling fell silent, knowing her son was right. Mom, Lu Chenyuan's voice softened and deepened. Actually, some things are just like Qianqian.
Always covering and protecting may seem like safeguarding, but it will only allow the wounds to fester unseen until they become irreparable.
Luo Mengling's heart skipped a beat.
She looked up anxiously at her son's deep eyes, which seemed to see through everything. She vaguely sensed that what Lu Chenyuan was about to say next was his true purpose for tonight. Lu Chenyuan did not say more. He simply took a brown paper envelope from his briefcase and gently placed it on the coffee table in front of Luo Mengling. There were no extra words, no accusations, and no persuasion. Inside are some things. Lu Chenyuan's tone was calm to the point of being cold. I just think you have the right to know the truth.
After you read it, whatever you want to do or not do, I will support you.
I will always be your son, your strongest backing.
Luo Mengling's fingers trembled slightly.
She stared at the seemingly ordinary envelope, feeling it weighed 1,000 pounds. A fear stemming from her intuition as a woman kept her from reaching out to touch it.
She knew what was inside.
Or rather, she had always had a vague shadow in her heart. For over 20 years she had been deceiving herself with various excuses, forcing herself not to think, not to look, pretending that shadow did not exist.
Ah, Yuan.
Her voice was dry, tinged with a hint of pleading.
Mom, Lu Chenyuan simply looked at her quietly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination and affection.
After a long silence, Luo Mengling seemed to have made some sort of decision. She trembled as she reached out to pick up the envelope. Her fingertips were cold and she almost used all her strength to tear open the seal. One by one, photographs slid out of the envelope, scattering across the polished coffee table. In the photos was her husband, Lu Mingji. He stood together with a captivating woman whom Luo Mengling recognized as Lu Mei. In the photos, Lu Mingji wore a relaxed and gentle expression she had never seen before. In one photo, they looked like an ordinary couple dining in a restaurant, Lu Mingji kindly serving food to Lu Mei. In another photo, a boy of about 7 or 8 stood beside Lu Mei with Lu Mingye's hand affectionately resting on the boy's head. The three of them stood together, smiling brightly like a harmonious family of 3. Besides the photos, there was also a detailed investigation report. Lu Mei's identity, background, the source of funds for her luxury apartment, the boy's birth certificate, and private school enrollment. All the evidence pointed clearly to one fact: Lu Mingji not only had a family outside but also had an illegitimate son who was growing up. Luo Mengling looked through the photos one by one, her complexion changing from flush to pale, then from pale to ashen. It felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen in an instant. Over 20 years of marriage, 20 years of mutual respect, she had always thought her husband was just not good at expressing his feelings. She comforted herself that in a wealthy marriage this was how it was. As long as they maintained a facade of decency and the children grew up healthy, it was enough. It turned out that it wasn't that he was unromantic, it was that his romance had never been given to her. It turned out that it wasn't that there was no love between them, it was that his love had been given to another woman, even to another family. All her 20+ years of forbearance, concession, and self-comfort had become a grand joke in the face of these irrefutable evidences. She felt like a clown, exerting all her energy to maintain a stage that had long been hollow and decayed, while the audience, including her partner, laughed at her foolishness and naivety. Ha! A short mournful laugh escaped from Luo Mengling's throat. She laughed, but as the laughter continued, tears rolled down silently like beads that had broken their string. Those were not tears of grievance, but blood tears mixed with endless humiliation, anger, and despair. She thought she would collapse, would hysterically question. But after that extreme pain passed, what surged up was a cold, reviving clarity. She was Luo Mengling, the proud daughter of the Qingzhou Luo family. She had once been a celebrated socialite in Jingzhou with her own pride and bottom line. When did she become so humble, degrading herself for this ridiculous marriage, losing even her backbone? Slowly she returned the photos to the envelope one by one, her movements slow and solemn, as if bidding farewell to a life that had completely died. When she looked up again, the tear stains on her face were still fresh, but her gaze had completely changed.
The long-standing gentleness and weakness had been burned away by a cruel truth replaced by a deep-seated pride and resolve belonging to the daughter of the Luo family. Ah Yuan, she looked at her son, her voice terrifyingly calm. Thank you. Thank you for not letting me continue being a fool. Thank you for giving me the courage to break all of this. Lu Chenyuan watched his mother's transformation, feeling a pang in his heart but also a sense of relief. He knew that the hardest step had already been taken. Luo Mengling did not say another word. She stood up, straightening her back that had slightly hunched from years of suppression, and took out her mobile phone from her handbag. She scrolled to a number and dialed it without hesitation. When the call connected, she spoke into the receiver with an unprecedented cold and clear tone, enunciating each word. Is this lawyer Wang? I am Luo Mengling. Please prepare. I want to divorce Lu Mingji. In the western hills of Jingzhou, the old Lu family mansion stands witness to decades of the Lu family's glory and decline, now brightly lit, maintaining its solemn and luxurious demeanor as always. The monthly family dinner is a tradition set by the elder Lu Chenyuan, unwavering and unchanging. It serves as his means to maintain the family's cohesion and assert the authority of the head of the family. The long rosewood dining table is already filled with exquisite dishes, each crafted by renowned chefs, exuding an enticing aroma. However, tonight there lingers an unusual oppressive silence in the air as the second and third generations of the Lu family gradually gather. Uncle Lu Mingji, Uncle Lu Mingda, and Uncle Lu Mingdong each arrive with their wives and children, taking their seats according to seniority and intimacy. They engage in low conversations, their eyes occasionally glancing toward the main seat, their words laced with familiar schemes and probing. Lu Mingji arrives late, adjusting his expensive suit and tie, sitting down at his rightful place with an air of entitlement. During this time, although Lu Mengling has returned from Qingzhou, her indifferent attitude towards him has left him rather displeased. However, he dismisses it as his wife's trivial temper, not taking it to heart. In his view, a woman who has long since aged and fully depends on the Lu family and him cannot stir any waves. When Lu Mengling, dressed in a royal blue fitted gown, enters the dining room accompanied by Lu Chenyuan, all eyes are drawn to her. Tonight's Lu Mengling is a stark contrast to the gentle, ever-smiling matriarch of the Lu family who always prioritizes her husband. She has adorned herself with delicate makeup that perfectly conceals her underlying weariness yet cannot mask the cold and distant aura emanating from her very being. Her back is straight, chin slightly raised, and her calm gaze sweeps over everyone present, showing no signs of emotion, as if surveying a group of strangers unrelated to her. She resembles a sword sheathed in its scabbard, though it has not yet been drawn. The chilling aura surrounding her has already caused the air around to freeze. Lu Chenyuan stands silently beside his mother like a quiet mountain. He maintains his usual composed demeanor, yet anyone familiar with him can sense that the aura he brings today is more powerful and sharp than ever before. He has not come to participate in the family dinner but rather to support his mother. Mengling, what's going on? I've been calling you but you didn't answer. Lu Mingji frowned and spoke with dissatisfaction, his tone carrying a familiar accusatory note. Lu Mengling did not even glance at him, simply walking straight to her seat and sitting down gracefully. That silent disregard is more humiliating than any fierce argument. Lu Mingye's expression immediately darkened, and just as he was about to erupt, Lu Chenyuan, seated at the head, gently tapped the ground with his cane, producing a muffled sound. Everyone is here, let's start eating. The elder's voice was aged yet authoritative, with a glimmer of insight shining in his murky eyes. He has already sensed the undercurrents between his eldest son and daughter-in-law, but he chooses not to address it, merely wanting to see how far they will take this. The dinner commences in an eerie atmosphere. No one dares to speak loudly, and only the occasional clinking of cutlery can be heard. Lu Mengling eats very little, her movements elegant and slow, as if performing some kind of ritual. She does not engage with anyone nor respond to any glances directed at her. Time passes second by second, the oppressive atmosphere making everyone feel restless. Finally, halfway through the dinner, Lu Mengling gently wipes her lips with a napkin and sets down her ivory chopsticks. The crisp sound amidst the quiet dining room seems particularly jarring, causing everyone's movements to halt in unison, all eyes turning toward her. She disregards the gazes of the crowd and instead directs her attention to Lu Chenyuan at the head, her voice not loud, yet each word is clear and resonant. Dad, today I actually have something to announce publicly. Lu Mingye's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition rising within him. He barked angrily, Lu Mengling. What do you want? What can't be said at home that you must embarrass yourself here? Lu Mengling slowly turned her head for the first time in over 20 years, looking at her husband with a gaze almost filled with pity. In that gaze there was no love, no resentment, only a coldness that pierced through everything. Home, she softly repeated those two words, a tragic mocking curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Lu Mingji, which one is my home? Is it yours with that woman outside and your son? Boom. This statement detonated like a thunderclap in the dining room. The mention of the woman outside. The son. Everyone from the Lu family present, aside from Lu Chenyuan, who was already aware, wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Lu Mingye's face turned pale, in an instant drained of all color. It was as if all his strength had been suddenly sapped, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He never imagined that something he thought was perfectly concealed would be revealed by Lu Mengling in such a brutal manner, laid bare in front of the entire family. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. After a brief silence, Lu Mingji suddenly stood up, roaring with an intimidating yet hollow voice, trying to cover his guilt with volume. You know best whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Lu Mengling's tone remained eerily calm. She no longer looked at Lu Mingye's contorted face but turned again to Lu Chengxi, her voice carrying a resolute sorrow. Dad, I, Lu Mengling, have been married into the Lu family for over 20 years. I believe I have contributed, if not in merit then in hardship, raising children and managing the household without a single complaint. I thought that even without love there should at least be some semblance of marital affection, some baseline of humanity. She paused, the last trace of warmth in her eyes completely replaced by coldness. But it seems that it was all one-sided on my part. Therefore I have made a decision. She took a deep breath, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth yet carrying a sense of resolute release. I want a divorce from Lu Mingji. The dining room erupted in an uproar. Divorce. In a top-tier family like the Lu's, divorce is not merely a matter between two individuals. It involves family reputation, property division, and the decades-long kinship with the Lu family, undoubtedly a seismic event that could shake the upper echelons of Jingzhou. Absurd. Simply absurd. Lu Qingxi finally lost his temper, his cane striking the ground heavily, producing a loud thud. This time his wrath was mostly directed at his incompetent son. Wretch! Look what you've done. He pointed at Lu Mingji, trembling with anger. Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. She's gone mad. This is all fabricated to trap me. Lu Mingji struggled one last time, attempting to shift the blame entirely onto Lu Mengling. Lu Mengling scoffed and ceased to engage with him. She took out a brown paper envelope from her bag and decisively dumped its contents onto the polished dining table. Photos and documents scattered like snowflakes. The closest second ant was sharpied and immediately spotted the glaring scene in the photo. Lu Mingji was smiling gently, his hand resting on the head of an unfamiliar boy, while beside him snuggled a woman of exquisite charm. That image was as warm as a happy family of three, yet it was also sharp and piercing like a dagger, ruthlessly stabbing into the eyes of every member of the Lu family. Lu Mingshi, quick on the uptake, snatched a few photos and the investigation report. After just a glance, his face turned pale. He passed the documents to his younger brothers, and soon all the second generation of the Lu family had seen the irrefutable evidence that would ruin Lu Mingye's reputation. The boy's name on the birth certificate, the expensive private school he attended, the luxurious riverside mansion purchased by Lu Mingji. Each detail was indisputable. In the face of the evidence, all of Lu Mingye's excuses seemed so pale and powerless. He slumped in his chair, his face ashen, his eyes filled with terror and despair. It was over for him. He knew he was utterly finished. The entire restaurant was as silent as death, with only Lu Chengxi's heavy breathing remaining. The old man closed his eyes, his face filled with deep sorrow. Family shame, such shame. And so utterly unbearable. After a long time he slowly opened his eyes, forcibly suppressing the raging anger within, replaced by a calculated consideration. He looked at Lu Mengling, softening his tone slightly, carrying a hint of negotiation. Mengling, this matter is Mingye's fault and it is my failure in raising him. I will have him kneel before you and apologize. I will have him cut ties with that woman outside completely. However, can we deliberate on the divorce matter? After all, this concerns the face of the Lu family and the well-being of the children. In the past, Lu Mengling might have compromised in the face of her father-in-law's persuasion. But not now. Dad, I have given the Lu family face for over 20 years. She met Lu Chengxi's gaze without a hint of retreat. For these 20 years I have lived like a joke, and now I no longer wish to continue this performance. I only want to reclaim my own dignity. As for the children, she gazed around, they have grown up and they will understand me. You. Lu Qingxi did not expect her to be so resolute, momentarily left speechless. At this moment, Lu Chenyuan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. He slowly stood up, his tall figure casting an imposing shadow under the crystal chandelier. He first slightly bowed to Lu Qingxi, his tone respectful but content. Uncompromising grandfather, this matter is my mother's private affair. As the victim in this marriage, she has the right to make any decision she deems correct. No one has the right to interfere. Then his sharp gaze swept over all the uncles and aunts present, his voice low yet clear, resonating in everyone's ears with undeniable authority. I stand here today not to participate in a farce or to judge who is right or wrong. I just want to inform everyone present that I unconditionally support my mother's every decision. Her freedom, her dignity is above all so-called family reputation. If anyone believes that the family's reputation needs to be maintained at the cost of sacrificing my mother's happiness, then such a reputation is not worth having. Finally his gaze fell upon his father, who now resembled a withered tree, his eyes devoid of warmth, replaced by complete severance and rupture. Dad, he calmly addressed him as if stating an unrelated fact, you must pay the price for your own actions. As his words fell, the room was stunned. Everyone was taken aback by Lu Chenyuan's declaration. This was no simple support, it was a proclamation. A proclamation that Lu Chenyuan would stand with his mother, severing ties with Lu Mingye's lineage and this decayed family rule that valued profit and reputation above all else. Lu Mingye's last glimmer of hope was shattered. He knew that with Lu Chenyuan's support, Lu Mengling's divorce was already a done deal, unstoppable by anyone. Support from the Lu family would also become more resolute because of Lu Chenyuan's stance. He had lost his wife and the support of the most powerful heir of the Lu family. His position in the Lu family would plummet. In the restaurant, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Lu Qingli looked at the grandson he had once nurtured, now beyond his control, feeling a mix of emotions. There was anger, helplessness, but more so a sense of despair that nothing could be salvaged. He knew that from today onward this family would truly fall apart. Lu Qingli knew there was no room for salvage. He sighed, his tone becoming unyielding. Fine, I won't stop you. But until everything is settled, this matter must remain confidential. I don't care what you think inside, outwardly you are still the lady of the Lu family. The stock price of the Lu family cannot fluctuate because of your private matters, this is the bottom line. Lu Mengling fell silent for a moment, then nodded all right. Lu Chenyuan did not give anyone else time to react. He walked to his mother and gently helped her up. Mom, let's go home. Okay. Lu Mengling replied, casually tossing the empty document bag on the table as if discarding a heavy and unbearable past. The mother and son walked out of the cage that had suffocated Lu Mengling for half her life under the complex and respectful gazes of the Lu family. The car smoothly drove away from the Shishan old residence, the lights outside retreating like flowing light. Inside the car, Lu Mengling remained silent, quietly gazing out the window. When the magnificent manor completely vanished from the rearview mirror, her tense body finally relaxed and 2 streams of silent tears fell. These were not tears of sadness but tears of liberation. Lu Chenyuan did not disturb her, he simply drove back to their own villa. When the front door opened, the warm light of the living room spilled out and Lu Mengling was taken aback. On the living room sofa sat 4 anxious figures waiting. 3 sons and her most beloved daughter, Lu Chenyuan. Upon seeing their mother and elder brother return, the 4 immediately stood up and rushed over. Mom! Lu Chenyuan was the first to rush over, tightly hugging Lu Mengling. Her eyes red. Elder brother has already told us. The other children also gathered around. There was no gossip, no shock on their faces, only pure concern and support for their mother. Looking at these 5 grown children before her and the pure love and support in their eyes, the last bit of cold barrier in Lu Mengling's heart completely melted. She smiled, genuinely smiled, while tears streamed down even more fiercely. She had lost her husband but regained herself and realized she possessed the world's most precious treasure, her children. Lu Chenyuan calmly watched his mother being surrounded by his younger siblings, then walked to the entrance and picked up a suitcase he had already packed. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Lu Chenyuan gazed at his mother and siblings, calmly announcing, I have arranged a place to stay outside and Lin Yuan has been handled. From today onward I will also move out of the Lu family. He paused, looking at his third brother. Lu Chenyuan, your manager has already been bought off. I trust you know what to do. After saying this, Lu Chenyuan walked out of the Lu family. The next morning in Lu Chenyuan's office, Lu Mingshi was in high spirits, even tinged with a hint of barely detectable tension. He never dreamed that the supreme power of the Lu group, which he had long coveted, would be presented to him in such a dramatic manner. Chenyuan, have you really thought this through? Lu Mingshi asked, feigning a casual demeanor as he looked at the thick stack of equity transfer documents on the table, although the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Second uncle, I have already signed the documents. Lu Chenyuan replied calmly, pushing a document in front of him. This represents all the Lu shares I personally hold at the price we previously agreed upon. Immediately after, Lu Mengling also pushed a document from her hands forward, her voice cold and detached. This is the shareholding under my name and I am transferring it to you as well. The only condition is this: complete the divorce proceedings as soon as possible, and from now on I have nothing to do with Lu Mingji. Lu Mingshi's heart raced. Combined, Lu Chenyuan and Lu Mengling's shares exceeded 15 of the total shares of the group. Once he acquired this portion, he would become the largest controlling shareholder of the Lu group. Not to mention his older brother Lu Mingji, even the elder Lu Chenyuan would no longer be able to shake his position. No problem. No problem. Lu Mingshi almost snatched the document, quickly signing his name under the lawyer's guidance. The funds were transferred and the agreement took effect. When everything settled, Lu Mingshi looked at the share transfer confirmation information sent by his mobile banking app, feeling somewhat lightheaded. He had won. He had finally beaten the older brother who had always overshadowed them and the nephew that the elder had high hopes for. From today onward, Lu Mingshi would be the true master of the Lu group. He didn't even have the inclination to delve into why Lu Chenyuan and his mother would so decisively sell their shares. He merely assumed it was a moment of impulse amidst family strife. He looked at Lu Chenyuan, putting on a fake smile, and said, Chenyuan, rest assured, second uncle will definitely lead the Lu group to new heights. Lu Chenyuan did not respond to his insincerity but merely stood up and said calmly, I hope second uncle can maintain this position. Mom, let's go.
Watching the mother and son leave, Lu Mingshi disdainfully curled his lips.
Just a young man ruined by women and family, nothing to fear.
Lu Mingshi immediately called his assistant with an air of confidence. Notify all board members at once, an emergency board meeting at 2 p.m.
I have important matters to announce.
At 2 p.m. in the top-level conference room of the Lu Group. The atmosphere was oppressive and serious. Several uncles from the Lu family and the board members had already received word in advance. When Lu Mingshi walked into the conference room beaming, directly taking the main seat that originally belonged to Lu Chenyuan, everyone understood that the sky of the Lu Group had truly changed. Lu Mingshi was already quietly seated in his position, appearing rather calm. Since last night he had tried to contact Lu Mangling and Lu Chenyuan, even seeking out the elder, but the results were nothing but cold rejections. What if there was an affair? What if there was a mistress? What if a bastard child was born? Everyone does this, right? Why has it come to this?
Lu Mingshi felt no regret in his heart. Only blame for Lu Mangling, his wife, who had always been obedient and humble. Only anger towards Lu Chenyuan, the son he had once been proud of but who as he grew older became a source of threat for Lu Mingshi. This ungrateful child, Lu Mingshi roared in his heart. However, after the tempest of impotent rage, he gradually turned pale as if he had aged 10 years in an instant.
Everyone.
Lu Mingshi cleared his throat, paused, then swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone looked at Lu Mingshi. In their eyes were unease, flattery, sycophancy, and respect. This is the taste of power. This feeling is wonderful. This is what it feels like to be the center of attention. This is the feeling of life and death in one's hands. At this moment, Lu Mingshi truly felt what it meant to be the head of the Lu family. Lu Mingshi had always been overshadowed by his older brother Lu Mingji. Clearly Lu Mingji was just a waste. When their father Lu Chengzi was completely disappointed in Lu Mingshi thought his father would finally let him take on the heavy burden of the Lu family, but then Lu Chenyuan appeared. The teenage Lu Chenyuan exuded a sense of pressure from Lu Chengzi the elder. Lu Mingshi's restless ambition was once again suppressed by Lu Chenyuan's rise. Today no one could stop me, Lu Mingshi. Lu Mingshi thought delightfully. Then he cleared his throat again, preparing to announce the significant news when the conference room door was pushed open. Lu Chenyuan walked in. Seeing Lu Chenyuan enter, Lu Mingshi was obviously taken aback, unsure of what Lu Chenyuan intended to do. Even Lu Mingshi instinctively tensed up. This nephew cast a significant psychological shadow. Yet Lu Chenyuan remained calm and composed, but today he seemed to have shed some heavy shackles, gaining an unprecedented lightness and sharpness. Chenyuan. Lu Mingshi was taken aback, then smiled. You arrived just in time, we were just. I am not here for a meeting. Lu Chenyuan interrupted him, walking straight to the conference table, calmly scanning everyone present. Lu Chenyuan waved his hand and Zhang Qi took out a document from his briefcase and gently placed it on the table. I am here to formally submit my resignation to the board. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. Effective immediately, I will resign from all positions held in the Lu Group and its subsidiaries. As everyone knows, I have already divested all my personal shares. From now on I have no further connection with the Lu Group. The room was filled with astonishment. If the previous change in shareholding was merely an internal power shift within the Lu family, then Lu Chenyuan's complete withdrawal meant that the Lu Group would lose its most core soul figure. The smile on Lu Mingshi's face instantly froze, replaced by an absurd shock. He had envisioned countless possibilities but never considered that Lu Chenyuan would leave so decisively, so resolutely. This isn't a power grab, this is abdication. No, this is simply shoving a red-hot coal into his embrace. However, the real storm was just beginning. Since President Lu has made a decision. A clear and capable female voice rang out, and Chief Administrative Officer Rin Xian stood up, also placing a resignation letter on the table. I will also resign from the position of Chief Administrative Officer. And me, the Director of the Technical Department. The Operations Department. One by one, the core backbones of the Lu Group department heads, personally promoted by Lu Chenyuan, stood up like a line of dominoes, handing in their resignation letters. What they followed was never the Lu Group as a platform, but the person Lu Chenyuan himself. With Lu Chenyuan present, they were a formidable force capable of conquering any challenge. Once Lu Chenyuan left, they unhesitatingly abandoned this seemingly magnificent yet already leaking giant vessel. Within just a few minutes, a thick stack of resignation letters piled up on the conference table. At this moment, the core management of the Lu Group was instantly drained. Lu Mingshi was utterly dumbfounded. As he gazed at the scene before him, a surge of anger shot up from his feet to the crown of his head. This is an attempt to undermine the entire Lu Group. Before leaving, Lu Chenyuan actually wanted to stab me in the back. That bastard. He had never regarded his second uncle with any respect. Lu Mingshi suddenly turned to Lu Chenyuan and shouted furiously, Lu Chenyuan. What? What do you mean by this? Lu Chenyuan looked at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. Second uncle, you desired all of this yourself. Now I have handed it to you. Whether you can hold on to it is your concern. After saying this, Lu Chenyuan no longer looked at the shocked, panicked or gloating faces in the conference room. He turned and left without looking back. What was left behind was an empty shell stripped of its essence and filled with unease, and Lu Mingshi sitting in the CEO's chair, his expression shifting from shock to a grimace, ultimately turning into a snarl. Good, very good. Lu Mingshi stared fixedly at the direction Lu Chenyuan had departed, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. After the humiliation, a morbid joy surged in his heart. He laughed. Good riddance. I was already planning to find excuses to clean out these loyalists of Lu Chenyuan one by one. Now that they are resigning on their own, it saves me the trouble and a large sum in compensation. Lu Mingshi can't possibly be unable to find someone to fill these vacancies. Talent is abundant in Jingzhou. As long as I spread the word, there will be plenty of people willing to serve me, Lu Mingshi. What are you all panicking about? Lu Mingshi slammed the table, sternly admonishing the board members and executives who were exchanging anxious glances in the conference room. The Lu Group can function without anyone. A bunch of self-righteous fools leaving is just fine. From today onward, the Lu Group will be under my command. Those willing to work with me will receive double the benefits. Those who are unwilling can leave with them right now. The taste of power made Lu Mingshi feel unprecedentedly inflated. Lu Mingshi reveled in this sense of control over everything, completely unaware that the sinking of a giant vessel often results not from striking an iceberg but from the unnoticed pests and cracks within. Meanwhile, in another secret mansion in Jingzhou, Li Xiujian had just hung up the phone, his face dark enough to drip water. He had almost immediately received news of the upheaval within the Lu Group. Lu Chenyuan resigned. The core team collectively left. That fool Lu Mingshi became the new CEO. A series of messages made him realize instantly that he had been played. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, shattering the exquisite purple clay tea set. Lu Mingshi. He squeezed out this name through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. He finally understood that the funds Lu Mingshi had been crazily raising during that time were not for acquiring shares of his Shengtian real estate but to seize power from Lu Chenyuan. The meticulously laid cicada's shedding shell plan had its most crucial link: that foolish and greedy scapegoat unexpectedly run away at the last moment. Boss, what about Shengtian? A trusted aide asked nervously beside him. What to do? Li Xiujian sneered, a glint of venom flashing in his eyes. What else can we do? Continue to look for someone to take over. Then gradually divest. But Li Xiujian's unease grew stronger in his heart. His greatest concern had always been that secret account. Although the technical team repeatedly assured him that the server had not been breached, he always felt that things were not that simple. At that moment, another aide hurried in, his expression grave as he reported, Boss, the land in the southern suburbs was just auctioned off. What? Li Xiujian stood up abruptly. Who bought it? At what price? It was a recently registered company called Yuanqing Real Estate. They offered 5 points above our maximum acceptable price, paying in full upfront to secure the parcel. Yuanqing Real Estate. Li Xiujian frowned, having never heard of this name before. He pondered for a moment and immediately ordered investigate. Dig up everything about this company. I want to know who was behind it. The land in the southern suburbs was a crucial part of his next plan. But now Sheng Tian's funds had not returned and the land he had his eye on had been snatched away. A sense of being led by an unknown opponent made Li Xiujian feel an unfamiliar anxiety and crisis. What he did not know was that at this moment in a newly registered office, Lu Chenyuan was looking at the land transaction contract handed over by Zhang Qi. Well done. Lu Chenyuan nodded. Mr. Lu, this company Yuanqing Real Estate is a shell company registered with offshore funds and the legal representative has been isolated. Li Xiujian won't be able to trace it back to us anytime soon. Zhang Qi reported. Lu Chenyuan's gaze fell outside the window, looking at the thriving city beneath him. He clearly remembered that in the original plot this land was something Li Jinchuan insisted on securing after returning from Haizhou. In the original plot it was briefly mentioned that Li Jinchuan had accomplished something in Haizhou and obtained some key information. Now that he thought about it, that so-called key information was probably the investment intention of the Satila Group. In this lifetime he not only wanted to prevent the Lu family's tragedy but also to take away every opportunity that the Li family relied on to rise. Simply obtaining one piece of land is not enough. News is hard to conceal. The message of Lu Chenyuan leading his core team to leave spread like a financial earthquake of magnitude 12, engulfing the entire financial circle of Jingzhou the very next day. On the second day of trading, the stock price of the Lu Group plummeted without surprise, hitting the limit down. Sell-off orders piled up like snowflakes and market confidence collapsed in an instant.
Everyone understood that the Lu Group, which had lost its sole figure Lu Chenyuan, was no longer the stable and ambitious business empire it once was. In the old mansion of Shishan, Lu Qingzi looked at the newspaper in his hand that he had almost crushed in anger, trembling all over.
Damn it. It's all damn it.
He slammed the newspaper on the ground, his cane clattering against the tiles. He called Lu Mingshi only to receive a smug and dismissive reply. Dad, don't worry, it's just Chenyuan throwing a tantrum.
Without him I can still manage the group well. The stock price is just a temporary fluctuation. Once I secure my position I have plenty of ways to bring it back.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Chenyuan slumped down in his armchair.
He knew it was over. His second son's arrogance would completely bury the Lu family's decades of foundation. He wanted to call Lu Chenyuan and ask him to come back to clean up the mess. However, the phone number lingered at his fingertips for a long time, yet he ultimately did not dial it.
He couldn't bring himself to face it. Moreover, he knew better than anyone that once his grandson, whom he had nurtured, made a decision, there would be no turning back. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the Lu Group, 3 days later a low-key yet high-end press conference took place in a newly completed top-tier office building. The star of the press conference was a new company named Yuanlong Technology. There were no media outlets invited in droves. The attendees were all genuine top-tier moguls and seasoned journalists from the financial, technological and investment sectors across Qingzhou and even the whole country. They received a uniquely designed yet substantial electronic invitation. The list of invitees prominently featured the name Lu Chenyuan. At the press conference, Rin Chen, dressed in a well-tailored white business suit, confidently stood under the spotlight as the COO of Yuanlong Technology. With clear and compelling language, she painted a grand blueprint for everyone present. Yuanlong Technology aims to become a leader in future technology. Our core business will focus on 3 major fields: artificial intelligence, capable of changing the world; new materials, leading the energy revolution; and biotechnology, exploring the secrets of life.
The audience gasped in suppressed amazement.
Those present were experts and naturally understood what these 3 fields represented. Each one is a golden track for the next decade, even 50 years, and also the most money-burning and technically challenging fields. For any company, achieving something in one of these fields would suffice to become an industry giant. Yet this Yuanlong Technology aimed to venture into all 3. What audacity and ambition! Just as everyone was discussing and speculating about the background and strength of this new company, Rin Chen smiled and gestured for the next speaker. Next, please welcome our founder of Yuanlong Technology, our future helmsman and chief strategic advisor, Mr.
Lu Chenyuan. The flashlights of the entire venue lit up to their brightest. Lu Chenyuan walked slowly onto the stage.
He was not wearing the signature bespoke suit he used to wear at the Lu Group, but had changed into a high-quality casual shirt paired with casual trousers. Shedding the heavy shackles of a wealthy president, he now resembled a Silicon Valley elite with deep insight controlling the future. He stood there calmly, his innate powerful aura instantly silencing the entire venue. Yuanlong Technology is a new beginning for me. I know many of you have questions. For example, where does the funding come from? Where does the technology come from? Why? He did not shy away from any sharp questions, but rather proactively placed them on the table. The funding comes from all my personal savings over the past decade. The technology comes from our recruitment and trust in the top talents worldwide. As for why? He scanned the audience, his gaze sharp and confident. It's simply because we believe in the future. Just then a slight commotion came from the entrance of the venue. 2 staff members struggled to carry in an enormous flower basket. The flower basket was made up of thousands of blooming blue irises, symbolizing mission and the return of the king, noble and elegant, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Even more eye-catching was the golden ribbon on the flower basket inscribed with the words MO Group. Congratulations on the grand opening of Yuanlong Technology, wishing Mr.
Lu Chenyuan great success. Following that, amidst the astonished gazes of all, Qingli, dressed in a white gown from Chanel's early spring collection, walked in with graceful steps. Her appearance was like a deep-water bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly exploding the entire venue. The MO family. It's Qingli of the MO family.
Not only did she send such a high-profile flower basket on behalf of the group, but she also personally appeared to congratulate. This was no longer a simple business ally, it was an unreserved and powerful endorsement.
It declared to the entire Qingzhou that behind Lu Chenyuan stood the entire MO Group.
Qingli walked to the front of the stage, took a champagne glass from a server and smiled as she raised it towards Lu Chenyuan on stage.
Mr. Lu, congratulations.
Her voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a hint of a barely perceptible smile. The MO Group has high hopes for Yuanlong's future and even more for you, Mr.
Lu.
We are already prepared for the first phase of a strategic investment of 5 billion, hoping to have the opportunity to become Yuanlong Technology's first external shareholder.
Wow.
The audience erupted into a frenzy.
5 billion. For a newly established company, this was akin to the most potent shot of adrenaline. This amount of money was not just a financial issue, it represented the Mo family's attitude. Lu Chenyuan looked at the cool woman below the stage, a flicker of emotion flashing in his eyes. He understood that Mo Qingli was reciprocating and expressing her gratitude in the most direct way. Although Lu Chenyuan had always wanted to maintain distance from her, their interactions had paradoxically increased. Lu Chenyuan walked off the stage, took another champagne glass from a server and gently clinked it with hers. "Thank you, Ms. Mo." Lu Chenyuan said calmly, "Your investment will surely yield exceptional returns." Their interaction was captured by countless cameras from a gossip angle. The next day, all the financial headlines in Jingzhou were occupied by the names Yuanlong Technology and Lu Chenyuan. Inside the Li family's residence, Li Xiujian expressionlessly tossed the tablet in his hand onto the table, where the screen displayed the image of Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli smiling at each other. Yuanlong Technology. What a cunning Lu Chenyuan, what a clever escape. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes. He initially thought Lu Chenyuan was forced to leave due to the pressures from that fool Lu Mingshi. Now it seems everything was meticulously planned by Lu Chenyuan himself. He has longed to abandon the sinking ship of the Lu family and start anew. This young man's cunning and determination are far more terrifying than he had imagined. "Boss," his confidant whispered beside him, "the people we sent to investigate Yuanqing real estate have returned. That company is merely a shell with layers of holdings behind it, making it impossible to trace the actual controller. However, its registration date coincides closely with when Lu Chenyuan began to sell his shares. No need to investigate further." Li Xiujian coldly interrupted him, "There won't be anyone else but him. Everything is connected." While Lu Chenyuan was planning to sever ties with the Lu family, he secretly seized the land parcels he had his eyes on. With both plans unfolding simultaneously, he was caught off guard. Now the biggest bomb in his hands, Qingtian real estate, has become a hot potato. Lu Chenyuan has already stepped outside the game, and that fool Lu Mingshi has been played with no funds to take over. If the issues with Qingtian explode in his hands, it would not only lead to significant losses but also expose the dark lines he had been laying for years. This powder keg must be disposed of swiftly. Looking across the whole Jingzhou, the only person who was both foolish and greedy, most suitable to be the scapegoat, remains Lu Mingshi. "Prepare the car." Li Xiujian stood up, a hint of humiliation and determination flashing in his eyes. "Let's go to the Lu Group." Lu Group CEO's office. Lu Mingshi was reclining in an expensive genuine leather executive chair, his feet propped up on the desk, a premium cigar dangling from his mouth as he exhaled smoke, looking quite content. Though the stock price plummeting had made him somewhat restless these days, the thrill of holding power was enough to wash away all troubles. As he was lost in thoughts about how to stamp his distinctive mark on the Lu Group and replace those disobedient old officials one by one, his secretary knocked and entered with a hint of tension in her voice. "Chairman. There's a gentleman with the surname Li who wants to see you. He said you would know who he is." "Li." Lu Mingshi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Tell him to wait." This wait lasted for an hour. When Li Xiujian walked into the office, he saw Lu Mingshi's smug expression. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Li? What wind has blown you here?" Lu Mingshi leisurely straightened up from his chair, showing no intention of standing to greet him, his tone laced with mockery. The wheel of fortune turns. Once upon a time he had sought to prove his capabilities, hoping Li Xiujian would take him along for investments, bowing and scraping before him, showering him with smiles. Today he could finally repay all the humiliation he had suffered in double. Li Xiujian's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard the sarcasm in Lu Mingshi's words, only saying flatly, "Chairman Lu is now quite impressive, so I naturally came to pay my respects." "Well said, well said." Lu Mingshi smirked and waved his hand dismissively. "So what brings you here?" "I'm quite busy at the moment. It's still about the Qingtian real estate matter." Li Xiujian got straight to the point. "I know Chairman Lu was short on funds last time, but now that you're the head of the Lu Group, funding should no longer be an issue. I'm willing to lower my previous offer by another 10% and transfer all my shares in Qingtian to Chairman Lu." Li Xiujian lowered his stance, for he knew he had little negotiating power now. However, Lu Mingshi laughed a laugh filled with arrogance. 10%. Li Xiujian, are you trying to insult me?" He stood up, walked up to Li Xiujian and jabbed his finger at Li Xiujian's chest, speaking each word distinctly. "Back then when I sought you out to buy the shares, what did you say? Times have changed, now it's my world." He suddenly withdrew his hand, returned to his executive chair and sneered. "I'll tell you, I want the shares of Qingtian. But the price I will set." He extended 5 fingers. "Based on your last offer, I'll pay 50%. You can sell or not. If you don't want to sell, then get lost. You." Li Xiujian's eyes suddenly erupted with terrifying killing intent, the air around him seeming to drop to freezing point. 50%. This is no longer bargaining, this is outright robbery. What? Unhappy about it?
Lu Mingshi looked at him confidently. Certainly Xiujian was eager to offload. Li Xiujian, don't think I'm unaware of the issues with Shang Tian.
A mess. If it weren't for my old affection wanting to lend you a hand, I wouldn't even consider it for free. He aimed to humiliate him, to trample this once lofty man underfoot.
Li Xiujian stared intently at Lu Mingshi, his chest heaving violently. Seconds later all the rage in his eyes miraculously vanished, replaced by an unfathomable calm.
Fine.
He forced out a word through clenched teeth. 50%, so be it. I only have one condition: all transactions must be completed within 3 days. He must swiftly sever all ties with Shang Tian. Lu Mingshi did not expect his agreement to be so straightforward. He was momentarily stunned, then became even more smug.
You're sensible. He laughed loudly, picked up the phone and called in the legal and financial teams.
After that humiliating contract was signed, Lu Mingshi felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He not only became the king of the Lu group but also trampled on Li Xiujian, whom he once looked up to.
He watched Li Xiujian's departing figure and spat scornfully waste.
As Li Xiujian stepped out of the Lu group's gates and into the car, his calm face instantly twisted into a grimace.
Bang!
He slammed a fist against the car window, causing fine cracks to appear in the glass.
Lu Mingshi.
He growled, his voice like that of a wounded beast. I will make you pay 1,000-fold for what you did today. He had been humiliated, but he ultimately achieved his goal. That biggest bomb was finally buried in the heart of the Lu group by his own hands. Next he only needed to wait for the right moment to ignite the fuse and enjoy a grand fireworks display.
Yuanlong Technology top floor office.
Lu Chenyuan had just hung up the phone, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his face. Boss Lu Zhangqi entered and reported, we just received confirmed news that Lu Mingshi has acquired all of Li Xiujian's shares in Shangtian Real Estate at 50% off.
Very good. Lu Chenyuan nodded. Everything was as he had anticipated.
He had known from the start that with his uncle Lu Mingshi's vengeful and extremely arrogant personality, once he held power he would surely retaliate and humiliate Li Xiujian. And Li Xiujian, in order to rid himself of the burden of Xingtian, would inevitably swallow this humiliation. He was exploiting the conflict and weaknesses of human nature between the two. The spy we planted within Shangtian has also sent word. Zhang Qi continued. After Lu Mingshi took over, he immediately announced a major internal reform demanding all projects speed up progress to stabilize the stock price. Many safety hazards and financial loopholes that had originally been suppressed were overlooked by him.
As expected, Lu Chenyuan walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling traffic below.
Notify Su Yang to send that project contingency fund secret account to the Jingzhou Discipline Inspection Commission and the head of tax inspection via anonymous email. Lu Chenyuan's voice was calm and icy, as if stating a trivial matter.
The time has come.
In July, on the day the college entrance examination results are announced, the long-suppressed air in Anha County was finally ignited. Lu Ruoshi, or rather Yi Ruoshi, became the center of hot discussion throughout the county and even the entire province in a way never seen before. With a total score of 738, she was the top science student in the province. This score detonated like a heavy bomb in her dilapidated home. Zhang Suilan was momentarily stunned. Although she had always been harsh on Yi Ruoshi, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. Then her gaze towards Yi Ruoshi was filled with awkwardness and a hint of fear. Despite not having treated the girl well over the years, she had at least raised her and ensured she didn't starve. She couldn't repay kindness with ingratitude, could she? Zhang Suilan thought to herself. Neighbors poured in to congratulate her, and voices of praise, envy and flattery filled the air. Lu Ruoshi was surrounded in the center of the crowd, wearing a serene smile as she responded to everyone's congratulations, her gaze remaining clear and calm. She felt no overwhelming joy, only a sense of calm, as if everything had settled. For her, this score was not a surprise, but rather the inevitable fruit born from countless nights spent studying under the lamp over the past decade. It felt more like a ticket that would allow her to leave this cramped harbor and sail towards a broader world. At the same time, Yi Ruoshi looked at her mother Zhang Suilan with mixed emotions. Her father had loved Yi Ruoshi. However, after his passing, she had never felt maternal love from her mother Zhang Suilan. From her childhood memories there were endless chores and her mother's scolding. Once Yi Ruoshi had hated such a mother so much and longed to escape this home. Now, looking at her mother Zhang Suilan, she found that she no longer harbored any hatred. It was time to embark on a new life. As the commotion faded, the night grew deep and quiet. Lu Ruoshi walked to the window, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, and dialed a number.
The call connected. Hello, came the steady voice of Lu Chenyuan from the receiver. Mr. Lu, it's me, Yi Ruoshi.
I saw it, Lu Chenyuan replied with a hint of a smile in his voice. Congratulations. 738 points, a bit higher than I expected.
Your return on investment is quite impressive.
Hearing this familiar phrase about investment, Yi Ruoshi couldn't help but smile slightly. Thank you, her voice carried genuine gratitude. If it weren't for you, I might have.
No might. Lu Chenyuan interrupted her, the path is yours to walk. I merely provided a map and some supplies when you needed them. What you've achieved today is a result of your own resilience and effort. Yi Ruoshi, you must remember everything you have obtained should first be credited to yourself. These words affected Lu Ruox's heart more than any praise could. Just like when they first met Mr. Lu respected all her efforts and affirmed her worth without seeing her as someone who needed pity or charity. Although Mr. Lu always spoke coldly, he truly seemed like a big brother, particularly attentive to others' emotions. How wonderful would it be if I had such an older brother? Suddenly such a thought flashed through Lu Ruox's mind only to be dismissed immediately. How could I have such thoughts? She felt a bit guilty for being greedy. I understand. Lu Ruoxi took a deep breath, her gaze growing even more resolute. I'm coming to Qingzhou University. Good, I'll wait for you in Qingzhou. After hanging up, Lu Ruox's mood completely settled down. On the other side of the county, in a corner of an internet cafe, a young man was staring intently at the admissions query page on the computer screen as if turned to stone. Su Yang's hands trembled slightly. He refreshed the page over and over again, but the line of text remained unchanged. Candidate Su Yang, congratulations, you have been admitted to Qingzhou University's Integrative Science Program. Qingzhou University. How is that possible? Although Su Yang had always ranked second in Anhano one high school, he was still drastically behind the top student Yi Ruoxi. The top student Yi Ruoxi had the qualifications to enter Qingzhou University. Based on Su Yang's original abilities, let alone Qingzhou University, even getting into a moderately good university would be somewhat difficult. This was simply more outrageous than a pie falling from the sky. He pinched himself hard, the sharp pain confirming that this was not a dream. After the shock, an indescribable joy surged over him. He was going to Qingzhou. He could go to the same city and attend the same university as her. Su Yang roughly understood what had happened behind the scenes, but he could not be sure. Before filling out his application, a big shot from Qingzhou had called him, suggesting he pay attention to a new program at Qingzhou University, Integrative Science. The name of this program carried a hint of a diploma mill's flavor. In fact, every year there were people who gambled on Qingzhou University's less popular programs. This was no secret. It all depended on people's gambling mentality. In order to keep pace with Yi Ruoxi and with the big shots, Su Yang decided to take a gamble. He never expected that he would actually win the gamble and even be admitted with lower standards. Su Yang knew that fate seemed to have given him a tremendous surprise. Su Yang immediately dashed out of the internet cafe, hopped on his old bicycle and sped towards Lu Ruox's home under the moonlight. He wanted to be the first to share this good news with her. Lu Chenyuan set down his phone and looked at the document Zhang Qi handed over, which was exactly Su Yang's profile. Mr. Lu, everything is proceeding according to your plan. The 50 million research fund we donated to Qingzhou University prompted them to open the Integrative Science program this year instead of next. This program was too cutting-edge and obscure, and due to the rushed enrollment, the number of applicants was severely lacking, which allowed Su Yang to be admitted with the lowest score. Lin Yuan reported. Lu Chenyuan nodded, his gaze deep and far-reaching. In the original plot, Su Yang had also entered Qingzhou University to follow Lu Ruoxi, but it was just an ordinary university. Su Yang had silently protected her, but ultimately met a tragic end beneath the wheels of Lu Chenyuan's car. In this life, Lu Chenyuan did not wish for the tragedy to repeat. Su Yang's protection of Lu Ruoxi was sincere yet clumsy. Rather than letting this feeling be crushed by schemes and humble admiration, it would be better to give it a chance to grow equally under the sunlight. Su Yang's admission to Qingzhou University was backed by Lu Chenyuan's influence, but the most important reason was the boy's own excellence. In the future, he would have to face a world 100 times more complex than Anha County. Whether he could keep pace with Lu Ruoxi would depend on his own fortune. Lu Chenyuan looked out the window, the night view of Qingzhou shining brightly like a river of stars. Lu Ruoxi, your stage is already set for you. Now it's time for you to take the stage. In early September, the season of school begins. At the west station of Qingzhou, a torrent of people surged. Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang walked out of the station amid the crowd, instantly enveloped by the clamor and splendor of this international metropolis. The towering buildings, the ceaseless flow of vehicles, and the fast-paced atmosphere in the air formed a stark contrast to the small county town where they had lived for 18 years. Su Yang's eyes were filled with novelty and shock. He instinctively shielded Lu Ruoxi behind him, vigilantly surveying the surroundings like a wolf cub guarding its most precious treasure. Lu Ruoxi, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. She pulled along a slightly worn suitcase, curiously observing the city, her eyes devoid of fear, only filled with a quest for the unknown. Ruoxi, where are we going now? To school. Su Yang asked loudly, trying to drown out the surrounding noise. Before he finished speaking, a man in a well-tailored suit approached them with a smile. It was Zhang Qi, the assistant to Lu Chenyuan. After Lin Yuan took over as the CEO of Yuanlong, Zhang Qi officially succeeded Lin Yuan's position as assistant. I am Assistant Zhang Qi to Mr. Lu. He has an important meeting today and specially sent me to pick you up.
Zhang Qi's attitude was polite and considerate.
Thank you for your trouble.
Lu Ruoxi nodded politely. Su Yang, however, looked at this seemingly expensive man with some caution, remaining silent. Previously in Anha County there was a person named Lin Yuan beside Lu Chenyuan. Wasn't that Lin Yuan the assistant to Mr.
Lu back then? Su Yang thought warily.
Zhang Qi seemed to disregard his wariness, naturally taking the luggage from Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang and leading them toward a black business car in the parking lot.
Mr. Lu has already arranged accommodation for Miss Ruoxi, which is in a staff building at Qingzhou University. The enrollment procedures and daily necessities have also been prepared.
Zhang Qi didn't mention Su Yang's arrangements, naturally directing him to the student dormitory. The car smoothly drove into the city with the scenes outside changing rapidly. Su Yang remained silent, gazing at the skyscrapers he had only seen on television, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He could feel a vast chasm existing between himself and Ruoxi, as well as between them and Mr. Lu. This disparity made him feel a tinge of inferiority, yet it also ignited his inherent competitiveness.
After traveling for some time, the car finally arrived at the staff building of Qingzhou University. Miss Ruoxi, Mr. Su Yang, please settle down and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Tomorrow morning at 9, Mr. Lu will arrange for someone to pick you up. Mr. Lu will take Miss Ruoxi to visit an elder. After handing the keys to Lu Ruoxi, Zhang Qi politely took his leave. Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang exchanged glances. Mr. Lu's arrangement made them feel a subtle unease. Su Yang even thought of some unpleasant possibilities.
Lu Ruoxi remained relatively composed, believing that Mr.
Lu should not be that kind of person.
Let's take a look at the house first, Lu Ruoxi said. The house was not large, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, but it was exquisitely decorated, fully equipped with appliances, and the fridge was even stuffed with fresh ingredients and beverages. However, a photo on the wall caught both of their attention. In the photo was an elderly person whose white hair contrasted with a face that bore a striking resemblance to Lu Ruoxi. When Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang saw the photo, their hearts stirred with turbulent waves.
The next morning, Su Yang arrived at Lu Ruoxi's residence early.
Before long, there was a doorbell outside signaling that Zhang Qi had come to pick them up.
Mr.
Lu did not accompany them, which slightly relieved Su Yang but also piqued his curiosity about who that elder was. The car did not head towards the bustling city center, but instead drove around Qingzhou University for a while, turning into a quiet tree-lined path before finally stopping in front of a seemingly aged courtyard.
Zhang Qi pressed the doorbell. The person who opened the door was an elderly gentleman dressed in a zhongshan suit, looking spirited and lively.
Seeing Lu Ruoxi, the elder paused for a moment, then his gaze fell on her face with a hint of surprise, but he nodded and stepped aside to let them in. They passed through the courtyard and were brought to a study filled with books. In the study sat an elderly man with white hair, wearing reading glasses and having a slender figure seated behind a large desk, quickly calculating something on a sheet of draft paper with a pen. He was Qin Jingji, a leading figure in the mathematics community of Xia country, a legendary individual who devoted his life to numbers and formulas. Lu Chenyuan stood quietly beside him, respectfully grinding ink, resembling an ordinary student. When Lu Ruoxi entered, Qin Jingji did not raise his head but rather impatiently snorted, scolding, "You little brat, you still remember to visit this old man? Did you not say that you have been so successful in business that you've completely forgotten functions and geometry?" Although his words were harsh, Lu Chenyuan detected a hint of familiarity in them.
"Grandpa Chun, I wasn't trying to show off. I brought a true genius to make amends for my shortcomings." Lu Chenyuan laughed as he set down the ink stick.
He turned to introduce Lu Ruoxi, saying, "Ruoxi, this is Professor Qin Jingji." Then he added to Qin Jingji, "Teacher, this is the Yi Ruoxi I mentioned to you, this year's science champion from Heshi province.
She possesses an extraordinary talent in mathematics."
Only then did Qin Jingji lift his head, examining Lu Ruoxi through his reading glasses. However, when Qin Jingji saw Lu Ruoxi, he clearly paused, as if he saw the shadow of an old acquaintance in her. Lu Ruoxi fearlessly met his gaze, slightly bowing, "Hello, Professor Chen."
Hearing Lu Ruoxi speak, Qin Jingji regained his composure. "Umpha champion."
Qin Jingji's tone carried a hint of disdain. "There are dozens of champions every year.
Being able to solve problems does not equate to understanding mathematics. Today's education produces mostly craftsmen of problem solving rather than masters of thought."
He adjusted his glasses and pointed to a small whiteboard beside the desk, coldly saying, "Girl, don't just stand there. Since this kid has praised you to the heavens, let's see how you fare. Take a look at this." He wrote a seemingly simple yet bizarre geometric problem on the whiteboard, a variant paradox concerning the Penrose stairs. As soon as the problem was presented, even Lu Chenyuan, standing beside, slightly furrowed his brow.
This problem far exceeded the scope of high school knowledge, even transcending the realm of learning.
This was not an examination, it was a test of endurance. Chen Jingji leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, wearing an expression that seemed to anticipate a good show.
He aimed to puncture Lu Chenyuan's bluff, making this forgetful businessman realize that mathematics is sacred and cannot tolerate any trickery. However, Lu Chenyuan's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. She approached the whiteboard, quietly gazing at the figure for a full 5 minutes. She did not pick up a pen nor spoke a word, yet her eyes grew increasingly bright, as if countless stars were born extinguished and collided within them. Just as Chen Jingxi's impatience was about to reach its peak, Lu Chenyuan finally spoke up. Her voice was soft yet exceptionally clear. "Professor Chen, I believe that proving its non-existence may have fallen into a misconception." Those words made Chen Jingji sit up straight, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto her. "Oh. Please go ahead."
Instead of using complex formulas, she presented a groundbreaking idea through a nearly philosophical exploration. "We do not need to prove it does not exist, we should define the new rules of its existence.
Its mathematical model may not be built on traditional manifolds."
As Lu Chenyuan continued her explanation, the study fell into a profound silence. The disdain and challenges on Chen Jingxi's face had long vanished, replaced by shocked disbelief and the joy of discovering a priceless gem. He suddenly stood up from his chair and hurried a few steps to Lu Chenyuan's side, snatching the pen from her hand. Overwhelmed with excitement, his voice trembled. "Quantum space.
Yes. Yes. How did I not think of this? I've been trying to solve it within continuous frameworks, forgetting that mathematics itself is a definition. We can redefine the rules." "Girl. Keep going. What properties do you think this transition function should possess?" For the next 2 hours, this study became a world that belonged only to the two of them. One asked, the other answered. One proposed a crazy idea while the other deduced it with rigorous logic. Lu Chenyuan quietly stepped aside, a look of satisfaction on his face. Su Yang was completely dumbfounded. In some aspects, Su Yang was also a genius, but in mathematics, compared to Yi Ruoshi, he felt like an outsider. However, he could understand the expression on Professor Chen's face, which was filled with rapture and ecstasy. He knew that Yi Ruoshi had once again conquered an unimaginable figure with her talent. Su Yang watched the girl confidently speaking at the whiteboard, radiating wisdom, and the feeling that surged within him was no longer inferiority but an unprecedented pride. This was the girl he admired. She was destined to stand in such places and converse with the brightest minds. Finally, Chen Jingji stopped. He looked at the densely packed symbols and sketches on the whiteboard and let out a long breath. He turned around and announced in a steady tone, "Girl, from today onwards you are my closed-door disciple, Chen Jingji. You need not attend those undergraduate courses. I will personally create a learning plan for you. All the laboratories, libraries, and databases of the mathematics department at Jingzhou University will be unconditionally open to you." He then turned to Lu Chenyuan, his expression complex, filled with both satisfaction and a hint of jealousy. "You rascal, this time I'll say you brought me a tremendous treasure. If only you had half of her focus back then, who knows?" "Grandpa Chen, I am ultimately an ordinary person," Lu Chenyuan chuckled. "And she was born for mathematics." "That's right." Chen Jingji nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with fondness as he looked at Lu Chenyuan. "You are a raw gem, a treasure. Stay with me and I promise that within 10 years your name will resonate throughout the world of mathematics." Stepping out of the courtyard, the sunlight in Jingzhou seemed exceptionally bright. Lu Chenyuan still felt a bit dazed, as if she had just experienced a fantastic dream. "How do you feel?" Lu Chenyuan's voice pulled her back to reality. "I feel incredible," Lu Chenyuan said, looking at her hands. "I never imagined that contemplating mathematics could be such a exhilarating experience. This is just the beginning." Lu Chenyuan looked at her with serious and deep eyes. "Ruoshi, what Professor Chen can offer you is a peak path in academia. And I want to provide you with another path." He stopped and faced her directly. "One of my core projects in the future is artificial intelligence. The foundation of strong artificial intelligence lies in algorithms and mathematics. I need a chief scientist, a sole figure who can establish the most fundamental and solid mathematical logic for my AI empire. I hope that person is you. I will not interfere with your academic research, on the contrary, I will provide you with unlimited funding, the best team, and the freest environment. I hope you can apply the theories taught by Professor Chen to reality and create something that can truly change the world. I am inviting you to become my partner. Not now, but in the future, at any time you feel ready." Lu Chenyuan's words were like a thunderclap resonating in Lu Chenyuan's heart. Chief scientist, AI empire, partner. These terms were far too distant and grand for a girl who had just stepped into university. Yet from Lu Chenyuan's eyes she saw undeniable trust and expectation. He was not painting a dream but sketching out a feasible blueprint for her future.
A path that would allow her to transform her talent into unparalleled power.
Ultimately, one must rely on oneself.
This had always been her creed. And what Lu Chenyuan was laying out for her was a path that would enable her to rely on herself and reach the pinnacle of the world. She remained silent for a long time, then nodded firmly.
I accept your invitation.
She did not say wait until I am ready, but directly accepted this future offer. Because she knew that from this moment on her learning and research would have a clearer direction and a grander significance.
Lu Chenyuan's usually calm expression showed a hint of satisfaction. Lu Chenyuan knew that this piece he had placed early on had found its future position.
She would no longer be the love-stricken female lead trapped by emotional entanglements and blinded by hatred. Instead, she would grow into a true queen, one who changes the world with her wisdom. He turned his head to look at Su Yang, who had been silently following behind.
Su Yang. Ha! President Lu.
Su Yang jolted.
Lu Chenyuan's tone was calm yet carried an undeniable power.
The path ahead for Ruwashi will be high and far. If you want to continue standing by her side, you cannot rely solely on passion.
Moreover, I believe that your talent in computing is no less than anyone else's. My project also needs your talent. Su Yang, hearing Lu Chenyuan's acknowledgement, nodded vigorously. I understand. President Lu, I will work hard.
The sincerity of youth deserves to be cherished. What he could do was offer direction. As for how far he could go, it all depended on himself. With the important matters concluded just as Lu Chenyuan was about to leave, Lu Ruwashi called out to him, President Lu, that photo in the staff building.
Who is it? Lu Chenyuan looked at Lu Ruwashi, and within his calm expression there was a slight ripple.
That person is my grandmother. When Lu Ruwashi heard the word grandmother, many things started to connect and she was about to say something. Lu Chenyuan stopped her. Ruwashi, it's not time yet.
Soon you will have the answer. Focus on what you have at hand.
After sending off the two young people, Lu Chenyuan got into the car, his expression returning to its usual calm. Zhang Qi looked at him through the rearview mirror.
President Lu, everything went smoothly.
Lu Chenyuan replied, his gaze drifting to the rapidly passing street scenery outside the window.
Lu Ruwaxi's move had already stabilized.
Her contact with Qingli was also progressing in a good direction. Everything seemed to be developing toward the best possible outcome. Yet in Lu Chenyuan's heart there was not the slightest sense of relaxation. He understood better than anyone what kind of tumultuous waves lay hidden beneath this seemingly calm surface.
Night as dark as ink. In a luxurious apartment in Jingzhou, the enchanting lights cast an ambiguous hue over the opulent decor.
Lu Mingji irritably tore off his tie and flung himself heavily onto the soft sofa. The alcohol had numbed part of his nerves, yet the deep-rooted resentment and unwillingness became increasingly clear. These days he had become a pariah at both the Lu family's old residence and in the company. His father Lu Chenyuan looked at him with unabashed disappointment and disgust. His younger brothers pretended to comfort him, but behind his back they were full of schadenfreude. Even those subordinates in the company who had once flattered him now regarded him with the same fear as a mouse sees a cat, their eyes darting around, afraid to catch any bad luck. All of this was thanks to his good son and good wife. A graceful figure in a silk robe approached, her slender arms wrapping around his neck, her warm breath tickling his ear, carrying a hint of intoxicating fragrance.
What are you worrying about again? Shouldn't you be resting well and preparing for a comeback?
Lu Mei's voice was enchanting, filled with just the right amount of concern and tenderness.
A comeback?
Lu Mingji scoffed, grabbing the whiskey on the table and downing a large gulp. My father thinks even a glance at me is excessive, and that fool Lu Mingshi treats me like I'm invisible.
How can I make a comeback?
He pulled Lu Mei into his arms and kissed her roughly, as if only through this primal conquest could he regain a shred of his pitiful dignity. Lu Mei complied with him submissively, but deep in her eyes lay a chilling clarity. She had followed Lu Mingji for over a decade and knew this man all too well. Ambitious yet incompetent, headstrong and stubborn, when the winds were favorable he felt as if destiny was in his hands, but in adversity he only blamed heaven and others. Over the years she had carefully played the role of a comforting flower, bearing him a son, coaxing him into submission, even making him believe that she was his only true love in the world. This was originally a task given to her by Li Xiujian, but the years of comfortable living had brought her a touch of weariness. Perhaps being a well-off mistress watching her son grow up was also a good choice. However, the fate of a pawn is never in its own hands.
As the kiss ended, Lu Mingye's breath remained heavy.
He held Lu Mei tightly as if clutching the last straw of salvation, his voice laced with drunken fragility and bitterness. Lu Mengling.
That bitch. She actually dared to mention divorce to me. Right in front of the whole family.
Lu Mei's body stiffened imperceptibly, then she gently reassured him. How could that be?
Doesn't Madame care about the Lu family's reputation the most? How could she? She's gone mad. She's completely lost her mind.
Lu Mingji found an outlet for his rage, shouting, and that ungrateful son Lu Chenyuan.
He actually supports his mother. The two of them almost had a falling out at the dinner table. Although my father suppressed it, in the end he agreed. Agreed. He suddenly sat up, glaring at Lu Mei with bloodshot eyes. He wants me to leave with nothing. And I have to give up all my shares. That old man, for the sake of the family's reputation, issued a death order saying that until the situation is resolved I absolutely cannot leak a word to the outside world. Secret. Lu Mei's heart skipped a beat. In a prestigious family like the Lu family, divorce, especially at a time when the Lu group was in turmoil, was undoubtedly a heavy bomb that could explode everything. She calmly poured another glass of wine for Lu Minji and softly persuaded Minji, don't get angry, what if it harms your health? If she wants a divorce, let her have it. You still have me and our son. That woman is not worthy of you. Lu Minji was comforted by her words, pulling her into his embrace again, murmuring, only you. Only you truly care for me. Under the dual influence of alcohol and desire, Lu Minji quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lu Mei gently extricated herself from his embrace, walked to the balcony and let the evening breeze lift her hair, scattering the last trace of hesitation in her eyes. She took out an encrypted phone and skillfully dialed a number. The call was quickly answered and a cold hoarse voice came through. Speak. Sir. Lu Mei's voice regained its former coldness and efficiency. Lu Minji and Lu Mengling are getting a divorce. Lu Qingli has issued a gag order, but Lu Minji just told me this in person. The other end fell silent for a few seconds, then a low suppressed laugh echoed, chillingly eerie in the night. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Good. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Li Xiujian's voice was filled with the delight of revenge. Xiumei, you did well. The largest ballast stone on this sinking ship of the Lu family has finally been pried off by them. Brother. Lu Mei wanted to say something, wanted to say that she was a bit tired, wanted to say that although Lu Minji was foolish, he was indeed good to her and their son. But in the end she said nothing. For she knew that from the day her father was forced to death by Lu Chenyuan, from the day she was arranged to change her name and secretly follow Lu Minji, her life was no longer her own. You don't need to do anything. Li Xiujian seemed to see through her thoughts, coldly saying, just continue to comfort that useless Lu Minji. The rest leave it to me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mei looked out at the countless lights of Jingzhou and felt a bone-chilling coldness. The next day an anonymous tip-off spread like a virus across major financial media and social platforms in Jingzhou. A shocking scoop. The top-tier L family in Jingzhou has erupted in internal strife. The heir has committed adultery while married and has an illegitimate child. The legal wife, a strong woman from the Qingzhou L family, has been humiliated and has filed for divorce at the recent family meeting. The details of the expose were horrifyingly explicit, although it used coded letters. Terms like L family, Qingzhou L family just experienced a major upheaval in leadership, all pointed accurately to the Lu and Lu families. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. If Lu Chenyuan's departure was merely a commercial earthquake, then this scandal was a devastating blow to the century-old reputation of the Lu family. Adultery, illegitimate child, divorce. Each word was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly tearing apart the Lu family's glamorous facade, exposing the most decayed and shameful aspects to the light of day. The capital market, already shaken by Lu Chenyuan's departure, reacted violently. Within 10 minutes of opening, Lu Group's stock price plummeted again after its previous halt. Countless sell orders surged forth as if wanting to sink this wobbling giant ship completely. Chairman. The phone is about to explode. It's all institutions and shareholders inquiring about the truth of the divorce rumors. Chairman. Several of our main partner banks have sent letters demanding explanations for our current operating status and stock price fluctuations, or they will consider tightening credit. Chairman. Directors Wang and Li are waiting in the meeting room, saying that if you don't provide an explanation, they will jointly propose an emergency shareholder meeting. In the upper echelons of Lu Group, the CEO's office was in chaos. Lu Mingxi's face turned red as he hysterically shouted at his secretary and a group of senior executives, investigate. Find out who the bastard spreading rumors behind my back is. And the PR department. Are they all dead? Immediately issue a statement. Deny it. Sue. Bring all those slandering media to court. His approach was still that self-righteous power logic. However, such a pale and powerless denial seemed ridiculous in the face of detailed revelations and a panicking market. Not only did it have no effect, but it was also interpreted by the outside world as guilty and trying to cover up, further exacerbating the decline in stock prices. Lu Mingxi looked at the glaring green on the screen, feeling as if his heart was convulsing. He had only just secured this position, and before he could even settle in, so many issues arose. He couldn't understand why everything that should have been smooth sailing turned into this. He rushed into the conference room, facing a group of uncles and directors with ashen faces, shouting, "What are you looking at? It's just someone pulling strings behind the scenes trying to short our stock price. What are you panicking for? Steady yourselves. Anyone who dares to sell shares at this time is against me, Lu Mingxi, and against the entire Lu family." However, no one paid any attention to his outcry. In the face of real financial losses, the so-called family ties and the chairman's authority became a joke. Infighting was ignited at that moment. Mingshi, what's going on with your elder brother? The outside world is spreading such terrible rumors, you should at least give a clear answer. Exactly. Since you've become chairman, the group has never had a day of peace. First Chenyuan ran away with his people and now this scandal has erupted. Can you even handle this? The stock price is about to drop by half. Our money isn't blown in by the wind. Lu Mingshi, you must take responsibility for this. Lu Mingshi was besieged by everyone, feeling both anxious and furious, rebutting indiscriminately. Can you blame me for this? If you want to blame someone, blame that useless elder brother who can't control himself. Blame that sister-in-law who disregards the bigger picture. If you have the ability, go find them and settle the score yourself. The entire Lu group was thrown into complete chaos. Shishan old residence. Lu Qingli smashed a blue and white porcelain teacup heavily on the ground, sending shards flying. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. He pointed at Lu Mingshi, who was kneeling in front of him, his face ashen, trembling with anger. I told you to keep it a secret. I told you to keep it a secret. How did you do this? Ha! Dad. I didn't. I really didn't say anything. Lu Mingshi was still futilely arguing, his voice weak like that of a mosquito. You didn't. Then is the news from outside just falling from the sky. Lu Chenyuan hit him hard on the back with his cane. The reputation of our Lu family over 100 years is ruined by you, this unfilial son. After hitting Lu Mingshi, he called Lu Mingshi, cursing as soon as the call connected. Lu Mingshi, how are you managing as the president? Such a big issue has arisen and all you know how to do is issue a useless statement. What state is the group in now? Do you even care about the stock price anymore? On the other end of the line, Lu Mingshi was also furious, and in retaliation he shouted back, Dad, can you blame me for this? It was my elder brother who got us into this trouble. I'm overwhelmed here, and instead of comforting me you come to scold me. If you had the ability, you should get Lu Chenyuan back to clean up this mess. You. Lu Qingli was so enraged that his vision darkened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He hung up the phone, slumping down in the armchair, breathing heavily. It's over. The hearts of the people are scattered and the family is about to fall apart. The second son is arrogant and incompetent, the eldest is ridiculous and shameless, and the third and fourth can only watch from the sidelines, fanning the flames. In this moment there was not a single person in the Lu family who could stand up to turn the tide. No, there was one. A thought rose uncontrollably from deep within his heart. Lu Chenyuan. Only his grandson, whom he had let go with his own hands, had the capability and means to quell this storm. However, just thinking about his initial acquiescence, about Lu Mingshi's current demeanor, and about having to lower his old face to beg that grandson to come back, Lu Chenyuan's heart was filled with humiliation, regret, and struggle. In his life, when had he ever bowed to anyone? Yuanlong Technology top-level office. The windows were bright and clean, and it was so quiet that one could hear the gentle hum of the central air conditioning system. Compared to the chaos of the Lu group, this seemed like another world. Lu Chenyuan was calmly reading a planning report on the future development direction of the integration science major, which he was preparing to personally hand to Professor Qingli. Zhang Qi nodded and entered, his face showing an uncontrollable excitement. President Lu, everything is just as you expected. He handed over the tablet which displayed the Lu group's dismal stock price chart and in-depth reports from various media on the Lu family's scandal. As soon as the divorce news broke, the market was thrown into panic. Lu Mingshi made frequent blunders and not only failed to stabilize the situation but instead exacerbated internal conflicts. Now the market value of the Lu group has evaporated by nearly 40 compared to when you left. Moreover, the downward trend continues. Lu Chenyuan's gaze swept across the screen, his expression showing no fluctuations, as if he were looking at the financial report of a company unrelated to him. Second uncle's abilities are barely sufficient to handle peaceful times. Using him to manage a crisis is akin to adding fuel to the fire, he commented lightly. So, when do we detonate the Shengtian real estate bomb? Zhang Qi asked. He was already eager to see the expressions on Lu Mingshi and Li Xiaojian's faces when that secret account was made public. No rush. Lu Chenyuan shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the window. He stood up, walking to the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city he was about to conquer. Right now the timing is not yet sufficient. His voice was calm and profound. A downpour is not enough to wash away a dam. But what if after the downpour a violent earthquake were to follow? On Grandpa's side, he won't hold out much longer. He will come looking for me. But what I want is not a mess but a Lu group that in despair has been abandoned by everyone, left only for me to butcher. As for Xingtian, that is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. I wanted to explode at the most desperate and helpless moment for the Lu family, shattering all their fantasies into pieces. He was speaking to Zhang Qi but also to himself. His goal has never been to destroy the Lu family, but rather to use the most thorough and painful method to scrape away the poison, removing all the rotten flesh and sores at once, allowing this family to achieve a true rebirth. A rebirth no longer burdened by internal disputes, a rebirth that allows all family members to enjoy wealth without being caught up in bloody power struggles. Outside the window, the sky was overcast and a greater storm was brewing. The scandal storm surrounding the Lu family is fiercer than anyone could have imagined. When the shockwave of the bombshell divorce collides with the aftershocks of the core team collectively resigning, the resulting destructive power grows exponentially. The Lu Group, once a commercial giant, has transformed from teetering on the brink to visibly sinking rapidly within just a few days. The stock market has hit the limit, down for the third consecutive trading day. Massive sell orders have pinned the stock price to the pillar of shame, evaporating hundreds of billions in market value. Once coveted investors now avoid it as if it were a plague, as though merely looking at it would bring misfortune. However, more terrifying than the plummeting stock price is the complete loss of control within the group from top to bottom. Lu Mingxi simply lacks the ability to steer this out-of-control behemoth. He acts like a clumsy captain, issuing contradictory orders chaotically amid the storm. Just a moment ago he was roaring in the conference room, demanding severe punishment for the leakers and threatening anyone who dared to waver the morale. In the next moment he was in his office speaking softly and pleading with the bank's credit supervisor not to withdraw their loans. His authority in the face of absolute crisis felt as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. The newly appointed executives, once lured by promises of double treatment, now faced the mess, either pretending to comply or secretly seeking new opportunities. Meanwhile, several uncles from the Lu family have completely ripped off their warm and gentle masks. Led by third uncle Lu Mingdi and fourth uncle Lu Minggong, two factions have started openly challenging Lu Mingxi at the board meeting. They are no longer simply complaining or blaming, they have begun to unite with other board members to demand an investigation into the funding sources of Lu Mingxi's acquisition of Shengtian real estate, questioning the legality and compliance of his decision to use substantial funds for high-risk acquisitions in the group's moment of crisis. Their intentions are crystal clear: to take Lu Mingxi down from the chairman position and seize their share of interests amid the ruins of power. The flames of internal conflict rapidly spread from the top conference room to every corner of the company. Departments are pushing responsibilities onto each other, and several key investment projects have stagnated due to discord among the higher-ups. Several important partners that had previously collaborated with the Lu Group have also sent letters, either subtly or directly, stating that they will suspend future cooperation until the internal management of the Lu Group stabilizes. When the walls collapse, everyone pushes. When the drum breaks, thousands strike. The Lu Group has transformed into a city engulfed in flames of conflict, on the verge of collapse at any moment. At the old residence in Xishan, the once tranquil and dignified Lu family mansion is now shrouded in an atmosphere of oppression and anxiety. Lu Chenyuan has not had a good night's sleep for 2 days. He sits in the spacious study listening to the butler report on the shocking bad news from the group, his aged face etched with deep fatigue and disappointment. He knows that waiting any longer is not an option. If Lu Mingxi, that fool, continues to make a mess, the foundation built over decades by the Lu family will be completely lost in less than half a month. Notify everyone in the family, including all the shareholders on the board. Lu Chenyuan's voice is hoarse yet resolute as he leans on his cane and slowly stands up. Tonight we will hold an emergency board meeting at the old residence. I will preside over it myself. He intends to make a comeback. He believes that with the prestige he has accumulated over a lifetime, he can certainly unite this group of greedy and short-sighted scoundrels and stabilize the situation. However, reality dealt him a resounding slap. That night, although everyone gathered in the old residence's meeting hall, the atmosphere was no longer one of respect and obedience centered around him. Everyone's faces were filled with anxiety, calculation, and greed. Dad, you finally decided to show up. As soon as Lu Mingxi saw him, it was like seeing a savior, and he immediately began to spill his grievances. Look at third and fourth uncle, they are plotting a rebellion. At this critical moment, instead of thinking about how to unite against the outsiders, they are causing trouble for me in the company every day. Second brother, you can't say that. Third uncle Lu Mingdi immediately retorted, whose responsibility is it that the company has turned out this way? Did you get the board's approval to use the group's funds to fill the pit of your Shengtian real estate? We are safeguarding the interests of all shareholders. Exactly. When Chenyuan was here, when did the company ever have such troubles? If you don't have the ability, you should have stepped down earlier. Fourth uncle Lu Minggong chimed in without holding back. You guys. Lu Mingxi's face turned red with anger. Everyone be quiet. Lu Chenyuan struck the ground with his cane, producing a heavy thud. His authoritative gaze swept across his sons as he sternly admonished, look at what you have become. The building is about to collapse, and instead of thinking about how to support it, you are here tearing each other down. You have disgraced the Lu family. Had this been in the past, his furious shout would have silenced everyone. Yet today the effect was greatly diminished. After a brief silence, Lu Mingde was the first to speak up, his tone still carrying a hint of respect, yet the content was already openly defiant. Dad, we respect you as our elder. But now the group is facing a crisis of life and death. It can't be solved just by throwing tantrums. We need to come up with a practical plan. Exactly. Immediately a director echoed, Old Master, we want to know, is there any hope for the group's stock price? What about the bank loans? Who will take responsibility for the stalled projects? We can't just keep dragging this out. One sharp and realistic question after another shot towards Lu Chenyuan like arrows. It was then that he shockingly realized that his authority had been undermined without him noticing. His words were no longer the decisive decree they used to be. In this moment where everyone was self-preserving and only concerned with immediate benefits, he, the Supreme Emperor who had retreated for many years, had lost the ability to resolve practical issues in the eyes of the crowd. He looked at his sons who were arguing with flushed faces and disgraceful postures, and at the directors who once showed him utmost respect but now looked at him with skepticism. A wave of unprecedented helplessness engulfed him like a tide. He painfully realized that he was wrong, horribly wrong. He had always believed that the stability of the Lu family relied on his own prestige. Now he understands that the so-called prestige he possessed was built upon the solid foundation of the stable development brought by Lu Chenyuan. When he personally permitted the release of the grandson who had shouldered the weight of the building, he, the so-called founder, was merely a helpless old man who had lost his power and could only watch everything collapse. The meeting ended in disarray. Lu Chenyuan returned to his study alone, lost in thought. He dismissed everyone and locked himself in the darkness. Outside the window, the bright lights of the Lu family estate shone just as they always had. But he knew that within this grand mansion the beams and pillars were already decayed and broken. It was only a matter of time before the final collapse. He recalled Lu Chenyuan. He remembered the child's unusual calmness and composure from a young age. He thought of the decisive methods and remarkable achievements after he took over the corporation. He remembered the cold, almost indifferent gaze as he left. Regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. It was he who, in an effort to appease a few useless sons and for the sake of that pitiful fatherly love, gradually indulged and retreated, ultimately driving away the only hope of the Lu family. It was he who personally handed over the vast family business to an incompetent fool. Did I do something wrong? In the dimly lit study of the Li family, the atmosphere was as dark as the unfathomable depths of the owner's heart. Li Chenyuan stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, quietly admiring the financial storm he had personally unleashed outside. On the screen of the tablet, the plummeting green line of the Lu Group's stock price was in his eyes more pleasing than any work of art. Divorce scandals, internal strife, stock price collapse, the founder's reputation in tatters. Every step was precisely in line with his predictions. The once mighty tiger of the Lu family had its claws pulled out and its spine shattered, lying in a pool of blood, barely breathing. The time was ripe. It was time to deliver the final judgment. Notify our contacts. Li Chenyuan turned around, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint, his voice cold. Unite all possible short-selling forces and initiate the final strike plan. I want the Lu Group's stock price to never recover again. Understood. Additionally, he paused, the flames of vengeance burning brighter in his eyes. Contact Chief Editor Zhao of the Jingzhou Observer and inform him that the great gift we prepared for 18 years can finally be delivered. The loyal subordinate's body trembled violently, eyes filled with horror. That gift was a lethal weapon capable of plunging the Lu family from the heights of morality and reputation into a bottomless abyss. Remember, Li Zhaojian's tone was calm yet carried an undeniable command. Make it appear as an unexpected, in-depth investigative report, ensuring that every piece of evidence is seamless. I want the whole world to see how filthy and despicable the so-called top aristocracy truly is. Understood. The subordinate left and the study fell silent once more. Li Chenyuan slowly sat back in his chair, pouring himself a glass of red wine and gently swirling it. The deep red liquid in the glass seemed to him like the blood of the Lu family flowing away. Father, do you see? The Lu Chenyuan who forced you to your death is now tasting the bitterness of betrayal and a crumbling family business. Soon he will be ruined and disgraced, and his proud family will become the laughingstock of all Jingzhou. I have avenged you. Yuanlong Technology top floor office. President Lu Zhangqi knocked and entered, his face unusually grave. We have detected a terrifyingly large short-selling capital that is launching a devastating attack on the Lu Group since the market opened today. Lu Chenyuan's gaze fell on the computer screen, watching the line that dropped almost vertically, his expression slightly tense. Li Chenyuan has made his move. Yes, Zhang Qi replied, his methods are typical of total annihilation. It won't be long before the Lu Group's stock price falls below its net asset value, even triggering the risk of forced delisting. Just then Zhang Qi's phone vibrated urgently. He glanced at the screen, his expression changing dramatically, even more shocked than when he first saw the financial attack. President Lu. Something big has happened.
His voice trembled as he handed the phone over.
Lu Chenyuan took the phone.
On the screen was a breaking news headline just pushed by the most authoritative investigative media in Qingzhou, the Qingzhou Observer. The title detonated like a nuclear bomb exploding before Lu Chenyuan's eyes. Shocking revelations. The truth behind the Lu family's 18-year-long deception, a meticulously planned life swap. The article's content was detailed to a shocking degree. From 18 years ago, when Lu Mengling gave birth to a daughter at Qingzhou First Hospital, to how Lu Mei exploited her position to bribe nurses and swapped her biological daughter with the true daughter of the Lu family. The report included anonymous tips from insiders, blurry screenshots from hospital surveillance during key moments, and even excerpts from a confession recording of a nurse who had left the profession. All the evidence formed a complete and malevolent chain directly targeting two people. One was the usurper who had occupied the Lu family's spotlight for 18 years, Lu Chenyuan. The other was Lu Mei, the so-called illegitimate child who had been cast out and was the mastermind behind the entire incident. Meanwhile, the Lu family was portrayed as a pitiful and laughable victim who had been deceived for 18 years. This article was crafted with malicious intent. It not only aimed to detonate the baby swap bomb but also to splash the dirty water entirely onto Lu Mei and Lu Chenyuan, turning them into targets of public scorn. At the same time, it plunged the Lu family, which had just experienced a divorce scandal, into a new ethical storm, thoroughly destroying its century-old reputation. Looking at this information, Lu Chenyuan's expression remained calm. He knew that Li Xiujian's trump card had finally been played. However, little did even Li Xiujian know Lu Chenyuan was actually his own flesh and blood. How ironic. Li Xiujian's lethal blow was not only aimed at the Lu family but also pushed his own biological daughter towards the abyss of public condemnation. Boom. As if to confirm Lu Chenyuan's thoughts, this news exploded across the entire internet within minutes of its release. Its heat surged to the top of all social media platforms at an unprecedented speed, followed by a bright red explosive character. My goodness. A real-life version of Life Swap. Or a top aristocracy version. So malicious. That woman named Lu Mei and her daughter are simply heartless. No wonder Lu Mingji would cheat. It turns out the mistress had already inserted her daughter. This is part of a grand scheme. I feel sorry for the true Lu family daughter and the Lu family deceived for 18 years. Lu Mengling's fate is too tragic, right? Her husband cheated and the daughter she raised for 18 years turned out to be the mistress who could withstand such a blow. On the internet, countless uninformed netizens were guided by this meticulously arranged report, transforming into righteous judges, bombarding Lu Chenyuan and Lu Mei with the most venomous curses. A financial attack compounded with an ethical nuclear explosion. Under the double blow, the already crumbling Lu Group's last foundation was thoroughly shattered at that moment. The carnival of the online world never requires reason or truth. When the documentary report by Qingzhou Observer was released, the entire public opinion field was ignited. Terms such as true and false, thousand gold, venomous mother and daughter, and secrets of the aristocracy dominated all trending lists on platforms at a viral pace. Countless keyboard warriors transformed into righteous judges, unleashing the most vicious and frenzied curses and judgments upon the deliberately crafted villains Lu Mei and Lu Chenyuan in the report. They praised the victim Lu family's forbearance, sympathized with the pitiful Lu Mengling, and bestowed infinite pity and expectation upon the true daughter whose identity was unknown and who was wandering outside. In Li Xiujian's design, this wave of public opinion was enough to tear apart anyone caught within it. However, he miscalculated one point. The center of the storm was far calmer than he imagined. Qingzhou University National Key Mathematics Laboratory. It was quiet enough to hear the low hum of the supercomputer's cooling fan. Dressed in a lab coat, Lu Ruoxi was intently focused on a complex multidimensional function model on the whiteboard, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as if the entire world had been reduced to those jumping symbols. Ruoxi. Su Yang rushed in, holding his phone with an anxious expression, breaking the tranquility of the laboratory. Something big has happened. Look. Lu Ruoxi snapped back to reality, took the phone, and her gaze fell upon the shocking headline. Su Yang nervously observed her expression, ready to comfort her at any moment. He had already prepared 1,000 sentences to scold those rumor mongers and was ready with the strongest shoulder. However, to his surprise, Lu Ruoxi's face bore none of the shock, anger, or collapse he had anticipated. She simply read through the long article quietly, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times. Then she raised her head, her eyes clear and calm, as if what she had just seen was not a shocking scandal related to her own identity but rather an unrelated piece of social news. Ruoxi, you. Don't scare me, are you okay? Su Yang asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Ruoxi shook her head, returning the phone to him, her voice as calm as ever. What it says on there isn't necessarily true. Su Yang was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Right. It must be fake. Those people are just making things up for attention. No. Lu Ruoxi interrupted him, her gaze drifting towards the window as if piercing through time and space. I'm not saying the content is false. Rather, the truth of the matter is never as simple as it is written. In her mind, the image of the kind and gentle grandma in the photo on the wall when she first moved into that staff building surfaced. That face bore at least a 7/10 resemblance to her own in the mirror. From that moment on, a hazy suspicion took root in her heart like a seed. She believed that since President Lu had arranged things this way, there must be profound meaning behind it. Compared to an unfounded malicious report, she was more willing to believe in the President Lu who had pulled her out of her darkest life, granting her light, dignity, and direction. Without a moment's hesitation, she took out her phone, found the most familiar name, and dialed. In a remote, impoverished country, a temporary medical camp filled with dust. Red earth and blazing sun are the eternal themes here. Lu Chenyuan was clad in simple volunteer attire, clumsily but earnestly changing the bandage on a little girl's arm. Sweat soaked her forehead and her face was covered in dirt, a stark contrast to the delicate young lady she once was. Lu Chenyuan had left Xia country at the end of July to begin her global poverty investigation. Ji Wuxuang, dressed in tactical gear with a stern expression, quickly approached her and handed her a satellite phone, the screen displaying news from home. "Chenyuan, take a look." Lu Chenyuan took the phone, and the moment she saw the headline and content, her whole being felt struck by lightning, her face turning pale. She wasn't Lu family's daughter. She was the daughter of Lu Mei, the woman who destroyed her own family. Everything she had over the past 18 years, her parents' love and her brother's indulgence, was built upon a lie. The immense shock left her mind blank and tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes. She instinctively wanted to scream, to rebut, to return to Jingzhou and question everyone. But when her gaze swept around, seeing the children still striving to live on barren land, seeing the international doctors and volunteers who remained steadfast in harsh conditions, and seeing Ji Wuxuang beside her whose eyes were resolute and who always protected her, a completely different emotion slowly overshadowed the shame and panic. She suddenly recalled her brother's changing attitude towards her over the past 6 months and the young leader's independence program that he had forced her to participate in. She remembered how her brother Lu Chenyuan had solemnly told her what the value of life was. At that time she felt wronged and confused, thinking her brother no longer loved her. It was only at this moment that she suddenly awoke from her dream, instantly understanding her brother's painstaking efforts. Did her brother already know everything? So he pushed her away to a safe place before the storm arrived, allowing her to find a value coordinate that would not depend on the identity of Lu family's daughter to sustain herself. He shielded her from all the impending torrents, yet bore everything alone in silence. Understanding this, Lu Chenyuan felt as if her heart was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, aching fiercely. It was not pain for her own identity but pain for her brother's heart. She wiped her tears and spoke to Ji Wuxuang with an unprecedented determination. "Sister Wuxuang, help me call my brother." At Yuanlong Technology top-level office, Lu Chenyuan's phone rang twice in just a few minutes. He picked up the first call. It was Lu Ruoshi. "President Lu, it's me." The voice on the other end was calm, which reassured him. Lu Chenyuan's voice was steady as a mountain, imbued with a comforting power. "I've seen the news. Don't be afraid, Big Brother has been waiting for this day." Upon hearing Lu Chenyuan utter "Big Brother," Lu Ruoshi could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. "Big Brother, Big Brother, Big Brother. You really are my big brother." "Wah." After hanging up, the second call quickly followed. It was Lu Chenyuan. "Big Brother." The voice on the other end carried a hint of tears but was filled more with a sense of awakening and resilience after breaking free from a cocoon. "Chenyuan, it's me." Lu Chenyuan said with the same calm tone. "Don't be afraid, Big Brother has been waiting for this day." The same two sentences transmitted through the waves became the most solid reassurance in the ears of the two girls. They might not fully understand what was happening, but they clearly knew that their big brother, the man who would always stand before them shielding them from the storm, had already set the stage. He was not a passive sufferer in the storm, he was the storm itself. After hanging up, Lu Chenyuan gazed out the window, his eyes deep as night. "Li Xiujian, your cards have all been played. Now it is my turn." Just as the public opinion frenzy online reached its peak, a brief announcement from the official media of Jingzhou, less than 100 words, struck like a sudden thunderbolt, precisely cleaving through the noisy public opinion arena. The authorities announced an investigation into Shengtian real estate. The news shocked the world. If the scandal of true and false thousand gold was a lethal blow to the Lu family's reputation, then this official announcement was a fatal blow to the foundation of the Lu family. More critically, everyone knew that not long ago the new chairman of Lu Group, Lu Ming, had forcibly pushed for the group to fully acquire all Shengtian real estate shares held by Li Xiujian. At this moment, Shengtian real estate was completely owned by the Lu family. This bomb, personally buried and subsequently discarded by Li Xiujian, ultimately detonated in the embrace of the Lu family under Lu Chenyuan's precise guidance. If Li Xiujian's true and false gold is a public opinion nuclear bomb, then Lu Chenyuan's detonation of the Shengtian real estate investigation is a precisely guided doomsday disaster. The former destroys hearts and reputations, while the latter directly severs the lifeline of the Lu Group. At the moment the official announcement appeared, the online frenzy over the ethics of the wealthy abruptly ceased. Everyone's gaze was drawn to this more shocking news.
What the hell? Didn't Shengtian Real Estate just get acquired by the Lu family? This is precision demolition. Lu Ming is a business genius, isn't he? He just took over and bought a company hiding such a huge bomb. Tax evasion, major safety incidents. This isn't something that can be resolved with a fine, this means prison time. The stock price of the Lu Group. It's over, there's no way to look at it anymore. Tomorrow's opening will be no more, or perhaps there will be no tomorrow at all. The public opinion turned instantly. Just a second ago, netizens were sympathizing with the Lu family for being deceived for 18 years, and in the next they began to vehemently insult the Lu Group's management for their stupidity and lack of internal control, labeling them a tremendous tumor in the capital market. The financial market responded in the cruelest way. The stock price of the Lu Group, already struggling on the limit down, directly collapsed in after-hours trading in the futures market. All related financial derivatives instantly turned into a pile of worthless paper. Major rating agencies issued reports overnight downgrading the Lu Group's credit rating to junk status and adding warnings of immediate bankruptcy liquidation risk. Three-pronged attack. Public opinion, stock prices, judiciary. Three nooses tightly gripped the neck of the Lu Group, merely awaiting the executioner's final command. In the Li family study. Crash. An expensive antique crystal cup was violently smashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Li Xiaojian stared intently at the official announcement on the screen, his face ashen, the pride and satisfaction in his eyes long gone, replaced by a shock and fury of a hunter outmaneuvered by its prey. Lu Chenyuan. He squeezed out the name through clenched teeth, each word dripping with chilling resentment. He couldn't comprehend. He had orchestrated this scheme for 18 years, with every link meticulously perfect. Detonating the scandal, damaging the reputation, shorting the stock price, destroying its foundation. As the Lu family's grand edifice was about to completely topple, he was on the verge of savoring the sweetest fruits of revenge. But how did Lu Chenyuan manage it? How did he know that the bomb hidden in Shengtian Real Estate had already been planted? And how could he possibly utilize official power to detonate this bomb on the Lu family's own territory? This move was no longer simply a method to cure poison, it was akin to embracing a bomb and blowing both himself and his enemies to the sky. What was he truly trying to achieve? An unprecedented sense of panic, of losing control over the situation, seized Li Xiaojian's heart for the first time. He suddenly realized that in the carefully planned game, the initiative on the board had long since changed hands. In the old residence of Shishan study, Lu Qingxi sat slumped in the grandmaster chair, his face ashen, appearing as though he had aged 10 years in just one day. Phones rang in one after another, with banks issuing life-threatening warnings, board members shouting hoarsely with questions, and several sons crying in panic. But he didn't answer a single one. Because he knew everything was over. The Lu family, this giant ship he had steered for a lifetime, was truly going to sink this time. Regret, despair, unwillingness. All emotions eventually turned into a dead silence of gray. Lu Qingxi trembled as he picked up his phone once more. This time he hesitated not at all, dialing the number he had to call. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Hello. On the other end of the line was Lu Chenyuan's voice, calm to the point of being indifferent. Chenyuan. Lu Qingxi opened his mouth, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. Grandfather. I beg you. Just those 4 words drained all the strength from his body. The commanding figure of the Lu family, who had once been unstoppable, completely laid down all his pride and dignity in that moment. There was a brief silence on the other end. All right. One word caused a glimmer of light to flicker in Lu Chengxi's murky eyes. But I have conditions. Lu Chenyuan's voice remained calm yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. From today I will establish a new investment company to fully acquire all shares of the Lu Group held by you, your uncles, and other collateral relatives at the current market price. After the share transfer, I will establish a family trust fund. Lu Chenyuan continued. Everyone will receive dividends from the fund each year based on their original shareholding ratio. This amount will suffice to ensure that the Lu family remains free from worries about food and clothing for generations, enjoying wealth and honor. But Lu Chenyuan's tone slightly deepened like the hammer of final judgment. From the moment the contract is signed, the Lu Group's decisions, operations, and management will no longer have any relation to you. You will only have the right to dividends but no voting or management rights. Lu Chengxi's breath instantly became rapid. He understood Lu Chenyuan's meaning. This was to cut off the possibility of the Lu family's descendants intervening in the group's operations. A wave of humiliation, stripped of everything, surged forth like a tide. Yet what surfaced in his mind were the ridiculous squabbles among his sons these past few days, Lu Ming's hopelessly foolish decisions, and the image of the Lu Group's edifice collapsing amidst endless internal strife. He suddenly understood. Shenyuan's goal might not be to establish a dictatorship for himself. He was using the most resolute and cold-hearted means to carry out a fundamental transformation of the Lu Group, completely separating ownership from management.
This was to transform a traditional family business entangled with nepotism into a modern enterprise with a clear governance structure. The family trust fund would become the sturdiest firewall protecting the core assets of the Lu family, ensuring their long-term inheritance and value appreciation rather than being destroyed in the future by some incompetent and greedy descendants. Wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations, a curse many family businesses cannot escape. Its roots lie in the inability to resolve the conflict between capability and kinship. And Lu Chenyuan, in the most unfeeling way, was severing the roots of this curse for the Lu family. The humiliation remained, but amidst the reluctance and sorrow there emerged a glimmer of sober respect. Lu Chenyuan, who had created the brilliance of the Lu family, almost buried it himself due to his late life softness and indulgence. Now his grandson, with an iron fist that he had never possessed during his own entrepreneurial days, had found the only possible path for this family to continue. I agree. Lu Chenyuan closed his eyes, and after a moment when he opened them again only cold determination remained. He knew that from the moment he uttered this sentence an era he had initiated, an era belonging to traditional family businesses, had conclusively ended. And Lu Chenyuan, even in his twilight years, could still be the one wielding the sword of judgment. At the Jingzhou International Convention and Exhibition Center, while the financial media and business elites of the entire city were still immersed in the shocking news of the impending downfall of the Lu Group, a grand press conference was quietly taking place here. The protagonists of the press conference were 2 companies. One was the Mo Group, an established top-tier family in Jingzhou with formidable strength. The other was the newly formed and relatively unknown Yuanlong Technology. Countless reporters were curious as to why the Mo family would lower their status to hold a press conference with such a small company. When the press conference began, Qingli, dressed in an exquisite white custom suit, and Lu Chenyuan, clad in a composed black suit, walked on stage side by side, eliciting a collective gasp from the audience. Lu Chenyuan. This name was at the center of the media storm. Wasn't he supposed to be overwhelmed by the mess of the Lu family? How could he appear here? Moreover, standing alongside the leader of the Mo Group, Qingli. Ladies and gentlemen, dear media friends, good afternoon. Lu Chenyuan held the microphone, his expression composed as his sharp gaze swept across the audience, instantly silencing all noise and discussions with his powerful presence. Today, Yuanlong Technology will jointly launch a groundbreaking product with the Mo Group to the world. He turned sideways and the large screen behind him lit up instantly. The Zhulong Intelligent Dynamic Liquid Cooling Battery Thermal Management System. Complex system architecture diagrams, revolutionary technical parameters, detailed performance comparisons. As each piece of data was presented, all the knowledgeable technical experts and industry journalists in the audience stood up in shock. My God! An energy density decay rate of less than 0.5. How is that possible? Temperature differentials controlled within 2 degrees Celsius. This is over 5 times the current technology. This technology is at least 5 years ahead of the entire industry. No, 10 years. If the collapse of the Lu family was a commercial earthquake, then the launch of the Zhulong system was a technological tsunami. It was enough to overturn the existing order of the entire new energy vehicle sector and all energy storage fields. Qingli took the microphone, her cold yet confident voice resonating throughout the venue. The Mo Group has decided to open all our production lines and supply chain channels to Yuanlong Technology, and we will make an initial investment of 10 billion to fully support the mass production and market launch of the Zhulong system. The audience erupted in excitement. Everyone understood. Lu Chenyuan had never been trapped by the sinking ship of the Lu family. The moment he detached from the Lu Group, he had already set sail in a super aircraft carrier that no one could imagine. At the end of the press conference, a reporter finally snapped back to reality from the shock and asked loudly, Mr. Lu, what is your view on the current crisis of the Lu Group? There are rumors that you are about to return to take charge. Is that true? All cameras instantly focused on Lu Chenyuan. Facing the numerous flashing lights, Lu Chenyuan calmly said, the Lu Group is a company worthy of respect. I believe that after eliminating all the rot and tumors it will be reborn. As for me... He paused, his gaze piercing through the crowd as if he could see the trembling enemies in the distance. My life, my career from today onward will embark on a new course. Having said that, he ignored any further questions and, accompanied by Qingli and surrounded by bodyguards, left the venue with composure. The next day at the Jingzhou Financial Street, the atmosphere in the conference room of a top law firm was as cold as ice. On one side of the long table sat the calm Lu Chenyuan and his legal team. On the other side were the core members of the Lu family, the haggard Lu Chenyuan, the hollow-eyed Lu Mingshi, and the downcast Lu Minji brothers. Today marked the day of judgment for the Lu Group. The lawyer succinctly read the core of the agreement to transfer all shares at the humiliating price of yesterday's limit down in exchange to establish a family trust fund guaranteeing their wealth for generations to come. Using wealth to buy back power. If there are no objections, let's sign. The lawyer's formal voice echoed. Lu Chenyuan's murky gaze swept over his defeated sons. With a long sigh, he picked up the pen and tremblingly signed his name.
This signature severed his last lingering attachment to the old era. With him leading, there was no more room for resistance from the others. When it came to Lu Mingxi's turn, he stared fixedly at the share transfer agreement. Not long ago he had felt proud of having taken these shares from Lu Chenyuan. Now it seemed he had been a jester all along. The immense shame made it almost impossible for him to hold the pen. Second uncle. Lu Chenyuan's calm voice came through, devoid of mockery, yet struck Lu Mingxi like a heavy hammer. He trembled violently, closed his eyes, and almost self-punishingly hastily wrote down his name. When the last document was signed, Lu Chenyuan stood up, looking down at his blood relatives with a calm voice. From today onward, the Lu Group enters a new era. The trust fund will ensure your honor. I hope you all take care of yourselves. With that, he turned and left forever, closing the door on the sorrowful old era. The next day, when the announcement from the Lu Group was released, the market was shaken. Everyone understood Lu Chenyuan's artful maneuvering, cashing out at a high point, accurately avoiding risks, buying at the bottom, gaining absolute control. This buying and selling dramatically increased personal wealth while also severing the roots of internal strife in the family with the family trust. Under the robust capital of Yuanlong Technology and MO Group, as well as Lu Chenyuan's unparalleled prestige backing, the stock price of the Lu Group miraculously halted its decline after resuming trading, and within a few trading days it surged sharply, sweeping away the previous downturn. The market always chases victors. Overnight, the Lu Group was reborn, and Lu Chenyuan's name became a new taboo and myth in the Jingzhou business community. On the weekend after the storm settled at an elegant private club, Lu Chenyuan pushed open the door, followed by the visibly excited and slightly trembling Lu Mengling. Upon seeing the girl by the window, who looked as serene as a figure from a painting, Lu Mengling's breath caught in her throat. The clear brows and eyes were indistinguishable from her own youthful appearance in her memories. The impact of blood ties left her mind blank. 18 years of misguided love and guilt surged forth like a flood, overwhelming her. Lu Mengling's lips trembled as she attempted to step forward, but her feet felt as heavy as lead. Lu Ruoshi stood up, nodding slightly to her biological mother, her voice clear and calm, devoid of any waves. "Hello, madam." The address "madam" was polite, yet felt like an insurmountable chasm. This form of address completely shattered Lu Mengling. She covered her mouth and a suppressed sob escaped through her fingers, filled with irreparable regret. The atmosphere in the private room was suffocating. Several of Lu Chenyuan's brothers stood aside at a loss. It was Lu Ruoshi, however, who maintained an extraordinary calmness beyond her years. She took out a tissue and handed it to Lu Mengling, softly saying, "Don't be too sad, what's in the past is already in the past." She did not complain or cry. But it was this tranquility that made Lu Mengling weep even more bitterly. She knew that this child had endured too much suffering in the past years, which dulled all her instincts to be spoiled and to ask for things. A few days later, Lu Chenyuan returned to the West Mountain ancestral home with Lu Ruoshi. The atmosphere in the Lu family manor was tense. The servants all bowed and saluted upon seeing Lu Chenyuan, their eyes filled with reverence. In the study, Lu Chengxi looked at Lu Ruoshi, who had walked in, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. "Ruoshi," he said softly, "it is our Lu family that owes you an apology. It's all in the past now." Lu Ruoshi shook her head, giving the same answer. Lu Chengxi looked at her deeply, feeling a surge of emotions. He knew that under the protection of this eldest granddaughter, no one would be able to harm her again. "Focus on your studies," he promised. "The Lu family will be your strongest support in the future." The turmoil over the true and false daughters had long since become trivial news in the face of the Lu Group's astonishing restructuring and the rise of Yuanlong Technology. Lu Ruoxi's life returned to tranquility, her future in the vast sea of stars made of numbers and logic at Jingzhou University. Meanwhile, Lu Chenyuan, far away in a foreign country, called Lu Ruoshi with a long-distance phone call. The wind and sand made her voice a bit hoarse, yet her tone was more sincere than ever. "I'm sorry. And thank you." Lu Ruoshi understood. She replied, "Take care of yourself. What you did is remarkable." The two girls, whose lives had been switched by fate, reached a reconciliation across mountains and rivers. Everything seemed to have settled. But Lu Chenyuan knew that this was merely the end of the old era and the beginning of a new war. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Yuanlong Technology, overlooking the city below, his gaze as profound as the abyss. "Zhang Qi. Mr. Lu. Initiate a comprehensive investigation into all of the Li family's assets and connections." Lu Chenyuan's voice was as cold as ice. "I want to make sure that Li Xiujin, this mouse hiding for over 20 years, has nowhere left to hide. The chessboard needs to be cleared." At the top floor of Yuanlong Technology, in the president's office. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows lies the dazzling night view of Jingzhou, yet the room is shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. "Mr. Lu, we have encountered trouble." Zhang Qi stood before Lu Chenyuan's desk, his expression more serious than ever. Behind him, a holographic screen displayed a rapidly scrolling array of complex data streams and network topologies. Li Xiujian's asset structure resembles an iceberg of the dark web.
Zhang Qi pointed at the red nodes on the screen and said solemnly, what we have uncovered is merely the tip of the iceberg, a clean entity company. The core lifeline is hidden through 5 layers of offshore companies and encrypted digital trusts with funds flowing erratically. Our top team has been tracking for 72 hours, hitting walls repeatedly and triggering traps. Lu Chenyuan's gaze was as calm as water, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, seemingly contemplating yet perhaps already anticipating this outcome. He was well aware that Li Xiujin, a vengeful figure lying in wait for decades, possessed a meticulous mind and shrewd methods that were far beyond the capabilities of someone like Lu Ming. A venomous snake that has been hiding for decades will not easily expose its vital spot. Lu Chenyuan's voice showed no ripples. This is quite normal. But Zhang Qi appeared anxious. The longer we delay, the more opportunities he has to relocate and hide his assets. We are like fighting against a shadow. Then let the light in. Lu Chenyuan slowly stood up and walked to the window overlooking the bustling traffic below. The commercial siege is just the first step. The goal is to make him feel pain and provoke his actions. As long as he moves, traces will be left behind. At that moment, Lu Chenyuan's personal phone on the desk lit up, emitting a gentle vibration. Upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, a subtle glimmer flickered in his deep eyes. It was Mo Qingli. He picked up the phone, slid to answer, and before he could speak, Mo Qingli's cool yet determined voice came through the receiver clearly. Have you encountered trouble dealing with Li Xiujin? She did not phrase it as a question but as a statement. Lu Chenyuan fell silent for a moment. He never doubted this woman's business acumen and intelligence analysis ability. Since the cooperation on the Zhulong project began, the data streams and resource mobilization between Yuanlong Technology and the Mo Group have been deeply intertwined. His sudden call for a large number of top network experts and intelligence analysts for this non-business-related high-intensity work, such a scale of unusual activity might evade outsiders, but it would never escape the notice of Mo Qingli, his deep cooperation partner. It's not a hassle. Lu Chenyuan's voice remained calm as ever. He paced back to the window, his gaze once again cast towards the distant skyline. It's just more troublesome than expected. The phone call was silent for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds of silence, it seemed to contain understanding, weighing, and decision-making. Then Mo Qingli's voice sounded again, this time imbued with an undeniable decisiveness and strength. The Mo family's intelligence network overseas has been operated by 3 generations. Especially in Europe and several renowned offshore financial centers, our people can access information in gray areas that normal commercial channels, even government channels, cannot reach. Do you need it? Lu Chenyuan understood the weight of her words. This had far exceeded the scope of commercial cooperation. This was opening one of the most core and secret trump cards of a top aristocratic family to him without reservation. A warmth surged through Lu Chenyuan's heart, yet his voice remained restrained. This is the core asset of the Mo family. This favor is too heavy. He. On the other end of the line, Mo Qingli let out a light, pleasant laugh, as if her laughter could penetrate the waves and dispel the heavy atmosphere in the office. Lu Chenyuan, have you forgotten? The enemy's enemy is the most natural ally. Li Xiujin, this tumor, is not only an enemy of the Lu family but also a hidden danger to the entire commercial ecology of Jingzhou. Removing him is also clearing a significant threat for the Mo family. She paused, her voice softened yet more penetrating. Moreover, I appreciate your style of doing things. I am willing to invest in an ally who can create the future rather than waste resources on meaningless pretentiousness. All right. Lu Chenyuan no longer declined, knowing that facing a woman like Mo Qingli, any extra politeness would be an insult to her wisdom. I owe you a favor. I have noted it. Mo Qingli's voice carried a hint of mirth. I await your good news. The call ended. Lu Chenyuan turned around, his gaze returning to Zhang Qi, and at this moment his eyes were completely different from before, filled with sharpness and determination, as if ready for a full-scale offensive. Immediately halt all direct network infiltration, he ordered. Retract the defense line and eliminate all traces we have left behind. Wait for my news, a new breakthrough will soon appear. Yes. Zhang Qi replied loudly, the gloom in his heart dissipated, replaced by excitement and anticipation of witnessing a thunderous strike. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city, in a studio that had been sealed for nearly 20 years, Lu Mengling stood alone quietly in front of a large easel covered with a white dustcloth, having not moved for a long time. Since that day at the private club when she met Lu Ruoshi, her daughter's polite yet distant greeting, as if separated by a chasm, hello madam, felt like the sharpest ice spear piercing her heart day and night. She knew that all apologies, all tears seemed so pale, cheap and powerless in the face of those 18 years of stolen blank years. She desperately wanted to approach the child, to do everything to make amends, yet sadly found that she didn't even know where to start. That weak self who could only cry and regret would probably only make the resilient and painfully strong daughter feel more troubled and impatient. Until today, she inexplicably pushed open the door to this long-sealed studio. The afternoon sun poured through the slanted glass roof, gently illuminating the space, and countless tiny dust particles danced in the shaft of light, also illuminating her past, which was equally covered in thick dust. Before becoming the elegant and noble Mrs. Lu, in the eyes of outsiders, she was the youngest and most talented lecturer of the Fine Arts Department at Jingzhou University.
Her paintings were once praised as filled with light of life and soul, treasured by numerous art lovers and collectors. However, for the husband who did not love her, for the family she thought needed her full devotion, she laid down her paintbrush and locked away her shining self in this studio for 20 years. Now the dream has awakened, she should wake up too. Lu Mangling stretched out her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. She slowly and solemnly unveiled the white cloth covering the easel. The action was gentle, as if performing a sacred ritual. The cloth fell away, revealing a blank canvas beneath. Her fingertips lightly brushed off a layer of fine dust accumulated on the easel, her gaze shifting from initial confusion and pain to clarity and determination, finally igniting a long-lost flame named self. She was going to pick up the paintbrush again. This time not to please anyone nor to prove anything, but simply to find back the Lu Mangling who once freely splashed colors and let her soul soar. Perhaps only when she is no longer that weak mother who could only cry and needed her son's protection, but instead an independent, complete woman with her own career and brilliance, would she be qualified to stand before her daughter truly and equally and say, "Ruwashi, mom is back." Lu Mangling took a deep breath, turned and walked out of the studio, finding her phone. She scrolled through her contacts for a number she hadn't dialed in a long time but had always been there. Jingzhou University Dean Chen of the Fine Arts Department. Once the call connected, she spoke in a calm and determined tone that felt strange to her. "Hello, Dean Chen, this is Lu Mangling." "Yes, it's me. I apologize for the intrusion. I wanted to ask if our department is currently still hiring." Jingzhou University, the main library. The reading area on the third floor was quiet enough to hear the sound of pages turning. Lu Ruwashi was fully absorbed in a German original academic work about the Riemann hypothesis. For her, this pure world composed of numbers, logic and conjectures is the best refuge from the noise and turmoil of the outside world. Suddenly her phone screen beside her lit up with a message from Lu Chenyuan. She picked up the phone and unlocked it. Her mother had decided to return to Jingzhou University and reclaim her teaching position, currently handling the application procedures for a fine arts lecturer. Lu Ruwaxi's long fingers gripping the book paused slightly. She instinctively raised her head, her cold gaze crossing the thick bookshelves to look outside. On the tree-lined path in front of the library, several students holding books were walking by, laughing in groups as sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on their youthful faces filled with vibrant life. Moments later her phone vibrated again. Lu Chenyuan's second message quickly followed. She wanted to start her life anew, perhaps also wanted to be a bit closer to you. You don't need to feel any pressure, just go with the flow. Lu Ruwashi looked at the message. A hint of indescribable, extremely complex ripples appeared in her clear eyes, like a calm lake surface being disturbed by a small stone. She did not reply, merely locking her phone again and putting it back into her pocket. She redirected her gaze to the book, but this time behind those cold and rigorous mathematical symbols it seemed to have quietly taken on a hint of the mundane earthly warmth. 3 days later. In the top office of Yuanlong Technology. Qingli's intelligence network spread like a vast fishing net into the ocean of information. A massive amount of data was retrieved. The data was classified, tagged and summarized, piled in front of Lu Chenyuan, like an insurmountable mountain. Every piece of information seemed to point to Li Xiujian, yet all led to a clean terminal. Li Xiujian was too cautious. Decades of planning had turned him into a hedgehog hiding in his steel shell, making it difficult to take action. However, after combining Qingli's intelligence, Zhangqi finally pinpointed Li Xiujian's industrial venture in Southeast Asia. This enterprise primarily dealt with the mining of rare earth elements and non-ferrous metals. From the financial statements, this company appeared to be in good operational condition with astonishing profit margins. Yet it was insignificant within Li Xiujian's vast commercial landscape. Like a stray piece on the corner of a chessboard. Lu Chenyuan pondered for a moment before issuing a series of clear, cold and interconnected instructions. A week later, in Southeast Asia, at a certain country's port. In the stifling air, the smell of diesel and salty seawater lingered. A cargo ship, the Andaman Pearl, laden with rare earth, or quietly docked. It was supposed to have departed 12 hours ago, heading for Europe. But now it was unable to move. Over a dozen customs inspectors were conducting a routine inspection of the cargo. Their movements were slow and the inspection was extremely meticulous. The captain, a local man with dark skin, was sweating profusely. He kept calling the company, but all he received in response was wait. Little did he know the head of customs at the port had just enjoyed a delightful all-night round of golf with a representative from the Lu Group's Southeast Asia branch. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers inland from the port, an accident occurred on a crucial transportation road leading to the mining area. Days of heavy rain had caused a landslide. A mudslide had completely buried half the mountain. This road would take at least half a month to clear. Local news reported this natural disaster. Now hundreds of mining trucks were stranded in the mining area, unable to move forward or backward. Both ends of the supply chain were simultaneously choked. Panic began to spread. The largest buyer in Europe terminated its annual contract with Golden Triangle Mining, citing inability to guarantee stable supply.
Instead, they signed a contract with another suddenly emerging supplier. This new supplier quoted a slightly higher price but promised to double the shipping capacity backed by Lu Shipping. A series of blows, precise and lethal. Golden Triangle Mining's stock price on the local exchange plummeted in response. On the first day it dropped by 7%. On the second day it dropped by 15%. On the third day it hit the limit down as soon as the market opened. Various negative news began to circulate on the internet. Supply chain disruption, executive infighting, suspected environmental scandal about to be exposed. Truth and falsehood intertwined. Market confidence collapsed completely. Investors holding stocks began to sell off recklessly. A perfect stranglehold. In Jingzhou, in a high-end club not open to the public. Underground, in a coldly styled Japanese room. Without windows, only a solitary lamp casting a dim yellow light. Li Chenyuan knelt on the tatami facing a dry landscape, painting, eyes closed in meditation. On the stone table before him sat a black satellite phone. The phone rang. Upon answering, he remained silent, simply listening. On the other end was the person he had planted in Golden Triangle Mining, whose voice was filled with terror and despair. "Boss, we can't hold on any longer. It's all over. The port is closed, the road is cut off, all the clients have fled, and the stock price has crashed. Everyone in the company is panicking, saying we are going bankrupt. Without any incoming funds in 3 days, at most 3 days, we will have to liquidate." Li Chenyuan listened, his facial muscles not twitching even slightly. He was like an emotionless stone statue. Only after the other party finished speaking did he ask a question in a hoarse voice. "Who did this?" "I don't know, it all seems like an accident, but when pieced together it's a trap. It's terrifying. This is not business competition, this is war." Li Chenyuan hung up the phone. The Japanese room fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Lu Qingli. Your grandson truly has some skill," he murmured to himself. He instantly understood. This was not an accident. It was Lu Chenyuan's revenge. The other party was not foolish enough to directly attack his core. Instead, they chose the weakest link in his plans, the one most reliant on external circumstances. The strategy was clever and ruthless. It made him feel real pain. Golden Triangle Mining cannot collapse. It was not only an ATM but also a crucial node for his money laundering and maintaining overseas connections. If it falls, it would trigger a chain reaction. He must save it. Li Chenyuan picked up another encrypted phone and dialed a number. "Activate the Tianji No. 1 account," he said in an imperative tone. "Disburse 2 billion yuan to Golden Triangle Mining. At all costs, stabilize the stock price and ensure the transportation links." The person on the other end seemed hesitant. "Boss, the Tianji account is our most core reserve fund. Once activated, it might be traced." "Execute the order." Li Chenyuan's voice suddenly turned chilling. "Furthermore, investigate. Find out all of Lu Chenyuan's actions in Southeast Asia. I want to know how he did it." He knew that activating the Tianji account was like opening a small breach in his tightly guarded defenses. The flow of funds would inevitably leave traces. But now he had no other choice. This was a gamble. He bet on his ability to seal the breach as quickly as possible. He also bet that the other party would not be able to find this fleeting flow of funds. In Yuanlong technology at the top level. This was no longer Lu Chenyuan's office but a temporary command center. Dozens of top technicians were seated at their computers, standing ready. On the massive holographic screen there were no longer complex network topology diagrams but a global financial flowchart. Countless light points moved across it. Most were white, representing normal financial activities. What they awaited was that red line. Qingli was also here. She did not bring any attendants, standing alone beside Lu Chenyuan. Her intelligence analysis team had already established data connectivity with Lu Chenyuan's technical team. One was responsible for providing waypoints while the other was responsible for tracking. A seamless collaboration. "Will he use core funds?" Qingli asked softly. Yes, Lu Chenyuan's gaze was fixed on the screen. Golden Triangle Mining is his pain point. He cannot bear to sacrifice it for survival. Just then, the command center erupted with urgent alarm sounds. "It's here." A technical supervisor suddenly stood up and shouted. On the screen, a thick red data stream suddenly lit up from a node in Switzerland. It surged like a waking fire dragon, leaping with astonishing speed between global offshore financial centers. Cayman Islands, Virgin Islands, Bermuda. Each leap changed its identity and form, attempting to obscure its traces within the complex financial rules. "Follow it," Zheng Qi ordered. "Ms.
Mo's intelligence network has locked onto the first jump point, the heart of the deep-sea trust account at Nordic United Credit Bank. Lock onto the second jump point, Morningstar Investments in the Cayman Islands. Tracking the data stream, it is passing through a quantum encryption channel heading for Bermuda. The shouts of the technicians rose and fell. This was an extreme chase in the digital world. The other party's counter-tracking methods were exceptionally sophisticated. The data stream was as slippery as an eel. But the net laid by Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli was even tighter. The Mo family's intelligence network provided all the station information that this flow of funds might pass through. Meanwhile, Yuanlong Technology's supercomputer calculated all its possible routes and preemptively blocked and intercepted them. 5 minutes later, the red data stream stopped jumping on the screen. Its endpoint was the corporate account of Golden Triangle Mining at the local bank. And its source was also completely locked. In the Nordic's heart of the deep-sea trust. It was one of Li Xiujian's core funding pools. Lu Chenyuan looked at the name circled in red on the screen, devoid of any joy in his eyes, only a cold calm, as if everything was within calculation. He turned to Mo Qingli and nodded. A hint of approval appeared on Mo Qingli's face. This collaboration was nothing short of perfect. Lu Chenyuan picked up the internal communicator on the table. Notify all teams. His voice echoed throughout the command center. Clear and filled with power. The first phase, striking the mountain to scare the tiger, is over. Li Xiujian hung up the last confirmation call. His financial strategist, speaking in the most desperate tone, informed him that the funds in the Heavenly Machine account were being monitored in their entirety before being injected into the target. The other party might have already grasped the numerical protocol of the account. This meant that one of his most secretive financial channels had been completely exposed to the light of day, tearing open a deep wound in the decades of effort he had invested. For the first time, a mix of shock and icy anger appeared on Li Xiujian's face. He had underestimated Lu Chenyuan, and even more so the power of the alliance between Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli. With the computational power of Yuanlong Technology combined with the intelligence network operated by the Mo family for 3 generations, this combination was not merely 1 + 1 = 2, but a net capable of covering the global gray areas. In this hard-hitting financial war, Li Xiujian had already lost the upper hand. To make use of other secret accounts would be akin to walking into a trap. Good, very good. Li Xiujian murmured to himself, his voice rough like rusty metal scraping against one another. He slowly closed his eyes, rapidly devising a new strategy in his mind. Since a corner of the fortress wall had been breached, he decided to move the battlefield outside the fortress into a domain that Lu Chenyuan could not fully control with technology and capital. Public opinion. The hearts of the people. These were his most adept weapons. Li Xiujian picked up a phone he had never used before and dialed an encrypted number. The call connected. "It's me," he said with just 2 words. On the other end was the voice of a calm middle-aged man. "Boss, you finally contacted me. Yao Yuan, I have raised you for 25 years. Li Xiujian's voice was devoid of warmth, from a mere intern journalist to today's editor-in-chief of global finance. Now it is time for you to repay me. The man known as Gao Yuan responded with utmost respect. "Boss, please give your orders. I will not hesitate to give my life." Yuanlong Technology. Li Xiujian slowly uttered 4 words. "I want its new energy technology to become garbage that everyone questions and a weapon that everyone fears overnight." Understood. Gao Yuan did not hesitate at all. "I guarantee the task will be completed. Tomorrow morning you will see a good show." Li Xiujian hung up the phone. Li Xiujian knew that this strike might not destroy Yuanlong Technology, but it would be enough to make Lu Chenyuan's situation chaotic, creating the first crack in his rapidly expanding business empire. He aimed to incite market panic, shake investors, and evoke public skepticism. He wanted Lu Chenyuan to taste the feeling of having his throat gripped by an invisible hand. The next morning, a storm of public opinion swept across the entire internet without warning. Global Finance splashed an eye-catching headline in bold black font: "The myth behind Yuanlong Technology, a new energy scam woven from theft and lies." The article was highly provocative. It cited the views of several unnamed industry experts, suggesting that the new energy battery technology of Yuanlong Technology bore astonishing similarities to an unpublished patent stolen months ago from a top European laboratory. In an instant, dozens of online media and countless self-media influencers surged like sharks smelling blood. They exaggerated and sensationalized the report, with more shocking headlines wildly sharing and interpreting it. Negative news spread virally. With the well-organized efforts of internet trolls, ordinary netizens' emotions were quickly ignited. Doubt, anger, panic. Countless comments flooded into Yuanlong Technology's official account. The brand image of Yuanlong Technology, which had just begun to gain some reputation, collapsed in an instant. Some partners who had already booked Yuanlong Technology's technical solutions began calling to inquire about the situation. The capital market reacted even more directly. Although Yuanlong Technology was not publicly listed, stocks across the entire new energy sector collectively plummeted as soon as the market opened. It was a perfect public opinion strangulation battle. At Yuanlong Technology's top-level conference room, Lin Yuan and Rin Xian were in Lu Chenyuan's office, yet their faces showed no signs of tension due to the external public opinion. Everyone was proceeding with their work in an orderly manner. Once everything was settled, Zhang Qi briefly summarized the situation regarding public opinion. Lu Chenyuan calmly said, "It is exactly as we had anticipated." He raised his head, scanning the crowd, his voice clear and steady. "Everyone, the enemy has revealed his last card. And we only need to act according to plan." He looked at the public relations director, outwardly maintained silence. "Do not respond, do not explain, do not argue." Ah. The public relations director was taken aback. "Mr. Lu, remaining silent at this time will make the outside world think we have acquiesced. Let them guess." Lu Chenyuan interrupted him. "Fan the flames of public opinion a little more. The hotter the fire burns, the brighter our appearance will be when we take the stage." He then turned to Zhang Qi. "The legal department continued to collect evidence. Compile a list of every media outlet and individual that spreads rumors. Do not send the lawyer's letter yet, wait for my notification." "Yes. Everyone go back to work." Lu Chenyuan waved his hand. "Remember, maintain your composure. The good show has not yet begun." Although everyone felt some doubts in their hearts seeing Lu Chenyuan's confident demeanor, they inexplicably calmed down and went about their duties. In the conference room, only Lu Chenyuan remained. He took out his phone and dialed the international call to his fourth brother, Lu Chenjin. The call was almost answered in seconds. "Elder brother." Lu Chenjin's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. "I saw it." Lu Chenyuan's voice carried a hint of a smile. "Just an hour ago in Belgium at the Spa circuit. The World Endurance Championship station race had just concluded. A dark horse from the east shocked the entire racing industry. The Flame Dragon team with Lu Chenjin as the main driver drove an unknown domestic prototype car, forcefully clinching the second place amidst the siege of many European old powerhouses. This was the best historical result achieved by the teams and drivers of the Xia Nation in this top event. However, what attracted more attention than the result was the astonishing performance displayed by their car. An ultra-long range, astonishing energy recovery efficiency, and a consistently stable battery temperature during the 7-hour high-intensity race. "Elder brother, I did it." Lu Chenjin's voice was a bit choked. "I did not disgrace you. This is not disgraceful, this is bringing glory." Lu Chenyuan said, "I am proud of you. From a rebellious youth lost in underground gambling to a professional driver standing on the podium of the world's top racing stage. These months of hellish training transformed Lu Chenjin completely. Did the domestic public opinion see it?" Lu Chenyuan shifted the conversation. "They saw it." Lu Chenjin's tone instantly turned angry. "These bastards. They have no idea how powerful our technology is. Elder brother, let me go back. I want to hold a press conference and slap them hard in the face with the competition data." "No rush." Lu Chenyuan smiled. "Your mission is not yet complete. Prepare to return home with your car, your trophy, and your team. Our real battlefield is here." "All right. I'll arrange it immediately." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chenyuan's gaze turned towards the window. 3 days later. The Jingzhou International Convention Center. The media conference of Yuanshan Technology is being held here. Media from all over Jingzhou and even the entire country have gathered. Everyone is eager to know how Yuanshan Technology will respond after being besieged online for 3 days. Will it be a tearful clarification or a threatening display of power? Inside the venue, the crowd is bustling with discussions. The time for the conference has arrived. Lu Chenyuan, dressed in a sharp dark suit, walks alone onto the stage. Without unnecessary pleasantries and ignoring the flashing lights from the cameras below, he simply stands there calmly, his gaze sweeping across the audience. His steady presence silences the once noisy venue in an instant. "I know what you all want to hear today." Lu Chenyuan begins, his voice clear through the microphone, reaching every corner of the room. "But today I do not intend to respond to any rumors." There is an uproar from the audience. "Not responding? What kind of move is this?" Because the best way to deal with lies is not to explain but to present the facts. As soon as Lu Chenyuan finishes speaking, the enormous LED screen behind him suddenly lights up. The image shows a blue race car speeding on the Circuit des Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. The high-frequency whir of the electric motor, the wind noise, and the friction of tires gripping the road, along with the thrilling maneuvers and the cheers of the crowd as it crosses the finish line. And a close-up of a young face from Xia country draped in the national flag standing on the podium. 3 days ago at the World Endurance Championship, the Yanlong team's second-place main driver Lu Chenjin. As soon as Lu Chenyuan finishes speaking, a side door of the venue opens. Lu Chenjin, dressed in racing gear and holding a silver trophy, strides in amidst a chorus of gasps. The media is in a frenzy. They never expected to see this newly minted hero here. Lu Chenyuan walks up to the stage standing next to Lu Chenyuan.
He is no longer the reclusive and rebellious youth, his gaze is resolute and he stands tall.
Hello everyone, I am Lu Chenyuan.
Lu Chenyuan continues, he also holds another title, Chief Test Officer of Yuanshan Technology's new energy technology. The race car behind him is equipped with what the outside world has called a fraud, the first-generation powertrain system from Yuanshan Technology. The venue falls silent. All the reporters widen their eyes, their minds blank.
This twist is too unexpected and shocking.
Using the second place from a world-class event to respond to technical skepticism.
How bold and powerful a retort this is.
Lu Chenyuan does not give them time to think and continues to drop bombshells.
Today I will announce 3 things.
First, based on the Lu Chenyuan Racing Technology Laboratory in collaboration with the MO Group Yuanshan Technology, the 3 parties will jointly invest to establish a new high-end smart electric vehicle brand, would you? On the other side of the stage, MO Qingli walks gracefully in a white dress and stands beside Lu Chenyuan. Her appearance ignites another wave of excitement. The public endorsement of the MO Group represents a powerful alliance of the 2 top conglomerates in Xia country. The mission of Wuju is to bring cutting-edge technology from the racetrack to every urban road.
The second matter. Lu Chenyuan raises his second finger.
Yuanshan Technology will officially sue Gao Yuan, the editor-in-chief of Global Finance, along with 37 other media outlets and individuals for defamation and harm to commercial reputation, seeking legal accountability.
The list will be distributed to you after the meeting. His tone is calm but carries an undeniable authority.
Several reporters from the cited media turn pale instantly.
The third matter. Lu Chenyuan pauses, scanning the entire room.
Tomorrow at 10 in the morning right here, Yuanshan Technology will hold a second press conference to announce a technology
related to the future of humanity. We welcome you all to continue attending.
After speaking, he nods slightly to the audience and together with Mo Qingli and Lu Chenyuan turns to leave under the protection of bodyguards,
leaving the entire audience with a massive cliffhanger and a heated public discourse. The conference ended less than 10 minutes ago.
Public opinion across the internet has completely reversed, a stunning turnaround. Lu Chenyuan appears with his world runner-up brother, using facts to shatter rumors.
The next day at 10 in the morning. The press conference at the convention center is even more packed than yesterday. Everyone is curious about what more astonishing revelations Lu Chenyuan will present after the Wuju car.
This time Lu Chenyuan does not keep them guessing.
After taking the stage, he directly plays a video.
The video features a patient who has become paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident.
He lies in the hospital bed, only able to move his head.
In the latter half of the video, a miracle occurs. Through a device connecting his brain to a robotic arm, he controls the prosthetic arm to pick up a cup and drink water merely by imagining it.
As the video ends, the audience is silent. Everyone is stunned into speechlessness by this surreal scene. This is the brain-machine interface technology that Yuanshan Technology is currently developing. Lu Chenyuan's voice reverberates.
We hope that in the near future this technology can help countless disabled individuals reconnect with the world.
Today I announce that Yuanshan Technology will officially establish a brain-machine interface joint laboratory with Qingzhou First People's Hospital.
And the project's chief scientist for the laboratory is this person. A cold and handsome face appears on the big screen. Below the photo is his name and title: Lu Chenyuan, chief neurosurgeon of Qingzhou First People's Hospital, the youngest scientist in Xia country's brain science project.
A reporter from the medical field gasps uncontrollably. Lu Chenyuan, the genius from the medical world. Lu Chenyuan's second brother.
Dr. Lu Chenyuan will lead his team, collaborating with Yuanshan Technology's artificial intelligence team to tackle this century's challenge.
For 2 consecutive days, 2 ace brothers,
one a world-class racing driver brother, proves the hardcore strength of their technology. The other, a genius doctor brother, displays the futuristic imagination of their science. With 2 press conferences, Lu Chenyuan not only completely shattered Li Xiujian's media attacks but also elevated the image of Yuanshan Technology to an entirely new dimension.
This is no longer a mere commercial company.
It is a technological giant composed of top geniuses dedicated to changing the world. At the press conference, the applause is thunderous and unending.
Meanwhile, at the same time, at the headquarters of Global Finance, editor-in-chief Gao Yuan sits in his office looking dazed and despondent. On his desk lie 2 items. One is a court summons.
The other is a dismissal notice from the board of directors. His phone rings incessantly, all calls questioning and severing ties.
Meanwhile, at the top level of Yuanshan Technology, Lu Chenyuan stands by the window overlooking the city below. Mo Qingli walks over and hands him a cup of warm water. 3 birds with 1 stone.
You struck back at Li Xiujian, launched a new brand and turned your 2 brothers into stars in their respective fields, she sincerely praises.
Lu Chenyuan shakes his head, saying it's their own doing that brought them into the spotlight. I merely provided them with a stage. He looks at Mo Qingli, his gaze filled with gratitude. This time I appreciate the strong support from the Mo group. Without the Mo group's involvement, the weight of Wuju's launch would be significantly lighter. Mo Qingli smiles slightly, her eyes sparkling. Wuju is a good business, I have no reason to refuse. She pauses and asks, with Li Ziyujian's strength and public opinion warfare now diminished, what do you plan to do next? Lu Chenyuan's gaze shifts to the distance, becoming profound and cold. The operation has only just begun. We've obtained the key to his core funding pool and dismantled his sharpest weapon. Next we will gradually disassemble his business empire piece by piece. I want him to watch helplessly as everything he built crumbles to dust. On this day, while Lu Chenyuan and Li Xiujian were engaged in a subtle power struggle, Lu Chenyuan received a phone call from Mo Qingli. Her voice on the line was as cold as ever, yet carried an unusual warmth. Congratulations, you have just won a spectacular sniping battle. This is just the beginning, Lu Chenyuan replied calmly. I already know that. Mo Qingli chuckled lightly. So do you want to make this victory even more significant? Lu Chenyuan remained silent, awaiting her next words. The day after tomorrow is my grandfather's 80th birthday, Mo Qingli stated directly. The banquet only invites family and a few close friends. I would like to invite you to come. Lu Chenyuan was slightly taken aback. In this encirclement against Li Xiujian, the Mo family chose to publicly stand on his side. What do I need to do? You don't need to do anything, Mo Qingli replied simply yet powerfully. Your presence alone is the loudest statement. All right, Lu Chenyuan readily agreed. After hanging up, a glimmer seemed to pass through his eyes. 2 days later in the evening. In the West Hills of Jingzhou at the Mo family's old residence. The estate covers a vast area with pavilions and towers, ancient trees reaching for the sky exuding the essence of a century-old family. Tonight the place was brightly lit. Luxury cars representing various major forces in Jingzhou quietly entered the estate, stopping at designated spots. The guests were either rich or noble. Each person was someone who could stir up a commotion in Jingzhou with a stomp of their feet. Old Master Mo's 80th birthday banquet resembled a top-tier summit. When Lu Chenyuan's Black Phantom stopped in front of the main building, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The car door opened and Lu Chenyuan stepped out in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit. He brought no male or female companion, standing alone with a tall and calm demeanor. His presence caused a momentary stillness in the air at the entrance. The guests present whispered among themselves, filled with surprise and speculation. Lu Chenyuan. This young man had recently stirred up the entire Jingzhou. How could he appear here? The Mo family's birthday banquet has always been private, inviting only close family and friends, never outsiders. Though both the Lu and Mo families are top-tier clans, they have no deep connections. Moreover, the current Lu group has transitioned to professional management, with the Lu family practically withdrawn from the center of power. Furthermore, Lu Chenyuan had founded Yuanlong Technology, almost establishing his own domain. What identity did he come with? Just as everyone was puzzled, Mo Qingli, dressed in a winered long gown, walked out from the main building. She gracefully approached Lu Chenyuan, her face adorned with a perfectly timed smile. Mr. Lu, you have arrived. Seeing Mo Qingli personally come to greet him, everyone couldn't help but speculate differently. How is Grandpa Mo's health? Lu Chenyuan smiled as he handed over an ancient wooden box. He has mentioned you several times, please go inside. Mo Qingli naturally accepted the gift and walked beside him. The two entered the opulent banquet hall. Wherever they went, the crowd parted to create a pathway, all eyes following them. In awe, scrutiny, jealousy, plotting. Lu Chenyuan's expression remained unchanged. He had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention. Mo Qingli, on the other hand, handled it gracefully, offering elegant smiles to each guest who looked their way. The two cooperated seamlessly as if they had been partners for years. At the far end of the banquet hall, an old man dressed in a dark red tang suit, spirited and lively, was seated in a grand chair. He was the anchor of the Mo family, Old Master Mo Jingsheng. Though he was already 80 years old, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. Grandpa. Mo Qingli brought Lu Chenyuan to the front. Old Mr. Mo, wishing you blessings as abundant as the East Sea and longevity akin to the South Mountain. Lu Chenyuan slightly bowed, his demeanor respectful yet not servile. Mo Jingsheng's gaze fell on Lu Chenyuan, examining him meticulously. His gaze seemed capable of penetrating flesh and seeing into a person's very essence. After a moment, he slowly nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Good young man. Qingli has always told me that a remarkable youth has emerged in Jingzhou. After seeing him today, he truly lives up to his reputation. Old Master, you flatter me. Please take a seat. Mo Jingsheng gestured to an empty spot beside him. That position was originally reserved for the most core descendants of the Mo family. This act once again shocked the entire gathering. Lu Chenyuan calmly took his seat. Let me see the gift you brought. Mo Jingsheng expressed interest in the wooden box. Mo Qingli opened it, revealing not some priceless antique or jewelry.
Instead it was a go set crafted from smooth Hetian jade, the pieces warmed to the touch with a subdued luster.
Oh. Mo Jingsheng's eyes lit up. You are thoughtful, knowing my interests. I happened to learn about it and did not mean to impose.
Not imposing at all, I really like it. Mo Jingsheng picked up a white piece, rubbing it between his fingers. I heard you have been playing big games lately.
Lu Chenyuan calmly replied, I wouldn't dare to call it a game.
It's just that someone blocked my way and I had to move the stones aside.
Stones?
Mo Jingsheng laughed. Some stones linger in the middle of the road for too long and begin to think of themselves as mountains. He paused, his gaze becoming profound. When moving stones, be careful not to hurt your hands.
Thank you for the reminder, old master. Lu Chenyuan nodded. I will use tools. Following that, the banquet commenced.
People continually approached to toast and converse.
Some came to build rapport. Others, like second uncle Lu Mingshi, who had dealings with Li Shujian, came to probe. After all, as long as there are interests at stake, good and evil seem unimportant.
However, the combination of Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli showcased to everyone that the tides of Jingzhou were gradually changing. Inside the banquet hall, cups clinked and voices roared. Outside in the garden, however, there was a sense of tranquility. The moonlight poured like water over the meticulously trimmed lawn and flower beds.
Mo Qingli and Lu Chenyuan walked side by side along the pebble path, distancing themselves from the noise.
Are you tired?
Mo Qingli suddenly asked. Not too bad, Lu Chenyuan replied. It's easier than holding a villagers' meeting in the village.
Mo Qingli paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. That smile under the moonlight shed the elegance and detachment of the banquet, adding a touch of authenticity and charm.
You always manage to say things that don't quite match your identity.
Perhaps that is my true self, Lu Chenyuan said softly, gazing at the lotus flowers in the distant pond. The two walked silently for a stretch. The evening breeze brushed past, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass.
Thank you for today, Lu Chenyuan broke the silence first. What do you mean?
Mo Qingli turned to look at him. Are you referring to helping you fend off those tedious probes?
Or to the Mo family standing by you?
Both.
You don't need to thank me. Mo Qingli stopped in her tracks, turning to face him directly. Her eyes shone remarkably bright under the moonlight. Helping you has commercial considerations. Wuju is a good project. Your enemies falling is also a good thing for the Mo family.
That's the first layer. But it goes beyond that. She took a small step forward, closing the distance between them. I admire you. Her words were direct without a hint of coyness.
Lu Chenyuan, in our world there are many intelligent people and many wealthy people.
But there are too few who can see the path beneath their feet and the stars above their heads. There are some who can become our opponents, but almost none who can become companions.
Lu Chenyuan listened quietly, not interrupting.
His heart stirred due to her words, creating ripples he had not anticipated. The recognition from Mo Qingli carried significant weight. I help you because I wish to assist someone I admire, a true companion.
Mo Qingli's gaze was candid and clear.
This was the first time she openly revealed her heart to a man. After speaking, she self-deprecatingly smiled and took a step back, restoring some distance.
However, for people like us, emotions and admiration seem to always come last, don't they?
She seemed to be asking Lu Chenyuan while also reminding herself.
Survival, responsibility, interests. These things always come first.
We have no right to be capricious.
Lu Chenyuan looked at her.
He observed the fleeting, complex emotions in her eyes.
Lu Chenyuan knew he should say something, even if it was just a simple response.
Yet in his mind the plot of the original story involuntarily surfaced.
The Mo Qingli who had been wronged and ultimately turned dark.
The woman who out of love turned to hate, pushed the Lu family into the abyss with her own hands. This heavy memory felt like an invisible shackle, preventing him from easily promising anything to the radiant woman before him.
His silence stretched on in the night.
The light in Mo Qingli's eyes seemed to dim slightly. But she quickly adjusted, putting on a composed smile once again. It seems we have reached a consensus on this matter. She casually turned the page on that topic.
It's getting late, let me escort you out. All right, Lu Chenyuan replied. The two turned and walked towards the estate's entrance.
No one spoke further and the atmosphere grew subtly intricate.
The alliance remained strong and the understanding still existed.
Yet a budding possibility seemed to have been carefully buried back into the soil by the two.
Perhaps it was not yet the right time.
Before thoroughly clearing the obstacles in their path, none of them had the qualification to discuss romance.
The two reached the car and Lu Chenyuan stopped first. Ms.
Mo, he looked at her seriously. No matter what, I will remember the kindness you showed today. Mo Qingli nodded, her face displaying that perfect, impeccable smile.
Be careful on the road. Lu Chenyuan got into the car.
The black phantom slowly drove away from the Mo family estate. Mo Qingli stood in place watching the headlights disappear into the night. After a long while she finally withdrew her gaze and the smile on her face vanished. On the night after the banquet, Lu Chenyuan issued the next phase of attack orders. The target was Li Xiujian's media and online troll companies in North America. These have been Li Xiujian's mouthpieces for many years, the black hands behind his manipulation of public opinion and the creation of financial panic. The intelligence department of Yuanlong Technology, in cooperation with the funding flowchart provided by Mo Qingli, precisely struck like a surgical operation. In North American time early in the morning, a targeted hacking attack quietly commenced. The core servers of several media companies were implanted with an irremovable data virus. All historical manuscripts, user data and internal communication records were encrypted and locked in an instant. Subsequently, several detailed investigation reports were anonymously sent to the country's Securities and Exchange Commission and the Federal Tax Bureau. The reports pointed directly to these companies' involvement in stock price manipulation, financial fraud, and large-scale money laundering. The chain of evidence was complete and irrefutable. By dawn, the stock prices of these companies collapsed during pre-market trading. The investigation orders from regulatory agencies arrived at the company's doorstep. Li Xiujian's overseas voice pieces had all turned mute overnight. He couldn't even react in time. Li Xiujian stared at the report sent through encrypted email, his face turning ashen. It was over. The overseas propaganda weapons he had carefully cultivated for over a decade had been cut off so decisively. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of his opponent's shadow. But he knew who was behind it. Lu Chenyuan. No one else had the ability and motive. He had lost in the war of public opinion and the financial battle. The pieces he had set up were being removed one by one. His funding chain was becoming increasingly strained amid continuous attacks and market rescues. For the first time, he felt suffocated. A sense of suffocation that was slowly tightening like a net. Lu Chenyuan. Li Xiujian squeezed out this name through clenched teeth. The coldness in his eyes transformed into a kind of frenzied ruthlessness. He had not yet lost. Yuanlong Technology top-level office. Zhang Qi placed the latest analysis report in front of Lu Chenyuan. Mr. Lu, our team and Mo's team have reviewed all of Li Xiujian's counterattack actions. Zhang Qi's expression was serious. We discovered a pattern. Every time there was a significant gap in his funding chain or when a key asset of his faced regulatory investigation, a mysterious force would always intervene. This force could suddenly accelerate the bank's approval process or inexplicably suppress regulatory investigations at higher levels. Lu Chenyuan's gaze landed on several key points in the report. These points all pointed to the same place: the Financial Regulatory Bureau of Xia Country. A name appeared at the end of the document: Wang Chen. The then director of the Market Department of the Financial Regulatory Bureau, now the deputy director. Li Xiujian's invisible umbrella finally surfaced. Lu Chenyuan's finger lightly tapped on the table. Wang Chen holds a high position and is an old hand in the financial system. Attacking him directly with old cases would lack sufficient evidence and may instead alert the snake. Moreover, it would completely bind him and Li Xiujian into a life-and-death alliance. To deal with such a big fish hiding in the shadows, one cannot use a fishing rod to catch. One must weave a larger net for him to crash into. 3 days later, Yuanlong Technology held another press conference. This time the scale was larger than any previous one. Not only were there technology and finance media, but key leaders of the Jingzhou municipal government also attended the conference. Lu Chenyuan announced a shocking plan on stage. Yuanlong Technology will collaborate with the Mo family to jointly launch the Jingzhou Future City Plan. Behind him, a stunning CG animation of the city appeared on the big screen. Driverless shuttles navigated orderly through a three-dimensional traffic network. Intelligent robots managed the city's logistics and environmental maintenance. The energy, health and safety of every household were intelligently managed by a unified city brain. We will invest 100 billion in the construction of smart infrastructure in the experimental area, covering multiple fields such as smart transportation, energy networks, data centers and security systems. This is an open platform and we welcome all capable enterprises to participate in the project bidding. Lu Chenyuan's voice spread throughout Xia Country via live broadcast. A 100 billion smart infrastructure project. This was not just a commercial project but also a city development benchmark with a strong official color. Countless capital began to stir and everyone saw the immense business opportunities contained within. Li Xiujian was also watching this press conference. He stared at the spirited young man on the screen, his expression dark enough to drip water. 100 billion. Had Lu Chenyuan's strength expanded to such a degree? His chief financial officer beside him turned pale. Boss, once this project starts, Yuanlong and the Mo family will be deeply bound to the Jingzhou municipal government. In the next 10 years their position in Jingzhou will be unshakable. Li Xiujian said nothing.
He stared intently at the project's planning details rolling on the screen. His brain was racing. He was searching for an opportunity, looking for a gap to exploit. Suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. He spotted a point, an inconspicuous yet deadly point. The most crucial part of the entire future city plan was the construction of the city brain data center. And in the bidding qualifications for the data center there was a very vague clause: bidding enterprises must possess the highest security license certified by financial regulatory agencies in the field of cross-border data security. This was a certification with an extremely high threshold. In all of Xia country there were fewer than 5 companies holding this certification, and all had intricate connections with Lu Chenyuan or the Mo family. This effectively shut out all competitors. However, Li Xiujin knew that the final interpretation of the approval power for this certification lay in one person's hands. Wang Chen. Li Xiujian's heart began to race. He saw Lu Chenyuan's arrogance. He believed Lu Chenyuan wanted to use this threshold to keep the most lucrative piece of the project for his own people. This was a huge loophole. If he could get Wang Chen to grant his own company the highest security license, then he could participate in the bidding for the data center. Once awarded, he could not only instantly resolve his funding crisis but also choke the lifeblood of the entire future city. This was a knife handed over by Lu Chenyuan. He could use this knife to stab Lu Chenyuan's heart in return. This was a massive bait. And it was also a huge trap. Li Xiujian was well aware. Once he played the Wang Chen card, it meant he was putting his last trump card on the gambling table. Winning would mean a reversal. Losing would mean utter destruction. Only his heavy breathing remained in the office. After a long time he picked up the long-sealed encrypted phone. He dialed the number he had saved 20 years ago. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. "It's me." Li Xiujian's voice was hoarse. On the other end, Wang Chen's calm voice came through. "I thought you would never make this call." "I need a license," Li Xiujian said bluntly. Wang Chen fell silent. He certainly knew what Li Xiujian was referring to. This project is very deep. Wang Chen said slowly. Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli are not the same opponents they were 20 years ago. "I know," Li Xiujian said, "but this is my only chance. It is also my opportunity to fall into the abyss." Wang Chen's voice turned cold. "You have no choice." Li Xiujian's tone became icy. "The documents you signed 20 years ago are enough to make you rot in prison. Do you think I don't have backups?" On the other end there was a long silence again. It was a silent confrontation. Finally Wang Chen sighed. "Send the company information over." "Pleasure doing business with you," Li Xiujian said. Yuanlong Technology Top Office. Lu Chenyuan hung up the phone deep in thought. The call was from Mo Qingli. She mentioned that she had to go on a long trip to Country Y to handle a mining project. Suddenly Lu Chenyuan's pupils slightly constricted. Country Y. The time and place triggered a memory deep within Lu Chenyuan's mind. In the original storyline, Mo Qingli went to Country Y at this very moment. Subsequently, the Mo Corporation, which she managed, faced a significant crisis with its rare earth mining project in Country Y. A local supplier with whom they had cooperated for nearly a decade suddenly unilaterally breached the contract. This led to a critical industrial production line of the Mo Corporation facing the risk of material shortages. The stock price of the Mo Corporation plummeted, resulting in heavy losses. Mo Qingli, while negotiating in Country Y, felt exhausted but saw little progress. This crisis became a pivotal milestone that struck the Mo Corporation hard. It was also the direct reason why the Mo family had to enter a marital alliance with the Lu family for mutual support. "Mr. Lu." Zhang Qi pushed the door open, interrupting Lu Chenyuan's thoughts. He placed a document in front of Lu Chenyuan. "The bait for the future city has been cast," Zhang Qi reported. "There has been movement on Wang Chen's side." Lu Chenyuan opened the document. The file indicated that this morning Deputy Director Wang Chen of the Financial Regulatory Bureau personally issued a top security permit. The company granted the permit was named Hanhai Data. This company had been established for less than 3 months with a background as clean as a blank sheet of paper. However, its actual controlling party, through layers of complex share penetration, ultimately pointed to an offshore trust fund. And one of the beneficiaries of that fund was a confidant of Li Xiujian. "The fish has taken the bait." Lu Chenyuan's tone remained calm. "Yes." Zhang Qi's face also showed a hint of coldness. Hanhai Data has already submitted a bid application for the data center construction to the Future City Project Department today. All their communications and financial transactions are under our surveillance. "Good." Lu Chenyuan closed the document. "There's no rush to capture them. Let the bullets fly a little longer." He raised his head and looked at Zhang Qi. Book me the earliest flight to Country Y. Zheng Qi was taken aback. Country Y. We currently have no urgent business over there. Now we do. Lu Chenyuan stood up and walked to the giant floor-to-ceiling window. Go fetch Lin Yuan, I need him to accompany me to Country Y.
Zhang Qi obeyed without asking further questions.
In the office only Lu Chenyuan remained. He quietly gazed at the bustling traffic outside the window. Li Xiujian. Lu Chenyuan knew that the crisis facing the MO Corporation in Country Y was no coincidence.
It must be Li Xiujian pulling the strings behind the scenes.
A cornered Li Xiujian would undoubtedly employ even more insidious means to attack Lu Chenyuan's allies. Namely MO Qingli. 20 hours later. Country Y capital AOC City. Lu Chenyuan exited the airport, the biting cold wind hitting him.
This Nordic country had already entered early winter.
Lin Yuan had been waiting at the exit.
As the temporary head of Yuanlong's European branch, he had rushed from headquarters.
Mr. Lu.
Lin Yuan handed him a thick coat.
How's the situation? Lu Chenyuan asked while putting on the coat.
Everything is settled. Lin Yuan spoke rapidly. 37% of the shares of Kowat have been completely acquired through the secondary market and several funds.
We are now its largest single shareholder.
The letter of intent for investment has also been submitted to the Ministry of Commerce of Country Y.
They are very enthusiastic and hope to meet with you soon.
The investigation into Sorn mining has also yielded results.
Lin Yuan handed Lu Chenyuan a tablet.
This company accepted a secret investment from a Caribbean island nation 6 months ago.
Our people traced the funding line and found an intermediary.
This intermediary has had multiple contacts with Li Xiujian's North American team. Just a week ago, the CEO of Sorn Mining secretly flew to Jingzhou to meet with Li Xiujian. The evidence chain formed a closed loop.
Good.
A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chenyuan's eyes.
Make sure all evidence is securely backed up.
The two got into a car heading towards downtown AOC.
Mr. Lu, where are we going now? Lin Yuan asked. To meet the board of Kowat. Lu Chenyuan looked at the falling snowflakes outside the window. Mo Qingli should be arriving soon. Before she lands, we need to prepare a gift for her. The next day afternoon.
Mo Qingli's private jet landed at AOC City Airport. She walked down the staircase, her expression cold and serious.
The accompanying executives of the MO Corporation also looked grave.
Just 2 hours ago, while the plane was still at 10,000 meters, they received the worst news of this trip from the ground. Sorn Mining officially issued a letter unilaterally terminating all rare earth raw material supply contracts with the MO Corporation, citing force majeure. This was an absurd excuse. The legal team of the MO Corporation immediately prepared to file a multinational lawsuit.
But everyone knew that lawsuits are time-consuming and exhausting. Moreover, distant water cannot quench nearby fires. Several high-tech factories of the MO Corporation in Europe would face production line shutdowns in 3 days. That would result in astronomical losses. Notify the PR department to temporarily block the news. Mo Qingli calmly gave orders in the car. The legal department should prepare all available legal tools. The project department immediately initiate contact procedures with backup suppliers. Understood, Ms. Mo. The subordinates executed their tasks in an orderly manner. However, everyone's heart sank to the bottom.
They all understood that Sorn Mining held a high-quality special rare earth. The long-term cooperation between Sorn Mining and the MO Corporation suddenly turned against them at this critical moment. The so-called backup suppliers were merely a drop in the bucket. It seemed that the backup plan could no longer wait, especially since the technology of Xiaogui in rare earths was already leading.
Sorn Mining should also be abandoned. These thoughts flowed through Mo Qingli's mind. The convoy of Mo Qingli quickly arrived at the hotel.
As soon as Mo Qingli entered the suite, her chief operating officer rushed in with a phone, his face pale.
Ms. Mo, it's bad news. BASF and Bamenzi, all our backup suppliers, have rejected our emergency purchase orders.
They said their production capacity has already been pre-ordered by another company.
Mo Qingli's heart sank suddenly.
This was a meticulously planned chain trap.
The opponent not only bribed Sorn Mining but also preemptively monopolized all possible alternatives in the market. This was intended to drive the MO Corporation to its death. Who could it be?
A name flashed through Mo Qingli's mind.
Li Xiujian.
Only he had the motive and strength for this. And his purpose for doing so was evident: to take revenge on Lu Chenyuan. And to undermine the alliance between the Lu and Mo families. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart, and Mo Qingli knew this would be a tough battle. Just then her personal assistant knocked and entered, looking strange and hesitant.
Speak. Mo Qingli said. Ms. Nimo Kawadin Country Y just took the initiative to contact us, the assistant said.
They claim to have developed a new rare earth purification technology. It can perfectly replace the products of Sorn mining, even better in performance and lower in cost. They hope to establish a long-term strategic partnership with us.
Upon hearing the assistant's words, the room fell silent. All the executives present were stunned. Qingli Company. They had heard of it, the second largest supplier in Country Y. However, their technology had always been a notch below that of Sorn mining. How could they suddenly have a technological breakthrough? Moreover, at such a critical moment, they took the initiative to reach out. This seemed too coincidental. Coincidence? Mo Qingli murmured to herself. No.
In this world there are not so many coincidences, especially in matters involving 100 billion business wars.
She looked at her assistant, who contacted us. It is the newly appointed strategic consultant of Qingli Company.
The assistant's expression grew increasingly strange.
He said his surname is Lin. Lin Yuan. Formerly the chief assistant of Lu Chenyuan, now the CEO of Yuanlong Technology. A thought flashed through Mo Qingli's mind like lightning, and she instantly understood everything.
All of this was Lu Chenyuan's arrangement. Before she even set foot on the land of Country Y, before she knew she was about to face a storm, this man had already arrived here in advance, acquired Qingli, and presented new technology, paving the way for her and clearing all obstacles.
He didn't even inform her, silently preparing everything.
A wave of indescribable warmth surged in Mo Qingli's heart, dispersing all coldness and anxiety. It turned out she was not fighting alone, she never had been.
President Mo, the chief operating officer, cautiously asked, should we reach out to Qingli? Reach out?
Mo Qingli snapped back to her senses, regaining her usual composure and decisiveness.
Tell them I want to speak directly with those who can make decisions. Now, immediately.
In the suburbs of Aosi City, a private ski resort. The area had been cleared with only a few people on the wide snow slopes.
Lu Chenyuan was engaged in a lively conversation with officials from the Ministry of Commerce of Country Y.
The new energy industrial park plan he proposed perfectly aligned with the future development direction of Country Y.
Their cooperation was swiftly established.
After sending off the officials, Lu Chenyuan was about to leave when he noticed a black Bentley parked at the entrance of the snow lodge. The door opened and Mo Qingli stepped out in a blue ski suit. She removed her goggles, revealing a pair of bright and captivating eyes. She simply looked at him without saying a word.
Lin Yuan wisely stepped away. Lu Chenyuan knew she had guessed everything.
The scenery here is quite nice, he said, first attempting to break the somewhat delicate atmosphere.
It is nice, Mo Qingli replied as she approached him.
Perfect for discussing a several hundred billion business deal. Her tone revealed no hint of joy or anger.
That was just a casual investment, Lu Chenyuan said. Is that so?
The corner of Mo Qingli's mouth curled up slightly. Then I must thank President Lu for casually helping me solve a major problem. She stepped forward, the distance between them less than half a meter. She could even smell the crisp scent of winter air emanating from him.
Lu Chenyuan, she looked into his eyes, why didn't you tell me?
Lu Chenyuan fell silent, unsure how to respond. Could he say I came early to save you because I knew you would encounter trouble? Who would believe such nonsense?
I thought you could handle it on your own. He grasped for a clumsy excuse. Mo Qingli smiled. Yes, I can indeed handle it. She nodded.
I will file a lawsuit, seek new suppliers, and mobilize all resources to fight this battle.
But that would cost me a lot of time and energy. It would even make the Mo family pay a huge price.
And you, with a wave of your hand, made all this disappear into thin air. She stared intently at him.
Do you think him useless? Of course not, Lu Chenyuan immediately denied.
Then you just don't consider me one of your own? Mo Qingli's tone carried a hint of unnoticeable grievance. Lu Chenyuan was completely at a loss for words. Arguing with a woman, especially one like Mo Qingli, was clearly not a wise choice. Seeing his slightly awkward expression, Mo Qingli suddenly smiled.
All right, I'm not teasing you anymore.
She took a step back, restoring some distance.
The business discussion is over. Now it's personal time.
She pointed to the nearby snow slope. Since we're here, why not ski a bit?
Lu Chenyuan glanced at the steep snow hill, his expression showing hesitation. I can't ski, he answered honestly.
Before his crossing, he was a poverty alleviation official. Not to mention skiing, he had rarely even seen snow. After crossing, he became a busy and overbearing CEO with no time for such activities. A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Qingli's eyes, quickly turning into a broad smile.
Really can't? Really? That's great.
She clapped her hands, looking very pleased.
I'll teach you. An hour later. Lu Chenyuan profoundly understood what it meant to be like a fish out of water. In the business world he strategized and triumphed from afar. But on the ski slopes he was as clumsy as a penguin. Lower your body, lean forward, use your inner edge to control direction. Qingli was like an extremely patient coach explaining tirelessly beside him. She skied beautifully, her posture graceful like a sprite on the snow or a queen commanding ice and snow. Lu Chenyuan fell countless times. Each time Qingli would glide to his side with a smile pulling him up. Their physical contact became frequent and natural. He could feel the joyful and passionate emotions emanating from her. Even through the thick ski suit it seemed Lu Chenyuan could smell the fresh fragrance from her hair. The invisible barrier created by the original plot seemed to quietly melt at this moment. Lu Chenyuan realized that he did not reject this feeling. In fact, he somewhat enjoyed it. The sunlight poured over the pristine snow, reflecting dazzling light. The entire world was quiet save for the sound of skis scraping against the snow and their occasional laughter. Let's take a break. Qingli pulled Lu Chenyuan to a platform halfway up the mountain. They sat on a bench gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains and forests. Actually, I haven't relaxed like this in a long time, Qingli said softly. Neither have I, Lu Chenyuan replied sincerely. Whether in his past life or this one, he bore too many responsibilities on his shoulders. Moments like this where he didn't have to think about anything and could simply enjoy the exercise and scenery were almost non-existent. Lu Chenyuan Qingli suddenly turned her head, looking at him earnestly. Thank you. Another thank you. This thank you is different. Qingli's eyes were clear and sincere. I thank you not because you helped me solve a problem, but because you made me realize that I am not alone. In this world besides my parents there is someone who silently stands behind me, shielding me from the storms. This feeling is wonderful. Lu Chenyuan's heart was deeply touched. He looked at the woman before him, independent, strong and radiant. But no matter how strong a queen is, deep down she does not reject having a shoulder to lean on, a companion who will walk with her through any situation. Lu Chenyuan opened his mouth wanting to say something. Just then a sudden change occurred. A piercing roar echoed from the snow slope above them. Lu Chenyuan and Qingli instinctively looked up. Before them a snowmobile, driverless and wild, rushed towards their position with terrifying speed like a beast out of control. Its path was directly aimed at Qingli. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Qingli's pupils constricted as she had no time to react. The shadow of death loomed overhead. Be careful. A furious roar echoed. Lu Chenyuan's body reacted faster than his mind. Driven by instinct, Lu Chenyuan threw himself at Qingli with all his might, pushing her forcefully away. Bang! Qingli tumbled into the snow beside her unscathed. However, Lu Chenyuan was struck hard by the out-of-control snowmobile. The tremendous impact sent Lu Chenyuan flying over the platform railing, plummeting down the steep cliff. Lu Chenyuan. Qingli let out a heart-wrenching scream. She struggled to her feet and rushed to the edge of the railing, witnessing Lu Chenyuan's figure rolling and falling down the steep snow slope. He soon disappeared beneath a blanket of white snow. His fate was uncertain. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Qingli's mind went blank. A few seconds later an unprecedented fear washed over her like icy tidal waves. Qingli felt as if her heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The pain was suffocating. Why did this happen? Just moments ago he had been by her side, laughing and clumsily learning to ski with her. The man who had quietly done everything for her. The man who without hesitation had pushed her away to face death himself. He. No. Qingli shook her head violently. She could not panic. Absolutely could not panic. Since birth she had received the highest elite education. Calmness was an instinct ingrained in her bones. She forced herself to take a deep breath, urging herself to regain composure. She pulled out her phone, her fingers trembling slightly from anxiety, but she still managed to dial the ski resort rescue team. At the main ski path B7 platform an accident has occurred. Someone has fallen off a cliff. Immediately dispatch a helicopter and the best rescue team. Right now. Her voice carried an undeniable command. After hanging up, Qingli immediately called Lin Yuan. Lu Chenyuan has had an accident. He was struck off the cliff by a snowmobile. Seal off the ski resort and apprehend the owner of the snowmobile. Investigate whether this was an accident or murder. After giving the orders, Qingli turned her gaze back to the cliff where Lu Chenyuan had fallen. No. She could not just wait here. Qingli glanced at the steep snow slope beside her, leading down to an undeveloped area filled with rocky outcrops and ice crevices. Rushing down would be a perilous gamble. Yet Qingli hesitated not at all. She quickly checked her skiing gear, tightening the bindings. Then taking a deep breath she leapt off the cliff. She was going to find him. Alive or dead, she needed to see him. If he was dead, she would turn the entire white country upside down. She would make everyone involved pay for it with their lives. As she fell weightlessly, a singular thought crystallized in Qingli's mind. It turned out that she had already fallen in love with this man. So deeply that she was willing to risk everything for him. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Lu Chenyuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, every part of him in agony. He struggled to open his eyes, and before him was a dazzling expanse of white. He lay in a snow pit. Fortunately, during his tumble he had been cushioned by a fallen snow pine absorbing most of the impact. Otherwise he might already be a corpse. He tried to move his body, but a sharp pain shot through his left leg. Looking down, he saw his calf twisted at an unnatural angle. It must be fractured. Moreover, Lu Chenyuan felt a sticky sensation around his lower leg. Bleeding. However, the thick ski suit prevented the blood from seeping out. Lu Chenyuan knew he had to rescue himself quickly. Otherwise, in this environment where temperatures plunged below -10 degrees, blood loss and hypothermia would soon claim his life. The only good news was that apart from his left calf, the rest of Lu Chenyuan's body seemed unharmed. Gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, Lu Chenyuan untied his scarf, tightly wrapping it around his thigh to create a makeshift tourniquet. Then he looked around. He was in a steep valley. It seemed his phone was damaged in the impact and was now unable to power on. In the current situation, calling out aimlessly would only waste his strength. He had to conserve energy. Lu Chenyuan raised his head and looked up. He could vaguely see the outline of the platform railing. He knew that Qingli was safe. That was enough. He believed she would definitely organize a rescue. What he had to do now was to stay alive. To live until the moment rescue arrived. Lu Chenyuan used his intact hands to laboriously dig into the snow, trying to create a snow cave to shield himself from the wind. Before he crossed over, he had learned some outdoor survival skills from an old hunter while doing poverty alleviation in the village. He never expected to use them today. Just as Lu Chenyuan's consciousness began to fade, he suddenly heard the sound of skis gliding on snow from above. Coming closer. Lu Chenyuan strained to lift his head, and a blue figure was gliding down the steep snow slope towards him with professional grace. Like a beam of light before dawn, even surrounded by a white expanse, she could not be overshadowed. It was Qingli. She had actually come down herself. That crazy woman. Lu Chenyuan felt a mix of emotions, touched yet angry. Soon Qingli reached his side. When she saw the condition of Lu Chenyuan's leg, her face instantly turned pale. Yet she did not cry or panic. She simply knelt in the snow, gently caressing Lu Chenyuan's face with trembling hands. "You're still alive." Her voice was hoarse with the relief of surviving a disaster. "I won't die." Lu Chenyuan managed a weak smile. "But how did you come down? Did you throw your life away?" Qingli looked into his eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile as she said, "I am Qingli. A slope of this difficulty won't easily take my life." Looking at this contradictory woman, Lu Chenyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He fell silent for a moment, silently saying in his heart, "Silly woman." Soon both of their emotions stabilized. "Don't be afraid, the rescue team will arrive soon," Qingli said, sitting beside Lu Chenyuan, "but careful not to get too close, afraid of touching his injured areas." Then Qingli began to use her phone's satellite function to locate Lin Yuan. Before long, a loud rumble resonated from above. A red and white rescue helicopter appeared above the valley. The rescue had finally arrived. In Y country, at the center hospital of AOC City, in a VIP ward. When Lu Chenyuan woke up, he saw a pure white ceiling. The faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. He moved slightly, a fixed, bearable pain radiating from his left leg. Turning his head, he saw Qingli sitting in a chair beside the bed. She wasn't looking at her phone or documents, she simply stared quietly out the window. The morning light streamed through the glass, outlining her perfect profile. Having shed the sharpness of a queen, she possessed a rare tranquility. It seemed she sensed Lu Chenyuan's gaze and turned her head back. Their eyes met unexpectedly, seemingly causing Qingli no discomfort. "Awake." Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Lu Chenyuan responded. "How do you feel?" "Not bad." A simple exchange followed by silence. Yet in the air something felt different. That icy catastrophe seemed like a boulder crashing into the calm lake of their hearts, stirring up monstrous waves. Now that the tide had receded, beneath the surface of the lake lay a different scene. The doctor said the injuries elsewhere are not serious, just a period of rest is needed. The leg has a dislocation and a minor fracture, but no damage to the marrow. Qingli proactively broke the silence, stating the facts. A cast was applied and a month's rest will allow for recovery. I've already asked Lin Yuan to seal off the news. No one will know in the country." "Good." Mo Qingli stood up, poured him a cup of warm water, inserted a straw and brought it to his lips. Lu Chenyuan did not refuse. He looked at her focused and serious gaze and at the trace of fatigue and fear still lingering in her eyes. In the original work she was the woman who darkened due to him personally pushing the Lu family into the abyss. Before him stood this woman who had recklessly jumped off a cliff for him. The two figures slowly overlapped in his mind, then completely separated. He knew that from the moment she leaped off the cliff. The plot of the original work, the last thread binding him, had already dissipated. The wall in his heart was silently crumbling. Lin Yuan has arrived. Mo Qingli straightened up, looking towards the doorway. Lin Yuan entered, his expression solemn. Mr. Lu. He first glanced at Lu Chenyuan, then turned his gaze to Mo Qingli, slightly nodding in greeting. What have you found out? Lu Chenyuan asked. It's clarified. Lin Yuan handed him a tablet. The owner of the snowmobile is the son of a shareholder at the ski resort, a typical wealthy playboy. This explains why they were still there after the ski resort was cleared. Before the incident he was racing in the restricted area with friends, having had a few drinks. The motorcycle lost control. It was an accident. He has already been detained by the police and will face charges of negligent injury. Lin Yuan reported. Accident. Lu Chenyuan's eyes held deep meaning. From all the evidence it appears to be an accident. Lin Yuan added, our people have also checked all his recent communications and financial dealings, finding no connection to Li Shujin. Understood. Lu Chenyuan did not press further. Sometimes a seemingly flawless accident is itself the biggest flaw. Li Xiujian's methods were more ruthless and concealed than he had imagined. But he noted this down. The matters here in Y country have all been resolved. Mo Qingli spoke. The contract with Qingli Corporation has been finalized and the new supply chain will be fully operational within 3 days. The crisis of the Mo family has been averted. We should head back now, she said. All right. 3 days later at AOC City International Airport. Lu Chenyuan sat in a wheelchair pushed by Lin Yuan, heading towards the private jet's tarmac. Mo Qingli walked alongside him. Her team trailed far behind. Silence enveloped them. During the last 3 days in Y country, Mo Qingli had been by his side in the hospital almost constantly. She did little and spoke even less. Sometimes she would quietly sit beside him looking at documents, other times she would peel an apple, cutting it into pieces and placing it on his bedside. Between them an unspoken understanding formed. It felt strange. Not like lovers, yet far beyond mere friends. Like two travelers atop a snowy mountain, having witnessed life and death together, each had etched the other's mark into their lives. Upon boarding the plane, silence persisted. In the spacious cabin it was only the two of them. Lin Yuan and Mo Qingli's assistants discreetly stayed in the front cabin. Lu Chenyuan watched the runway slip away outside the window, his mind racing. He did not know how to face this relationship upon returning. Advance. He wasn't fully prepared. Retreat. He was reluctant and unwilling. What are you thinking about? Mo Qingli's voice suddenly rang beside him. Nothing. Lu Chenyuan averted his gaze. I was thinking about how to face you after returning home. Mo Qingli pierced straight to the point. Lu Chenyuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. Before this woman he seemed unable to hide his thoughts. Is it that hard to face me? Mo Qingli pressed, leaning slightly closer. A familiar crisp fragrance lingered at his nose. Not at all. Lu Chenyuan shook his head. It's my own issue. Really? Mo Qingli gazed into his eyes. Lu Chenyuan, when you pushed me away beneath the snowy mountain, what were you thinking? Lu Chenyuan fell silent. What could he say? That it was a bodily instinct. I only had one thought at that time. Mo Qingli did not wait for his answer, continuing on. I couldn't let you die. Her voice was soft yet carried immense weight, striking heavily against Lu Chenyuan's heart. So I jumped. Now we're both alive. She looked at him with a candid and fervent gaze. So you need not carry any burdens nor think too complicatedly. Just follow your heart. After saying this she leaned back into her seat, closed her eyes and fell silent. Yet Lu Chenyuan's heart could no longer find peace. 10 hours later the plane landed at Jingzhou International Airport. The cabin door opened. Mo Qingli transformed back into the commanding president of the Mo family. She stood up first, adjusted her collar, her face adorned with a perfectly poised, distant smile. Lu Chenyuan was pushed out of the cabin by Lin Yuan. Mo Qingli's assistant team was already waiting at the foot of the stairs. Mr. Lu. Mo Qingli stood before him, slightly nodding. Her tone was so polite, as if they were merely the most ordinary business partners. Lu Chenyuan's heart sank inexplicably. Ms. Mo. He could only respond in a formal manner.
The collaboration during the trip to Y country was pleasant. Qingli said, I hope Mr.
Lu recovers soon.
She paused as if recalling something.
Oh right. Goodbye.
After saying those two words, she turned and, surrounded by a group of executives, walked away without a trace of reluctance towards the other VIP passage, leaving behind a decisive and clean silhouette.
Lu Chenyuan sat in the wheelchair, staring blankly in the direction she disappeared. Is this the end?
Was the woman who had bared her heart on the plane truly the same as the cold and distant one before him? He could not comprehend.
Lin Yuan pushed the wheelchair cautiously, asking Mr. Lu, shall we go home? Lu Chenyuan withdrew his gaze, his heart feeling as if it were blocked by something empty and desolate.
In the center of Jingzhou City, the top-tier apartment Yunding No.
1 inch.
Each floor has only one household and security is strict.
Lu Chenyuan has been living here since moving out of the Lu family's ancestral home.
Lin Yuan sent him home and settled everything.
President Lu regarding Li Xiujin.
Let him bounce around for a couple more days. Lu Chenyuan sat on the sofa in the living room, rubbing his brow. I need to rest.
All right.
Lin Yuan nodded. Then you rest well. Call me anytime if you need something.
After Lin Yuan left, the enormous apartment suddenly fell silent. Only Lu Chenyuan remained alone.
He controlled his electric wheelchair and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window.
Outside, countless lights of Jingzhou sparkled like a galaxy. However, at this moment he had no heart to admire it.
In his mind, he replayed the decisive figure of Qingli at the airport along with her light, airy farewell. What on earth does she want? For the first time, Lu Chenyuan found a woman's thoughts to be tricky and overwhelming.
He absent-mindedly picked up a nearby cup of water and took a sip.
The cold water slid down his throat but could not extinguish the inexplicable restlessness in his heart. At that moment, the doorbell rang abruptly.
Lu Chenyuan frowned.
The only people who knew he lived here were Lin Yuan and Zhang Qi. If they were coming over, they would definitely call in advance.
Who could it be?
Lu Chenyuan maneuvered his wheelchair to the entrance. Through the screen, he could clearly see the situation outside the door.
In the next second, he froze.
Standing outside the door was a woman with a bright smile. She wore a cozy cream-colored cashmere long dress, her long hair casually tied up. In her hand, she held a delicate cake box. Who else could it be but Qingli? For a moment, Lu Chenyuan's brain seemed to crash.
Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. Hi. Upon seeing him, Qingli's smile brightened even more.
She shook the cake in her hand.
Hello, neighbor. I just moved in today, living downstairs from you.
According to our tradition in Xia country, I brought some snacks to welcome the new neighbor.
Hope I'm not disturbing you.
She blinked her eyes, carrying a hint of mischief.
Lu Chenyuan looked at her, noticing that her outfit was drastically different from the high-end suit she wore at the airport.
He observed her face, which displayed an unabashed, triumphant smile.
Suddenly he understood everything.
All the cold detachment from the airport and the polite formulaic farewell were mere acts.
This woman.
A mix of annoyance and amusement surged within him. All his frustrations, disappointments, and gloom transformed into a helpless smile at that moment. He moved aside, opening a passage.
President Mo, no new neighbor. He looked at her. Would you like to come in?
Sure.
Qingli walked in without hesitation.
She placed the cake on the dining table and curiously examined his home.
The decoration is nice and simple, just your style.
She surveyed her territory like a hostess. Lu Chenyuan sat in his wheelchair, watching her leisurely enjoy herself in his space.
The feeling was quite wonderful.
This originally empty and cold home seemed to be infused with warmth and vitality at her arrival.
How did you end up moving here? He voiced his confusion.
Because the houses here are great.
Qingli replied matter-of-factly, the security is good, the view is nice, and...
She turned around, walked in front of him, and bent down to meet his gaze.
It's closer to a friend with mobility issues.
It's convenient for me to come over anytime to supervise whether he's taking care of his injuries. Her breath lightly brushed against his cheek.
Lu Chenyuan's heart skipped a beat. Qing.
He called her name helplessly.
Call me Qingli.
She corrected him. Then she straightened up, walked to the dining table, and opened the cake box.
It was a Black Forest cake. Here, try some. I personally bought it.
She picked up a knife and fork, cutting a piece and handing it to him.
Personally bought. What a description.
Lu Chenyuan glanced at Qingli, and after a moment he shifted his focus to the piece of cake.
He never ate sweets,
but he still accepted it and quietly took a bite. The rich chocolate mingled with a slight tartness of cherry sauce melted in his mouth.
Sweet but not cloying, unexpectedly delicious. How is it?
She looked at him with eager anticipation.
Not bad, he gave a fair assessment. Qingli smiled in satisfaction.
She also cut herself a piece, eating it daintily.
They both fell silent, yet the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious and warm.
It felt as if they had been coexisting like this for a long time. After finishing a piece of cake, Qingli wiped her mouth and suddenly spoke, her tone becoming serious.
All right, private time is over.
Now let's discuss some serious matters. She took out a tablet from her bag and pushed it in front of Lu Chenyuan.
On the screen was an extremely complex international financial network diagram.
The center pointed to Li Xiujian. This is what you wanted me to investigate, all of Li Xiujian's overseas offshore accounts and associated companies. Qingli's gaze instantly regained the sharpness of a business queen. Regarding the incident with Suwan Mining, although it appears to be an accident, my people discovered that the Young Science Company recently received an angel investment from one of Li Xiujian's associated funds. The clues are weak and do not constitute evidence, but he certainly cannot escape suspicion.
That's right.
Lu Chenyuan's gaze also turned cold.
He pulled out the evidence regarding Wang Chan and Han Hai data from his side.
The two pieces of information were placed together.
A comprehensive net aimed at Li Xiujian was fully formed. Domestic protection and overseas funding channels.
Lu Chenyuan said slowly, this is his last trump card.
What do you plan to do? Qingli asked.
Two-pronged approach, strike decisively. Lu Chenyuan's fingers glided across the screen.
You need to take action on the overseas side. Qingli looked at him and nodded. Okay. Leave this to me. Within 3 days I'll make sure that every penny of his overseas funds cannot move.
Her tone was filled with confidence.
And then she asked, how do you plan to deal with Wang Chan on the domestic front?
Lu Chenyuan's lips curled into a cold arc.
He transmitted an encrypted file to his phone. When a ferocious beast has its nest set ablaze overseas, it will desperately seek help from its domestic connections. And by that time, he pressed the send button.
I will deliver this record of their collusion along with the complete evidence chain of their attempted profit theft in the Future City project through a special channel to the hands of those who should see it.
Cutting off the roots with a thunderous strike. First sever its wings, then dismantle its foundation. Qingli looked at the cold light in Lu Chenyuan's eyes, understanding in her heart.
This war, which had lasted for months, was finally approaching its conclusion.
I understand, she said. Qingli. Lu Chenyuan suddenly called her name.
Whom?
This matter carries risks.
He looked at her, speaking earnestly. It means completely pushing the Mo family to the opposite side of Li Xiujian. Qingli smiled, her expression light and carefree.
Lu Chenyuan, have you forgotten? From the moment I decided to help you, from the instant you appeared at the Mo family banquet, we've been on the same boat. Your enemy is my enemy. I am your ally.
She paused, gazing at him intensely, adding firmly, now and in the future.
Lu Chenyuan's heart was struck heavily once more. Thank you.
This time he spoke sincerely.
Helping you is also helping myself.
I believe in my judgment and my choices. She spoke softly.
The night deepened and the apartment was brightly lit.
For Lu Chenyuan, something was beginning to break ground in his heart.
The night deepened. Qingli had left.
She didn't linger, having completed all her business, and stood up to bid farewell. Before leaving, she paused at the door and turned back to him, offering a soft smile.
Good night, new neighbor. Good night, Lu Chenyuan replied. The door closed gently and the apartment returned to its tranquil silence.
But this time the air seemed to linger with her faint fragrance and the sweet scent of black forest cake. Lu Chenyuan maneuvered his wheelchair back to the living room. He gazed at the empty cake plate for a long while before raising his hand to lightly touch his lips. There, it seemed, still lingered a hint of sweetness. He smiled gently, a tenderness in his gaze that even he had not noticed. The days that followed became routine and peaceful. Lu Chenyuan began his long process of recovery. Yuanlong Technology was operating smoothly under Lin Yuan and Ring Qian's management. Lin Yuan would report the company's progress to him daily via encrypted video. The commercial promotion of the Wuji system had already been fully launched. Collaborative intentions with several large automotive companies had entered substantive negotiation stages. At the artificial intelligence laboratory led by Lu Ruoshi, new algorithm models had made breakthrough progress. Everything was developing in a favorable direction. Lu Chenyuan's presence was deliberately minimized. The outside world only knew that the CEO of Yuanlong Technology was Lin Yuan, unaware that the true master of this vast commercial empire sat in a wheelchair, living a semi-reclusive life in Yunding.
1. Meanwhile, Qingli became the only and most vibrant embellishment in his tranquil life. She truly acted like a dutiful good neighbor. Every evening at 6:30 without fail her door would open and moments later his doorbell would ring punctually. She never came empty-handed. Sometimes it was a dessert, a sweet osmanthus cake, tiramisu or mango pancake. The varieties never repeated. It seemed that every pastry shop in Jingzhou was under Mo Qingli's control, as she always brought Lu Chenyuan treats he had never eaten or even seen before. Sometimes she brought a pot of freshly brewed tea, da hong pao from Wui Mountain, Longjing from West Lake, or pure from Yunnan. She always seemed to find the finest tea leaves. She did not stay long, usually only half an hour. The two would sit on the sofa in the living room and discuss work. The banks in Europe are all set up. The application for investigation by the International Clearing Organization has passed the first round of review. Li Xiujian's funding chain has started to tighten. He sold off part of his overseas non-core assets in an attempt to recoup funds. There has been movement on Wang Chen's side. The project team from Hanhai Data had its first contact with the person in charge of Future City today. Their conversations were usually short and efficient, seemingly no different from those of two ordinary colleagues. After exchanging necessary information, the rest of the time was spent in silence. But this silence was not awkward. They would sit together watching the sunset outside as the clouds in the sky turned golden. They observed the lights of Jingzhou one by one lighting up, merging into a river of stars. That feeling was subtle. It was as if two colossal ships which had sailed alone through the Sea of Commerce for many years had finally found a tranquil harbor where they could dock together. The wall in Lu Chenyuan's heart had long since become invisible without him realizing it. He began to get used to, even look forward to, the sound of the doorbell every evening. He discovered that his knowledge of her deepened with these silent interactions. She seemed to be omnipotent, yet was actually quite picky about flavors, only eating the freshest ingredients. She appeared calm and strong, yet had a fondness for fluffy little animals, with her phone wallpaper featuring a ragdoll cat. She seemed to be detached from the mundane world, but when she tasted a piece of satisfying dessert her eyes sparkled like a child receiving candy. These subtle discoveries made the lofty image of Mo Qingli come alive, becoming vivid, specific, and within reach. Time moved into the second week. Lu Chenyuan's injured leg remained immobilized in plaster, unable to move. Most of the time he could only sit in his wheelchair. After handling necessary company documents, the remaining time felt somewhat lengthy. That afternoon he had Zhang Qi bring him some items. A wooden easel. A tightly stretched waxed white linen. And a complete set of tools that looked extremely professional. Various needle sizes, tweezers, scissors, and rolls of silver thread in tin strips as fine as a strand of hair. Zhang Qi looked at these items bewildered. "President Lu, what are you?" "Just making a little something to pass the time," Lu Chenyuan replied nonchalantly, not elaborating further. This was a secret belonging solely to him, or rather a secret from his past life. As a poverty alleviation secretary, he had learned from the best Miao embroidery master in the village to help them develop their unique handicraft industry. He had mastered a nearly lost skill called tin embroidery. An ancient technique that uses silver thread and tin foil to embroider on fabric without colorful threads. The embroidered pieces shimmered as if crystallized from moonlight, extraordinarily beautiful. Yet the process was exceedingly complex and tested one's patience. He hadn't touched these things in many years. After crossing over, he became a decisive CEO with even less time to revisit this memory. But now he had all the time in the world. He wanted to make a gift for the woman who brought him desserts and warmth every day. He set the easel in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the sunniest spot. Then he began his work. He did not sketch. All the patterns were in his mind. He picked up the finest needle and twisted a strand of silver thread. He threaded the needle. The motions transitioned from awkward at first to gradually becoming proficient and fluid. The muscles in his fingertips seemed to still retain the memories of those years. The needle tip pierced the linen. He pulled tight. Then pierced again. In the living room, only the faint sound of the silver needle passing through the fabric remained. Lu Chenyuan was very focused, even losing track of time. Until the sound of the doorbell rang again in the evening, he lifted his head as if awakening from a dream. Instinctively he grabbed a piece of velvet cloth nearby and covered the embroidery frame. He didn't want her to see it, at least not until the finished product was complete. Mo Qingli walked in. Today she brought a small bowl of rock sugar bird's nest. "What are you busy with?" she asked, curiously glancing at the covered easel. "Just doodling around," Lu Chenyuan replied somewhat evasively. Mo Qingli did not press further but placed the bird's nest on the small table beside him. "Drink it while it's hot." "Thank you." He picked up the bowl and took a sip. It was warm and sweet. Mo Qingli sat on the sofa beside him, her gaze naturally falling on his right hand. On his index finger and thumb each was covered with a band-aid. "What happened to your hand?" she asked. "I accidentally got cut by paper," he replied. Lu Chenyuan lied without changing his expression.
It was from the afternoon when he accidentally cut himself while handling an extremely thin tin strip. The edges of the tin strips used for tin embroidery were sharp as knives.
Really? Qingli's eyes held a hint of disbelief.
The president of Yuanlong Technology, who handles hundreds of billions in projects decisively ruthless, could be cut by a piece of paper. Her tone carried a trace of teasing.
That doesn't sound like your style at all.
Lu Chenyuan sipped the bird's nest and did not respond.
He knew that any explanation could reveal a flaw.
Silence was the best response. Seeing his somewhat guilty expression, Qingli's smile deepened. She no longer pressed him. She only felt that this man before her seemed to possess a bit of clumsiness that she had never seen before, an endearing quality.
This small episode quickly passed.
In the following days, Qingli noticed that the band-aids on Lu Chenyuan's hands often changed positions. Sometimes it was on his left hand, sometimes on his right hand. Sometimes it was on his middle finger, other times on his ring finger. Every time she saw it, she would tease him with a smile.
What did you get cut by today? The door frame. President Lu, doesn't your home need a safety assessment? Lu Chenyuan would simply smile and not explain. The more he did this, the heavier Qingli's curiosity became. What secret was hidden behind that covered embroidery frame? She couldn't guess.
But she had a strong intuition. That secret must be related to her. Days passed in this calm atmosphere, tinged with a hint of sweet mystery.
A month slipped away in the blink of an eye. The net around Li Xiujian had been thoroughly tightened. Qingli leveraged all her connections in the European financial sector. A coalition of over a dozen top banks was formed to carry out the investigation.
Under the pretext of suspected malicious market manipulation and unfair competition, the strictest financial scrutiny was imposed on the dozens of offshore accounts under Li Xiujian.
Li Xiujian's overseas funds were completely frozen.
This was tantamount to severing his most important left and right arms. Li Xiujian had become a trapped beast. He began to frantically seek assistance domestically with only one target in mind: the deputy director of the Financial Regulatory Bureau, Wang Chen.
Yet every action Wang Chen took was ensnared in the web laid by Lu Chenyuan and Jiangqi.
Every phone call, every suspicious transaction was meticulously recorded. The evidence submitted to the highest levels was growing thicker and more solid. The moment to close the net was approaching.
This afternoon, Lu Chenyuan finally had the cast removed from his leg.
After the doctor's examination, he was informed that his bones had healed well and he could attempt to walk. He leaned on a crutch supported by Jiangqi and stood up from the wheelchair. His left foot touched the floor. The long-lost feeling of solid ground made him momentarily dazed. He tried to take a step forward. It was somewhat laborious but steady. Another step. Slowly he released Jiangqi's hand, using the crutch to walk back and forth in the living room.
"Mister
Lu, take it easy," Jiangqi said nervously beside him. "I'm fine," Lu Chenyuan replied, stopping momentarily as a thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. He looked out the window. The sunset was rich and vibrant. Soon that familiar doorbell would ring. He wanted to give her a surprise.
"Is everything ready?"
Jiangqi asked, looking at the corner where the embroidery frame was still covered with velvet. Over the past month he had seen Mr. Lu fiddling with that every time he came to report. He simply couldn't understand what his boss was up to.
Lu Chenyuan nodded. He walked over and personally lifted the velvet cloth. Jiangqi's eyes widened in an instant.
On the embroidery frame was a completed masterpiece.
No, to call it a masterpiece felt inadequate.
It was a palm-sized pendant. The main subject was a blooming lotus flower. The petals were embroidered with fine silver threads intricately layered. Under the sunlight it shimmered with a cool and gentle luster reminiscent of moonlight. The stamen was crafted from extremely thin sheets of tin, giving it a three-dimensional shape. Under the light it gleamed with an array of colors sparkling brilliantly. The entire piece was elegantly composed with intricate craftsmanship. It embodied both the grandeur of metal and the tenderness of embroidery.
It was breathtakingly beautiful.
"This?
You made this?"
Jiangqi stuttered, unable to reconcile the exquisite piece of art before him with his decisive boss.
"Whom?" Lu Chenyuan carefully took the pendant off the frame.
Below it dangled a small piece of polished rosewood. On the wood 2 characters were inlaid with silver threads.
"Qingli."
Jiangqi instantly understood.
He looked at Lu Chenyuan with admiration and a hint of sympathy.
His boss had truly invested heavily to pursue a woman. This skill was remarkable.
"You can go back now," Lu Chenyuan said to Jiangqi.
Yes, Jiangqi left wisely. After Jiangqi departed a short while later, the doorbell rang on cue.
Ding dong. Lu Chenyuan took a deep breath and put the pendant into his pocket. Then he discarded the crutch and walked step by step toward the door alone. His steps were still a bit unsteady, but his back was straight. He opened the door. Outside, Qingli was holding a food box, a familiar smile on her face. "I made." Her words halted mid-sentence. She stared blankly at Lu Chenyuan standing at the door. Seeing him not in a wheelchair nor on crutches but standing right before her in reality. Though he stood a bit unsteadily, his upright posture was identical to how it had been a month ago. "You." Her voice trembled slightly. "I'm better now." Lu Chenyuan smiled at her. The sunlight poured in from the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, casting a golden outline around him. Qingli's eyes suddenly turned red in that moment. All the worries and concerns from the past month transformed into immense joy and relief at that instant. But she did not cry. She simply took a step forward, reaching out to embrace him tightly. The food box dropped with a thud on the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. But no one cared. Lu Chenyuan's body stiffened for a moment due to her sudden embrace. Then he relaxed and reached out to hold her back. Her body was soft, carrying a familiar fragrance. His chest was firm, radiating a warmth that made her feel secure. Neither of them spoke. This embrace spoke volumes, more than 1,000 words. After a long while, Qingli finally released him, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. "Sorry I got too excited," she said, looking down at the messy food box on the ground. "What a waste of this Buddha jumps over the wall." Lu Chenyuan smiled. "It's fine. In the future he'll cook for you." Qingli suddenly looked up, surprised at him. "You can cook?" A bit. Lu Chenyuan nodded. In his past life in the village, he had to do everything himself. His culinary skills, while not on par with top chefs, were sufficient to prepare a few home-cooked dishes. Seeing her astonished expression, Lu Chenyuan felt an unprecedented sense of joy. He enjoyed watching her display various expressions different from her usual self for him. Vivid and lively. He turned to the side. "Come in, don't just stand at the door." Qingli walked into the apartment, watching his slowly but independently walking figure, unable to hide the smile on her lips. Lu Chenyuan walked to the living room, paused, and turned around. He took out the tin embroidery pendant from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is for you." Qingli's gaze fell upon the pendant. When she clearly saw the shimmering silver lotus under the light and the two characters Qingli on the rosewood below, she was completely stunned. She extended her hand, trembling slightly at the fingertips, and took the pendant. It felt cool from the metal and warm from the wood. It was heavy and substantial. This is. She looked up at Lu Chenyuan. "This is the culprit behind the band-aids on my hands from this past month." Lu Chenyuan's tone carried a hint of humor. Qingli's heart was struck heavily. So it turned out. He had been making this for her every day. So how did he feel listening to her seemingly self-righteous banter? An indescribable mix of sourness and sweetness surged within her. She looked at him, observing the seriousness in his eyes and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. "I really like it," she said, enunciating each word. "I like it very, very much." This was the most precious gift she had ever received in her life. Seeing her sincere smile, the last shred of unease in Lu Chenyuan's heart finally settled. Just then his phone rang. It was Lin Yuan. Lu Chenyuan answered the call. "Speak. Mr. Lu, the fish is in the net." Lin Yuan's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Wang Chen just used the highest authority to modify a core parameter of the future city data center. All his actions have been recorded, forming undeniable evidence. At the same time, Li Ziojian's domestic account has just transferred a huge sum of money to a related company of Hanhai Data. All the evidence is perfectly linked. It's time to close the net. Yes. Another day had passed. In the evening, Lu Chenyuan and Qingli were enjoying some snacks. Just then Lu Chenyuan's private phone rang, suddenly breaking the momentary tranquility. The caller ID displayed a name he rarely contacted: Lu Minji. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Chenyuan's eyes. He knew that the final piece on the chessboard was about to move. He answered the phone. "Chenyuan. There's been an incident." Lu Mingye's panicked voice came through the line, tinged with a hint of fear. Lu Mei and Xiao Xiao have been kidnapped." Lu Chenyuan's expression showed no change. "Who did it?" he asked calmly. "I don't know. The other party called and said they want a ransom of 10 million. Lu Mingye's voice trembled. "They specifically demanded you alone with the money to go to the abandoned steel factory on the outskirts of the city. Chenyuan, you must save them. Xiao Xiao is my son, he is your brother." Lu Chenyuan remained silent, listening to the incoherent pleas of his nominal father on the phone. Mo Qingli stood beside him, having heard the phone conversation clearly. Her brows furrowed slightly. She knew this was Li Xiujian's final counterattack. Chenyuan, you need to think of a way. Lu Mingji continued. They said if the police are notified they will execute the hostages. I understand, Lu Chenyuan replied with a calm demeanor before hanging up the phone. He turned to look at Mo Qingli. It's Li Xiujian, he said with certainty. He's desperate now. Mo Qingli's expression also turned cold. Kidnapping women and children, such despicable methods. She walked in front of Lu Chenyuan and helped adjust his collar. What do you need me to do? She asked, her tone calm as if she would unconditionally support whatever he decided to do. No need, Lu Chenyuan replied steadily. Tonight just watch the show. You're going alone. Mo Qingli disagreed. Don't worry, Lu Chenyuan looked into her eyes. I never do things unprepared. He took out another phone and dialed Zhang Qi's number. Close the net. Just 2 words. Understood. Zhang Qi's response was equally succinct. After arranging everything, Lu Chenyuan said to Mo Qingli, I'm leaving. Mo Qingli nodded. As they walked out the door, she suddenly called out to him, her voice carrying an unprecedented warmth. Lu Chenyuan's body trembled slightly. This was the first time she had called him this way. He looked at Mo Qingli only to hear her softly say, I'll wait for you to come back. Her gaze was calm yet held a hint of fervor. In that moment, Lu Chenyuan's heart was completely filled. He nodded heavily. All right. Half an hour later, Lu family manor. Lu Chenyuan arrived alone, driving up. In the living room, Lu Mingji paced back and forth like a trapped beast, his face filled with fear. Upon seeing Lu Chenyuan enter, he rushed over as if he had seen a savior. Chenyuan. You're here. Is the money ready? Lu Chenyuan did not answer his question but calmly looked at his father. Do you love her? Lu Chenyuan suddenly asked. Lu Mingji was taken aback, unsure why his son would ask such an irrelevant question at this critical moment. However, Lu Mingji quickly reacted and nodded frantically, yes. I love her. She is the woman I love most in my life. Is that so? The corner of Lu Chenyuan's mouth curled into a mocking arc. What about mother? Lu Mengling, the woman who bore you children and accompanied you through half your life, did you ever love her? Lu Ruoshi, your biological daughter who has been lost for 18 years after you found her, did you ever care for her even for a day? Lu Chanshan, the daughter you raised for 18 years, do you truly understand her? And Xiaoqiao, that so-called son of yours. Are you sure he is really your son? Each of Lu Chenyuan's questions pierced Lu Mingye's heart like a sharp knife, exposing all his selfishness and hypocrisy to the air. You. What nonsense are you talking? Lu Mingji shouted, his face turning pale. Xiaoqiao is certainly my son. Father Lu Chenyuan's tone remained calm. In your heart, which of these children is truly most important to you? Or do you mean? Lu Chenyuan paused, his gaze sharpening as if it could pierce into Lu Mingye's soul. You love no one at all. You only love yourself. Even if you say you love Lu Mei, what you truly love is that woman who can fulfill all your fantasies and desires, not the woman named Lu Mei. Lu Mingji was completely shattered. He slumped onto the sofa, his face ashen, unable to utter a single word. Lu Chenyuan looked at him in that state, feeling not a shred of pity. In the original story, it was precisely this man's foolishness and selfishness that accelerated the Lu family's plunge into an abyss of no return. I will go save them, Lu Chenyuan finally said. Not for you. It's only because the children are innocent. After saying that, he turned and left without a hint of reluctance, leaving Lu Mingji alone in the empty living room, lost and disoriented. In Jingzhou, on the outskirts of the city, the abandoned third steel factory loomed in the night like a silent giant. The rusted iron gate was tightly shut. Lu Chenyuan's car stopped 500 meters away from the steel factory. He then got out of the car, the night breeze ruffling his clothes, faintly revealing a corner of his bulletproof vest. He walked alone towards the dark building, step by step. Behind him in the darkness, countless red dots silently lit up. Those were the sniper scopes of the special police squad that had long been lying in ambush. An invisible net had completely enveloped the area. Lu Chenyuan arrived at the massive iron gate. I'm here, he spoke, his voice not loud but clearly heard within. Alone, a hoarse and cautious voice came from inside. Alone. Where's the money? I've brought it, Lu Chenyuan said, patting the box beside him. Push the door open yourself. Lu Chenyuan carried the box and pushed open the iron gate, stepping inside. Inside the factory, it was empty and dilapidated. Only a dim yellow light shone in the center. Under the light stood a man. It was Li Xiujian. He appeared much more haggard than before, with messy hair and bloodshot eyes like a beast driven to the edge. In Li Xiujian's hands was a shotgun, the muzzle aimed at the two people beside him, Lu Mei and her 7-year-old son Lu Qiaoqiao.
Lu Mai's mouth was taped shut, tears streaking down her face, her eyes filled with fear. The little boy Lu Xiaoqiu, however, was unusually calm, tightly holding onto his mother. Lu Chenyuan and Li Xiujian glared at him, hatred bursting from his eyes.
You finally came. Where's my money? Lu Chenyuan looked at the smoothbore shotgun in Li Xiujian's hand, his gaze darkening.
He had seen this type of shotgun in his past life used by hunters in the village, effective at around 40 meters.
Lu Chenyuan stopped about 50 meters away, then threw the box he was holding. The box rolled several times on the ground, stopping between Li Xiujian and Lu Chenyuan. At the same time, the box burst open, spilling the money inside. I want the money and you will die.
Li Xiujian laughed maniacally, suddenly aiming the gun at Lu Chenyuan.
Li Xiujian, you can't defeat me. Lu Chenyuan looked at him, his expression terrifyingly calm.
Your overseas funds have been frozen. Your domestic protector Wang Shen has just been taken away for investigation as well. All your pieces are dead.
You have already lost.
Lu Chenyuan's words were like heavy hammers ruthlessly smashing into Li Xiujian's heart.
No. I haven't lost.
Li Xiujian screamed frantically, I still have hostages.
I still have you. As long as I kill you, I can win everything back. Is that so? Lu Chenyuan smiled.
Li Xiujian, you've schemed for half a lifetime thinking yourself to be the player.
In fact, you are the most pitiful piece on the board. What do you mean?
Li Xiujian narrowed his eyes.
Do you know whose daughter Lu Chenyuan is? Lu Chenyuan slowly threw the first bomb.
Li Xiujian was stunned.
He didn't understand why Lu Chenyuan would suddenly mention Lu Chenyuan.
Who cares about the identity of a fake heiress?
Isn't she just someone picked at random? No, Lu Chenyuan shook his head.
She is your daughter, Li Xiujian.
The word boom reverberated like thunder in Li Xiujian's mind. He showed an incredulous expression, abruptly turning to look at Lu Mei.
Is what he said true? Lu Mei's body trembled violently. She looked at Li Xiujian, her eyes filled with resentment and a hint of vengeful pleasure. She neither nodded nor shook her head. She only laughed maniacally.
That laughter echoed in the empty factory, sounding incredibly mournful and eerie. Ha ha ha.
Brother, my dear brother.
Only now do you think to ask me. You treated me as a pawn, placing me by Lu Mingye's side for over a decade. You made me flatter a man I didn't love, forcing me to pretend to smile. You ruined my life, all for your ridiculous revenge plan. Now you come to ask me whose daughter Lu Chenyuan is. Tears streamed down Lu Mei's face. She pointed at Li Xiujian, enunciating each word. That's right. Lu Chenyuan is right. Back then you made me swap babies. Did you think I just picked any child? No. I hate the Lu family. But I hate you even more. Coincidentally, Yang Honglian also hates you. Li Xiujian's mind went blank. Yang Honglian. A name he had long forgotten.
A woman with whom he had a brief affair back then.
It was Yang Honglian who found me. Lu Mei's voice was filled with madness.
She said she hated you. She wanted to send your biological daughter to your enemy, the Lu family, to be used for life, to be a pawn for others.
And I hate you too.
I hate you for forcing me to seek revenge.
I hate the Lu family for ruining us.
So I agreed with her. I swapped her with your daughter into the Lu family. And the real heiress of the Lu family, Lu Ruoshi, was sold to the mountains.
Ha ha ha.
Brother.
Did you hear that?
You planned everything thinking to use the fake heiress of the Lu family to disrupt them.
What happened?
The one you used was your own biological daughter. You pushed her into the abyss.
The truth.
The bloody truth was completely unveiled at that moment.
Li Xiujian stood frozen as if struck by lightning.
The gun in his hand fell to the ground with a clang.
He had schemed his entire life only to be outplayed by his own sister and another woman in the end.
His greatest enemy was the Lu family.
Yet he had sent his own biological daughter into the enemy's home.
He wanted to destroy the Lu family but nearly destroyed his own daughter instead.
How ironic. How tragic. Ah.
Li Xiujian let out a roar that was not human, clutching his head, completely breaking down. All his pride, all his cunning, all his ambitions were reduced to dust at that moment.
Just then. Bang.
The factory's main door was kicked open from the outside.
Countless armed special police wearing combat gear and holding riot shields surged in like a tidal wave. The dark muzzles of guns instantly pointed at the scene inside. Don't move.
Police. The cold warning echoed throughout the factory. It turned out that Lu Chenyuan's appointment had always been the final part of this capture plan. He was the perfect bait. The special police quickly subdued the already mentally broken Li Xiujian, firmly pinning him to the ground.
cold handcuffs locked around his wrists. Lu Mei was also controlled. Lu Chenyuan was gently held by a female officer and taken away from the scene. A feud that had lasted for decades, a meticulously planned conspiracy, finally came to an end that night. Lu Chenyuan stood in place, coldly observing everything. There was no joy of victory on his face, only an unfathomable calm. He turned and walked towards the factory exit. Behind him were Li Xiujian's maniacal laughter and Lu Mei's desperate cries. All of this had nothing to do with him anymore. The storm had calmed down. The next day, the front page of the Jingzhou Financial News was occupied by a shocking headline. Li Xiujin, chairman of the Li Group, was officially arrested by the police for multiple serious economic crimes, kidnapping and attempted murder. Wang Chen, deputy director of the Financial Regulatory Bureau, was also brought down. As soon as the news broke, the entire business community of Jingzhou was shaken. The Li family, entrenched in Jingzhou for decades, collapsed overnight. All industries related to the Li family saw their stock prices plummet, evaporating hundreds of billions in an instant. A fierce reshuffling began. And all of this was orchestrated by Lu Chenyuan, who seemed to be an outsider. In Yunding No. One apartment, Lu Chenyuan stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city below. Mo Qingli walked in, placing a cup of hot coffee beside him. "It's all over," she said. No, Lu Chenyuan shook his head. "It's just beginning." He knew that Li Xiujian's downfall was merely the removal of a malignant tumor from an old era. But in the original plot, the true son of luck, the man who rose to power over the corpses of the Lu family, his story was just beginning. Li Jinchuan. Underestimating the protagonist is the fundamental reason for all supporting characters' eventual demise. Lu Chenyuan would never make such a mistake. "What about Lu Mei?" Mo Qingli asked. "She has been charged with corporate espionage and aiding kidnapping. However, I had my lawyer apply for her bail," Lu Chenyuan said lightly. Mo Qingli was somewhat surprised. "Why? Though she is hateful, she is also a pitiful person. And Xiao Xiao needs his mother." Lu Chenyuan recalled the boy who had been exceptionally calm during the kidnapping. Afterwards, he had sent someone to ask Lu Xiao if he wanted to return to the Lu family. The boy shook his head. He said he was not going anywhere and would wait for his mother to come back at their original home. While Lu Chenyuan was willing to let Lu Mei off, it was partly because she had been forced to oppose the Lu family as a pawn of Li Xiujian. However, another reason was that in the original plot, Lu Mei's son Lu Xiaoqiao continued her hatred towards Li Xiujian, becoming an obstacle in Li Jinchuan's path to growth. Considering these factors, Lu Chenyuan ultimately decided to leave a backdoor with Lu Mei. As for Lu Minji, after learning the whole truth, he completely collapsed. The love he thought he had was a deception. He locked himself in his room, refusing to see anyone, becoming a true waste. "What about Qianqian?" Mo Qingli mentioned the name with some concern. Li Xiujian was her biological father. This truth must have hit her hard. "I've already informed Qianqian," Lu Chenyuan said. "She is very calm." Under Lu Chenyuan's deliberate guidance, Lu Qianqian was no longer the spoiled young lady who only knew jealousy from the original story. Her footsteps were found in the poorest corners of the world. Her vision and mindset had long transcended the shackles of family and blood. She simply told Lu Chenyuan that everything in the past was in the past. Whose daughter she was didn't matter. What mattered was who she was. Lu Chenyuan felt gratified. This sister had finally grown into the best version of herself. The era of fierce swordsmanship has come to an end. Yet Lu Chenyuan knows that this does not signify the end of war. The fall of an old enemy often heralds the rise of a new one. In the office of Yuanlong Technology, Lu Chenyuan looked at the latest materials sent by Zhang Qi. The first page of the document was a passport photo. The young man in the photo had sharp eyes and the hint of a defiant smile on his lips. Li Jinchuan. He has completed his enrollment procedures at Jingzhou University. Zhang Qi said he entered the finance department as a sports special talent. Got it. Lu Chenyuan's fingertips lightly tapped on the desk. Do we need to send someone to keep an eye on him? Zhang Qi asked. No need to send anyone. Lu Chenyuan replied, just send a copy of his information to Su Yang. Su Yang? Zhang Qi was somewhat surprised. Lu Chenyuan's gaze fell outside the window. Some matters do not require our direct intervention. He could certainly employ ruthless measures to eliminate Li Jinchuan in the cradle. But that did not align with his principles. More importantly, he aimed to uproot not just the individual of Li Jinchuan but also the invisible and intangible force known as the protagonist's luck in the original plot. To defy fate, one cannot rely on brute force. His goal was to cut off all foundations that would allow Li Jinchuan to rise. The family, now that the Li Corporation has collapsed, poses no threat. Kinship Li Xiujian has already been apprehended. Love Lu Chenyuan would never allow him to attain. I understand. Zhang Qi did not ask further and immediately went to execute.
After Zhang Qi left, Lu Chenyuan gazed out at Jingzhou lost in thought.
The chess piece that was Li Jinchuan was finally about to move on its own. And his target would undoubtedly be Lu Ruoxi. Perhaps this is the inertia of the plot. In the autumn sun at Jingzhou University, the sunlight was just right. Ginkgo leaves carpeted the campus paths in a golden hue. Mathematics Department Library. At a window seat, Lu Ruoxi was deeply engrossed in a complex mathematical conjecture. In front of her lay several latest journals, all in foreign languages. After a while, the pen began to fly across the draft paper rapidly. A series of complex symbols and formulas flowed from her pen, forming a rigorous and beautiful world that outsiders could not comprehend. Since arriving at Jingzhou University, she had absorbed knowledge like a sponge. Lu Chenyuan found her renowned teachers and established a laboratory for her. Here she was in her element. The previous struggles of life and the warmth and coldness of human relationships seemed to drift far away from her. Her world had become pure and simple. Only those eternal mathematical theorems shimmering with the light of wisdom remained. She immersed herself in them, even forgetting the passage of time. Until a cup of warm milk tea was gently placed beside her, she finally lifted her head. What met her gaze was Su Yang's familiar face, radiant with sunlight. Still solving difficult problems. Su Yang sat down across from her, lowering his voice. Lu Ruoxi acknowledged, picked up the milk tea and took a sip. The sweetness was just right. It was her favorite flavor. I looked at the model you sent me. There are a few areas I think can be optimized. Su Yang also took out his notebook from his backpack. The two began to discuss in hushed tones. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their youthful faces. One had a cold, focused gaze. The other had a gentle, accommodating expression. The years passed peacefully, resembling a serene painting. In another corner of the library, Li Jinchuan's gaze was fixed on the girl by the window. It was his first time in the library today. The downfall of the Li family had dealt him a tremendous blow. He lost most of his economic support, becoming a veritable fallen noble. But he was not defeated. He was fundamentally resilient, like wild grass. He intended to rely on himself to reclaim everything he had lost. As he aimlessly searched for a seat, he saw her. Just one glance and Li Jinchuan could not tear his gaze away. The girl sat quietly there. The sunlight cast a golden edge around her. Her profile was clean-cut and stubborn. In her eyes was a focus and purity that made his heart race. In that moment, Li Jinchuan's heart was struck hard. A feeling of intensity he had never experienced surged within him. It was as if an invisible thread was binding him tightly to that girl. This person he recognized. No, he should say he had seen her photo. Yi Ruoxi. No, now she should be called Lu Ruoxi, the true daughter of the Lu family. The girl his father had sent him to Anna County to approach, using the cliched script of heroes saving the beauty. It turned out she was Lu Ruoxi. A storm surged within Li Jinchuan's heart. Was it fate? At his most destitute and helpless moment, he encountered the girl he was supposed to scheme against again. A thought crazily sprouted in his mind. To possess her. He must obtain her. She is the daughter of the Lu family. She is Lu Chenyuan's biological sister. If he could obtain her, he would regain leverage against the Lu family. No, not just leverage. Li Jinchuan looked at Lu Ruoxi, his eyes becoming fervent. He had a strong intuition. This girl was the woman destined for him. He was about to rise and walk toward her. At that moment, a male student holding a cup of milk tea walked up to her. Li Jinchuan's footsteps halted. He watched as the boy naturally sat across from Lu Ruoxi. He observed them engage in intimate, quiet conversation. He noticed a soft expression on Lu Ruoxi's face that he had never seen before. An unnamed fury and jealousy instantly engulfed Li Jinchuan. Who was that man? What right did he have to sit opposite her? Li Jinchuan's fist clenched tightly under the table. He did not impulsively rush over. Instead, he coldly observed everything before him. Like a wolf lurking in the shadows watching its prey and another male nearby. He watched as they packed their bags together. He watched as they walked out of the library side by side. Li Jinchuan followed. He needed to uncover exactly who that man was. A few days later, Su Yang's phone received an encrypted email. He opened the email, which contained detailed information about Li Jinchuan, including his identity, his relationship with Li Xiujian, and the grudges between the Li and Lu families. At the end of the email there was only one sentence. This person is dangerous and may approach Lu Ruoxi with ulterior motives. Protect her well. There was no signature. But Su Yang knew who the email was from. Su Yang's heart sank. He recalled a few days ago in the library the gloomy gaze that had been fixated on him and Ruwashi. It turned out that person was Lu Chenyuan. Su Yang felt immense pressure. He understood Lu Chenyuan's intentions. It was to stop Lu Chenyuan from getting close to Lu Ruwashi. But what should he do? Directly tell Ruwashi that Lu Chenyuan is a bad person and to stay away from him. With Ruwaxi's personality, how would she react? Would she feel that he was interfering with her freedom to make friends? Would she think he did not trust her? Su Yang was conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to follow Lu Chenyuan's instructions and protect Ruwashi. On the other hand, he genuinely respected Ruwashi. He was unwilling to bind her under the guise of protection or make decisions for her. He believed in Ruwaxi's wisdom and judgment. After several days of internal struggle, Su Yang made a decision. He would not interfere. He would only protect. He believed that Lu Ruwashi could see through everything herself. What he needed to do was simply stand behind her whenever she needed it. That would be enough. Lu Chenyuan's actions were swift. He had thoroughly investigated Lu Ruwaxi's entire class schedule and the several places she frequented: the library, the laboratory, and the public lecture halls of the school. He began to create coincidences. The first was during a public mathematics class. Lu Chenyuan, a student from the finance department, sat in the mathematics classroom. Moreover, when the professor posed a tricky question, he provided an answer that, while not entirely correct, was refreshingly original. Lu Chenyuan successfully drew the attention of everyone present, including Lu Ruwashi. After class, he took the initiative to walk up to her. "Hello, classmate Lu. I am Lu Chenyuan from the finance department." He extended his hand, wearing a confident and charming smile. "I found your supplementary comments quite inspiring." Lu Ruwashi glanced at him and nodded politely. "Hello." She didn't reach out, merely responding coolly before turning to leave. Lu Chenyuan's hand awkwardly remained suspended in the air. He watched her retreating figure, his gaze not only unyielding but even more fervent. The more thorny the rose, the more it ignited his desire for conquest. The second coincidence occurred in the library, where Lu Ruwashi was researching material and Lu Chenyuan just happened to be looking up the same rare book. "What a coincidence," he said with a smile. "It seems we share the same interest in Fermat's last theorem." Lu Ruwashi responded with her usual indifferent demeanor. She waited for him to finish before picking up the book and silently walking to another spot. Throughout the entire process, there was no unnecessary exchange. The third time, the fourth time. Lu Chenyuan was like an unflagging hunter. He employed various methods to appear within Lu Ruwaxi's sight. He showcased his knowledge, wit, and a sense of shared interests with her. It must be said that Lu Chenyuan was exceptional. His brilliance was sharp and aggressive, captivating many girls. However, Lu Ruwashi remained unmoved. She was like an iceberg. No matter how hard he tried, she was merely polite, distant, and courteous. It was as if Lu Chenyuan was just an ordinary, perhaps somewhat annoying classmate. And all of this was observed by Su Yang, who silently accompanied Lu Ruwashi like a shadow every day. He watched as Lu Chenyuan courted Lu Ruwashi time and again. His heart felt as though it had toppled over a jar of mixed flavors: sour, bitter, anxious, and a hint of anger. But he held back. He restrained himself from confronting or provoking Lu Chenyuan. He simply quietly reserved a spot for Lu Ruwashi in the library. He bought her favorite milk tea and accompanied her, discussing the profound mathematical problems that sometimes left him a bit behind. Su Yang protected their world in his own way. However, his smile grew less frequent. A trace of unresolved worry appeared between his brows. And all these changes did not escape Lu Ruwaxi's notice. Who was she? She was Lu Ruwashi, a genius capable of discerning patterns from the subtlest fluctuations in data. How could she possibly be unaware of a boy's emotional changes? She knew what Su Yang was worried about. She also understood that the boy named Lu Chenyuan had ulterior motives for approaching her. She simply did not want to point it out. She was waiting. Waiting for the right moment. She also wanted to see just how long this fool Su Yang could endure. That evening the two walked home. The autumn breeze was cool. Su Yang was silent, looking heavy-hearted. When they reached the unnamed lake, Lu Ruwashi suddenly stopped. "Su Yang," she began. "Whom?" Su Yang snapped back to attention. "Have you been troubled by something lately?" Lu Ruwashi turned to look at him. Her gaze was clear and sharp, easily seeing through all his pretenses. "No," Su Yang replied, avoiding her eyes. "Is that so?" Lu Ruwaxi's lips curled into a slight arc. "Is it because of Lu Chenyuan?" She pointedly revealed the truth. Su Yang's body instantly stiffened. He hadn't expected her to be so direct. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Should he admit it or deny it? You don't need to hide it from me, Lu Ruoxi said calmly. I know who he is. I also know what he wants by approaching me. Su Yang was completely stunned. How? How did you know? Did you forget who I am? A hint of pride flickered in Lu Ruoxi's eyes. A person's behavioral patterns, gaze and micro-expressions are all data. As long as there is enough data, one can analyze their intentions. Li Jinchuan's gaze towards me is not admiration but possession. His conversations about mathematics are not out of passion but disguise. All his coincidences are filled with signs of design. This data is sufficient to form a complete chain of behavioral logic. The conclusion is that he has ulterior motives towards me. Su Yang listened in astonishment. It was the first time he realized that mathematics could be used for such analysis. Then why? Why do you still engage with him? Su Yang asked, expressing his confusion. Because I want to see how long you can hold it in. Lu Ruoxi looked at him, her gaze carrying a hint of teasing. Su Yang's face flushed deeply, realizing that she knew everything. She had been watching the drama unfold. Watching him perform a monologue of his inner struggles. A mix of embarrassment, grievance and a touch of sweetness surged within him. He stammered, unable to articulate a single word for a long time. Lu Ruoxi watched him like this, unable to help but laugh. Her laughter rippled like the surface of a lake, bright and captivating. Su Yang, she said, putting away her smile and looking at him earnestly. From the alleys of Anha County to the unnamed lake of Jingzhou University. From the pen you gave me to this cup of perfectly warm milk tea. The boy who has been by my side, who has walked into my heart, has always been you alone. Lu Ruoxi's voice was soft, yet it thundered in Su Yang's mind like a bolt of lightning. He stared blankly at her, seeing his own foolish reflection in her clear eyes. At that moment his heart seemed to skip a beat. Following was a wave of overwhelming, indescribable joy that instantly engulfed him. All the entanglements, anxieties and hesitations of these past days vanished in that instant. He understood. He understood everything. He was not alone in guarding. She was also responding to him in her own way. Ruoxi. He murmured her name, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Lu Ruoxi looked at him, her smile deepening. So don't think too much in the future. Also don't see me as so fragile. I can control my own life. I will choose my own partner. As for those unrelated people. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of coldness and determination that belied her age. I will handle it myself. Su Yan looked at the girl before him. She was no longer the frail girl who needed him to protect her at all costs. She had grown up, becoming a sturdy tree that could shield herself from the wind and rain. She was confident, strong and radiant. And he was the only one permitted to stand in the shade of her tree. Su Yang smiled. The corners of his mouth, which had been tense for days, finally lifted completely. It was a youthful, unrestrained, heartfelt smile that was bright enough to melt the entire autumn's desolation. Good. He nodded heavily. With 1,000 words it ultimately condensed into this one word. The wind by the lake stirred the girl's hair. It also unfurled the most beautiful flower in the boy's heart. At the unnamed lake, although Li Jinchuan did not witness the confession, he saw the outcome. The next day, when he coincidentally met Lu Ruoxi again in the library, Su Yang sat down beside her with ease. This time Su Yang was no longer the silent guardian. His gaze towards Li Jinchuan was calm, yet carried an undeniable declaration. It was the look of a victor. Throughout it all, Lu Ruoxi never gave Li Jinchuan an extra glance. She didn't even maintain the pretense of politeness. She chose to ignore him as if Li Jinchuan were merely a non-existent puff of air. Li Jinchuan stood there watching them discuss formulas he could not comprehend in hushed tones. The sunlight remained the scene unchanged. Only now he had become the outsider, a complete failure. He turned and left the library. There was no anger, no resentment. On his face there was an almost terrifying calm. Back at his residence, Li Jinchuan opened his computer and pulled up the profiles of Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang. He stared at the smiling faces of the two on the screen for a long time. Then he smiled, a self-deprecating, cold smile. He finally understood where he had gone wrong. His mistake lay in still believing in the ethereal concept of love. He thought that with his personal charm and fateful encounters he could move a woman. This was the most ridiculous mindset he inherited from his father Li Xiuzhen. Lu Ruoxi was not an ordinary girl. She was a mathematical genius, the sister of Lu Chenyuan. Her world was rational, pure and clearly delineated. To enter her world, it was not about vague feelings but rather about tangible values that could match hers. Su Yang had that. Not because Su Yang was inherently superior, but because he had Lu Chenyuan standing behind him. Lu Chenyuan had paved the way for them, creating an environment for mutual growth. And what did Li Jinchuan have? Nothing at all. A fallen family background, the son of a criminal. His loss was not unjust. Li Jinchuan closed the computer, leaned back in his chair and shut his eyes. He did not lose to Su Yang. He once again lost to Lu Chenyuan. That man had effortlessly destroyed all his plans without even stepping onto the field. Frustration surged within Li Jinchuan like a tide. But soon it was replaced by a stronger ambition and hatred. Since the path of love was blocked, he would take another route, one that was more direct, more bloody, and far more effective. Power. Only by wielding absolute power could he trample Lu Chenyuan underfoot. At that time, whether it was Lu Ruoshi or anything else, it would all be within his grasp. Li Jinchuan opened his eyes and the confusion within cleared away. In its place was a cold wolf-like glint. He needed a new starting point, a new pawn. 3 days later, at a high-end club in Jingzhou, an upscale salon named Future Finance was in session. Those who could enter were either rich or influential. Not heirs of wealthy families, then fresh talents from the finance sector. Li Jinchuan, dressed in a borrowed suit, stood in a corner. The invitation in his hand was found among the old belongings left by his father Li Shujian. Moreover, it had long been invalid. Yet with just a bit of trickery, Li Jinchuan easily blended in. He was like a hungry hunter surveying every person inside, searching for the prey he needed. Soon his target appeared. Qingli, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. The well-known great princess of Jingzhou. She was surrounded by a group of talented young men, yet her face was full of impatience and boredom. She was like a proud peacock, disdainful of all the flattery from those around her. A smirk formed at the corner of Li Jinchuan's mouth. She was the one. The prouder and more willful she was, the easier she would be to control. Because in her world there was only herself. As long as he satisfied her ego, he could obtain everything from her. Li Jinchuan did not rashly approach. He was waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity soon arrived. A wealthy second generation beside Qingli, in an attempt to please her, loudly discussed the recent movements in the stock market. Sister Yuanlong technology has been booming lately. The Wuju system has driven the entire industry chain and stock prices have surged several times. I invested last week and made a fortune. Indeed, anyone who doesn't buy Yuanlong stocks is simply a fool. Lu Chenyuan's moves are brilliant, akin to turning stone into gold. Surrounding voices echoed in agreement. However, Qingli's brows furrowed. The Qin family and the Mo family were direct competitors in the new energy sector. And everyone knew of the relationship between Mo Qingli and Lu Chenyuan. Praising Lu Chenyuan in front of her was akin to courting death. Just then a cold voice came from outside the crowd. A bunch of fools. The arrogant voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The crowd turned in astonishment. There stood Li Jinchuan holding a glass of champagne, slowly walking over. What did you say? The wealthy second generation who flattered her suddenly turned red in the face. I said you all only see the bait but not the fisherman behind it. Li Jinchuan's gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Qingli's face. His expression bore no flattery but rather a hint of subtle provocation. The stock prices of Yuanlong technology are a false fire. Lu Chenyuan is using a beautiful future story to overdraw market expectations, thereby hijacking the entire industry chain. Once his cash flow encounters issues, or if technology fails to deliver on time, the current revelry will turn into a stampede-like collapse. His words sounded so resolute that everyone present was stunned. They had never heard such bold statements of decline regarding Yuanlong technology. Who are you to speak nonsense here? Exactly what do you know? Li Jinchuan ignored the outcry, his eyes were solely on Qingli. Qingli waved her hand, silencing those around her. She looked at Li Jinchuan with keen interest. What is your name? Li Jinchuan, he replied calmly. The one from the Li family. Qingli's brows raised slightly. This name had recently become a taboo in the upper circles of Jingzhou. You have quite the nerve to come here. A loser has no right to talk about courage. Li Jinchuan's tone was neither servile nor arrogant. I only have the right to seek the next opportunity for a turnaround. This statement successfully pleased Qingli. She liked this unmasked ambition far more than the insincere flattery. Oh. She stepped closer, leaning towards him. Then where do you think your opportunity lies? Not at Yuanlong technology. Li Jinchuan lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. But in places that can compete with Yuanlong technology. For example, the Qin family. Qingli's pupils constricted slightly. This man was smart and very direct. He knew what she wanted to hear. Continue. The Wuju ecosystem of Lu Chenyuan seems flawless. But it has a fatal weakness, Li Jinchuan stated. It's too heavy. Research production channels, charging networks. He wants to dominate the entire industry chain. This means he requires massive and continuous financial investment. His front lines are stretched too long. As long as trouble is manufactured at a critical juncture, it can bring down his entire system. For instance, Qingya's interest grew deeper. For instance, batteries. Lu Chenyuan's eyes sparkled with wisdom. The core of new energy vehicles is battery technology. Lu Chenyuan is currently using MO family's technology. What if a battery technology that is lower in cost, superior in performance, and under the control of the Qin family emerges in the market? The Wuju ecosystem would be undermined at its foundation. Qingli felt a flicker of excitement within her. The Qin family had been struggling in the new energy sector against the MO family. Little did she expect that this fallen man before her would pinpoint the core issue. "Do you understand technology?" she asked. "I don't understand technology," Lu Chenyuan shook his head, "but I understand human nature and capital. Technology can be bought with money or people can be hired to develop it. But strategic insight and the ruthlessness to seize opportunities cannot be purchased." He looked at Qingli, speaking each word deliberately. "Miss Qin, what you need is not a technician, but a knife. A knife that can help you precisely strike at the enemy's heart." Qingli fell silent. She looked at Lu Chenyuan before her. This man was handsome, calm, and filled with ambition like a lurking beast. Though fallen, he could not hide his sharpness. Suddenly she felt that the wealthy second generations surrounding her had become tasteless flies. "You are quite interesting," Qingli finally spoke. She took a business card from her handbag and handed it to him. "Come to the Qin group to find me tomorrow afternoon." After saying this, she did not look at him again and turned away, leaving proudly amidst the astonished gazes. Lu Chenyuan looked at the business card in his hand. It bore only a gilded name and a phone number. He knew the fish had taken the bait. He tucked the card away and downed the remaining champagne in his glass. Then he turned and vanished into the bustling crowd. In the top office of Yuanshire Technology, Lu Chenyuan was having a video call with Mo Qingli discussing the details of an overseas acquisition. Lin Yuan knocked and entered, gently placing a document on the table. Soon Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli finished discussing the details and Mo Qingli prepared to end the video call. However, Lu Chenyuan gestured for Mo Qingli to wait, picking up the document. "President Lu, this is the latest information we received." The document was thin, only one page, containing intel about the financial salon tonight, along with a snapshot. In the photo, Lu Chenyuan was whispering with Qingli. "Qingli." Mo Qingli saw the photo shared by Lu Chenyuan. "It seems our old rival has found a new partner." As expected, Lu Chenyuan's expression showed no surprise. He had long anticipated that with Lu Chenyuan's fortune and means he would not remain silent for long. The Qin family was indeed a good choice. They had enough strength and motivation to be enemies with him. "He certainly knows how to pick them," Lu Chenyuan commented blandly. On the surface, Qingli appears arrogant and eager to prove herself within her family. Someone like Lu Chenyuan is just the right match for her interests. Mo Qingli analyzed. A knife aimed at the enemy's heart. Lu Chenyuan noticed a line recorded in the intel and couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Chenyuan uses the metaphor of a knife to impress Qingli. Little does he know he is merely a tool in someone else's hand. "Do you need me to do anything?" Mo Qingli asked. "No need." Lu Chenyuan shook his head. "Let him stir things up. Having an interesting opponent on the chessboard is better than a stagnant pool. Let's proceed as planned. If the Qin family wants to make a move in the battery sector, let them. It's time for the market to see what a true technological barrier looks like." After Lu Chenyuan finished speaking, a glimmer seemed to flash in his eyes. The next afternoon, Lu Chenyuan appeared on time at the entrance of the Qin group. He looked up, gazing at the towering glass facade building. This place represented the pinnacle of capital and power in Jingzhou, and it was also the new battleground for the Li family's resurgence. He adjusted his suit and walked inside. Qingya's secretary was already waiting for him downstairs. Without unnecessary pleasantries, she led him to a small conference room on the top floor. Qingli was already sitting there. She had changed out of her formal dress and was wearing a sharp business suit, her long hair tied back. Her gaze lacked the playful glint from last night, replaced only by scrutiny. "Sit." She tilted her chin, pointing to the chair across from her. Lu Chenyuan sat down calmly. "I want to see specific details of your plan." "Here." Lu Chenyuan took a thick business proposal out of his briefcase and pushed it forward. The proposal covered everything from company structure, technical roadmap, team formation to market analysis, financing plans, and even financial forecasts for the next 3 years. The proposal was clear and logically sound. A hint of surprise flickered in Qingya's eyes. She hadn't expected him to prepare so comprehensively in just one night. She flipped through the proposal quickly. Shell company, offshore registration, patent acquisition. She recited several keywords, the curve of her lips becoming more pronounced. You've thought this through well. Using an overseas company to acquire a nearly bankrupt battery technology research institute in Europe and turning their technology and patents into our own. This way we can perfectly bypass the MO family's technological barrier. Exactly. Li Jinchuan nodded. Technology can be bought, but how to use it is key. I need an initial investment of 50 million. He looked directly into Qingya's eyes. With this money we can complete the technology acquisition and the initial setup of the team. Within 6 months we will produce the first generation of products. If I give you this money, what will I get in return? Qingya closed the proposal, leaning back in her chair. An opportunity. Li Jinchuan said, an opportunity to compete head-to-head with Lu Chenyuan and the MO family in the new energy sector. Also there's me. That's not much of a concern for me. She turned around, but I never engage in a losing deal. I need to see your value, not just on paper. Next Friday there will be an academic lecture at Qingzhou University. Professor Malcolm, a nominee for the Fields Medal, will talk about the application of stochastic differential equations in financial models. Qingya suddenly mentioned a completely unrelated topic. I know. Li Jinchuan nodded. I will attend. Qingya said, I hope to see your performance there. This is a test. Li Jinchuan instantly understood. She wanted to see for herself just how sharp this knife really was. All right. He agreed readily. You may leave now. Qingya dismissed him. Li Jinchuan did not linger and left. When he walked out of the Qin building and looked back, his expression had completely changed. No longer did he gaze up in awe, he was now scrutinizing a tool he was about to possess. A week quickly passed. Professor Malcolm's lecture was held in the largest auditorium at Qingzhou University. The auditorium was packed. Attendees included not only students from the mathematics and finance departments but also many industry professionals who had heard the news. Lu Ruoshi and Su Yang sat in the front row. For Lu Ruoshi this was a rare academic feast. Meanwhile Li Jinchuan sat in the back half of the classroom. Next to him an empty seat was soon filled by a figure. Qingya, wearing sunglasses, sat down discreetly. Don't disappoint me, she whispered in his ear. Li Jinchuan's back stiffened slightly. Soon the lecture began. Professor Malcolm began writing a series of complex formulas on the whiteboard in heavily accented English. The only sound in the auditorium was the scratching of pens on paper. Most people were already lost in confusion. Only a few, like Lu Ruoshi, had bright eyes closely following the professor's thoughts. An hour and a half later the lecture concluded and moved into the QA session. Several students and industry professionals posed their questions. The professor answered each one. Just as the host was about to announce the end, a hand shot up in the front row. It was Lu Ruoshi. She took the microphone and stood up. All eyes in the room focused on her. Hello, Professor. Her voice was calm. Regarding your earlier mention about pricing derivatives with jump processes using the arbitrage principle, I would like to ask, if we apply this model in a high-frequency trading, non-fully saturated market environment, how can we adjust the model to avoid the systemic bias in pricing results caused by phantom volatility? This question caused an uproar in the audience. Too cutting edge. Also too obscure. It had exceeded the textbook scope and was a hotly debated issue in the current academic community. Professor Malcolm's face also showed a look of appreciation. That's a very good question. He was about to elaborate. But Lu Ruoshi interrupted him. Sorry, Professor. Her gaze for the first time crossed the crowd and landed directly on Li Jinchuan in the back row. Perhaps this question could be answered by our finance department's prodigy Li Jinchuan. Lu Ruoxi's words were like a deep water bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of chaos. Li Jinchuan's body instantly stiffened, blood rushing to his head with a thundering sound. He did not expect Lu Ruoshi to declare war on him in such a manner in this public setting. She was not asking a question, she was executing a sentence. In front of hundreds of teachers and students, in front of the world's top scholars, and in front of Qingli beside him. She had set a trap, one that he knew was a trap but could not refuse. Su Yang looked at Lu Ruoxi's cold profile, feeling a mixed sensation of shock and concern rising within him. He now understood this was her counterattack. Subtle yet overwhelmingly powerful. With her weapon on her battlefield, she was boldly nailing her opponent to the pillar of shame. Qingya took off her sunglasses, a cruel yet intriguing smile playing on her lips as she watched Li Jinchuan with interest. She wanted to see how he would respond to this public execution. Li Jinchuan took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He could not retreat. If he did, he would be worthless in front of Qingya. This question is quite interesting. He forced himself to remain calm, even managing a confident smile as if it were an honor to be called out. He began to speak fluently.
He avoided the core mathematical principles of the question, attempting to package a concept he did not understand with familiar financial terms and market examples. He spoke quickly and smoothly. The terms he cited were increasingly sophisticated. Some clueless students even showed expressions of admiration. But Lu Ruoshi simply listened quietly. After he finished speaking, she took the microphone again.
Thank you for your response. Her tone remained entirely unruffled.
However, there are 3 critical logical errors in your answer. Then Lu Ruoshi listed Li Jinchuan's fatal mistakes one by one.
With each point Lu Ruoshi made Li Jinchuan's face turned paler.
Finally, she calmly concluded, everything you said is merely a castle built on sand. It may seem magnificent, but as soon as the waves come it collapses with a touch.
After finishing, she put down the microphone and sat back down. The entire room fell into a deathly silence.
The next moment Professor Malcolm led the applause, and then a thunderous applause erupted throughout the room. Li Jinchuan still stood there stiffly, his complexion shifting from green to white, ultimately turning to a dead gray. He felt as though he had been stripped bare and thrown into the center of a square surrounded by onlookers. All the applause around him transformed into a merciless mockery of his ignorance and arrogance. He looked at Lu Ruoshi, who had already sat down, whispering something to Su Yang beside her.
She didn't even glance at him again.
It was as if he was merely a piece of scrap paper tossed into the wastebasket after she solved a difficult problem filled with incorrect answers.
An unprecedented sense of humiliation and anger engulfed Li Jinchuan.
He slowly sat down. Qingli leaned closer. That was a brutal defeat, her voice carried a hint of glee.
She didn't just win against you, she executed you publicly. Li Jinchuan said nothing, his fists clenched tightly under the table.
However, Qingli shifted, her tone excitement evident in her voice. I admire the courage you showed when you stood up, and I also like the hatred in your eyes right now. I despise cowards more than I despise failures.
She stood up, put her sunglasses back on. I'll wait for you outside.
After she finished, she walked away in her high heels, leaving behind a stylish yet cold silhouette. Li Jinchuan remained seated until everyone had left, and only he was left in the classroom before he slowly got up. He looked at the empty podium at the spot where Lu Ruoshi had sat. His eyes no longer held the previous anger and hatred. What took its place was a deeper, colder and more obsessive desire for possession. He had thought that wanting her was for revenge against Lu Chenyuan, to cling to the wealthy. Now he understood. He wanted to possess her, to conquer, to wash away all the humiliation he had suffered here today. He wanted her to pay for what she had done today. He wanted her one day to shed all her coldness and pride, willingly bow to him. This thought, like a black seed, took root and sprouted wildly in his heart, drawing nourishment from his humiliation. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoshi and Su Yan walked along the tree-lined path on campus.
You were amazing today, Su Yang exclaimed sincerely.
I just dislike people pretending to understand things they don't. In front of me, Lu Ruoshi replied calmly. To her, this was not a big deal at all. Li Jinchuan's appearance was like an annoying program that kept throwing errors. She merely used the most effective means to fix him, or rather to format him. He won't let this go easily, Su Yang expressed concern.
I know, Lu Ruoshi nodded.
But he won't bother me with such foolish methods anymore. She had already shown her attitude and bottom line. If Li Jinchuan wanted to entangle her, he would have to find another way that she could not crush intellectually. Such as power or capital. And that was not her battlefield. That was her brother Lu Chenyuan's battlefield.
Let's go back to the lab.
There are still a few parameters from last week's model that need optimization. She quickened her pace. Compared to those eternal mathematical theorems, Li Jinchuan was merely an insignificant interlude. Xinya's car was parked not far from the school gate.
Li Jinchuan opened the door and got in.
Have you thought about how to turn the tables? Xinya started the car without looking at him. I have. Li Jinchuan's voice regained its icy calm. Since I can't defeat her in the ivory tower of the school, I will defeat her brother in the real world. As long as Lu Chenyuan falls, her ivory tower built with money and power will naturally collapse as well.
Xinya laughed joyfully upon hearing this.
Very good.
I like this plan.
She took out a black bank card from her handbag and tossed it to him. This contains the 50 million you asked for. Register the company as soon as possible. I want to see the sign of Qin's new energy hanging within a month. Li Jinchuan received the card, which felt light yet heavy. Thank you, he said quietly. No need to thank me. Xinya kept her eyes on the road, but her lips curled into an enigmatic smile. I just suddenly find this game becoming interesting.
Lu Ruoshi, Lu Chenyuan.
I am quite looking forward to the surprises you two siblings can bring me. Her face displayed an excitement that seemed to crave chaos. Li Jinchuan gazed out at the rapidly retreating street scenery. He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer that destitute man with nothing to his name. He had a new identity, new capital.
Qin's new energy. This was Lu Chenyuan's new starting point. Time flowed by and a school year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ruoxi advanced to her sophomore year. Su Yang as Lu Ruox's follower and pursuer did not fall behind her. Lu Chenyuan had disappeared from the public eye for a long time. The Qin's new energy that he established with Qingli had not stirred any waves in the past year. It was as if the 50 million in startup funds and the humiliation from that lecture had been washed away with time. Yet Lu Chenyuan knew that it was a wolf lying in wait. He was merely waiting to sharpen his claws. The landscape of the business world in Jingzhou was also quietly changing. Under Lu Chenyuan's control, the Lu Group completed its internal integration and stock prices steadily rebounded. Yuanlong technology emerged like a colossal beast. The Wuzhou intelligent driving system had monopolized half of the summer country's new energy vehicle market. Yuanlong Technology's own Wuzhou superfactory for new energy vehicle manufacturing had also completed its preparatory work and was about to launch. Under Mo Qingli's leadership, the Mo Group developed at a rapid pace. Whether it was the dominance of the Zhulong battery system in the new energy field or the Mo Group's materials sector expanding beyond countrywide, this old aristocratic family rejuvenated itself in cutting-edge fields. As for the Qin Group, it seemed that there had been no significant changes due to Lu Chenyuan's involvement. However, international giants had quietly established a presence in Jingzhou. This year, Lu Ruox's name began to frequently appear in the international mathematics community. It was as if she had unlocked a shackle and her talent was released without reservation. Putnam Mathematical Competition Special Award. International Collegiate Mathematical Model Competition Special Award. She conquered and pillaged in the most prestigious academic halls. The girl who once had to work to earn tuition in Anha County had now reached the pinnacle among her peers. She became more confident and focused. Her world was so pure, filled only with beautiful formulas and theorems. Meanwhile, Su Yang also fulfilled his potential. Lu Chenyuan invested in an independent laboratory within Jingzhou University for him and Lu Ruoxi. Affiliated with the computer science and mathematics departments. All funding, equipment and personnel were provided by Yuanlong Technology. Su Yang became the chief researcher of this laboratory named Pangu. He demonstrated an almost terrifying intuition and creativity in the field of computer science. On this day, cheers erupted in the Pangu laboratory. We did it. The model ran successfully. Oh my god, Su Yang, you are a genius. Su Yang looked at the perfectly converging curve on the screen and revealed a relieved smile. He accomplished it. He led the team working tirelessly for months without sleep. Finally, they developed a completely new natural language processing model based on deep residual networks and attention mechanisms. He named this model Nuwa. Lu Ruoxi walked over. She glanced at the data on the screen and a hint of approval flashed in her eyes. A beautiful model, she said. Its semantic understanding ability surpasses all publicly available models on the market by an order of magnitude. But Su Yang's brows furrowed again. Its computational power consumption is terrifying. He pointed at the monitoring data on another screen. We use 30% of the school's supercomputing center's resources just to barely complete one full training session. One training session costs hundreds of thousands. This is simply not commercially viable. The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly shifted from jubilation to gravity. A model that cannot be applied in practice, no matter how advanced, is just an expensive toy. Where is the problem? Lu Ruoxi asked. CPU, Su Yang answered bluntly. Our current computing architecture is CPU-centric. It excels at logical control but is not suited for large-scale parallel floating point calculations. The parameter count of the Nuwa model is too massive. Each training session is like asking a logician to perform hundreds of millions of simple addition and subtraction operations. The efficiency is too low. Su Yang felt a bit dejected, as if he had climbed to a peak only to find that a vast sky lay beyond it. Yuanlong Technology top-level office. Lu Chenyuan looked at the report submitted by Lin Yuan from the Pangu laboratory. At the end of the report was Su Yang's handwritten signature and the difficulties he faced. Computational power bottleneck. A faint smile crept at the corner of Lu Chenyuan's mouth. History has a way of being eerily similar. He knew the solution, of course. GPU. Graphics Processing Unit. In the world before his crossing, it was the small chip born for video games that unexpectedly opened the golden age of artificial intelligence a decade later. It possesses thousands of cores specifically designed for handling large-scale parallel computations. Using it to run deep learning models is like finding the most fitting key. He could tell Su Yang this answer right now. This would save him and Yuanlong Technology at least 3 to 5 years of exploration time, allowing the Nuwa model to arrive in this world ahead of time. However, Lu Chenyuan's fingers gently tapped on the table. He fell into deep thought. Giving someone a fish is not as good as teaching them to fish.
If he directly provided the answer, Su Yang and his team would lose the most precious opportunity to independently solve top-level design challenges. This would hinder their future growth.
The advancement of technology is not just a flash of inspiration.
More importantly, it is the process of continuous trial and error, constantly hitting walls and ultimately finding the right path.
This process itself is the most valuable asset. After careful consideration, Lu Chenyuan made a decision. He would not intervene. At least not now.
He picked up the phone and contacted Lin Yuan.
Tell Su Yang that I have seen his report. The Yuan model is very valuable. Yuanlong technology will fully support it.
Let him not worry about the money and boldly experiment. Additionally, sign him up for this year's World Artificial Intelligence Competition WAIC. Let him and his team experience the world's top level.
Yes, Mr. Lu. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chenyuan looked out the window.
He believed in Su Yang's potential. What he wanted was not a technician who merely followed orders, but a true scientist who could stand alongside him to carve out an era.
Sometimes the best help is not to help at all.
Just provide a sufficiently broad stage and unlimited capital for trial and error. Then quietly waiting for the seed to break through the soil on its own.
In autumn, the ginkgo trees at Qingzhou University turned yellow.
Lu Mengling's life became simple yet fulfilling as she resumed her role as a lecturer at the School of Fine Arts. The 2 decades of blankness did not dull her talent, instead, like aged wine, it deepened her understanding of art and life. Her classes were very popular. She was no longer the sorrowful Madame Lu trapped in a wealthy household. She had returned to being Lu Mengling.
The confident and graceful Lu Mengling who shone in front of the easel.
As she rediscovered herself, she cautiously attempted to get closer to her daughter. Although Lu Mengling and Lu Ruoxi were in the same campus, she was very discreet.
She never disturbed Lu Ruox's studies and experiments.
Every day she calculated the right time and waited on the road for Lu Ruoxi to return to her dormitory holding a thermos lunchbox.
Ruoxi, here's some freshly made soup for you to take back and enjoy. Ruoxi, I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs today.
Ruoxi, don't tire yourself too much, take care of your health. Her words were few each time she simply handed over the lunchbox with a few reminders before leaving, like any ordinary mother caring for her daughter. At first, Lu Ruoxi resisted.
She would politely but distantly refuse. Thank you, but I'll eat in the cafeteria. Lu Mengling did not insist. She would smile and say, that's fine, then I'll eat it myself.
And the next day she would still appear on time.
Rain or shine. Gradually Lu Ruoxi no longer refused.
She would silently accept the always warm lunchbox and then softly say thank you.
Later she would add, after receiving the lunchbox, you should rest early too.
Such a small step, akin to a snail's crawl towards closeness. Lu Mengling persisted for a whole year. In the most clumsy yet sincere way, she gradually melted the iceberg in her daughter's heart. She understood that beneath that iceberg lay 18 years of grievances and hurt. She did not expect immediate forgiveness. She only wanted her daughter to know that in this world there was someone who loved her clumsily. On that day, Su Yang's mother came from Anha County to see him. She also brought some news for Lu Ruoxi, some news about her adoptive mother Zhang Xuelan.
That woman. Su Yang's mother sighed.
Since your brother gave her that money, she sold the old house and bought a new apartment in the county. She hasn't remarried or worked and spends her days playing mahjong and shopping.
Her life seems to be quite comfortable.
Lu Ruoxi listened quietly. She hasn't tried to contact you again, has she?
Su's mother asked cautiously.
No, Lu Ruoxi shook her head.
That's good, that's good. Su's mother sighed in relief. Actually.
She hesitated but still spoke up. Ruoxi, did you ever call her before?
Lu Ruox's gaze shifted slightly. That was when she had just arrived at Qingzhou and had received the first allowance from Lu Chenyuan.
She hesitated for a long time and eventually dialed that familiar number. She did not know what she wanted to say or even what she was doing. Perhaps she just wanted to put an end to it. But the call went unanswered. Later, when I ran into her, I asked about it, Su's mother said. She said she saw the caller ID. It was a number from Qingzhou. She knew it was you. But she didn't dare to answer. She said she felt ashamed to pick up your call. In her life, the person she felt most sorry for is you. She said she was a jerk, a terrible person unworthy of being your mother. Holding on to the money your brother gave her, she felt guilty. So she didn't want to disturb you anymore. Su Yang's mother relayed these words to Lu Ruoxi. After listening, Lu Ruoxi remained silent for a long time. She did not cry, nor did she have any intense emotions. It was just that something in her clear eyes finally let go.
I understand, thank you, Auntie, she said. After that day she no longer thought about that home in Anha County. That so-called home filled with scolding arguments and endless labor. Along with the person Zhang Suilan, she sealed them both deep into the corners of her memory like a book that has been flipped through and will never be read again. The past had finally completely passed. As night fell and the lights came on, Lu Ruoxi finished a day of experiments and walked out of the lab. The late autumn wind carried a chill. She tightened her coat and walked towards the dormitory. When she reached the familiar ginkgo grove below the building, she stopped. That familiar figure was standing under the streetlight holding a thermos lunchbox. The light elongated her shadow, making her appear even more fragile than usual. It was Lu Mengling. Upon seeing Lu Ruoxi, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. She quickly walked over. "Ruoxi, I'd made chicken soup today, take it back and drink it while it's hot." As she spoke, she reached out to hand over the lunchbox. Lu Ruoxi did not take it. She just quietly watched the woman before her, observing the fine lines at her eyes and the few strands of silver in her hair. She remembered what Su Yang's mother had said. She thought of Zhang Suilan. One had given her life but never raised her. The other had raised her but never loved her. The woman before her was clumsily trying to make up for 18 years of lost love. Suddenly she felt a bit weary. And a bit relieved. Lu Mengling noticed her refusal to take the lunchbox and her smile froze slightly. A trace of disappointment and unease flashed in her eyes. "Do you not like it? Then I'll." "Mom." Lu Ruoxi suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft, but it sounded like thunder resonating in Lu Mengling's ears. Lu Mengling's body instantly froze. She stared blankly at Lu Ruoxi, thinking she had misheard. She called me what? I can't finish it on my own." Lu Ruoxi's gaze did not waver, it was clear and calm. She looked at Lu Mengling and clearly said, "Come in and eat together." Boom. Lu Mengling's mind went blank. All sounds and images faded away at that moment. In her world, only her daughter's words echoed repeatedly. "Come and eat together. Come and eat together." Tears streamed down her face without warning. She covered her mouth, not wanting to cry out loud. But the overwhelming surging joy mixed with years of grievances and sorrow could not be contained. She felt like a traveler who had wandered in darkness for far too long. Finally she saw the light. And at last she had waited for that door to open for her. She nodded vigorously, unable to say a word. Watching her like this, the long-frozen hard fortress in Lu Ruoxi's heart finally melted a corner. She reached out her hand and for the first time proactively took the heavy warm lunchbox from Lu Mengling's trembling hands. "Let's go," she said, and then turned to walk towards the brightly lit staff building. Lu Mengling wiped her tears and hurriedly followed. Lu Mengling's steps were lighter than ever, as if she had shed a burden she had carried for a lifetime. That autumn night in the staff building of Jingzhou University, a light shone for a long time. Under the light was a bowl of steaming chicken soup and a new beginning that had arrived 18 years late. The expansion of Yuanshan technology is unstoppable. The Wuzhu system is like a gluttonous giant snake devouring market shares both domestically and internationally. Artificial intelligence, biomedical technology, new materials. The pieces laid out by Lu Chenyuan began to take effect one by one. His business territory expanded at a terrifying speed. With this came invisible pressure and lurking opponents. Every day countless data and reports piled up on his desk. Every decision could influence the future direction of an industry. He was like a king standing atop a mountain, lonely yet clear-headed. But returning to the penthouse of Yunding, no. Everything would change. Here it is, his other world, a soft warm world filled with the essence of life that only a few can step into. Mo Qingli became a regular visitor here. Initially she only came occasionally to discuss some business collaborations with him. After returning from country Y with a broken leg, Lu Chenyuan had Mo Qingli by the apartment downstairs to take care of him. However, after Lu Chenyuan's leg healed, Mo Qingli mostly returned to live with the Mo family. But later she began to habitually drive here after finishing work each day. She would take off her high heels and change into comfortable slippers. She would shed the armor of the Mo family queen and lazily nestle into the sofa, no longer merely holding the financial reports of the Mo group. Instead, it would also include detailed information about Lu Chenyuan's opponents or potential threats. This guy named Vincent, a Wall Street wolf, has recently been maliciously shorting several of our suppliers. His methods are quite crafty, specifically targeting those with weak cash flow. Mo Qingli pointed to a photo of a blonde man on the tablet, her voice cold yet laced with concern. His intention is to disrupt our supply chain and slow down the production schedule of the Wuzhu vehicles. The rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Lu Chenyuan, wearing a simple apron, was handling a piece of top-quality beef brisket. His knife skills were excellent, steady, precise, and swift. Lu Chenyuan fulfilled his promise made when his leg first healed, cooking for Mo Qingli. I've been watching him for a long time.
His methods are nothing to worry about, just a fly that smells blood. Lu Chenyuan's voice came from the kitchen, softened by the aroma of the food. I've had Lin Yuan prepare a gift that will be delivered to him in a couple of days.
Qingli did not ask further. She trusted Lu Chenyuan's judgment and methods.
She put down the tablet and casually walked to the bar in the open kitchen, watching him skillfully blanch the beef brisket, placing it into a clay pot with spices and a secret sauce. His movements were fluid, resembling not a domineering CEO of a 100 billion empire but rather a seasoned chef immersed in the culinary arts.
"What are you making today?" she asked curiously.
"Tomato braised beef brisket," Lu Chenyuan replied, "a recipe taught to me by an old lady.
She said it was her family's heirloom dish that brings happiness."
Qingli gazed at his focused profile, her heart stirring slightly. She realized she was growing increasingly fond of watching him cook. This man outside is the decisive Lu, strategizing and commanding. Yet at home he washes his hands to cook a bowl of earthly flavors for her. This contrast captivated her more than any sweet words could.
With the expansion of Lu Chenyuan's business territory, he returned home later and later. Qingli noticed this and felt a subtle impulse in her heart.
However, after several attempts at cooking that nearly ruined Lu Chenyuan's expensive kitchenware and almost set the kitchen on fire, Qingli realized that even an omnipotent queen has her blind spots.
Since then, Lu Chenyuan officially took over the kitchen. Qingli also enjoyed his feeding without any guilt.
Lu Chenyuan's culinary skills were truly a delightful surprise. He could always create dishes that were unfamiliar yet extraordinarily delicious. Once he made a dish called digua chicken.
Using a large iron pot, the flatbread was stuck to the sides while the chicken simmered below.
That rugged, bold and steaming way of eating brought her a wealthy young lady who had been educated in top dining etiquette since childhood, an unprecedented sense of novelty and joy. Another time he made sour soup fish from the southwestern mountains. The tangy and appetizing flavor made her devour 3 bowls of rice. And there were far more than these: what steamed chicken, blood rice, duck and earthworm jelly, many dishes Qingli had never heard of before. Lu Chenyuan surprisingly knew how to make. She discovered that Lu Chenyuan was like a treasure. You would never know how many unknown sides he had.
She was increasingly enjoying this feeling.
Outside they were allies, fighting side by side, exuding powerful presence.
Here they shed all their glamour and were just an ordinary young couple.
In the midst of fierce business battles, they found a moment of spiritual tranquility. This stable and warm relationship gave her immense peace of mind.
That night, just as Lu Chenyuan finished braising the beef brisket, his personal phone rang.
It was Rin Xian.
"Mr.
Lu, sorry to disturb you so late." Rin Xian's voice carried a hint of urgency.
"I just received an urgent acquisition proposal from North America's Starlink company.
They require us to provide a clear response before the U.S.
stock market opens tomorrow morning.
This proposal involves our future global communication strategy, and I need to report it to you in person immediately."
Lu Chenyuan glanced at the wall clock. It was 9 o'clock in the evening.
He paused for a moment.
The yet.There.
One apartment was his private domain. Except for Lin Yuan and Zhang Qi, who had come for special reasons, he had never allowed any company subordinates to step inside.
Especially not Rin Xian.
He was well aware of his old classmates' feelings. Because of this, he needed to maintain distance. Any unnecessary private contact was an irresponsible ambiguity that could lead to harm.
However, tonight's situation was indeed special. The Starlink proposal was crucial and he had to review it personally. Lu Chenyuan glanced at Qingli, who was reading in the living room.
A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps this was also an opportunity, a chance to cut through the chaos swiftly.
"Call me when you reach the entrance of yet.There. 1.
Okay, Mr.
Lu." After hanging up, Qingli looked up at him.
"Is there urgent work?"
"Yes, Rin Xian is bringing over an urgent document," Lu Chenyuan replied calmly.
Qingli was highly perceptive. She immediately sensed something unusual from Lu Chenyuan's overly calm tone. She smiled, said nothing, and continued to read, seemingly unconcerned.
Half an hour later, Rin Xian stood in the elevator of yet.There. 1.
The elevator ascended smoothly, but her heartbeat was accelerating uncontrollably. She had been to Lu Chenyuan's office in the Lu Group countless times. At Yuanlong Technology, she was even more of a regular in Lu Chenyuan's office. In fact, Rin Xian had even been to Lu Chenyuan's family home, the Lu family manor, before. However, today was her first time visiting his private residence here. She adjusted her professional attire and took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Today she was just here to report on work. She couldn't have any unnecessary thoughts. The elevator doors opened. She walked up to the closed door and dialed Lu Chenyuan's phone number. The door opened quickly. It was Lu Chenyuan who answered.
He wasn't wearing a suit but rather a simple grey home outfit. He appeared less distant and imposing, more relaxed and approachable. Ren Qian's heart skipped a beat.
Come in. Lu Chenyuan stepped aside to let her in. Ren Qian changed her shoes and walked inside.
Upon entering, she was enveloped by a rich warm aroma of food.
Then she saw it.
On the sofa in the living room sat a woman.
The woman was wearing a silk robe, her long hair casually draped.
She was looking up towards the door.
That face was all too familiar to Ren Qian. It was Qingli, the queen of the Mo group. Why was she here?
And in a robe in his home. Although everyone knew that Yuanlong Technology and the Mo group had a close relationship, weren't they just strategic partners? How could it be like this? Ren Qian's mind went blank in an instant. The folder she was tightly gripping almost fell to the ground.
For years she had harbored a fantasy. She knew Lu Chenyuan did not belong to her. But she stubbornly believed that Lu Chenyuan did not belong to any woman.
He was like the moon in the sky, cold and lofty. Everyone could look up to him but no one could possess him.
Thus she could feel justified in being by his side as his most capable subordinate and closest comrade. She thought she was the star closest to the moon. But today, she saw with her own eyes that the moon had long since fallen into someone else's embrace, becoming someone else's warmth of life.
Hello, General Ren. Qingli stood up and smiled gently at her.
That smile was elegant, composed, and carried an undeniable aura of a hostess. At this moment Ren Qian completely understood. This was not a coincidence. And she was an intruder.
An untimely outsider.
Have a seat. Lu Chenyuan gestured towards a chair in the dining area, his tone as natural as if he were merely entertaining an ordinary colleague. The beef brisket is ready, let's eat together.
No thank you, General Lu. Ren Qian's voice was a bit dry.
She forced herself to maintain her last bit of professionalism. She walked to the dining table and opened the folder.
This is the acquisition proposal for Qingli and you need to make a decision soon.
She reported the core points with the fastest speed and the most concise language.
Throughout the process she didn't dare to look at Lu Chenyuan, let alone Qingli.
She felt like a clumsy clown performing a ridiculous act at a feast that did not belong to her.
Report complete. I understand. Lu Chenyuan nodded.
I won't disturb your meal any longer.
Ren Qian immediately said, not wanting to stay a second longer. I'll see you off, Lu Chenyuan said. No need, General Lu. Ren Qian almost fled, turning around and quickly walking out the door.
She did not look back. She was afraid that if she did the tears would fall. The door closed.
The apartment fell silent. Lu Chenyuan returned to the dining table. Qingli was leisurely serving herself a bowl of beef brisket soup. She blew on the steam and took a gentle sip.
Then she looked up at Lu Chenyuan, a faint smile on her lips.
Lu Chenyuan. You did this on purpose.
It was a statement.
Lu Chenyuan did not deny it.
He picked up a bowl and served himself some soup. Some things are better dealt with quickly than slowly, he said calmly. If I told her directly, she wouldn't believe it and would only think it's an excuse. Let her see it with her own eyes, then she will completely give up. This is the best way for her. His tone was rational, calm, and even somewhat cold. But it was also so sincere that it was hard to refute.
Qingli looked at him. This man always operated this way. He planned thoroughly before acting, striking at the root.
He used the most effective methods to solve all problems, including emotional ones. In her heart there was both a sliver of admiration and a hint of annoyance. She admired his decisive handling of matters, not dragging things out, giving the other woman the clearest rejection while providing her with the utmost sense of security. But she was annoyed that he used her as a shield.
So am I the knife that cuts off your romantic entanglements? Qingli raised an eyebrow. Lu Chenyuan caught the playful tone in her voice.
He hurriedly put down his bowl, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender.
I was wrong. My apologies, Your Majesty. Please punish me.
Put.
Qingli was amused by his demeanor.
She shot him a glance, a look full of charm.
Eat your meal.
Watching Lu Chenyuan's more humble side, Qingli suddenly felt that this version of Lu Chenyuan was more real and endearing than the always calm and composed business tycoon.
A small storm dissipated in this steaming bowl of beef brisket soup. Ren Qian didn't know how she walked out of that building.
Her mind was in chaos.
Lu Chenyuan in his home outfit, Qingli smile in her robe.
Scene after scene cutting at her heart like knives. She thought she had hidden it well. She thought they were the best partners, the most tacit comrades. It turned out everything was just her one-sided wish.
He knew everything.
That's why he chose to tell her the answer in such a way, dignified yet cruel.
Ren Qian walked to a secluded bench in the community and sat down. The autumn night wind was very cool. It blew on her face like a cold blade. She could no longer hold it in. She hugged herself, buried her head in her knees, and cried out loud. All the grievances, unwillingness, and despair that had been suppressed for nearly 10 years erupted completely at that moment. She cried her heart out like a lost child. She didn't know how long she cried. Until her throat was hoarse and her body was cold. Slowly she raised her head, her red eyes filled with tears and bewilderment. At that moment a warm suit jacket was gently draped over her shoulders. Ren Qian stiffened and turned around suddenly. She saw Lin Yuan standing right behind her. He was holding a bottle of warm mineral water. He didn't say anything, just quietly watched her. Under the streetlight his gaze was gentle yet filled with concern. "Senior, drink some water." Lin Yuan unscrewed the cap of a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. The water was warm. Clearly he had kept it in his arms all along. Ren Qian looked at him, at this junior who was 2 years younger than her. Since their university days he had always been like this. Cautious, practical, reliable. Always standing behind Lu Chenyuan, handling the most complicated affairs without complaint. And always the first to appear when she needed help. She took the water, holding it tightly in her hand. That perfectly fitting warmth seeped into her cold, stiff body little by little. "Thank you." Her voice was extremely hoarse. "General Lu is worried about you." Lin Yuan found the least awkward reason for her. Lin Yuan did not speak. In fact, he himself was in the office of Yuanlong Technology, feeling restless after receiving that brief phone call from Lu Chenyuan. "Ren Qian came to see me." With just a single sentence Lin Yuan guessed the gist of it. He knew that there was another mistress in President Lu's apartment. He also knew about senior sister Ren Qian and the hidden feelings she had kept for nearly 10 years. Thus he almost immediately set aside his work and drove over. He did not go upstairs but found a discreet corner downstairs, waiting silently. He did not know what he could do, nor did he even know what he wanted to do. Perhaps he just wanted to confirm that she could leave safely. Then he saw her come out in a daze, sitting on a bench and crying like a child. At that moment Lin Yuan's heart felt as if it were tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The pain was so intense that he could hardly breathe. "Let me take you home." Lin Yuan's voice was soft, afraid of startling her. Ren Qian did not refuse. She truly had no strength left to think or to drive. Her mind was a blank. The ride home was very quiet. Ren Qian leaned against the passenger seat, eyes closed with tears still clinging to her long eyelashes. Lin Yuan drove steadily. From time to time his gaze would shift to her, quietly observing her. In his eyes there was pain, worry, and a strong emotion that he dared not even delve into. He liked Ren Qian. From the first time he saw her in the project group at university he was drawn to her. She was so radiant, so capable, like a flame that would never extinguish. However, he soon realized that the brilliance of this flame always followed another person, Lu Chenyuan. Lin Yuan resolutely cut off this budding affection, burying it deep within his heart. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and Lu Chenyuan. Therefore he chose to be the most loyal follower, the most reliable comrade. He watched her turn herself into the sharpest sword for Lu Chenyuan, cutting through all obstacles. He also watched himself become a spinning top with no private life in order to follow Lu Chenyuan. Later a girl named Qin Shanshan barged into his life. The girl was very proactive and beautiful. She said she liked his maturity and steadiness. At that time Lin Yuan was being urged by his mother to date, and he thought that perhaps he should start a new relationship to completely bury the past. Thus he unwittingly agreed. They got together. But Lin Yuan knew that it was not love. He was too busy. As Lu Chenyuan's special assistant and later the CEO of Yuanlong Technology, his time was divided into countless fragments with none belonging to himself. He had no time for dates, no time for movies, and not even time to have a good meal with Qin Shanshan. All he could offer was money. Designer bags, luxury goods, and regular transfers. He used this method to make up for his shortcomings. He also knew that this relationship was quite abnormal. Qin Shanshan always treated him with a kind of vague indifference. Her attitude towards his mother was not exactly warm either. Lin Yuan was not a fool, he could feel it. But he always attributed the reasons to himself. It was because he spent too little time with her. It was because he was not romantic enough. But tonight, when he saw Ren Qian crying on the bench, a thought suddenly surfaced clearly from the depths of Lin Yuan's heart. After all these years he had never forgotten this senior sister. When Ren Qian cried his heart would ache. Yet no matter what Qin Shanshan did, it seemed unable to stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. As this thought arose, an overwhelming sense of guilt also engulfed him. Lin Yuan felt like he was not human, akin to a beast. He had a girlfriend. Yet he was still thinking of another woman. The car stopped at the foot of Ren Qian's apartment building.
"We're here," Lin Yuan said softly. Ren Qian opened her eyes. The confusion in her gaze had faded somewhat, leaving only endless fatigue.
"Thank you for today."
She unbuckled her seatbelt.
Senior sister Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. "Don't think too much. Get some rest early."
Ren Qian glanced at him, nodded, pushed the car door open and got out.
Lin Yuan did not leave immediately.
He watched Ren Qian walk into the corridor, watched as the lights on her floor turned on before silently turning the car around and disappearing into the night.
Returning to his apartment, Lin Yuan took off his coat and threw himself heavily onto the sofa. He took out his phone, staring at Chen Shanshan's contact photo. He wanted to ask her where she was and what she was doing. But after typing a few words, he deleted them all. He did not know what to say.
He suddenly felt that perhaps he did not care so much about the answer. He closed his eyes, yet the image of Ren Qian's crying face and her helplessness while tightly clutching that bottle of warm water floated in his mind. He discovered that the feelings he had buried long ago had already taken root in his heart, growing into a towering tree. In the days following the breakup, Ren Qian went about her work and life as if nothing had happened. The COO of Yuanlong Technology remained the same decisive and commanding queen. Her relationship with Lu Chenyuan also reverted to a purely professional one.
Meetings, reports, discussions.
No one could tell that just days ago she had experienced the conclusion of a grand crush that had lasted for 10 years. Only she knew that a certain part of her heart felt empty. Yet at the same time it seemed as if she had laid down a heavy burden. She no longer needed to chase that unreachable light. She could return to being herself. Lin Yuan's appearance that night was like a stone tossed into her heart's lake, which had been stagnant. She began to subconsciously observe Lin Yuan, the man she had always regarded as a reliable junior and capable colleague. He would habitually prepare a cup of warm water for her during meetings.
When discussing issues, he was focused and logical. Though serious when facing subordinates, he was fair.
The gaze he directed towards her always carried a careful tenderness that she had never noticed before.
Those involved are often the most confused. Outsiders see clearly. Ren Qian chuckled self-deprecatingly in her heart.
For so many years her eyes had only been able to accommodate Lu Chenyuan. She had completely failed to notice that this junior had such deep feelings for her.
As for Lin Yuan's girlfriend Qian Shanshan, Ren Qian had long felt something was off.
As a woman herself, she could easily see through the calculations and insincerity in another woman's gaze. A few times she had run into Qian Shanshan coming to the company to see Lin Yuan. That girl always wore the latest designer brands, and her gaze on Lin Yuan did not resemble that of a lover but more like that of someone looking at a long-term meal ticket.
Ren Qian had subtly reminded Lin Yuan before.
But Lin Yuan was either too busy to pay attention or too alarmingly insensitive when it came to matters of the heart. In the past, Ren Qian thought this was Lin Yuan's private matter and that she should not interfere. She was still preoccupied with her unrequited love for Lu Chenyuan.
But now it was different. She looked at Lin Yuan, who was intently reviewing documents across the desk. This man was upright, loyal, capable, and harbored deep feelings for her.
He was 100 times and 1,000 times better than that cold and wooden Lu Chenyuan. A thought began to grow wildly in Ren Qian's heart. Lu Chenyuan's heart was not with her. She had no way, nor did she want to force it. But Lin Yuan's heart was with her. Thus, she couldn't blame herself for reaching out to take a man. After realizing this, Ren Qian felt a sense of clarity before her eyes. Along with it came the shattering of her illusion of Lu Chenyuan.
What remained was pure admiration for a comrade and a boss, along with a tinge of dissatisfaction for not reminding Lin Yuan about Lu Chenyuan. That afternoon, at the top level of Yuanshan Technology in the COO's office, Ren Qian entered the office of Lu Chenyuan holding a document.
"Mr. Lu, please take a look at this follow-up plan regarding the Starlink acquisition." She placed the document on the desk, presenting a businesslike demeanor.
Lu Chenyuan took the document and flipped through it quickly.
Ren Qian did not leave. She stood quietly in front of the desk watching him.
"The plan is fine." After finishing, Lu Chenyuan signed his name.
He looked up and noticed that Ren Qian was still there.
"Is there anything else?"
"Yes," Ren Qian nodded, pulling out the chair opposite him and sitting down.
"Let's talk about Lin Yuan." Lu Chenyuan's brow raised slightly, almost imperceptibly.
He looked at Ren Qian in front of him. Her gaze was calm, even carrying a hint of scrutiny.
No longer was there the past admiration and obsession.
"Lin Yuan's girlfriend Qian Shanshan," Ren Qian stated directly. "You've known about her for a long time, haven't you?"
Lu Chenyuan's gaze darkened. He neither admitted nor denied it. But this silence itself was an answer.
Ren Qian smiled, her smile carrying a hint of cold sarcasm.
"You really do know. Lu Chenyuan, how many years has Lin Yuan been following you?"
"From university until now." "How much has he done for you?" "He is your right-hand man, the person you trust the most, and can even be considered half a brother to you."
Her voice was not loud, but each word was clear like a sharp knife. Are you just going to watch him be deceived by a woman? Watching the money he worked so hard to earn being taken by that woman to support another man. You say nothing, you do nothing. That night you used the cruelest method to make me give up. You said better short pain than long pain. Why is it that when it comes to Lin Yuan you just let him be slowly boiled like a frog? Ren Xian stood up, leaning on the desk with her hands staring directly into Lu Chenyuan's eyes. Lu Chenyuan, you are a bastard. A selfish and cold-blooded bastard. After cursing this, Ren Xian suddenly felt the massive stone that had weighed on her heart for nearly 10 years dissipate instantly. It turned out that expressing her thoughts without reservation was such a liberating thing. This is her Ren Xian. Not the woman who was humbled to the dust in front of her lover, but a queen who dares to love and hate, living freely and unrestrainedly. Lu Chenyuan looked at Ren Xian, who seemed to have transformed in an instant, and was momentarily taken aback. He was stunned. He had known Ren Xian for nearly 10 years. She had always been so composed, professional and calm. He had never seen her this vibrant, this aggressive. After a moment of shock, the corners of Lu Chenyuan's mouth actually curled into a faint smile. This version of Ren Xian seemed even stronger than before. Are you done cursing? He asked. I'm done. Ren Xian straightened up, regaining her composure. So Lu Chenyuan leaned back in his chair, arms crossed in front of him. How do you plan to help him? He did not defend himself. Because a part of what Ren Xian said was true. He indeed knew that Xian Shanshan had issues. His subordinates' information channels could clarify most of the people and matters he wanted to know. The reason he hadn't said anything was out of respect for Lin Yuan's private life. In matters of love, it is difficult for outsiders to intervene. Secondly, he knew that with Lin Yuan's personality he wouldn't believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. Now Ren Xian had exposed this issue. And evidently she wanted to solve this problem herself. Lu Chenyuan was naturally pleased to see it happen. I need you to help me, Ren Xian said. Get me the details about that woman and evidence of her being with 2 men. Sure. Lu Chenyuan nodded without a hint of hesitation. He picked up the internal phone. Have Zhang Qi come to my office. Zhang Qi's efficiency was high. In less than half a day, a detailed report was placed on Ren Xian's desk. Xian Shanshan, 24 years old, a minor streamer on a certain live streaming platform. A year ago she deliberately approached Lin Yuan through a business cocktail party. While dating Lin Yuan, she maintained a close relationship with a fitness coach. That fitness coach was her ex-boyfriend. The two had never truly broken up. Xian Shanshan used the money Lin Yuan gave her to rent a high-end apartment for that fitness coach and bought him a motorcycle worth several tens of thousands. The report included a dozen photographs. Some showed them shopping intimately, others feeding each other in a restaurant, and even some of them entering that high-end apartment together late at night. Each photo was irrefutable evidence. Ren Xian looked at these photos, her gaze growing colder. She pulled out the photo of the fitness coach hugging Xian Shanshan closely and studied it carefully. Then she picked up her phone and dialed Lin Yuan's number. Lin Yuan, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. On the other end of the line, Lin Yuan was clearly taken aback. Us too. From student days until now they had shared many work-related occasions, but it was actually the first time Ren Xian had actively invited him to dinner outside of work. I'm free. His voice carried a hint of unease and a touch of surprise. He hadn't even noticed himself. Great, let's go to Qingli Pavilion, it's on me. Ren Xian said. Senior, how can I let you pay? I'll come. Just listen to me. Ren Xian interrupted him, not allowing any argument. It's settled then, 7 o'clock, see you at Qingli Pavilion. After hanging up, a confident smile crept on Ren Xian's lips. According to the information provided by Lu Chenyuan, that fitness coach worked at a top fitness center located right below Qingli Pavilion. And Xian Shanshan almost always went there to wait for him after work. Then the two would have an expensive dinner at Qingli Pavilion. Of course it would be at Lin Yuan's expense. Tonight she was going to let Lin Yuan witness a good show. At 7 o'clock in the evening. In the rotating restaurant of Qingli Pavilion. Lin Yuan arrived 15 minutes early. He was dressed in a well-fitted casual suit and his hair was meticulously styled. It was clear that he took this date very seriously. Ren Xian arrived on time. She wore a simple black long dress draped with a beige trench coat, elegant and capable. Senior. Lin Yuan stood up and pulled out a chair for her. Did you wait long? Ren Xian asked with a smile. Not at all, I just arrived. They sat down and ordered. The atmosphere between them then turned somewhat subtle. Lin Yuan appeared a bit shy, lacking the commanding aura of a CEO of Yuanshan Technology. He kept looking for topics discussing the company's new projects and the recent financial market. It was like two company executives having a business meeting. Ren Qian simply listened with a smile, occasionally responding. However, her gaze would often drift toward the entrance of the restaurant. Finally, the figure resembling those in the photos appeared. Chen Shanshan entered arm in arm with a tall and muscular man, chatting and laughing. Their gestures were intimate, clearly a couple in love. The waiter led them to a table by the window position, neither too far nor too close to Ren Qian and Lin Yuan's table. It was just right to see clearly without being easily noticed. Ren Qian subtly indicated. Lin Yuan, look over there, isn't that girl Chen Shanshan? She asked, feigning surprise. Lin Yuan's body instantly stiffened, seeming somewhat at a loss. Then he followed Ren Qian's gaze. When he clearly saw the girl's face and the man next to her, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The color drained from his face. Yet he felt neither anger nor rage. Not even the slightest bit of excitement. He just quietly watched. Watching Chen Shanshan lean against that man's embrace. Watching that man gently wipe the sauce from the corner of Chen Shanshan's mouth. Such intimacy, such naturalness. It was something Lin Yuan had never experienced in the entire year they had been together. At this moment, all past doubts and abnormal details had answers. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan felt no anger or sense of betrayal as he had imagined. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of relief. Like a massive stone that had been pressing on his heart had finally been lifted. Like a difficult problem that had troubled him for a long time had found a clear solution. It turned out it wasn't my problem. He suddenly felt like laughing. Laughing at his own guilt and self-blame over the past year. Laughing at how he had been deceived by such poor acting for so long. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Ren Qian across the table. Ren Qian's eyes held a hint of concern. Are you okay? She asked softly. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head, his expression eerily calm. He took a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. Then he stood up. Senior, excuse me for a moment. Saying this, Lin Yuan strode directly toward Chen Shanshan's table. Ren Qian's heart tightened. She didn't know what Lin Yuan would do. Would he confront her on the spot? Or would he make a scene? However, Lin Yuan's next move exceeded everyone's expectations. He walked up to that table. Chen Shanshan and the fitness coach also noticed him. Chen Shanshan's face turned pale in an instant. In a panic, she tried to push the man beside her away. Lin Yuan. What are you doing here? She stammered. Lin Yuan did not look at the man beside her. His gaze calmly settled on Chen Shanshan's face. Let's break up, Lin Yuan said. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Chen Shanshan was stunned. She had envisioned countless scenarios for being discovered. Arguments, questioning, hysteria. Yet she had never imagined it would be such a calm statement. No, that's not it, Lin Yuan, let me explain. He's my cousin. Chen Shanshan hurriedly searched for excuses. Lin Yuan looked at her and suddenly smiled. That smile held no hate or resentment, only relief. No need to explain. I wish you happiness. After saying this, he even politely nodded to the stunned fitness coach. Then he turned around and briskly walked back to his seat. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. Without a hint of dragging. Ren Qian watched Lin Yuan return, observing the relieved expression on his face, and the stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell. She suddenly felt that her junior, although slow in matters of love once he saw the truth, was more decisive than anyone. Lin Yuan sat back down, picked up the glass of water in front of him and drank it all at once. Sorry, senior, for making you witness this. Not at all. Ren Qian shook her head. I actually think you were particularly handsome today. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He looked up and met Ren Qian's bright eyes filled with appreciation and laughter. His heart skipped a beat. The heart that had just been freed from betrayal was at this moment wrapped in another, even more surging and warmer emotion. Outside the window was the dazzling night view of Jingzhou. Inside, two people who had seen through the clouds smiled at each other. Yuanlong Technology top-level conference room. Lu Chenyuan, Lin Yuan, Ren Qian, and several heads of core departments were all present. Lu Chenyuan unintentionally glanced at Lin Yuan and Ren Qian, noticing that their seating arrangement seemed more in sync than usual. However, the atmosphere in the conference room today was quite serious. This is the latest report from the Pangu laboratory. Lu Chenyuan gently pushed a document to the center of the conference table. The team led by Su Yang and Ruoshi has successfully developed a completely new natural language processing model, which they named Nuwa. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the executives present. The Pangu laboratory is a key investment project of the company, and any results would be beneficial for everyone. However, Lu Chenyuan's tone shifted. Nuwa has encountered a bottleneck. Computing power. He uttered 2 words. It's too large. The existing computing architecture cannot support its commercial operation. The joy that had just arisen was instantly replaced by seriousness. Everyone understood what this meant. A technology that cannot be applied will lose much of its value. Therefore, Lu Chenyuan's gaze swept across the room, his voice calm yet powerful. I have decided to gradually adjust the strategic focus of Yuanlong technology. From today onwards, artificial intelligence will no longer be a supporting business. In the near future, it will become the core driving force of all our industries. Whether it is the Wuji car or biomedical technology. In the conference room, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned by the weight of Lu Chenyuan's words. This means that Yuanlong Technology will transform from a hardware and system integration company to a technology empire focused on algorithms at a higher dimension. This is a gamble. If won, the sky is the limit. If lost, there will be no return. To achieve this goal, Lu Chenyuan continued, I have decided that Yuanlong Technology will officially register for this year's World Artificial Intelligence Competition WAIC. Boom. This news detonated like a heavy bomb in the conference room. WAIC. The highest hall in the global artificial intelligence field. All international giants will be there showcasing their most advanced technologies. Yuanlong Technology, a company established for less than 2 years, dares to challenge those giants. The participating team will be the Pangu Laboratory, led by Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. He knew better than anyone the current state of the Pangu Laboratory. To send a team that hasn't even solved the computing power bottleneck to participate in a world competition. Isn't that sending them to be publicly executed? General Lu, isn't this too hasty? Lin Yuan couldn't help but speak up, their model is still not mature. I want them to be immature. Lu Chenyuan's answer was unexpected. A giant tree cannot grow in a greenhouse. Only by throwing them into the harshest battlefield can they grow at the fastest speed. His gaze became sharp and profound. This competition has 2 purposes for us. First, to train the team. Let them see for themselves where the world's top level is and where the gap lies. Losing is fine. Finding direction is more important than anything else. Second, brand enhancement. I want the whole world to know the name Yuanlong. We can not only build cars but also define the future. Lu Chenyuan stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city. Lin Yuan, Rin Qian. Here. The 2 immediately responded. From now on, the budget for the Pangu Laboratory has no limit. They need people, they get people, they need equipment, they get equipment. Your task is to clear all obstacles for them. Yes. Jingzhou University Pangu Laboratory. Su Yang stared at the computer screen, momentarily stunned by the official website representing WAIC. Manager Lin, you are not joking, are you? He doubted what he saw. It's General Lu's decision. Lin Yuan placed a document stamped with the Yuanlong Technology seal in front of him. The company will fully support you. But our Nuwa hasn't even solved the computing power problem. It's difficult to compete now. Su Yang's emotions were somewhat agitated. Next to him, Lu Ruoxi remained calm. She picked up the document and read it carefully. There must be a reason for my brother's decision. Her voice was consistently cool yet carried a comforting strength. She looked at Su Yang. You're right, our current technical architecture is a dead end. But the competition is 3 months away. In these 3 months we have enough time to find a new path. Su Yang stared at her, looking into her ever-clear, ever-confident eyes. His restless heart miraculously calmed down. Yes. General Lu dares to place this bet. What is there to be afraid of? I understand now. Su Yang took a deep breath, his eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. It's just computing power, right? Let's redesign from the underlying architecture. Good. Lu Ruoxi nodded. Lin Yuan watched these 2 young people in front of him, one full of a technician's stubbornness, the other possessing an extraordinary calmness for her age. He suddenly understood Lu Chenyuan's intentions. This is not just a competition. It is a tempering of the future commanders. Meanwhile, at the Qin Group upper management, Li Jinchuan placed a thick plan in front of Qingli. He had disappeared from public view for the past year. Using the money Qingli gave him, he completed the acquisition of a battery technology research institute in Europe and quietly transferred all technology patents and core engineers to a shell company registered overseas. He did it cleanly and decisively. This is my plan. Li Jinchuan's voice was steadier than a year ago. Lu Chenyuan's Wuji car's greatest advantage is its intelligent driving system. We cannot surpass it in the short term. However, a car is made up of thousands of parts. His supply chain is his greatest lifeline. I have investigated. He has 3 core suppliers tightly bound to him in terms of batteries, motors, and chassis. But these 3 companies have unhealthy funding chains. His plan is ruthless and precise. By using price wars, poaching core talents, and malicious acquisitions, he aims to strike at these 3 suppliers. As long as any one of them is taken down, Lu Chenyuan's super factory, even if built, will immediately face the risk of supply disruption. This is a typical old-school business warfare tactic. Using capital and market means for a dimensional attack. Qingli flipped through the plan, revealing an appreciative look in her eyes. The plan is good. It's ruthless enough and direct enough. Just then her tablet popped up a news alert. Yuanlong Technology announces its entry into artificial intelligence and will participate in the World Artificial Intelligence Competition WAIC. Xinya's gaze froze. She turned the tablet towards Lu Chenyuan. Upon seeing the news, Lu Chenyuan's pupils shrank sharply. Lu Chenyuan. He has already set his sights on a higher dimensional battlefield. It seems your old rival doesn't take you seriously, Qingli said with a hint of playfulness. While he is laying out AI, you are still here figuring out how to change his tires. Lu Chenyuan's expression turned somewhat grim. He certainly understood the gap in this. But he forced himself to calm down. This is just our opportunity. Lu Chenyuan said in a deep voice. He is distracted by AI and his rear must be vulnerable. Now is the best time for us to act. Lu Chenyuan found it absurd that Lu Chenyuan at this moment was diverting his attention to artificial intelligence. It was nothing short of self-destruction. Qingli inquired, how much do you need for your plan? 500 million. The Qin family's new energy company is engaging in a price war with his suppliers. Lu Chenyuan revealed his terms. At the same time, globally we are undermining him. Qingli raised an eyebrow. 500 million to engage in a war without technological barriers. Lu Chenyuan, you are using the Qin family's money to vent your personal grievances. She saw through it clearly. Lu Chenyuan's plan was essentially a means of harming 800 of the enemy while losing 1,000 himself. The Qin family and the Mo family were natural adversaries in the traditional energy sector. She wanted to strike at Lu Chenyuan, but more so at the Mo family behind him. Yet she did not wish to employ such a foolish method. Lu Chenyuan's heart sank. Give me a reason why I must invest in you. Qingli leaned back in her chair, scrutinizing him. Lu Chenyuan fell silent for a moment. Then he lifted his head, staring directly into Qingya's eyes. Because I am Lu Chenyuan. Because I am the only one who can make both Lu Chenyuan and Lu Ruoshi feel disgust and wariness simultaneously. This hatred is my greatest value, and it is the weapon you need most right now. His words were brutally honest. He presented himself as a weapon filled with hatred laid bare before Qingli. Qingli smiled. Very well. I appreciate your candor. She stood up, walked to the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses of red wine. She handed 1 glass to Lu Chenyuan. The Qin family's new energy will receive the full support of the group. The 500 million will be in your company's account by next Monday. I want you to completely shatter his supply chain before Lu Chenyuan's Wuji super factory goes into production. Can you do that? Lu Chenyuan took the wineglass and downed it in one gulp. Of course. Yuanlong Technology announced its entry into artificial intelligence, merely the first signal flare cast by Lu Chenyuan. 3 days later, an even more impactful announcement was released from Yuanlong Technology's official website. The company would invest 100 billion to construct the Wuji super factory in the southern suburbs of Jingzhou. This stirred up a wave of excitement. All eyes were focused on the land that had once belonged to Li Shujian, which had been snatched away by Lu Chenyuan. Coincidentally, on the same afternoon, the international giant Satila Group also announced plans to build a factory in the southern suburbs of Jingzhou. The 2 future super factories would face each other across a planned road. The smell of gunpowder wafted in on the very first day of the project's launch. At Yuanlong Technology, in the top office, Lin Yuan strode in, his expression grave. General Manager Lu, something's wrong. He placed a document on the table. Our project approval is stuck in the planning bureau. Lu Chenyuan did not look up, his tone calm. What is the reason? Environmental assessment, land planning review, Lin Yuan replied solemnly. It's all official jargon. I inquired, and it's the Qin family pulling strings behind the scenes. Lu Chenyuan became the president of Qin's new energy and immediately leveraged the Qin family's connections in the political sphere to set up administrative barriers, attempting to slow down Lu Chenyuan's progress through such underhanded methods. Should we reach out and try to negotiate with them? Lin Yuan asked. No need, Lu Chenyuan shook his head. Playing such games with them is a waste of time and too petty. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Chenyuan sees personal connections. What I want them to see is the larger trend. Lu Chenyuan turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. Compile a briefing for me on the industrial boost, tax revenues, job creation that the factory can bring along with the data from our artificial intelligence laboratory. Though Lin Yuan did not fully understand, he promptly responded understood. He knew that General Manager Lu must have a higher dimensional strategy in mind. 2 days later, a meeting request was submitted to the higher-ups of the Jingzhou municipal government. Applicant Lu Chenyuan. Meeting object Vice Mayor Chen in charge of the economy. At the Qin group, Li Jinchuan revealed a slight smirk upon learning the news. He indeed wants to take the upper route, he confidently told Qingli. It's useless. Vice Mayor Chen is known for his prudence and would never offend the Qin family for him. Qingli held her coffee without speaking. She had a nagging feeling that things would not be so simple. Lu Chenyuan was like a deep ocean, forever unfathomable. In the Jingzhou municipal government, in the meeting room, Vice Mayor Chen looked at the young man before him and got straight to the point. General Manager Lu, we cannot intervene in your business competition with the Qin family. The attitude was clear, exactly as Li Jinchuan had predicted. Lu Chenyuan showed no signs of surprise. He gently pushed over a self-bound report. Vice Mayor Chen, you misunderstand. I am not here to complain or seek help today. I simply wish to share my thoughts on the future industrial layout of Jingzhou as an entrepreneur. This opening line surprised Vice Mayor Chen for a moment. He picked up the report, which had only one line in bold on the cover: suggestions for creating a demonstration zone for the integration of the new generation of information technology and high-end manufacturing in Jingzhou. It resembled more of a policy research project than a corporate report. As he flipped to the first page, his expression shifted. The entire report did not mention the difficulties faced by Yuanlong technology, but instead analyzed the opportunities and challenges brought about by site loss entry from the perspective of urban development. After reading the report, Vice Mayor Chen fell into deep thought. Lu Chenyuan looked at Vice Mayor Chen earnestly and continued: a high-end manufacturing factory, a top-tier algorithm laboratory. The combination of these two is Jingzhou's trump card in the global technology competition. I am here today to hand this card over to the city. The meeting room fell silent. Vice Mayor Chen closed the report and remained silent for a long time. He finally understood that Lu Chenyuan was not here to ask for his assistance, but to deliver a monumental achievement to him. He had perfectly integrated the development of a business into the overall development strategy of the city. Supporting Yuanlong was equivalent to supporting the future of Jingzhou. Such a vision was something that the young man from the Qin family, who could only resort to underhanded tricks, could never compare to. General Manager Lu. Vice Mayor Chen stood up and extended his hand. I understand your report. It is well written. Rest assured, Jingzhou will always welcome and support entrepreneurs like you. Wait for the news. The next morning, Lin Yuan practically burst into Lu Chenyuan's office, his face alight with incredulous joy. General Manager Lu. It passed. All approvals have been granted. The Planning Bureau personally delivered the approval documents stating that we are the benchmark project for the city, requiring all departments to cooperate fully. Lu Chenyuan nodded. Everything was under control. Meanwhile, Li Jinchuan from Qin's New Energy received call after call. Those officials who had guaranteed him yesterday were now avoiding him like the plague, canceling dinners and meetings. He couldn't understand why the network he had set up had all become ineffective overnight. He slammed his phone down onto the floor. How could this happen? Qingli stood beside him, handing him a news push. The Jingzhou municipal government announced the launch of the new generation of information technology and high-end manufacturing integration development demonstration zone plan, with Yuanlong Technology and Satila as the first core enterprises. Now do you understand? Xinya's voice revealed no emotion. He never intended to play the same game as you. He directly overturned the chessboard and then set new rules himself. Li Jinchuan stared at the news, watching the 4 characters Yuanlong Technology placed in such a significant position. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. For the first time, he realized how the methods he prided himself on were so easily crushed in the face of Lu Chenyuan's grand schemes. He thought he was on the 3rd level, unaware that Lu Chenyuan had already reached the atmospheric layer. A week later, in the southern suburbs of Jingzhou, colorful flags fluttered. The groundbreaking ceremony for Yuanlong Technology's Wuji Superfactory officially commenced. Lu Chenyuan stood on the podium alongside Vice Mayor Chen and other municipal leaders, shoveling the first handful of soil for the cornerstone. Amidst the flashing lights, a nearby excavator roared deafeningly. A new era belonging to Yuanlong Technology was breaking ground. The foundation of the Wuji Superfactory also served as a shot in the arm for Yuanlong Technology's suppliers, and their corresponding stocks surged. Li Jinchuan's price war strategy had not even begun before it was stillborn. At Jingzhou International Airport Terminal 3. A flight from Africa lands smoothly. Lu Chenyuan stands at the exit of the VIP passage, quietly waiting. Behind him, Zhang Qi holds a spare windbreaker, his expression tinged with anticipation. It has been over a year. The little princess of the Lu family is finally coming back. The door to the passage opens and passengers begin to emerge one after another. Lu Chenyuan's gaze quickly locks onto 2 figures.
The girl in front wears a simple white t-shirt and khaki cargo pants, her feet clad in a pair of worn-out hiking shoes. Her skin is a healthy wheat color, having been exposed to the sun for years, a stark contrast to the once luminous and fair young lady. Her long hair is neatly tied into a ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead. She wears no makeup, yet her eyes shine with exceptional brightness. She is Lu Chenyuan. A step behind her, at a distance of just one step, is Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang is still clad in her black tactical outfit, her demeanor calm and steady, seemingly not letting her guard down even upon returning to the country.
She resembles Lu Chenyuan's shadow, silent yet full of strength. Lu Chenyuan spots Lu Chenyuan.
Her footfalls falter momentarily, and a sheen of tears suddenly appears in her tranquil eyes. She quickens her pace, almost breaking into a run, rushing to Lu Chenyuan.
Big brother.
Her voice carries a hint of hoarseness, yet is devoid of her previous girlishness.
I'm back. Lu Chenyuan extends his hand, intending to pat her head as he used to.
But halfway through, his hand stops. The girl before him is no longer the sheltered flower that needed his protection. She seems taller now and stands straighter, like a tree that has grown resiliently through storms, now capable of withstanding the elements on its own. He withdraws his hand and instead pats her shoulder, a subtle smile of relief gracing his lips.
Welcome home. These simple 4 words instantly break down Lu Chenyuan's defenses.
She suddenly throws herself into Lu Chenyuan's embrace, burying her face deep in his chest, her shoulders trembling violently. This past year she has endured far too much. She has witnessed the most harrowing poverty and faced the most perilous turmoil. She has seen a child give her an angelic smile over a piece of clean bread. She has also spent sleepless nights with Ji Wushuang, hiding in abandoned shelters amidst gunfire and explosions. She learned of her parents' estrangement, discovered her own origins, and realized that the man named Li Xiujian is her biological father as well as her brother's sworn enemy. She had never cried in front of Ji Wushuang. Nor had she ever shown a hint of weakness to anyone. But at this moment, upon seeing her brother, all her carefully maintained facade crumbles.
Lu Chenyuan says nothing, merely gently pats her back. This embrace is the release she has long overdue for a year. After a long while, Lu Chenyuan finally lifts her head, her eyes red but her gaze clear once more.
Big brother, pardon my tears.
Silly girl. Lu Chenyuan looks at her. Let's go home. He turns to Ji Wushuang and nods. Ms.
Ji, thank you for your hard work.
Just doing my duty. Ji Wushuang's response is as succinct as ever.
She hands a heavy tactical backpack to Zhang Qi, then picks up another suitcase and follows behind the Lu siblings.
Zhang Qi receives the backpack and almost loses his balance. He can only secretly marvel that this backpack surely does not contain makeup and pretty clothes. The group heads towards the parking lot and soon returns to the Lu family estate.
Lu Mengling has been waiting at the door. Upon seeing her daughter, who is tanned and slimmed down considerably, tears well up in her eyes.
Chenyuan. Mom. Lu Chenyuan steps forward and embraces her mother. No shouting, no whining.
She merely pats her mother's back, gently comforting her. The once spoiled little princess has begun to learn how to soothe others.
Mom, I'm fine, don't worry.
Lu Mengling looks at her daughter's mature and steady demeanor, feeling both heartache and relief. Her daughter has truly grown up. Lu Mengling has specially prepared a welcome dinner for Lu Chenyuan. Lu Minji is absent. Since the divorce, especially after the Lu Mei incident, he has almost disappeared from the lives of the Lu family's children.
At the dining table, only Lu Chenyuan, Lu Mengling, Lu Chenyuan, and Ji Wushuang are present.
Wushuang, please take a seat. Lu Mengling warmly invites. This past year, thanks to you for taking care of Chenyuan.
No need to be polite, auntie. Ji Wushuang initially intended to decline, but at Lu Chenyuan's request she quietly takes a seat. During the meal, Lu Chenyuan shares her experiences abroad.
She refrains from mentioning the harrowing dangers, instead focusing on the local customs, the children's eyes, and the simplest wishes of the locals. Her narration is calm and objective, yet it immerses the listeners as if they were there. Lu Mengling listens intently, her worries gradually replaced by pride.
Lu Chenyuan listens quietly, occasionally serving Lu Chenyuan a piece of her favorite dish. His gaze occasionally drifts to Lu Chenyuan and Ji Wushuang. He notices the unspoken understanding between them.
With just a glance, Lu Chenyuan can convey her needs to Ji Wushuang, who responds with a tissue or warm water.
A subtle action from Ji Wushuang and Lu Chenyuan immediately adjusts her posture or changes the topic.
This understanding transcends employer and bodyguard, resembling a bond forged in the fires of battle.
The meal is warm and tranquil. After dinner, Lu Mengling pulls her daughter aside, eager to talk endlessly. Lu Chenyuan, however, retreats to the study. Come in. He calls to the empty doorway. Moments later, Ji Wushuang pushes the door open. Mr. Lu. Have a seat.
Lu Chenyuan gestures toward the sofa opposite him. I brought you here for 2 reasons.
First, thank you. This year you have done very well. This is your compensation. He slides a black bank card across the table.
Ji Wuxuang does not look at the card.
Protecting my employer is my duty. A deal is a deal.
Lu Chenyuan says gently, this is what you deserve. Ji Wuxuang pauses for a moment before accepting the card.
The second matter.
Lu Chenyuan looks at her. I would like to renew the contract.
Qianqian will need your protection for what she plans to do next. My contract has already ended.
Ji Wuxuang shakes her head. I need some time to rest.
I understand. Lu Chenyuan nods. I will give you a 3-month paid leave.
After 3 months, if you wish, you can return at any time.
Your salary will be doubled from the current amount.
A flash of surprise crosses Ji Wuxuang's eyes.
She looks at Lu Chenyuan.
This man is always so direct and always accurately captures the needs of human nature: money, respect, trust.
He provides abundantly. I will consider it.
She does not agree immediately.
Good. Lu Chenyuan does not press. I will await your news. The next day, Lu Chenyuan does not suffer from jet lag and appears bright and early at the top floor of Yuanlong Technology. She directly walks into Lu Chenyuan's office.
Big brother, I have something to discuss with you.
Her expression is serious. Lu Chenyuan puts down the documents in his hands and gestures for her to sit.
I want to establish a foundation.
Lu Chenyuan gets straight to the point. She places a thick notebook on Lu Chenyuan's desk.
It contains her research notes and ideas that she has personally recorded over the past year.
I have seen many issues with international aid and charity projects.
The use of funds is opaque, project execution is inefficient, and bureaucratic red tape is severe, with much money never reaching those in need.
Therefore, I want to create a different foundation. A more professional, efficient, and international charitable foundation.
Her eyes sparkle with excitement. I don't need it to be large in scale, but I require that each project must be precise. What we aim to do is not merely to donate money and goods, but to bring technology, education, and models that enable them to be self-sufficient. For example, in the drought-stricken areas of the Middle East, we can fund seawater desalination projects. In the mountainous regions of Southeast Asia, we can promote drone agricultural technology. In the refugee camps of war-torn countries, we can establish mobile online schools.
Lu Chenyuan listens quietly, flipping through her notes.
He looks at this seemingly unfamiliar sister with some surprise.
Lu Chenyuan's ideas are no longer just a momentary whim of a young lattice kindness, but a meticulously structured and complete business plan.
In fact, many of the technologies and models are highly relevant to the industries that Yuanqing Technology is currently laying out.
Lu Chenyuan asked the most critical question: what about the source of funding? Lu Chenyuan's response was resolute: I do not accept any form of public donations. This answer revealed genuine approval in Lu Chenyuan's eyes.
Public money will bring endless moral coercion and internal strife, completely binding our hands and feet.
Lu Chenyuan explained, I only need a startup fund coming from our own people. For example, the Lu family, the Mo family, or other families in Jingzhou that have a sense of social responsibility.
We will use this money to undertake projects.
If the projects succeed and generate social benefits or even commercial returns, it will naturally attract more capital of a similar caliber to join. This is a positive cycle.
She raised her head and looked directly into Lu Chenyuan's eyes.
Elder brother, you have established a technological empire in the business world.
And I want to use your technology to build a bridge connecting those forgotten corners of the world.
Lu Chenyuan closed his notebook.
He stood up, walked in front of Lu Chenyuan, and firmly patted her shoulder.
Very good. I will invest in this foundation. Yuanqing Technology will serve as the first strategic partner and technical support for the foundation. I personally will contribute 500 million. Lu Chenyuan's eyes turned red once again.
But this time she did not cry. She simply nodded heavily.
Thank you, elder brother.
Have you thought of a name for the foundation?
Lu Chenyuan asked.
Yes, I have, Lu Chenyuan replied with a confident smile.
Let's call it Far Away. Far Away. There are endless distances, countless people, all related to me. Lu Chenyuan's growth and transformation left Lu Chenyuan somewhat dazed.
Lu Chenyuan's journey could be said to have been deliberately arranged by Lu Chenyuan, but her growth into this form was definitely not something Lu Chenyuan could have planned. She found her own battlefield and completely freed herself from the past entanglement of competing for favor with Lu Ruoshi.
One of them explores the mysteries of the universe in the Hall of Science.
The other repairs the cracks in the human world.
They have embarked on two entirely different yet equally magnificent paths. This is a conclusion that far exceeds any ending in the original plot by millions of times.
However, having resolved old troubles, new worries quietly emerged in Lu Chenyuan's heart.
That night, Lu Chenyuan once again came to his mother's estate.
As he drove past the side house, he saw Lu Chenyuan and Ji Wuxuang sitting on a stone bench in the yard chatting.
The night was beautiful with stars shining brilliantly. The figures of the two women appeared particularly harmonious under the soft light. They were not very close yet they created a space that outsiders could not intrude upon. Ji Wuxiang said something that made her usually stern face show a trace of a faint smile. Lu Chenyuan meanwhile looked up at the stars, her profile exuding softness and tranquility. At that moment Lu Chenyuan's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Mengling. On the phone Lu Mengling seemed to be trying to arrange a blind date for her with a friend's son as the potential match. Lu Chenyuan had excellent hearing and vaguely caught the content of the conversation. He noticed Lu Chenyuan's brow furrow slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then she said something that made Lu Chenyuan's heart tremble. "Mom, don't bother. I'm still so young, not even 20 yet. Moreover, I don't have time right now, nor do I want to think about these matters. Men will only hinder my progress." After saying this she politely hung up the phone. Lu Chenyuan's car slowly stopped at the main house entrance. He sat in the car without getting out. That sentence echoed repeatedly in his mind. Men will only hinder my progress. He recalled everything Lu Chenyuan had gone through. Her biological father Li Xiujian was a ruthless schemer and the source of nightmares in her life. The father who raised her for 18 years, Lu Mingji, was a selfish and cowardly cheater who betrayed the entire family. Apart from herself and a few reliable brothers, the two most important father figures in her life had collapsed in the worst ways. Could this have caused her to develop a deep-seated aversion and distrust toward men and marriage? He then thought of Ji Wuxiang. That powerful and reliable woman who always stood in front of her during the most dangerous moments. In the year when Lu Chenyuan was most confused and in pain, her worldview completely overturned. It was Ji Wuxiang who stayed by her side, providing her with the strongest support and purest protection. The depth and purity of this bond, forged through trials of life and death, perhaps surpasses any romantic endeavor. The nature of their relationship. In Lu Chenyuan's heart, for the first time, a bizarre yet seemingly reasonable conjecture emerged. Could they have already transcended friendship and camaraderie? Once this thought crossed his mind, Lu Chenyuan's emotions became complex. He was not an old-fashioned person. In terms of the forms of affection, he was far more open-minded than many in this era. What he worried about was not the matter itself, but the underlying reasons behind it. If Chenyuan chose a path that seemed rebellious to outsiders because she had suffered too much harm, then as her elder brother was he not culpable? It was he who had unveiled all the bloody truths. It was he who had pushed her into the complex and suffering-filled real world. He had given her growth and wings. Yet he may have also inadvertently closed the door to her heart regarding a certain sky while she was soaring. Lu Chenyuan leaned back in his seat and rubbed his brow. For the first time he realized that some developments were beyond his complete anticipation and control. Perhaps he had misunderstood. But this possibility left Lu Chenyuan feeling a vague unease. In the yard of the side house, after hanging up the phone, Lu Chenyuan let out a long breath. "Another blind date?" Ji Wuxiang asked lightly. "Yes," Lu Chenyuan pouted. "My mom always thinks I'm struggling alone and wants to find someone to take care of me." "So what you just said, was it your true feelings?" Ji Wuxiang's gaze was fixed on her. "Which sentence?" "That men will only hinder your progress." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyuan laughed. She turned her head to look at Ji Wuxiang, her bright eyes devoid of any gloom, only calmness and clarity. "Of course it is my true feeling. At least at this stage." She stood up, stretched, and moved her muscles. "Sister Wuxiang, look." She pointed at the moon in the sky. "I used to think that the moon should be surrounded by stars, that all the stars should revolve around it, and it should be the only protagonist in the night sky. Just like my past self, who thought all the love in the world should be mine." She then pointed at those seemingly dim yet striving to shine stars. "But this year I have been to many nights without a moon or even without stars. I realized that darkness is the true color of this world. And what we can do is strive to become a star ourselves. Even if I can only illuminate a small area, it is still a resistance against the darkness. Right now I just want to be a star. As for whether the moon will come looking for me or which star wants to accompany me, those are matters for later, or even much later. At this moment I have no time to think about these things." Ji Wuxiang listened quietly. She looked at the girl before her. She clearly remembered a year ago in the camp abroad when Lu Chenyuan first learned about her background, her face falling as if the sky was collapsing. And now she could calmly transform those hardships into fuel for her journey and the clearest coordinates in the sky. "I understand now." Ji Wuxiang nodded. A faint yet heartfelt smile appeared on her face. "Then you need a companion. Someone who can help you clear obstacles and let you shine without worry." She stood up and extended her hand to Lu Chenyuan. "Does your faraway still need people?" Lu Chenyuan was taken aback. She looked at Ji Wuxiang's outstretched hand, seeing the familiar resolute light in her eyes. She grasped it firmly. Yes. I need it desperately. The hands of the two women tightly clasped together. Behind them in the darkness not far away, Lu Chenyuan's car started silently and drove away. Lu Chenyuan did not hear the latter part of their conversation. The heavy worry from his brother still lingered in his heart, lingering for a long time. The World Artificial Intelligence Competition WAIC officially kicked off in Geneva. One significant feature of this competition is that pre-trained models are not allowed. A core objective of the competition is to test the real-time learning capabilities of algorithms and the efficiency of resource utilization. Global tech giants gathered with flashing lights and an air filled with the scent of code and ambition. The Pangdo laboratory team from Yuanchua Technology as a startup force from the Xiao Nation initially did not attract much attention. However, after the group stage began, the situation changed. The team led by Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang emerged as the darkest horse advancing through the competition. The Nuwa model they submitted demonstrated performance far exceeding expectations in multiple test projects. Various discussions began to emerge both inside and outside the competition arena. The Yuanchua team successfully reached the finals. Their opponents were two behemoths. One was the Odin team from the international giant Citra, known for its deep technological foundation and considered the biggest favorite to win. The other was a team known as Shield from a top university in Country A. The finals format was ruthless and direct, featuring a 24-hour extreme challenge. All teams connected to the unified data platform provided by the competition to perform real-time optimization on a brand new extremely complex urban traffic model. Whichever model can most quickly and stably reduce the overall system's congestion rate will be crowned the champion. The bell signaling the start of the competition rang. In the rest area of Yuanchua Technology, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. Nuwa model connection successful. Initial parameters stable. The first phase of optimization begins, aiming for a 5 reduction in congestion rate. Su Yang focused on the data stream, his fingers flying over the keyboard as commands were issued. Lu Ruoxi stood in front of a large electronic whiteboard, her gaze fixed on the real-time feedback curve resembling a general strategizing in the heat of battle. The first 6 hours went smoothly. The performance of the Nuwa model even exceeded expectations, with optimization efficiency temporarily surpassing both Citra and Shield. However, in the 7th hour an unexpected turn occurred. The curve representing Yuanchua Technology's model stability on the big screen suddenly began to fluctuate violently and erratically. Alarm! Data stream anomaly. Model output has numerous erroneous solutions. Congestion rate is increasing instead of decreasing. Our system is creating chaos. In the rest area there was an uproar. Su Yang's face turned pale in an instant. How is that possible? I've checked the code, there are no vulnerabilities. He rushed to the main control panel, frantically pounding on the keyboard. However, no matter how he searched, he could find no issue. The code was perfect. Yet the model was behaving as if it had gone mad. It's data poisoning. Lu Ruoxi's voice was cold and clear. She pointed to a nearly overlooked subdata stream on the screen. Someone exploited a loophole in the competition platform's rules to direct a large amount of contaminated data that cannot be recognized by conventional logic into our model. Su Yang instantly understood. This was not a technical attack but a rules attack. The opponent's methods were exceptionally clever and insidious, like a drop of colorless, tasteless poison in clear water. In the rest area of the Shield team, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses watched the plummeting ranking of Yuanchua Technology, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Time ticked away. The Yuanchua team's ranking had already dropped to the bottom of the finals. If this continued, within 3 hours they would be forcibly eliminated due to system collapse. The young researchers in the team displayed expressions of despair on their faces. Let's abandon this path. Lu Ruoxi suddenly spoke, her voice not loud yet silencing everyone. She walked to the whiteboard, took a pen and quickly erased all the old formulas. Since the old logic can be poisoned, we will establish a new one. Reconstructing the core algorithm on the spot. Everyone was stunned. This was utterly absurd. There's no time. Su Yang murmured. There is time. Lu Ruoxi turned back, her gaze blazing as she looked at him. Su Yang, do you trust me? Su Yang stared into her eyes. In them there was no panic, no fear, only absolute confidence and the brilliance of a genius. All hesitations were instantly swept away. He nodded heavily. I believe. Good. Lu Ruoxi said no more. She turned around and the whole world seemed to vanish, leaving only her and the whiteboard. A brand new, never before conceived multidimensional chaotic mathematical model gradually took shape under her pen. It was not optimization but creation. It was like rebuilding a brand new temple upon the ruins. Everyone in the team held their breath watching this miraculous scene. Half an hour later, Lu Ruoxi put down her pen.
A perfect self-consistent new model shimmering with the light of mathematics presented itself before everyone.
Next, it's your turn, she said to Su Yang. Su Yang's blood ignited in an instant. I guarantee to complete the task.
He returned to the computer, his brain operating at an unprecedented speed, transforming the mathematical formulas on the whiteboard into precise lines of code. Team members were also inspired by him, quickly immersing themselves in collaborative work.
The atmosphere of despair vanished. In the country late at night.
In the top office of Yuanhua Technology, the lights were bright. Lu Chenyuan sat in front of the screen, quietly watching the curve representing the team's performance, which had plummeted to the bottom. Lin Yuan stood behind him, his palms sweaty.
Mr. Lu, should we activate the backup plan?
No need. Lu Chenyuan's tone remained calm. It's not the final step yet.
He believed in Lu Ruoshi.
He also believed in Su Yang. He trusted the people he had chosen himself.
Sure enough, a few hours later, the once silent curve began to show a faint upward climb.
Though slow, it was incredibly firm.
Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. However, Lu Chenyuan's brow remained furrowed. He knew it wasn't enough. The new model was too powerful and advanced.
With the computing power provided by the competition's CPU cluster, it simply could not unleash its true power in the remaining time. They needed a blade that could cut through the hardware shackles. Lu Chenyuan opened an encrypted communication channel, typed a line of text on the keyboard, and sent it out. In Geneva, at the competition site, Su Yang's team encountered a bottleneck once again. Although the new model was powerful, its operating efficiency was too slow, like a frail body with a divine soul.
Insufficient computing power. Our computing power is limited by the CPU architecture,
a researcher shouted in despair.
Just then, Su Yang's personal computer popped up an encrypted message. He opened the message. It contained only one sentence: try abandoning the CPU cluster and fully switch to GPU parallel computing. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap exploding in Su Yang's mind. GPU. Parallel computing. He understood instantly. Lu Ruoxi's new model is logically divergent, possessing countless branches of computation that can occur simultaneously. Traditional CPUs process serially, akin to a pedant solving problems step by step.
In contrast, the parallel computation of GPUs resembles thousands of elementary school students simultaneously tackling different parts of a single problem.
This is nothing short of a tailor-made dragon-slaying technique for the new model. Everyone, reconstruct the computing architecture. Shift to GPU.
Su Yang said calmly, a terrifying light erupting in his eyes. The team members were momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted.
The final hope lay before them. Everyone unleashed their last ounce of energy and swiftly completed the deployment. Su Yang pressed the submit button. The brand new yet.There officially went live.
On the judges' panel, all the experts wore a hint of regret.
Yuanlong Technology, this dark horse, ultimately had to exit the stage prematurely.
However, in the next moment, everyone suddenly stood up from their seats, staring intently at the central screen.
The curve representing Yuanlong Technology began to descend at an almost vertical angle. 45. 15. 5.
The congestion rate plummeted at an astonishing speed.
The entire simulated city traffic system under the control of yet.There transformed from chaotic blockages to a silky smooth flow.
The judges lost their composure. The teams from Citra and Shield were utterly dumbfounded.
Their proud model stood before yet.There
like a primitive man's stone axe meeting a lightsaber. The bell signaling the end of the competition rang.
The result was no longer in doubt. Yuanlong Technology achieved a stunning turnaround with an overwhelming, unreasonable stance. Champion.
When the host announced the results with excitement, the entire venue erupted into the most enthusiastic applause for this young team from Xia country. In the center of the frame, Lu Ruoshi and Su Yang stood side by side. The girl was serene as water, while the boy was spirited and confident. Behind them was the cheering team. At this moment, they were the focal point of the world. In the headquarters of the Qingli group, Li Jinchuan gazed at the cool and radiant face on the screen, watching her share a smile with the boy named Su Yang. The wine glass in his hand shattered under his grip. Blood dripped through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. He was not angry about the defeat in the competition. Instead, a deeper, more terrifying emotion surged within him. It was the feeling of loss. He sensed that the girl he once considered to be in his grasp was drifting farther away. She stood at a height he could not reach, radiating a brilliance he could not comprehend. This feeling of losing control, like poison, corroded his sanity. Not only did he not give up, but he also developed an increasingly obsessive and frenzied desire for possession.
Lu Ruoshi,
he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear.
You can only be mine. The WAIC Championship trophy was brought back to Xia country by Yuanlong Technology. As news spread back home, the entire tech circle and capital market erupted in excitement. Yuanlong Technology for the first time ascended to the pinnacle of the global tech stage in a kingly manner. Behind it was no longer merely the Wuju car. It represented the future artificial intelligence. The celebration banquet was held at the Jingzhou International Conference Center. The banquet hall was brilliantly lit, filled with notable figures. Almost everyone of prominence in Jingzhou received an invitation. The media's cameras crowded the entrance, blocking it completely. The stars of the night were the team from Pangu Laboratory. Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang, two young individuals still in their ivory tower, were pushed into the spotlight. Lu Ruoxi changed out of her usual white coat and wore a simple white cocktail dress. Her demeanor was cool, yet her brilliance could not be concealed. Su Yang in a tailored suit shed some of his youthful awkwardness and gained more confidence. Facing the various big shots who continuously came to toast and congratulate them, the two handled themselves appropriately. Lu Ruoxi's calmness complemented Su Yang's enthusiasm in a wonderful balance. They no longer needed to hide behind anyone. This victory was a crown they had won for themselves. Halfway through the banquet, two figures slowly entered through the side door. The man stood tall, exuding a steady aura like a mountain. The woman wore a dark green gown, elegant and graceful with a composed demeanor. It was Lu Chenyuan and Qingli. The moment they appeared, they instantly drew the attention of the entire venue. If Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang were the brightest stars of the night, then Lu Chenyuan and Qingli were the deities controlling the entire starry sky. It's President Lu and President Mo. They actually attended together. It seems the rumors are true, these two have already formed a deep bond. Guests whispered, filled with awe and envy. Lu Chenyuan paid no heed to the gazes around him and walked straight up to Lu Ruoxi. Well done. He looked at his sister, his eyes filled with unabashed approval. A simple well done brought Lu Ruoxi more comfort and pride than any flowery words. It was the inspiration from my big brother. Lu Ruoxi said softly. She would always remember who had given them the key to break through the chaos at the most critical moment. Lu Chenyuan smiled, patting Su Yang's shoulder. Keep it up. Yes. President Lu. Su Yang replied, straightening his back excitedly. Qingli stood beside Lu Chenyuan, watching the two young individuals with a smile in her eyes. She was happy for them and proud of the man beside her. It was he who discovered the rough gem and personally sculpted them into priceless treasures. Lu Chenyuan and Qingli walked up to the main stage side by side. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone knew the main act was about to begin. Firstly, I would like to thank all the guests for taking the time to attend Yuanlong Technology's celebration banquet. Lu Chenyuan's voice, amplified through the microphone, echoed clearly throughout the venue. Yuanlong's achievements today are thanks to the efforts of every member of the team, as well as the support from all of you here and the community at large. He slightly bowed. Warm applause erupted from the audience. Today, besides celebrating, I have something else to announce, and I would like to take this opportunity to share it with everyone. As the applause diminished, everyone held their breath. Lu Chenyuan's gaze swept across the audience, calmly dropping a heavy bombshell. Yuanlong Technology has decided to open source the underlying architecture and core algorithm library of the winning model yet.There from this WAIC competition. What? Open source? Did I hear that right? Is he crazy? In an instant, the banquet hall erupted like a lake disturbed by a boulder, creating a huge commotion. Those present were elites from various industries, and they understood the value of yet.There better than anyone else. It was a newly discovered gold mine capable of changing the world. And now its owner wants to publicize the map leading to the gold mine. This defies all business logic. The representative of the Qin family turned pale with shock. The representatives from Citra were equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Lu Chenyuan's actions. Even some executives within Yuanlong Technology displayed expressions of shock and confusion. Only Qingli, standing beside Lu Chenyuan, remained composed. She looked at him, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. She knew that this man had once again stepped ahead of everyone. Mr. Lu, may I ask why you made this decision? The media below could no longer contain their high-pitched questions. Does this mean that Yuanlong Technology will give up its leading position in the field of artificial intelligence? Lu Chenyuan raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Open source is not abandonment, rather it is to establish a broader ecosystem. His voice was steady and powerful, radiating an undeniable confidence. The future of artificial intelligence should not be confined to the servers of a few companies. It should be like water and electricity, becoming a universal infrastructure that empowers countless industries. Yuanlong Technology's open source Yet aims to provide a high starting point and high standards for this industry.
We welcome developers, enterprises and research institutions from around the world to build their own applications on this foundation, creating greater value. What we are giving up is the gains and losses of a single city or pool. What we desire is the vast starry sea of the entire industry. Lu Chenyuan's words landed with a resounding impact. Those originally shocked and confused gazes gradually turned to astonishment, even admiration. The difference in vision. This is the gap in perspective. While everyone was still thinking about how to stake their own claims and monopolize the gold mine, Lu Chenyuan was contemplating how to redefine the rules of the entire industry.
He did not want to be a miner.
He aimed to be the one who sets the standards for gold transactions. That night, Yuanlong's open source initiative ignited the entire technology circle of Xia country.
Soon after, this storm swept across the globe.
Countless technical forums and developer communities went wild. The code of Nuwa spread like a virus in the computers of global developers. Countless small and medium enterprises saw hope for overtaking on the curve.
Countless university laboratories gained unprecedented research tools. Lu Chenyuan's actions almost single-handedly lowered the technical barriers of global artificial intelligence by a notch.
More importantly, when everyone began to develop based on the Nuwa architecture, Yuanlong technology became the de facto standard setter. In the future, all business models, technical ethics and legal regulations related to AI will inevitably revolve around Yuanlong.
The day after the open source announcement,
Lu Chenyuan directed Lin Yuan to collaborate with the MO Group to lead the establishment of the Xia Country Artificial Intelligence Industry Development and Security Alliance. They actively invited relevant national ministries, top legal experts and social ethicists to jointly discuss the opportunities and challenges brought by the development of AI technology.
This showcases his political sensitivity as a former poverty alleviation secretary. In an era of rapid technological advancement, one must always hold the reins firmly in hand, establishing rules on a foundation beneficial to the nation and society.
In this matter, the MO family demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. MO Qingli personally took charge of this matter, mobilizing all resources of the MO family in politics, business and academia to deeply coordinate with Yuanlong technology.
The cooperation between the two companies has far surpassed mere business scope.
They are working together to lay the most solid foundation for Xia country in the next era of global competition. Lu Chenyuan and MO Qingli, this pair of partners whose relationship has yet to be officially announced, have already become the most powerful and influential golden combination among the new generation of entrepreneurs in Xia country. Every time they appear together, it signifies a shift in industry trends.
Yuanlong Technology's rapid advancement has also brought about unexpected chain reactions. Lu family old residence. A family banquet. The atmosphere is unprecedentedly harmonious. Chenyuan is truly remarkable.
The speaker is the fourth uncle Lu Minggong, holding a wine glass, his face glowing. Our Lu Group stock has risen nearly 20 this month. My dividends this time exceed what I used to earn in a year of my own chaotic efforts.
Who says otherwise?
The third uncle Lu Mingda chimed in the past we were always thinking about fighting for a position on the board, struggling and exhausting ourselves, but the company didn't see much improvement. Now it's great we leave the professional matters to professionals and we can relax and enjoy the profits. How comfortable. Since Lu Chenyuan decisively transferred all shares of the Lu Group to a trust company, completely stripping family members of management rights. These uncles initially had grievances. But when they discovered that under the management of professional managers the group's operational efficiency and profitability had greatly improved and their annual dividends far exceeded those of the past, their grievances had long since vanished. Especially this time, with Yuanlong Technology's fame rising, the Lu Group as the starting point for Lu Chenyuan has also risen, with the tide becoming one of the hottest commodities in the capital market.
This tangible benefit is more effective than any preaching.
Even the second uncle Lu Mingshi, who had always harbored grudges against Lu Chenyuan, silently drank his wine at this moment without rebuttal. Since being forced by Lu Chenyuan to withdraw from the mess of Shengtian real estate and losing control over the group, he had been in a depressive state for a while. But without the shackles of power, he found himself living more freely. Every day, tending to flowers and birds, studying antiques and calligraphy, he unexpectedly recaptured some of the elegance of his youth. Looking at Yuanlong Technology's achievements today and recalling the traditional real estate business he was so determined to pursue back then, he felt a twinge of fear and relief in his heart for the first time. He had to admit that his nephew saw further and was more ruthless than he was. Perhaps it truly was the best choice to hand over the Lu family to him. At the main seat, old man Lu Qingzi looked at the harmonious table of children and grandchildren, his eyes filled with contentment. This had been his greatest concern.
Brotherly conflicts led to family decline. But now Lu Chenyuan had resolved all of this in his own way.
Lu Chenyuan severed the roots of internal strife within this family. Then he used a larger, irresistible benefit cake to reassemble everyone. This method was far more brilliant than what he had done back in the day.
Where is Chenyuan? Why hasn't he returned? Lu Qingzi looked around and asked.
The smiles on everyone's faces froze slightly.
Big brother is busy. A cousin from a collateral branch spoke softly. I heard he just returned from abroad, has to meet with ministry leaders and also talk about cooperation with the Mo family. Lu Qingzi's smile faded slightly, turning into a long sigh. Yes, busy. He lifted his wine glass and took a sip alone. The wine was fine, the dishes were excellent. The family was at peace. Yet in his heart he always felt an emptiness. The grandson he valued most and felt most indebted to seemed to be drifting further away from this family. He had built a sky for the Lu family, yet he was unwilling to walk under this roof again. A flicker of unspeakable sorrow flashed in the old man's murky eyes. He knew that some cracks once formed could never be mended. Lu Chenyuan had ultimately changed. Luo family manor. Luo Mengling hung up the phone with her best friend, a smile that could not be concealed gracing her face. The smartphone screen still displayed the finance news page. In the photo, Lu Chenyuan stood side by side with Mo Qingli on the podium of the celebration banquet for Yuandong Technology, resembling a pair of perfect partners. Speculations from the outside world were overwhelming. As a mother, Luo Mengling saw more clearly. It was not the polite distance between business partners. It was a deep-seated tacit understanding and trust. Her son, the one who always bore everything on his own shoulders, living like an isolated island, finally had someone standing by his side. A woman who could stand alongside him rather than hiding behind him. Luo Mengling felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Ever since divorcing Lu Minji and completely escaping the cage known as the matriarch of the Lu family, she had become increasingly transparent. She no longer cared for the family's glory and paid no heed to the disputes in the business world. She only hoped her children could live authentically and happily. Luo Mengling picked up her phone and directly dialed Lu Chenyuan's number. Yuan, are you free this weekend? Mom, what is it? On the other end of the line, Lu Chenyuan's voice remained as steady as ever. Can't I call you if there's nothing? Luo Mengling feigned displeasure. How long has it been since you came home for a meal? I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes. This Saturday bring your brother and sister back with you. All right. Lu Chenyuan immediately agreed. He never refused his mother. By the way, Luo Mengling changed the subject, her tone becoming lighter. Bring your girlfriend along too. Lu Chenyuan tightened his grip on the phone slightly. Mom, what about her? Luo Mengling interrupted him. The news has spread everywhere. Do you still want to hide it from me? It's settled, then you must bring her to me. As your mother, I want to meet my future daughter-in-law. Is that all right? The mother's tone carried an undeniable firmness and a hint of cunning. Lu Chenyuan fell silent. He could command thousands on the battlefield and maneuver through the commercial arena. Yet at this moment he felt an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. Did you hear? Luo Mengling pressed on. I heard. Lu Chenyuan took a deep breath, bracing himself. After hanging up, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, watching the bustling traffic below, feeling helpless for the first time. This matter was far more challenging than launching the Nuwa model. What exactly was his relationship with Mo Qingli? Allies. Comrades. Neighbors. They worked together seamlessly in the business world. Or perhaps food companions. She even shamelessly treated his apartment as a second office and cafeteria. The closest thing they had done together was experiencing life and death. The most touching words exchanged were discussions about projects and financial reports. Yet there had always been a thin barrier between them which neither had actively broken. Now his mother was asking him to bring her home to meet the family. Lu Chenyuan set down the report and leaned back in his chair, pondering this question seriously for the first time. The shadow of the original plot had made him wary of Mo Qingli. He feared he would repeat past mistakes and let this woman down. But he didn't know when her presence had become a habit in his life. A habit he didn't want to lose. Remembering his mother's unyielding tone, Lu Chenyuan made a decision. That evening at Yunding No. 1 apartment. Lu Chenyuan tied on an apron and expertly handled the ingredients in the open kitchen. The setting sun's afterglow streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, elongating his shadow. A faint beep sound came from the door lock. Mo Qingli walked in carrying a briefcase. She changed out of her high heels and padded barefoot across the warm wooden floor, naturally sitting down at the kitchen bar. This had become a kind of tacit understanding between them. After work she returned home. The home she returned to was his place upstairs. You're early today. Lu Chenyuan did not turn around. He recognized her by the sound of her footsteps. The matter with the AI alliance has temporarily reached a pause. Mo Qingli's voice carried a hint of relaxed laziness. What about you? Why do you seem so troubled today? She observed Lu Chenyuan's profile. His pace in cooking was slower than usual. Lu Chenyuan placed the last dish on the dining table and untied his apron. Let's eat. The two sat across from each other. On the dining table were 4 dishes and 1 soup homey yet exquisite. Qingli tasted the steamed sea bass, which was delicious and perfectly cooked. She found it amusing yet could not suppress a wave of sweetness. The formidable Lu general who commanded the technology realm of Xia country seemed to face his biggest dilemma every day: what to cook for dinner. "There's something I want to tell you." Lu Chenyuan set down his chopsticks, his expression somewhat serious. Qingli looked up. "My mom wants us to go back for dinner this Saturday." Lu Chenyuan spoke slowly as if weighing each word. Qingli nodded upon hearing this. "That makes sense. You and your siblings are usually so busy, you should spend more time with Auntie." Lu Chenyuan was taken aback, quietly gazing at her. This woman was as sharp as a cheetah in the business world. Why was she so slow to react in such matters? He had no choice but to emphasize his words, repeating them slowly. "Yes, we." Qingli's chewing slowed down. Now she fully realized. This was about meeting the parents. Qingli's heart fluttered like it had been brushed by a feather, igniting a ticklish sensation. She looked at the man before her, who appeared calm on the outside but was tumultuous within, and found it extremely amusing. The Lu Chenyuan who commanded the business world and instilled fear in countless opponents. It turned out he could also have such awkward moments. So Qingli deliberately feigned confusion, tilting her head. "We? Lu General, I don't quite understand. Didn't you say that you and your siblings were going to have dinner with Auntie? What do I count as?" Her gaze flowed with a hint of cunning. Lu Chenyuan was completely taken aback by her question. Yes, what did she count as? He realized he had never given her a clear identity. Nor had he given himself one. They hadn't even had a formal date. Every day they dined together like an old married couple, yet they lived distinctly in separate floors. Lu Chenyuan looked into Qingli's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, at the hint of mischief at her lips and her face that always radiated confidence and composure. At this moment, the shackles of the original plot, his mother's expectations and his own inner turmoil, all hesitation transformed into a remarkably clear thought. He did not want to wait any longer. Suddenly he felt like a fool. A fool who was timid and hesitant in matters of the heart, even less courageous than a woman. He took a deep breath, and all hesitation and entanglement dissipated in the face of an inexplicable courage. He stood up and walked to Qingli. He did not bend down but looked at her with a serious demeanor, as if viewing her on equal footing. "Ms. Qingli." His voice was deep and clear, no longer tinged with hesitation. "I am Lu Chenyuan. Would you be willing to give me a chance to formally pursue you?" This represented a gesture of respect. He completely handed over the choice to her. Qingli's smile gradually faded. She looked at the man before her. He was tall, casting a shadow that exuded a sense of pressure. But at this moment what she saw in his eyes was not dominance but sincerity, even a hint of clumsy, cautious expectation. She thought that with this man's dullness he might never express it. She had even prepared to take the initiative to break that thin barrier herself. Unexpectedly this man finally got it. Qingli's heart completely softened. She also stood up and met his gaze. She first gently nodded, then slowly blossomed into a smile that was even more radiant than any teasing moment before. "All right," she said softly. "I agree. Saturday, Lu family manor. The sun is just right and the grass is lush." Lu Mengling personally greets at the entrance. The first to arrive are Lu Chenxiao and Lu Chenjin. The second brother, Lu Chenxiao, still wears his signature white coat, his expression cold as if he just came down from the operating table. The fourth brother, Lu Chenjin, sports a stylish race car driver jacket, his hair dyed a bold silver gray, exuding an unruly charm. Next comes Lu Chenyuan. As a top celebrity, he has made a simple disguise, wearing a hat and a mask, but still fails to conceal the star quality that radiates from him. The three brothers gather together and the atmosphere is somewhat delicate. Their mother had hinted beforehand, and they all know that today their elder brother will bring back that legendary woman. Before long a car drives in. The car door opens and Lu Ruoshi steps out. She wears a simple long dress, her demeanor increasingly serene like a piece of smooth jade. Following her is Su Yang. Su Yang carries a fruit basket, his expression somewhat shy, but he still politely greets everyone. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. The previous WAIC championship trophy has made Su Yang a hot topic in the tech circle. Moreover, Su Yang's background as a town exam taker adds an air of mystery to this technological new elite, greatly spreading his influence and making him an inspirational idol for many. Thus the Lu family members all know about Su Yang. "Su Yang, what brings you here?" Lu Chenyuan removes his mask, somewhat surprised. Lu Chenxiao and Lu Chenjin also cast scrutinizing glances.
I came with Ruoshi. Su Yang scratches his head. I brought him here, Lu Ruoshi calmly interjects.
Mom knows too.
Lu Mengling walks over with a smile taking Su Yang's hand. Since you're here there's no need to bring anything.
Come in quickly, don't be nervous.
Lu Mengling teaches at Jingzhou University and visits her daughter every day, so she naturally knows Su Yang. She likes this earnest and sincere young man whose eyes light up when he looks at Ruoshi. As for whether he is a tech new elite, Lu Mengling does not mind at all. The three brothers of the Lu family watch the scene exchanging glances without saying anything further. Regarding their sister's situation, since their mother agreed, they naturally have no objections.
Just then another black car drives into the manor. All eyes are drawn towards it.
The car door opens.
Lu Chenyuan steps out first, dressed in less formal attire today, a casual suit that is less sharp than usual, radiating warmth of home. He walks around to the other side and gentlemanly opens the passenger door. A foot in elegant high heels steps out first. Next, Qingli's figure appears before everyone.
She wears a well-tailored dark green long dress, her long hair slightly curled with exquisite makeup. She stands beside Lu Chenyuan, not in a submissive pose but standing shoulder to shoulder with him, exuding a powerful aura while perfectly blending with him. In that instant, Lu Chenxiu, Lu Chenyuan and Lu Chenjin, three distinctly different brothers, all have the same thought flash through their minds.
So it's her. Indeed it's her. Unexpected yet seemingly reasonable.
The woman who stands beside their elder brother can only be someone like her.
Mom. Lu Chenyuan holds Qingli's hand and walks up to Lu Mengling.
Auntie, hello. Qingli greets with a smile confidently.
Ah, good.
Lu Mengling beams, unable to hide her satisfaction as she holds Qingli's hand.
Come in quickly, don't just stand outside. The last car arrives slowly. It is Lu Chenyuan.
She wears lightweight outdoor clothing, her skin tan a healthy wheat color, and her short hair adds to her sharp demeanor. Her gaze no longer carries the petulance and insecurity of the past, replaced by a sense of determination and calm that comes from weathering storms. When she sees the lively scene in the yard, she is momentarily taken aback. Especially when she sees Lu Ruoshi and Su Yang along with her elder brother beside the remarkable Qingli. In her heart there is no jealousy, no resentment. Only a sincere feeling of happiness for them.
Mom.
Elder brother.
I'm back. She runs over with a smile and gives Lu Mengling a big hug.
Good child, it's great that you're back, it's great that you're back. Lu Mengling hugs her voice slightly choked.
Among these children, Lu Chenyuan is the one who makes her the most worried and concerned.
Lu Chenyuan releases her mother, her gaze sweeping across the living room. When her eyes meet Lu Ruoxi's in the air, the atmosphere in the living room momentarily freezes. The true and false daughters. This is the first time they have calmly met each other's gaze in such a formal family setting after their identities are revealed.
There are no imagined blades and swords, no awkwardness or resentment.
Two girls, one calm as water, the other bright as fire. Their gazes intersect in the air, devoid of hostility, instead holding a subtle sense of mutual appreciation. Ruoshi, congratulations on being the WAIC champion. I saw the news, you are truly amazing, Lu Chenyuan sincerely praises. Thank you, Lu Ruoshi replies with a gentle smile. I've heard from elder brother about your achievements, you are also remarkable. A simple exchange of words resolves all past grievances. They have both found their own paths in life, no longer needing to cling to the illusory identity of Lu family daughter to vie for that narrow affection.
Lu Mengling watches this scene, her eyes slightly moist. The atmosphere of the family dinner is warm and harmonious. This is the first time Lu Chenyuan has felt such pure familial warmth since his rebirth.
There are no calculations, no conflicts. Only the care and casual chatter among family members. What reassures Lu Chenyuan the most is that the first formal meeting between Lu Ruoshi and Lu Chenyuan has already taken on completely different versions. After everyone is seated at the dining table, Lu Mengling removes a completely green jade bracelet from her wrist.
She takes Qingli's hand and personally puts it on her.
Qingli, this is a gift from Auntie to welcome you. Lu Mengling smiles gently, don't feel pressured.
This bracelet is a family heirloom of the Lu family, unrelated to my ex-husband's family.
Even if in the future you find our Yuan unworthy, it's fine. Auntie acknowledges you as my goddaughter, and the friendship between the Lu family and Mo family will always remain.
This statement is watertight. It expresses the highest recognition while giving Qingli enough respect and an exit.
Qingli feels the warmth on her wrist, her heart warming.
Thank you, Auntie. Lu Chenyuan watches from the side, feeling somewhat speechless.
Why does it feel like his mom is so eager to promote him?
Halfway through the meal, the atmosphere is just right. Lu Chenyuan suddenly puts down his wine glass, sighing.
Looking at you all, I suddenly feel quite a failure.
Everyone looks at him upon hearing this.
You see, Lu Chenyuan chuckles self-deprecatingly, elder brother is now the tech guru of our Xia country, the town's divine needle protecting us all. Second brother is a leader in the medical field and fourth brother is a racing champion who brings glory to the country. Even the two sisters Ruwashi is destined to be a genius that leaves her name in the annals of scientific history. And Qianqian is now an angel on the move bringing love and hope to the world. What about me? He spreads his hands, just an ordinary actor. Every day joking in front of the camera, it feels like I am the most worthless one in the family, the one who can't hold anything up. This statement carries a hint of despondency. But it is indeed his true feeling in recent times. Especially after experiencing the incident of his agent being bribed, Lu Chenyuan deeply feels the fragility of his career and starts to doubt his worth. Third brother, how can you say that? The first to retort is surprisingly Lu Chenyuan. She puts down her chopsticks and looks earnestly at Lu Chenyuan. This past year I have been to many poor and chaotic places. Once in a very dilapidated town in Southeast Asia there was no electricity, only a small community center that played movies using a generator. That day the film being shown was your starring role in Chasing Dreams. I saw a local little boy who didn't even have shoes on yet he was completely captivated. At the end of the movie he told his mother, "Mom, when I grow up I want to be courageous and strong like the brother in the movie, not giving up." Lu Chenyuan's eyes sparkle. Third brother, you might not know. In many places we can't see you have given countless people strength and dreams in your own way. This value is no less than anything we do. Lu Chenyuan is taken aback. He stares blankly at Lu Chenyuan. He realizes that the sister who once only knew how to cling to him and act spoiled has truly grown up. Her vision, her perspective has far exceeded his imagination. He suddenly feels how ridiculous his self-pity is. The dining table falls into silence. Everyone is deeply moved by Lu Chenyuan's words. Lu Chenyuan remains silent for a while before slowly speaking. "Chenyuan." Elder brother Lu Chenyuan immediately straightens his back. "Have you seen the movie Moonwalk?" Lu Chenyuan asks a seemingly unrelated question. Lu Chenyuan is taken aback, nodding yes, it's a classic sci-fi film. What do you think its greatest value is? Lu Chenyuan continues to ask. Lu Chenyuan ponders for a moment. It ignited countless people's dreams of space exploration, pushed forward the process of industrializing the world's film industry, and it also created enormous commercial value. He stops abruptly mid-sentence. It seems he has understood something. Lu Chenyuan watches him, knowing he has reacted. Right. In any industry, reaching the top can create immeasurable value. Commercial value, social value, even civilizational value. Your current position is great. But your thinking could be broader. Acting and then directing is one direction. But backed by the Lu family, what you can do goes far beyond this. Establish your own entertainment company, integrate resources, set industry standards, and export our Xia country's culture and values to the world. This is also a direction. Elder brother means. Lu Chenyuan's breath quickens. Once you've made up your mind, you can find Rin Qian. Let her help you set up the initial team. Lu Chenyuan speaks calmly. The subsequent management and development will depend on your exploration. No worries, as members of the Lu family we are not afraid of trial and error. Elder brother will support you. This speech is like a light instantly illuminating Lu Chenyuan's confused path ahead. The hint of dejection in his eyes is swept away. In its place is a fiercely burning flame called ambition. Lu Mengling looks at her children. The eldest is as steady as a mountain, guiding everyone in the right direction. The other children also shine in their respective fields, having learned to support and comfort one another. This is what family is. This is the image of the home she has always dreamed of. A smile of immense satisfaction and tranquility appears on her face. The family banquet has ended and the night is deep. Lu Chenyuan is driving with Mo Qingli seated in the passenger seat. There is no music in the car, just the faint sound of the air conditioning. The lively atmosphere from the manor seems to linger in the air. Lu Mengling's laughter, Lu Chenyuan's embrace, and Lu Chenyuan's rekindled fighting spirit. Everything feels wonderful, almost too good to be true. What are you thinking about? Mo Qingli spoke, breaking the silence. Nothing. Lu Chenyuan focused on the road ahead. I just feel that today is great. His words were simple, yet Mo Qingli could grasp their significance. She turned her head, watching his hands grip the steering wheel. The knuckles were prominent, stable, and strong. It was this hand that altered the fate of the Lu family and stirred the winds of the entire business world. At this moment he was simply driving quietly. My mom is very happy, Lu Chenyuan said again. Mamanti is very nice. Mo Qingli sincerely said, the bracelet she gave me is very beautiful. She raised her wrist, the emerald glowing softly under the moonlight. Lu Chenyuan's gaze swept over the bracelet before returning to the road. My mom is right. That bracelet belongs to the Lu family. You can accept it without feeling pressured, he explained.
Mo Qingli smiled.
This man was adorably serious in some aspects.
I have no pressure, she said. The car stopped steadily under Yun Ding Yihao. The two of them went upstairs together.
In the elevator, the confined space made the atmosphere feel somewhat different.
Lu Chenyuan could smell her faint perfume. Mo Qingli could sense the reassuring aura emanating from him. The elevator stopped at Mo Qingli's floor. The door opened. Mo Qingli did not step out immediately.
She looked at Lu Chenyuan and suddenly asked, Yuan, the family banquet is mutual.
Lu Chenyuan was momentarily taken aback looking at her. According to etiquette, should I also take you home for a meal? Mo Qingli's tone was calm as if discussing the terms of a commercial contract.
Yet a hint of a smile was hidden in her eyes. She knew this man was slow to understand matters of the heart. If she did not take the initiative, he might never think of this. Or perhaps even if he thought of it, he would not dare to say it.
Lu Chenyuan's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed thought about it.
After Lu Mengling mentioned the family banquet, he had considered this issue.
Formally visiting Mo Qingli's parents.
This was a necessary step to establish their relationship.
But he didn't know how to bring it up.
Unexpectedly, she spoke on his behalf.
He looked at Mo Qingli's calm gaze, feeling that his hesitation and clumsiness were laid bare.
He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound more formal.
Of course. I am always available. Just let me know when you have arranged it.
As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt somewhat stiff. It sounded like he was waiting for a subordinate's work schedule.
Mo Qingli's smile deepened. Great. Then I will go back and ask my parents.
After saying that, she walked out of the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, blocking her figure.
Lu Chenyuan leaned against the elevator wall, gently exhaling.
He felt that visiting the Mo family might make him more nervous than when he first became independent from the Lu family.
The next day at the headquarters of Yuanlong Technology, Lu Chenyuan appeared on the top floor's president office area wearing a hat and sunglasses.
Having made prior arrangements, Lu Chenyuan almost jogged through the secretary area, directly pushing open the COO's office door.
Sister Qian.
Ren Qian was focused on a document and was startled by the sudden intrusion. She looked up and was somewhat surprised to see Lu Chenyuan.
Third young master. What brings you here? I have something urgent to discuss with you. Lu Chenyuan removed his sunglasses, his eyes shining with unprecedented brightness.
He quickly walked to Ren Qian's desk, leaning forward with both hands on the table, breathing somewhat hurriedly.
I want to start a company. Ren Qian was taken aback. Start a company? What kind of company? An entertainment company.
Lu Chenyuan spoke rapidly. My brother enlightened me. I want to establish my own entertainment company, set the standards for the industry, and bring our country's culture to the world. His face was filled with unrestrained excitement and ambition. What his brother said at the dinner table yesterday was like a seed that took root in his heart, growing into a towering tree overnight. He hardly slept, his mind filled with visions of the future. Creating national-style music, filming sci-fi epics, crafting virtual idols, establishing a global distribution network. He aims to turn those ideas he once only dared to dream about into reality. Ren Qian looked at him. The Lu Chenyuan before her was completely different from the somewhat impulsive and childish top star she remembered. There was a conviction in his eyes, a kind of fervent belief.
Ren Qian did not respond immediately.
She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, calmly assessing him. Third young master, starting a company is not a small matter.
Especially in the entertainment industry, it's very deep and fraught with pitfalls.
Your ideas are great, but how do you plan to execute them? Your team, your funding, your business model, have you thought about these?
She was the COO of Yuanlong Technology, not a babysitter for children playing house.
Although Lu Chenyuan had already communicated with her, she still needed to confirm that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision from Lu Chenyuan.
Lu Chenyuan did not let her calm demeanor extinguish his enthusiasm.
He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and opened it. It was filled with his thoughts, some words even scrawled in excitement. Then he explained each point one by one. He spoke in one breath, his eyes shining brightly.
Ren Qian listened quietly.
Her initial scrutiny gradually turned into surprise and finally evolved into a hint of approval. Lu Chenyuan's plan may still be rough around the edges, but he grasped the core content as king and channels win. More importantly, he had vision. He was not focused on how much money he could make, but on how to establish a cultural platform that could exert influence externally.
This aligned subtly with Lu Chenyuan's approach to Yuanlong Technology. I understand. Ren Qian nodded, picking up a pen. Clearly outline your specific ideas point by point.
I will help you organize them into a formal business plan. Then I will leverage my connections to help you find a suitable CEO candidate and build the initial core team.
Great. Thank you, Sister Qian. Lu Chenyuan stood up excitedly. Don't thank me. Rin Qian's expression remained calm. If your project succeeds, it will also benefit Yuanlong Technology's ecosystem. I am just doing my job. She paused and added, however, your ideas are indeed impressive. Receiving such direct praise from Rin Qian was more encouraging to Lu Chenyuan than the cheers of millions of fans. On the weekend at the Mo family residence. Unlike the imposing and heavy atmosphere of the Lu family manor, the Mo family house resembles a traditional Chinese garden. Small bridges and flowing water pavilions and towers all exude delicacy and elegance. Lu Chenyuan followed beside Mo Qingli, carrying carefully prepared gifts as they walked along the blue stone path. He had changed into a deep gray traditional outfit with knotted buttons, softening his overall demeanor. However, beneath the surface his heart was far from calm. In the living room of the Mo family, a refined middle-aged man was brewing tea. He wore a casual outfit matching Lu Chenyuan's color scheme, his movements fluid and graceful, exuding a calmness that came with the passage of time. This was Mo Zhenbang, the chairman of the Mo Group and Mo Qingli's father. However, nowadays almost all affairs of the Mo Group were under the control of Mo Qingli. Mo Zhenbang seemed more like a figurehead. Beside him a gentle woman was smiling as she looked towards the entrance. She was Mo Qingli's mother, Lin Shohan. Dad, Mom, we're back. Mo Qingli's voice, usually cold and regal, unexpectedly carried a hint of girlish charm. It's good that you're back, Lin Shohan said with a smile, her gaze immediately falling on Lu Chenyuan. She looked him up and down, her expression full of a mother-in-law's satisfaction towards her son-in-law. Chenyuan, come in and sit. You haven't visited our home since we met at Grandpa's birthday banquet. You really should come more often. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie, Lu Chenyuan politely greeted, handing over the gifts. You shouldn't have brought anything, it's too much of a courtesy. Lin Shohan accepted the gifts and warmly invited him to sit down. Mo Zhenbang raised his eyes, glanced at Lu Chenyuan and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. He did not speak further, focusing on the tea utensils in his hands. Yet Lu Chenyuan could feel a sharp gaze constantly fixed upon him. In that gaze there was scrutiny, inquiry, and a hint of subtle wariness. He knew that this would not be an easy hurdle to overcome. Mo Zhenbang, though a generation younger than Lu Qingzi, was a prominent figure who thrived in the same era as Lu Qingzi. Although he appeared gentle, his skills and intelligence in bringing the Mo family to its current height were extraordinary. The Mo family indeed had unique insights when it came to nurturing future generations. Without mentioning that Mo Zhenbang was a peer of Lu Qingzi, just considering that Mo Qingli and Lu Chenyuan almost simultaneously became heirs of their respective family businesses, Lu Chenyuan faced numerous obstacles in the Lu Group while Mo Qingli had long held absolute power in the Mo Group. The stark difference was evident. Have some tea. Mo Zhenbang pushed a cup of brewed tea towards Lu Chenyuan. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air. Thank you, Uncle, Lu Chenyuan said as he picked up the teacup and took a small sip. Yuanlong Technology has been making significant moves lately, Mo Zhenbang finally spoke. He did not inquire about his daughter's personal matters but dove straight into business. The launch of the new model is akin to gifting a mountain of gold to everyone. Many say you are too idealistic and do not understand business. In the marketplace, as in war, a commander who is incompetent will exhaust his troops. By making the core weapon blueprints public, how will you fight in the future? His questions were subtle yet incisive, targeting the core issue. Lin Shohan glanced at her husband with some concern. Mo Qingli, however, remained calm, quietly sitting without interjecting. She believed in Lu Chenyuan. Lu Chenyuan set down his teacup, his expression serene. Uncle, future wars will not be won by one or two advanced weapons. What matters are standards and ecosystems. What I have offered is not weapon blueprints but the thinking behind weapon manufacturing. When everyone uses my philosophy to manufacture weapons, they will forever be bound by the standards I set. I can dictate what materials they use, what calibers are necessary, and even when they can fire their weapons. What I have relinquished is merely a city and a pond. What I desire is the entire world. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with conviction. The living room fell silent for a moment. Mo Zhenbang looked at Lu Chenyuan, surprise appearing in his eyes for the first time. He had expected Lu Chenyuan to explain things from the angles of commercial value and market prospects. He did not anticipate that Lu Chenyuan's vision was even broader than he had imagined. What Lu Chenyuan aimed to become was not merely a hegemon but a rulemaker. Mo Zhenbang paused for a moment before asking, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger for trouble? The country's citra is not a soft touch. If you lay out the path, they might drive faster than you can run. I'm not afraid, Lu Chenyuan replied decisively. Setting aside everything else, the most important point is, Lu Chenyuan looked at Mo Zhenbang, his gaze intense, the future competition is not between one company and another. Rather, it is a competition between one ecosystem and another. Yuanlong and the Mo family standing together represent the pinnacle of new energy and artificial intelligence ecosystems in Xia country. This ecosystem is sufficient to withstand any external challenges. He skillfully included the Mo family in this narrative. This was not flattery but a statement of fact. Mo Zhenbang's gaze finally softened. He raised his teacup and took a sip. Qingli's judgment is commendable. The vague compliment brought a sigh of relief from everyone present. This was recognition, the highest form of acknowledgement from the head of the Mo family. Lin Shuhan's face blossomed with a smile as she quickly urged, all right, let's not talk about work all the time. Dinner is ready. I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs, Qingli. The atmosphere at dinner was warm and harmonious. Mo Zhenbang did not ask any further business-related questions. He began to discuss mundane topics, asking Lu Chenyuan about his hobbies and whether work was tiring. Like an ordinary father concerned for his daughter's boyfriend, Lu Chenyuan answered each question. He felt somewhat unaccustomed to this warmth. In his past life he was an orphan. In this life Lu Chengzi regarded him with more weight and expectation, while Lu Minji treated him with only exploitation and exclusion. Except for Lu Mengling, this was the first time Lu Chenyuan felt such pure care from an elder. After the meal a warmth lingered in Lu Chenyuan's heart. When bidding farewell to the Mo family, Mo Zhenbang personally escorted them to the door. This child Qingli is very determined. Once she sets her mind on something, no one can change it. Mo Zhenbang looked at Lu Chenyuan with pointed words. From now on I'll be counting on you. Uncle, you can rest assured I will. Lu Chenyuan promised solemnly. On the way back Lu Chenyuan felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He felt that an important piece of the puzzle in his life had fallen into place. How do you feel? My dad didn't make things difficult for you while I wasn't around, did he? Mo Qingli asked with a smile. No, Lu Chenyuan shook his head. Uncle is very good. He looked out at the night scenery and suddenly felt that the night in Jingzhou was not so cold after all. The atmosphere in the top-floor conference room of the Qin Group's headquarters was somewhat oppressive. All the executives lowered their heads, afraid to look at Qinya, who occupied the main seat. They were even more afraid to look at the man standing in front of the projection screen. Li Jinchuan. Since his crushing defeat under Lu Chenyuan and being taken in by the Qin family, he had been lying low for far too long. Long enough that many had almost forgotten his past brilliance. Today he wore a well-fitted dark suit, his hair meticulously styled. His gaze was calm, even carrying a hint of coldness. There was no trace of the despondency of a failure on him, only a dangerous aura akin to that of a wild beast. My plan is complete. Li Jinchuan's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. He turned off the projection and then the lights in the conference room lit up. All eyes instinctively turned towards Qinya. Leaning back in her chair with a nonchalant demeanor, she wore a fiery red dress that starkly contrasted with the dull tones of the conference room. Her face bore a lazy indifference. Li Jinchuan, are you suggesting that we the Qin family continue to engage in a price war with Lu Chenyuan? Her tone was as if discussing where to shop that afternoon. Yes and no. Li Jinchuan met her gaze directly, neither servile nor overbearing. The Wuju car is currently a benchmark for new energy in the Summer Nation. Its brand image is already established. Competing heat-en in the high-end market is a path to self-destruction. However, its success has also left a significant market void. The market under 400,000 is the true foundation for new energy vehicles in the Summer Nation. The special model of Satila has already targeted this area. If we don't enter soon, it will be too late. A vice president couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Li, the risks of a price war are too great. Our supply chain costs, while advantageous, will compress the profit margins to the extreme if we are to achieve the affordable version high performance you mentioned, and any misstep could lead to massive losses. I don't want profits. Li Jinchuan's response startled everyone. I want market share. His gaze swept across the room. I want to use an irresistible product at an unbeatable price to capture consumers' minds in the shortest time possible. I want everyone to know that wanting to buy a high-performance new energy vehicle does not necessarily mean choosing Wuju. When our Fengqi fills the streets and alleys of the Summer Nation, the lofty myth of Wuju will crumble without a fight. Fengqi, this was the name he had chosen for the new brand. Simple, direct, and full of a sense of speed. Qinya lightly stroked her fingers, looking at Li Jinchuan, her eyes finally showing a serious expression. She knew this man was gambling, using the Qin family's resources to bet on his ambition and his hatred for Lu Chenyuan. But she also had to admit this plan was extremely enticing. If successful, Qin New Energy would no longer be a pursuer of Mo's family but a challenger capable of threatening the very foundation of Yuanlong technology from another dimension. What guarantee do you have for success? Qinya asked. Li Jinchuan replied with just one word. His eyes held absolute confidence, even arrogance. Over the past period I studied all the parameters of Wuju vehicles, dismantled their entire supply chain and analyzed over 100,000 user feedback reports. I know where their strengths lie and even more so where their pain points are. My Fengqi will achieve 70% performance on their most proud battery and intelligence systems. But in terms of price it will only be half of theirs. Miss, tell me, will such a product win? The conference room fell into dead silence, everyone shocked by the blueprint Lu Chenyuan had described. He was a madman. He was also a genius. Xinya remained silent for a long time. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling traffic below. She remembered not long ago when Lu Chenyuan upended the chessboard, directly engaging with the high-level city government. In that moment she felt the helplessness of being overwhelmed. She knew that following Lu Chenyuan and Qingli step by step, the Qin family would forever be without a chance to rise. To win, unconventional means must be used, and one must gamble well in unexpected places. Li Jinchuan was the sharpest and most dangerous card she held. All right. Xinya turned around, her red lips slightly parted. I approve. The Qin new energy will establish the Fengqi division and you will be in charge. All the resources of the company will be directed towards you. She walked up to Li Jinchuan, the sound of her high heels echoing clearly in the quiet conference room. She tilted her head slightly to look at him. But Li Jinchuan, remember this. This is the Qin family's vehicle, not a tool for your revenge against Lu Chenyuan. What I want is the market, is victory, is the future of the Qin family. If you mess this up, I will personally kick you out of here. Li Jinchuan looked at her beautiful yet dangerous face, so close a cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. It's a deal. In the depths of his eyes the long extinguished flame reignited. This time he would turn Lu Chenyuan and his lofty technological empire to ashes. The preparation for the distant foundation was far more complex than Lu Chenyuan had imagined. She rented a small office as the temporary headquarters of the foundation. Ji Wuxuan became her first employee, serving as a driver, bodyguard, administrator, and assistant. The first funds from Lu Mangling, Lu Chenyuan, and Qingli had already arrived. However, subsequent fundraising encountered a bottleneck. Lu Chenyuan insisted on not accepting public donations and required absolute control over the foundation's capital. These two conditions directly deterred many interested investors. They either hoped to gain greater social reputation through donations or desired a voice in the foundation. Angel investors like Lu Chenyuan and Qingli, who only provided funds without interference, were extremely rare. Brother, this is our current financial situation. In Lu Chenyuan's office, Lu Chenyuan handed over a report. Just enough to start my first pilot project in the Middle East. But the subsequent promotion and the plans for Southeast Asia still faced a significant funding gap. Her tone carried a weariness only an adult could truly understand. Ideals were abundant, yet reality was fraught with obstacles. Lu Chenyuan looked at the report and then at his sister, who had shed her naivety and gained a bit of resilience. Shanshan, have you thought about considering a different approach? What approach? Your project is essentially a form of impact investment. Its returns are not monetary but rather a positive social image and intangible political resources. Such returns are more important than money for some people. For example, Lu Chenyuan's fingers lightly tapped on the table. For instance, Qinya. When Lu Chenyuan uttered the name Qinya, Lu Chenyuan was taken aback and stood up. Qinya. Big brother, you can't be serious, can you? The Qin family and the Mo family are sworn enemies. Yuanlong Technology is currently allied with the Mo family. How could Qinya possibly invest in us? She would be more likely to hate us. This is completely contrary to business logic. Sometimes the greatest enemy can also become the best partner. Lu Chenyuan's tone was profound. You go meet her without any preconceptions. Tell her about your faraway plan in its entirety. She will surprise you. After hearing Lu Chenyuan's words, Lu Chenyuan was skeptical. However, out of absolute trust in her brother, she decided to give it a try. Through her connection with Rin Qian, she quickly obtained Xinya's contact information. To Lu Chenyuan's surprise, when she revealed her name and purpose, Xinya's secretary simply said, "Please hold on," and a few minutes later provided her with a confirmed meeting time. The next afternoon, in a private club located beneath the Qin Group building, Lu Chenyuan arrived 10 minutes early. However, Qinya was a full half-hour late. When Qinya walked in, she was like a gust of wind. Dressed in her striking red attire, she wore a large pair of sunglasses. "Sorry, I got held up by some matters," she casually remarked, removing her sunglasses to reveal a strikingly beautiful face that exuded an aggressive charm. She appraised Lu Chenyuan, her gaze openly scrutinizing. "The little princess of the Lu family, tell me what brings you here today." Lu Chenyuan was not intimidated by her aura. She pushed forward a prepared proposal. "President Qin, I am not here today as a member of the Lu family but as the founder of the Faraway Foundation. I would like to invite you to join our cause." Qinya did not look at the proposal. She gestured for the waiter and ordered the most expensive coffee. Then she reclined on the sofa lazily, watching Lu Chenyuan. "Let's hear it." Lu Chenyuan took a deep breath and began to speak.
She shared her experiences abroad, the shortcomings of traditional charity and the precise, efficient and self-sustaining model of the Faraway Foundation. Her pace was not fast, but every word stemmed from personal experience and was filled with power.
Qingli listened quietly, showing little expression, occasionally lifting her coffee for a sip.
When Lu Chenyuan finished speaking, Qingli slowly opened her mouth.
Not a bad idea.
So you're in need of funds?
Yes. I need like-minded partners. How much did Qingli invest? Qingli suddenly asked. This question caught Lu Chenyuan off guard.
She hadn't expected that Qingli's greatest concern would be this.
Sister Qingli invested 100 million in her personal capacity.
Oh.
A playful smile curled at the corner of Qingli's mouth.
She is indeed quite generous. She set down her coffee cup, leaned forward and looked at Lu Chenyuan.
Fine, I'll invest. If she invests 100 million, then I'll invest 200 million.
What?
Lu Chenyuan doubted her ears.
I said I will invest 200 million, Qingli repeated, her tone as relaxed as if she were saying, I'll buy a bag.
But I have one condition. What condition?
In the future my name must be placed before Qingli's in all promotional materials for the Faraway Foundation.
Lu Chenyuan was completely stunned.
She looked at the woman before her and found it somewhat absurd. Spending 200 million just to have her name ranked above her sworn enemy.
President Qin, are you being too childish? She couldn't help but say, this is a very serious endeavor. Childish. Qingli suddenly laughed.
In that smile the laziness and playfulness from before vanished, replaced by a sharp insight into everything. She put away her pretentious demeanor as a spoiled rich girl and her aura instantly became calm and powerful.
Lu Chenyuan, do you think I'm just a fool who uses money to provoke Qingli? Lu Chenyuan looked at her speechless. Yes, I dislike Qingli, I find her unpleasant, that's a fact. If I can use money to overshadow her reputation, I am quite happy to do so. But do you think I am an idiot?
To spend 200 million in cash just for a moment of vexation. Qingli lifted her coffee, her gaze becoming profound.
I was half an hour late because I had just finished a meeting about a price war, a battle that stakes the fate of the Qin family for the next decade.
I came to see you because your brother is Lu Chenyuan. I was curious about what kind of person his sister would be. And my decision to invest in you is not because of Qingli.
It is because your project is inherently excellent. She looked at Lu Chenyuan, enunciating each word clearly. What you think of as reputation, what is it? Is it a few flattering remarks in the media? Wrong.
True reputation is influence, it is the power of speech, the key that can help the Qin family open many invisible doors. Your foundation is working on international projects linking cutting-edge technology with grassroots needs.
If done well, this can enhance a family's soft power more than any commercial advertisement.
Spending 200 million to acquire a platform that continuously generates positive influence while also irritating my opponent.
Lu Chenyuan, tell me, is this deal worthwhile?
Lu Chenyuan stared at her, feeling as if she were meeting this woman for the first time. The spoiled and reckless Qin family heiress, rumored to be a troublemaker, turned out to be merely a protective facade. Beneath this shell was a savvy, decisive and clear-sighted leader of a true aristocratic family with a keen insight into interests in human nature.
I understand now. Lu Chenyuan stood up and solemnly bowed to Qingli. Thank you, President Qin. On behalf of Faraway, I welcome your joining.
Qingli waved her hand, put her sunglasses back on and reverted to her lazy demeanor.
All right, enough with the formalities. Bring me the contract, I'll sign it.
If anything comes up in the future, go directly to my assistant. I'm quite busy and don't have time to play house with you kids. With that, she stood up, striding away in her high heels like a gust of wind.
Lu Chenyuan sat there for a long time before regaining her composure.
She picked up her phone and dialed Lu Chenyuan's number.
Big brother, I met Qingli.
Her voice carried a hint of uncalmed astonishment.
She is different from what you and everyone else described.
On the other end of the line, Lu Chenyuan's voice was calm and gentle.
So do you understand now?
Yes.
That's good.
Lu Chenyuan chuckled softly.
Welcome to the real game table, Chenyuan. The commercial skyline of Jingzhou changed overnight. Two major pieces of news ignited the entire automotive industry on the same day.
The international giant Satila officially launched production at its Jingzhou super factory. The first product is a special model for the Xia country market called Pioneer. Priced at 350,000, it directly targets the mid to high-end market of Wujiu automobiles. If sightless entry was anticipated, another piece of news hit like a deep-sea bomb. The Qin family's new energy brand with great fanfare announced its new sub-brand Fengqi. The first model aims to compete with the Wujiu Youth Edition. Priced at 198,000, this price is nearly at cost. One from within and one from without, one high and one low. Two sharp blades struck precisely at the throat and soft underbelly of Wuzhou automobiles. At the top office of Yuanshan Technology, Lin Yuan's expression was more serious than ever. General Manager Lu, we have some trouble. He placed a real-time updated data report in front of Lu Chenyuan. Within 24 hours after the press conferences of Sightless Pioneer and Qing's Fingqi, our new order volume has dropped by 30%. The cancellation calls at the stores keep ringing. Online, all the automotive forums are discussing this matter. The sentiment is very bad and they are saying we are an IQ tax. This is the first time Wuzhou automobiles have faced such a significant crisis since their launch. The atmosphere within the company is tense. Many executives are restless, calling Lin Yuan, their words filled with anxiety. Should we hold an emergency meeting right away? Lin Yuan asked. Everyone is waiting for your decision. No need. Lu Chenyuan's gaze remained fixed outside the window. He looked at the Wuzhou super factory in the distance, which had just begun piling foundations, his expression calm. Let them argue and fight. Real wars never occur in meeting rooms. He turned around and looked at Lin Yuan calmly. Notify the following 3 things. First, all proposals for price reductions and promotions are to be rejected. Second, accelerate the mass production pace of the Wuzhou super factory regardless of cost. Third, inform Lu Ruox's Pangu laboratory and all core software departments to prepare for a meeting. A flicker of confusion passed through Lin Yuan's eyes, unsure of Lu Chenyuan's intentions. No price cuts. Accelerating spending on factory construction. This makes no sense. However, Lin Yuan did not ask further and immediately nodded understood. An hour later, in the conference room of Yuanshan Technology, which held the highest level of confidentiality, there were fewer than 10 people qualified to sit here. Besides Lu Chenyuan and Lin Yuan, the most core leaders of Yuanshan Technology in artificial intelligence and software were also present. Lu Ruoxi was among them. She wore a simple white shirt, her demeanor cool, resembling a celestial being untouched by dust. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed somewhat oppressive. Everyone knew the company was facing unprecedented external pressure. Lu Chenyuan did not waste words and directly turned on the projector. The screen did not display cars or data reports. Instead, it presented a brand new operating system interface filled with a sense of technology and futurism. In the center of the interface were 2 Chinese characters in seal script. Tian Shu. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Chenyuan began, his tone measured. Today we will not discuss the enemy but focus on ourselves. Let me ask everyone a question. What is the essence of a car? No one answered. Lu Chenyuan answered himself. In the past, a car was a means of transportation. It consists of 4 wheels and a sofa. The core of competition lies in the engine, the chassis, the hardware. But in the future, a car will be an intelligent terminal. It will be the third living space for humans outside of home and office. Its core will be computing power, software, and ecosystem. He pointed to the Tianshu OS on the screen. This is the answer we have prepared for the future. A truly intelligent cockpit system driven by the new Wa2.0 large model. Lu Ruoxi stood up, taking over the conversation. She used a laser pointer to indicate the interactive logic diagram on the screen. The Tianshu OS will thoroughly connect the 3 scenarios of car, home, and people. It will no longer be a passive system but an active steward. When you finish work, it will automatically sync your schedule, preparing the materials for your next meeting in the car. At the same time, it will calculate your home arrival time and start the air conditioning, air purifier, and water heater in advance. It can recognize your emotions. When you're tired, it will proactively play soothing music and adjust the seat to the most comfortable angle. When you're excited, it will recommend the highest rated nearby restaurant. Most importantly, Lu Ruox's eyes sparkled with confidence. It will open the lowest level interfaces to all developers. Any creative programmer can develop their own applications on Tianshu. We provide the platform and the wisdom of the world will build the ecosystem for us. The conference room fell into silence. Everyone was deeply shocked by this grand vision. They finally understood how grand Lu Chenyuan's plan truly was. While Satila and the Qing group were still entangled in hardware costs and sales prices, Lu Chenyuan had already elevated the war to a whole new dimension. I have decided. Lu Chenyuan's voice was steady, to release Tianshu OS ahead of schedule. I don't care what methods you use, within a week I want this system to be installed in all Wuzhou exhibition and test drive vehicles. At the same time, prepare for the press conference. We need to tell the market that the real game has only just begun. The profits from hardware can be very low, but the value of the ecosystem is limitless. A week later, Jingzhou National Conference Center. Yuanshan Technology held a globally watched press conference. All media outlets were speculating how Lu Chenyuan would respond to this price war. Would he announce a price cut or launch a cheap model?
The venue was packed. Lu Chenyuan walked onto the stage wearing a simple black t-shirt. There was no grand opening, no dramatization of the crisis. He simply stood there calmly. Many people are asking how would you will respond to this price war. My answer is that we will not respond. Because that is not our war. Today I am not here to launch a new car, I am here to define a new species. The large screen behind him instantly lit up. Tianshu OS made its official debut. The smooth interactions, the clever voice assistant, the seamlessly connected internet of everything seen. Through the live demonstration, a smart mobile space belonging to the future was clearly presented to everyone. The audience erupted in excitement. Everyone understood this was a dimensional strike. While your competitor is still comparing whose knife is sharper, you have pulled out a gun. At the end of the press conference, Lu Chenyuan announced an even more significant decision. The Tianshu OS will be pushed as a free system update to all existing owners of Wuju automobiles. Our promise is that Wuju automobiles will be an intelligent terminal that will never become outdated and can continuously evolve. As Lu Chenyuan finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Those consumers who had hesitated due to price were instantly struck. One is an ordinary car that only drops in price. The other is a future species with infinite possibilities that can be continuously upgraded. How to choose is already self-evident. Qingli Group. Li Jinchuan stared intensely at the calm and confident figure on the screen. All the effort he put into the Fengqi project, his pride in the price slaughter strategy, seemed so ridiculous and vulnerable in the face of Tianshu OS. He thought he had grasped Lu Chenyuan's weakness. Yet he did not realize that the latter had not taken him seriously at all. Lu Chenyuan flipped the chessboard and told everyone that we were going to play a more advanced game. A bone-chilling coldness rose from his feet. He once again experienced the helplessness of being struck down a dimension. He slammed the cup in his hand fiercely onto the ground. Lu Chenyuan. He gritted his teeth, shouting each word. At the same time, in Qingya's office, she watched the entire press conference and remained silent for a long time. The laziness and playfulness on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by a complex expression mixed with defeat, admiration, and wariness. Now do you understand? She softly spoke to the air. It was as if she was asking herself or the already frantic Li Jinchuan. He never intended to play the same game as us. He himself is the rule. In another corner of Jingzhou, in a brand new office, the plaque reading yet.There has just been hung. This is Lu Chenyuan's entertainment company. Under Ren Xian's efficient management, the company's framework was established in the shortest possible time. The decor is modern and minimalist, with all recording and office equipment being top-notch in the industry. Lu Chenyuan stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling city below, yet he felt no joy. His brow was tightly furrowed as he contemplated the biggest setback he had faced during this time. The company was established, the money was there, and the resources provided by his brother Lu Chenyuan were impeccable. But the cornerstone he desired the most was something he could not move. Zhichen. This name is almost non-existent in the mainstream music scene. Yet in the independent music circle he is revered by countless fans. His music is filled with sharp concern for the underprivileged and anger towards social injustice. The style is raw and the lyrics cut like knives, each song is like a bloody social report from the margins. Lu Chenyuan knew that if he wanted yet.There to be more than just a money-making machine producing idols on an assembly line, but a true cultural brand with soul and attitude, Zhichen was the best choice. To this end he personally visited 3 times. The first time he was met with a cold shoulder. The second time Zhichen made him wait for 2 hours before saying he had no interest. On the third visit Zhichen finally agreed to meet him in a shabby rehearsal room. Lu Chenyuan, Zhichen said, wearing a poorly made old t-shirt, his gaze proud. I've heard your songs. They're sweet, popular and safe. He paused, the disdain in his tone was unmasked. Your company is probably the same. Only capable of producing beautifully packaged candy. I don't need safety. My music certainly shouldn't be packaged like candy. I don't understand your world. And you'd best stay away from mine. After saying this, Zhichen picked up his guitar and began to play, no longer casting a glance at Lu Chenyuan. Lu Chenyuan felt as if all his enthusiasm and grand visions had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Everything he took pride in seemed worthless before Zhichen. Third brother, looking so troubled, what are you thinking about? A crisp voice interrupted Lu Chenyuan's thoughts as Lu Chenyuan walked in. Today she was dressed in a sharp sports outfit with her long hair tied in a high ponytail, looking spirited. In her hand she carried a fruit basket. I happen to have some free time today, so I came to check out your new company and congratulate you on becoming a boss. Don't bother, it's just an empty shell. Lu Chenyuan turned around and smiled self-deprecatingly. He then recounted the events with Zhichen in detail. He called me candy. There was a hint of defeat in Lu Chenyuan's voice. Ji Chen. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Chenyuan's eyes. I know him. Lu Chenyuan was surprised and looked at her. How do you know him?
I heard his song in a peacekeeping camp in the Middle East. A communications engineer from the Xia country played it on his old phone. He said that when he missed home or couldn't sleep due to anger over injustice, listening to Ji Chen's songs made him feel that sparks still remained in his heart.
Listening to this, Lu Chenyuan fell silent.
It turned out that the man's music had reached far beyond what he could imagine. Third brother, you've made a mistake from the very beginning. Lu Chenyuan placed the fruit basket on the coffee table and looked at him seriously. You approached him as a capitalist trying to buy his talent. But someone like him despises capitalism the most. You're trying to get close to him in the way he hates the most.
Lu Chenyuan frowned. Then what should I do? I can't just go empty-handed and talk to him about ideals, can I? You shouldn't go. Lu Chenyuan's thoughts were crystal clear. I should go.
I will approach him not as a lobbyist for Xia era but as the founder of the Yuanfang Foundation.
What I will discuss with him is not a contract or money but collaboration.
A collaboration that can take his music to where it truly belongs. Lu Chenyuan looked at his sister before him and realized that he had never really understood her. Although she was younger than him at this moment, her gaze and thought seemed far more mature and insightful.
Suddenly Lu Chenyuan felt that all his past indulgence was so superficial. All right. He took a deep breath and nodded. Give it a try. The next afternoon, in an independent bookstore located in the old town, this was the place where Ji Chen and Lu Chenyuan had agreed to meet. Ji Chen intentionally arrived 10 minutes late. He wanted to give that supposedly pampered young lady a taste of reality. He had even prepared a set of remarks to deal with her ostentatious arrogance. However, when he pushed open the door to the bookstore, what he saw was a girl dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans with a clean face. She was sitting by the window quietly flipping through a photo book on war photography, her profile illuminated by the afternoon sun, appearing serene and focused. No designer brands, no heavy makeup, and definitely no impatience. Ji Chen's preparations fell flat. You're Lu Chenyuan. He walked to the table, his tone still maintaining its customary coldness. Mr. Ji, please have a seat. Lu Chenyuan closed the book, looked up at him and gestured for him to sit. Her gaze was clean and calm, showing no signs of awkwardness or servility. If this is still about Lu Chenyuan, then forget it. After Ji Chen sat down, he got straight to the point. Not at all. Lu Chenyuan shook her head. I'm here today to ask you a question as a listener. Ask. Ji Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. In your song you sang, beneath high walls a person's dignity is worth nothing. Lu Chenyuan gazed directly into his eyes, her eyes reflecting a maturity beyond her years. I want to know, what do you believe dignity truly is? This question left Ji Chen stunned. He hadn't anticipated that the other party would initiate this conversation using his own lyrics. This made him retract some of his nonchalance. Dignity is not being controlled, not being bought, it is the freedom of thought and soul. He instinctively replied, which had always been his creed. Well said. Lu Chenyuan nodded in agreement. Then she shifted the topic. But if a person doesn't even know where their next meal is coming from, do they still have the right to talk about dignity? If a mother has to sell her body to buy a bottle of clean drinking water for her feverish child, where does her dignity lie? If a nation's culture is gradually being erased by war and poverty, how should the dignity of their entire community be preserved? Every question from Lu Chenyuan was calm yet piercingly sharp. At this moment Ji Chen fell completely silent. Of course he had pondered these questions before and had even written them into his songs. But the girl before him spoke in such a calm manner, it felt less like she was asking questions and more like she was stating facts. Had she witnessed it with her own eyes? Last year I spent 3 months in a refugee camp in the eastern part of F continent, Lu Chenyuan said slowly, as if recalling an ordinary past. There was a constant power outage and there was no internet. The only entertainment for the locals was an international charity organization that screened old outdoor movies once a week using a diesel generator in the open space. But most of the time it was a long and silent night. That kind of silence could swallow a person's hopes. She continued, one night an old man passed away in the camp. His son, a man in his 30s, did not cry. He just sat in the darkness singing the ancient songs of their tribe over and over again. To be honest, the singing was difficult to listen to, hoarse and completely devoid of any musical aesthetic. Yet all the hundreds of people in the camp listened in utter silence. No one spoke. At that moment Lu Chenyuan suddenly understood. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the bookstore's window, looking towards that place from the past. Music is sometimes not a work of art nor a commodity. It is the last weapon humans use against nothingness and despair. It is as essential to survival as food and water. However, it sustains the dignity of the spirit. Ji Chen's gaze changed completely as he looked at her. He tucked away all his aloofness and scrutiny. This girl possessed something he had never seen in the aristocratic children of Jingzhou. A compassion that stemmed from the vastness of the world and a clarity born from treading through the mud. I understand everything you said. But how does this relate to Lu Chenyuan's company and to capital? Ji Yichen's voice unconsciously softened. It is related. Lu Chenyuan brought her gaze back, refocusing on his face. My faraway foundation will aid those in need globally in the future. We will not only bring supplies, medicines and technology, but I also hope to bring spiritual comfort and strength. I hope that your music can resonate in our mobile medical stations, in our temporary schools and in those tents waiting for aid. I hope your songs can replace me and tell those forgotten by the world that they have not been forgotten, that someone cares about their suffering and that someone is shouting for their injustices. And yet.There is the platform that can turn all of this into reality. It has the best recording equipment to ensure the quality of your music. It has the most professional distribution channels to allow these voices to be heard more widely. It also has enough capital to support us in doing these completely unprofitable endeavors even at a loss. Lu Chenyuan leaned slightly forward, gazing intently at Ji Yichen. Mr. Ji, my third brother does not understand your world. He wants to buy your art. But I believe you should understand my world. She continued, I am not here to buy you. I am here to invite you to be my comrade. Together let us use music to have a conversation with this messed up world. The word comrade struck Ji Yichen's heart like a bullet. The bookstore was quiet, with only the old fan creaking as it turned. Ji Yichen looked at Lu Chenyuan before him, remaining silent for a long time. He felt that the disdain he had always held towards capital and the anger he felt towards the world seemed somewhat narrow in front of this girl. She did not deny his anger but provided an outlet for it. A broader and more constructive outlet. I have a condition. After a long time, Ji Yichen finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. You may say it. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Chenyuan's eyes. I can sign with yet.There. But my first album must be a co-branded project with the Faraway Foundation. All royalties will be donated to the foundation. Moreover, you must participate in all the creations. What I want is your vision, your story. Lu Chenyuan smiled. That smile was as bright and warm as the sun after rain, giving hope and strength. She stood up and extended her hand to Ji Yichen. It's a deal. Ji Yichen also stood up and shook her hand. When Lu Chenyuan received the phone call, he was pacing back and forth in his office. When he heard that Ji Yichen agreed to sign and specifically requested to collaborate with Lu Chenyuan, he was completely stunned. He hung up the phone and stood in the office for a long time. Then he picked up his coat and took the initiative for the first time to walk towards Lu Chenyuan's office. Chenyuan. Lu Chenyuan, who was reading foundation documents, looked up. Third brother. Did things work out? Yes. Lu Chenyuan nodded. He walked up to her, looking at his sister, whom he had always thought needed his protection. Thank you, he said sincerely. We are family. Lu Chenyuan smiled nonchalantly. No. Lu Chenyuan shook his head, his gaze unusually serious. From today onwards we are comrades. Lu Chenyuan was slightly taken aback, then came back to her senses and looked at Lu Chenyuan seriously, softly saying, yes, we are comrades. That night Ji Yichen returned home. He lived in a teacher's apartment assigned by Jingzhou University, a 3-bedroom old house filled with the scent of books. On the wall hung a few early paintings by Wang Lan, and there was no television in the living room, only a towering bookshelf and a set of simple fabric sofas. A gentle and intellectual woman wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses was sitting under the light reading an art catalog. She was Ji Yichen's mother, Wang Lan, a professor at the Art College of Jingzhou University. Qinchin, you're back. Have you eaten? Wang Lan looked up and smiled warmly. Mom, I've eaten. Ji Yichen changed his shoes and hung his coat on the coat rack at the entrance. Did you meet a friend today? Wang Lan poured him a glass of warm water. Yes, discussed some work. Ji Yichen took the cup and sat down on the sofa. Mom, I've made up my mind to sign with a company. Oh. Which company has caught the eye of our great artist? Wang Lan asked, a bit surprised, then smiled. yet.There. Ji Yichen smiled, his face devoid of any sarcasm or cynicism for once. The boss sister is a very interesting person. Is that so? Wang Lan looked at the sincere smile on her son's face, which even carried a hint of admiration, and her heart stirred slightly. Tentatively she asked, is the boss sister? Yes. Wang Lan wanted to ask more, but Ji Yichen had already stood up and walked into his room. Mom, I'm a bit tired, going to rest now. Wang Lan looked at the closed door, shaking her head helplessly. However, there was a hint of comfort and curiosity in her eyes. She picked up her phone, thought for a moment, and dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly connected. Mangling, it's me. Sister Lan, it's so late. Is there something wrong? A warm voice from Lu Mengling came from the other end of the line. They were university classmates, and after decades of friendship they were like family. Nothing, just wanted to vent to you, the mother.
Wang Lan leaned back on the sofa, rubbing her temples.
Our Chen is still as cynical as ever.
All day long he writes those songs and goes to those impoverished rural areas for inspiration.
I'm really afraid he'll be a lifelong lone wolf. Last time I wanted to arrange a meeting between him and your Chen, but he just said he was busy. You know how excellent your Chen is, she probably wouldn't look at our prickly hedgehog.
Lu Mengling laughed on the other end of the line.
Sister Lan, don't worry.
Today's kids have their own ideas.
My Chen also told me a few days ago that men only hinder her progress. Listen to that.
What kind of talk is this?
Wang Lan was both amused and exasperated. Destiny can't be forced. Let them figure it out.
Lu Mengling comforted. The two mothers on the phone were worried sick about their respective children's individuality. The orders for Wuju surged dramatically. The back-end data of Yuanchen technology resembled a dragon soaring into the sky.
Lin Yuan's voice on the phone was filled with uncontainable excitement, even trembling slightly.
General Manager Lu, our servers have already been urgently expanded twice and now they are in crisis again. Within 72 hours after the launch event, the new orders have exceeded the total from the past month.
Lin Yuan paused, his tone becoming even more excited.
On the side of Qingli, I heard there has already been a large-scale wave of cancellations. The customer service phone line of Qing's New Energy is nearly overwhelmed. Even the vanguard of Satila has seen a significant wave of cancellations.
General Manager Lu, we have triumphed.
The office was very quiet. Lu Chenyuan stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling city below with a calm expression.
Have we won? He asked.
Yes, General Manager Lu, we have won, Lin Yuan replied fervently, as if trying to convey his joy through his voice.
No. Lu Chenyuan turned around, his gaze falling on the only listener in the office, Qingli. This is just the beginning.
He issued a new command to Lin Yuan on the phone.
Notify everyone 1 month later at the Jingzhou National Conference Center, hold the first Yuanchen Ecological Developers Conference.
Establish a 100 million yuan developer support fund open to the world. Lin Yuan was stunned.
He thought he could finally take a breath. He believed that the next steps would be the usual operations of expanding production capacity and digesting orders. But his old man Lu always saw 3 steps ahead of everyone else. This is to bind everyone to our chariot.
Lin Yuan instantly understood Lu Chenyuan's intentions.
Not binding, Lu Chenyuan corrected, but inviting. I want Tianshu to become everyone's Tianshu. We will build the stage and let the wisest people in the world come to perform on it. I understand. Lin Yuan's voice became steady and powerful again. After hanging up the phone, the office returned to tranquility. Qingli sat on the nearby sofa silently listening.
She looked at Lu Chenyuan without speaking. Until he put down the phone, she stood up, stepped forward slowly. The sound of her high heels striking the ground was crisp and steady.
You never celebrate victories, she stated, as if revealing a truth she had long understood. Because the enemy won't give us time to celebrate. Lu Chenyuan naturally took her hand.
His palm was warm, dry and strong. This warmth flowed through her fingertips, reaching her heart. Qingli, what we are doing is not just a business, he said seriously, looking into her eyes.
I know. Qingli met his gaze. We are defining an era. Lu Chenyuan smiled, a genuine and relaxed smile. Only she understood him the best. This unspoken, unadorned connection, requiring no explanation or build-up, brought him more peace and satisfaction than any commercial victory in the world.
At the same time, in the top office of the Qin Group, Xinya looked at the skyrocketing order curve for Wuju on the screen, her face showing no anger. Only a deep, cold calmness remained. She closed the data page and leaned back against the expensive leather chair. Li Jinchuan still held the title of general manager of the Fengqi project, but he was now almost sidelined. That man had lost not only a project but also her final trust. She once thought that his ruthlessness and ambition were blades she could use against Lu Chenyuan. Now she understood that in the face of absolute technological barriers, any ruthlessness was merely reckless courage. Notify everyone, she said to the assistant standing nearby. Suspend the market promotion of the Fengqi project, reduce the investment in the Fengqi project and maintain the existing low to mid-range market base. Although Fengqi was completely overwhelmed by Wuju, it had actually established a certain market foundation due to its early entry and backing from the Qin Group. This could also be considered an unexpected joy of losing in the east but gaining in the mulberry. Additionally, set up a new department for me named Resource Strategy Department. Miss, what is the goal of this department? The assistant asked cautiously. Xinya's gaze turned to the enormous world map on the wall. South America, Africa. Her finger gently traced the map.
Lithium mines, cobalt mines, nickel mines.
All the core materials needed for new energy batteries.
Qingli's eyes sparkled with a beast-like gleam.
While Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli build their castles in the air and develop their software ecosystem, I will cut off their supply.
If I can't defeat you technologically, I will undermine you from unseen places. In Qingli's capital, a high-profile closed-door hearing was underway. The CEO of Satila Mark was presenting a technical analysis report on Tianshu OS to several congressional members. Gentlemen, the expansion of Tianshu OS is no longer just a commercial issue.
Mark's voice was filled with persuasion. A closed system from the summer country is rapidly gaining control over our citizens' travel data, living habits, and even emotional changes.
From a national security perspective, this is extremely dangerous.
A senior senator turned off the screen in front of him.
I understand your point.
I will propose a reassessment and recertification of the relevant import standards for smart terminal technologies at the next Technology Committee meeting.
Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business.
A new war surrounding supply chains and international rules quietly began at an unseen level.
As night fell,
in Jingzhou at Cloud Top 1 apartment,
Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli stood side by side before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Below them was the myriad lights of Jingzhou dazzling like a galaxy.
Qingli has made her move, Mo Qingli said softly. The powerful intelligence network of the Mo family allowed her to know the latest developments within the Qing group immediately.
Satila has also begun. Lu Chenyuan's tone was equally calm. He had not seen any intelligence but could guess.
These were all inevitabilities.
Just like things that had once happened in another world.
Are you afraid? He turned his head to look at the woman beside him. Under the light, her profile was graceful, but her gaze was brighter than the starry sky outside.
Mo Qingli gently leaned against his shoulder, feeling the warmth of his body. Now I have you.
Mo Qingli's response was not a touching love confession but rather a calm statement rooted in reality.
This is a fact.
A fact that brought her an unprecedented sense of peace.
Lu Chenyuan extended his hand and embraced her tightly.
He knew that from the moment the Tianshu OS was released, they stood at the center of the world's chessboard. Their opponents were no longer characters like Li Jingxuan, but rather true international giants, intricate interest groups, and even the faint presence of state power.
The night outside was as deep as the sea.
Their real war had only just begun.
Yet at this moment, holding her, he felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Are you hungry? He suddenly asked.
Whom?
Mo Qingli was taken aback. The abrupt change of topic caught her off guard.
I'll go cook. Lu Chenyuan released her, naturally rolling up his shirt sleeves.
Mo Qingli watched him walk into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator and skillfully taking out ingredients.
The man who commanded a room during the press conference and strategized in the meeting room was now simply tying on an apron to prepare dinner for her. This stark contrast softened her heart. She stepped inside the kitchen as well. It was spacious, equipped with modern appliances, yet exuded a certain loneliness typical of a single man.
I'll help you, she offered. You can.
Lu Chenyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his tone.
Mo Qingli thought about her limited cooking experience.
Her first time cooking seemed to be during her study abroad when she baked a quick cheese pie to cope with exam week. Then there was the last time when she almost set Lu Chenyuan's kitchen on fire. Thinking of this, she honestly shook her head.
But I can learn.
She picked up a tomato and washed it under the faucet, mimicking Lu Chenyuan. Water splashed, dampening her expensive silk shirt. Lu Chenyuan took the tomato from behind her and handed her a dry towel. Just stand here and talk to me, he said, his voice close, warm breath brushing against her ear.
Mo Qingli's cheeks flushed slightly.
She leaned against the counter, watching him skillfully chop vegetables.
You seem to know how to do everything, she said softly.
When I was in the village, if you didn't cook for yourself, you'd go hungry, Lu Chenyuan replied casually. He was speaking from memories of his past life. But for Mo Qingli, it painted a picture of Lu Chenyuan she had never known. She imagined a young man facing life alone in some distant place. His composure, his strategies, and his maturity far beyond his peers were all carved out by the knife of life, stroke by stroke.
A slight pang of unspeakable heartache surged within her.
The meal was quickly prepared.
3 dishes and a soup, simple yet full of color and flavor.
The two sat at the dining table, not discussing work or enemies.
They simply enjoyed their meal in silence.
The atmosphere was warm, resembling not that of the leaders of 2 commercial empires but more like a pair of ordinary spouses.
After dinner, Lu Chenyuan went to wash the dishes. Mo Qingli didn't compete with him, she knew this was his way of relaxing.
She looked around the spacious apartment. The decor was top-notch, the furniture valuable, yet there was a sense of detachment as if it were a model home.
It felt too cold.
This man's heart seemed to be too cold as well.
She walked to the living room, gazing at the rows of books on technology, history, and economics. Then she noticed in the corner of the bookshelf a few small handmade tin embroidery pendants.
Those were the experimental pieces he had made for her the last time he was injured. The best finished product was kept for himself.
Several failed experiments were left here not given away. Qingli reached out, gently tracing the initially clumsy patterns on the pendant.
Suddenly she made a decision. When Lu Chenyuan came out of the kitchen, he saw Qingli standing in the middle of the living room looking at him.
Lu Chenyuan, she began. This house is too big. Living alone is such a waste, she said. Lu Chenyuan, confused, nodded. It's all right. The apartment downstairs is also quite large. Living alone is also a waste, she continued. And every day after work I come up from the basement to my home. You return to your home. Then I take the elevator back down to my house to sleep. She stepped closer to him, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. From a business perspective, this process entails a significant waste of resources and efficiency loss. Lu Chenyuan looked at her, finally understanding her meaning.
He felt his heart skip a beat. This man who was decisive and ruthless in business was as dull as a block of wood in the realm of emotions.
Qingli walked in front of him and stopped.
She slightly tilted her head and looked at him.
Ms. Qingli of the Mo Group now formally proposes a merger to Mr. Lu Chenyuan of Yuanshan Technology, aiming at resource integration, process optimization, and enhancing the happiness index of life. Do you approve?
Lu Chenyuan looked into her sparkling eyes filled with stars, oceans, and a scenery named home that he had never seen before.
He said nothing.
He simply reached out, pulling her tightly into his embrace. His chin rested on the top of her head, his voice low and hoarse.
Approved. That night Qingli did not return to her home downstairs.
The next morning sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the entire bedroom.
When Qingli woke up, the space beside her was already empty. A faint aroma of coffee and food wafted through the air.
She walked out of the bedroom and saw Lu Chenyuan standing in the open kitchen preparing breakfast. The morning light outlined his tall figure, everything seemed so unreal yet so stable. She walked over and gently hugged his waist from behind.
Good morning. Good morning. Lu Chenyuan turned around and placed a kiss on her forehead. Breakfast will be ready soon. On the dining table lay two identical breakfasts.
Beside it were two brand new toothbrushes, one pink and one blue, closely leaning against each other.
Qingli smiled.
She picked up her phone and sent a message to her assistant.
Please help me bring the books, paintings, and my favorite clothes from the apartment downstairs to upstairs.
After sending the message, she looked up and gazed out the window.
The morning sun was slowly rising, painting the entire Jingzhou in warm golden hues. A new day had begun.
A new war had also commenced. But she knew that from today onward this place, this home, would be their most solid fortress. After a period of intense preparation, the album Starlight, created by Chen based on Lu Chenyuan's experiences, has officially been completed. Today marks the release event of the Starlight album.
The venue is the small theater at the cultural center of Jingzhou.
Under the spotlight in the small theater there is no host and no flashy agenda. There is only an empty sofa and two standing microphones.
Simple, solemn, resembling a serious report meeting.
The audience is filled with the top media and the most critical music critics from Xia country. Their expressions very curious, scrutinizing, or with a hint of disdain. They are here for Chen, wanting to see how this deity of the independent music scene has been brought down from his pedestal by capital, reduced to a mere lackey. Backstage in the small theater, Lu Chenyuan holds a cup of warm water, her palms slightly sweaty. It is her first time facing so many cameras and scrutinizing gazes. The tension this situation causes her is even comparable to the feeling she had when fleeing with Ji Wuxuang in a war-torn region.
Nervous. Chen's voice sounds beside her.
He still maintains his aloof demeanor, dressed in a neatly ironed black shirt, leaning against the wall like a silent statue.
Yeah, a bit, Lu Chenyuan honestly replies.
What Lu Chenyuan doesn't say is that even when facing life and death she might not have been as nervous as today, because she fears she won't be able to tell those stories well, failing the heavy trust placed in her. You don't need to tell them. Chen's gaze passes over her, looking into the void.
You tell those who own the stories.
His words are like a gentle breeze, instantly dispersing the confusion that lingered in Lu Chenyuan's heart.
Yes, she is not here to perform.
She is here to give a voice.
Lu Chenyuan takes a deep breath and nods. Let's go. Chen takes the lead and the two walk toward the stage. The spotlight follows them. Lu Chenyuan steps into the center of the stage. She does not look at anyone in the audience, simply standing there quietly. The entire theater is silent. Hello everyone, I am Lu Chenyuan from the Distant Foundation.
Her voice travels clearly through the microphone, reaching every corner of the venue.
Today I won't talk about the album nor about music.
I want to share with you a few lives that I have encountered. She begins to tell her stories. She talks about the child in a border town who chased the wind with a wooden prosthetic leg. She talks about the nurse at a battlefield hospital who comforts the wounded with singing. She talks about the elderly man who after the flood recedes raises the flag once more atop the ruins. Her voice is calm, devoid of embellishment and sentimentality. Like the most objective camera projecting real images into everyone's mind. In the front row, Lu Mengling and Wan Lan sit side by side. Wan Lan tightly grips Lu Mengling's hand, her fingertips cold. She watches Lu Chenyuan on stage, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She always thought that this was a girl well protected, untouched by the world. She never expected that in this girl's eyes there existed such a vast and heavy world. Lu Mengling gently pats the back of her hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Pride, heartache and comfort. Her daughter has truly grown up. Lu Chenyuan finishes her speech. She does not say a word about the album promotion but deeply bows to the audience. Then she steps aside, leaving the stage for Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen walks to the microphone holding his guitar, not even glancing at the audience. Then the strings sound. The first note captures everyone's soul. In that music there are sandstorms, dust, gunfire, weeping and also silent cries. Then he begins to sing. His voice is rough as if polished by gravel. The lyrics like knives precisely carve out every detail of Lu Chenyuan's stories. This is not a song, it is the echo of reality. It resonates with a lonely soul connecting with countless souls struggling in the distance. In the audience, a music critic known for his sharp tongue silently removes his glasses. He looks at Ji-Chen on stage and suddenly understands. This man has not fallen, he has merely found a translator. A person who can convey this real, cruel yet vibrant world to him. The performance ends. There is no applause, only a long deathly silence. Then someone stands up, first clapping vigorously. The applause bursts forth like thunder, echoing endlessly. The celebration banquet is held at a low-key private club. Lu Chenyuan is so excited that his face turns red, holding a glass and telling everyone. My sister, that's my sister. Lu Chenyuan feels somewhat overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere. The former Lu Chenyuan enjoyed being the center of attention. However, after more than a year of training, this bustling atmosphere no longer stirs her emotions. She, Lu Chenyuan, once the little princess of the Lu family, no longer belongs here. And someone who has never belonged here is Ji-Chen. The two exchange a glance and tacitly walk out of the banquet hall to the quiet terrace. They liked it. Lu Chenyuan leans against the railing and speaks softly. Ji-Chen's response is as concise as ever. Your song gave wings to those stories. Lu Chenyuan turns to look at him. Thank you. Your stories gave my music a heart. Ji-Chen also looks at her, his gaze more serious than ever. I should be the one to thank you. A silence falls between them. But this silence is not awkward. It is a tranquility shared between comrades after a battle. What's the plan next? Ji-Chen asks. Next month I will go to the Pamir Plateau. There is a school built on a cliff with only one teacher who has guarded it for 30 years. Lu Chenyuan's eyes rekindle with light. Do you need background music? Ji-Chen asks. Lu Chenyuan is momentarily stunned, then smiles. That smile is like the sun after the rain, bright and warm. Of course. Then it's settled. Ji-Chen extends his hand in a gesture of equality as allies. Lu Chenyuan reaches out and shakes hands with him. It's a deal. Inside the banquet hall, Lu Mengling and Wang Lan stand by the window watching the scene on the terrace. From their perspective, they can only see two children standing side by side, and then Ji-Chen takes the initiative to extend his hand while Lu Chenyuan smiles and shakes hands with him. Mengling, look. Wang Lan grabs Lu Mengling's hand, her voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Our Chenyuan. He took the initiative to shake hands with Chenyuan. She can hardly believe her eyes. That son covered in thorns and distant from everyone actually shows such focused emotion towards a girl. I thought he would never plan to interact with girls in his life. Wang Lan exhales deeply, her eyes slightly moist. Lu Mengling also smiles, a heavy stone lifted from her heart. She recalls how Chenyuan had once vowed, men will only hinder my steps. It seems it's not men who hinder her, but rather that she hasn't met the right person. Lu Mengling says with satisfaction. The two mothers exchange smiles, their eyes filled with understanding and joy. In their view, this camaraderie of like-minded souls is clearly a signal of love beginning. As for what the future holds, that can be left to the future. The sales of Starlight did not experience an explosive increase like the Wujing car. It flows quietly like a river, silently beyond the mainstream sight. But in the late-night radio stations, in university dormitories, on the phones of teachers in remote areas, in the camps of overseas peacekeeping forces, this album is played repeatedly. It did not become a blockbuster, but it became a kind of faith. And all of this is just the beginning. The journey of Lu Chenyuan and Ji Yichen into the distance has only just begun. In the top office of the Qing group, Lu Chenyuan entered Qingya's office without knocking. His expression was dark like a sky before a storm. Lu Chenyuan slammed a printed financial news article onto Qingya's desk. The Faraway Foundation has received another huge investment, with the Qing group investing 200 million. The headline of the news pierced his eyes like a needle. Why did you invest money in Lu Chenyuan? He questioned, his voice suppressing anger. Her surname is Lu. She is the sister of Lu Chenyuan. Qingli was trimming a precious orchid, not even glancing up at him. With a sharp snip she cut off an extra leaf, her movements elegant yet cold. So what? Qingli finally spoke, her tone as flat as if she were asking about the weather. We are allies. Lu Chenyuan's voice involuntarily rose. The Fengqi project was created to counter Lu Chenyuan. Yet now you are funding his family. This is betrayal. Qingli set down her golden scissors. She raised her head, her gaze finally landing on Lu Chenyuan's face. In her eyes there was no anger, no explanation, only a cold, piercing scrutiny. Lu Chenyuan. Qingli slowly began, her voice low but making the temperature in the office drop several degrees. What gave you the illusion that you have the right to question me? Lu Chenyuan was taken aback. He had prepared a torrent of questions and anger, but this single sentence left him speechless. Qingli stood up. The fiery red dress she wore resembled a blazing flame. She walked step by step toward Lu Chenyuan. I provided you resources to carry out Fengqi because your plan benefits the Qin family. This is called cooperation, not alliance. I invested in Faraway because this project is beneficial to the Qin family's reputation. This is called investment. Every penny of mine serves the interests of the Qin family. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the man who towered over her, her eyes full of disdain. You, Lu Chenyuan, were once a blade I believed in. But now that blade has dulled. You can't even touch Lu Chenyuan's ham yet. Here you are going hysterical over a charity project. You disappoint me greatly. Her words were like a sharper knife, cutting through all of Lu Chenyuan's pretenses, piercing into his most sensitive pride. The color drained from his face instantly. Remember this, Qingya's voice was devoid of emotion. Everything you have now is given by the Qin family. What I want to give you, you can have. What I don't want to give you, you are nothing. Now get out. Lu Chenyuan's fists clenched at his sides, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He looked at Qingya's beautiful yet cold face as if his throat was stuffed with cotton. In the end he said nothing, turned and quietly left the office. That figure no longer held the sharpness and ambition of their first meeting, only a sense of defeat and desolation remained. Qingli watched him close the door and returned to her desk. She recalled how this man had once broken through numerous obstacles, standing before her with pride and ruthlessness a year ago. He had said he wanted to be a blade stabbing into the heart of the enemy. But now that blade was rusty and even the handle was nearly impossible to grip. Qingli suddenly felt bored. Knock knock. The sound of knocking interrupted her thoughts. Come in. The door opened and a tall boy in a white t-shirt carrying a backpack peeked in. He looked to be around 20 with a bright smile, yet his eyes hid a touch of cunning that did not belong to his age. Sister Ya. Seeing Qingli, the boy's eyes lit up and he rushed over, arms wide open, ready to hug her. Qingli immediately raised her hand, pressing a finger against his forehead. Huangfu Qingshi, how old are you? You can't do this anymore, she said helplessly. The boy named Huangfu Qingshi's bright smile instantly faded. His eyes turned red at a visible speed. A few tears rotated in his eyes on the verge of falling. Sister Ya, you don't love me anymore. His voice was laced with a whimper full of grievance. On my first day back from country A, I came to see you and you actually scolded me. Qingli looked at his pitiful appearance, feeling overwhelmed. She could never resist Huangfu Qingshi when he looked like this. When he was bullied in the Huangfu family as a child, he always used this trick to soften her heart and get her to stand up for him. After all these years he had not changed at all. All right, put that away. Qingli waved her hand, her tone ultimately softening. If you have something to say, say it. If not, go back to school and attend classes. Huangfu Qingshi immediately stopped crying, his face changing faster than a dramatic actor. He pulled out a crumpled plan from his backpack and presented it to Qingli. Sister Ya, I am here to ask you for an investment. Investment. Qingli was taken aback. She picked up the plan and glanced at it. The Fengmong No. One quantitative hedge fund. She read the name aloud, becoming increasingly surprised. Huangfu Qingshi, you're studying computer science and now you're getting into finance. Computer science is a science, finance is an art. Huangfu Qingshi sat in the chair opposite her, his earlier grievance completely swept away, replaced by a unique shining enthusiasm that young people possess when discussing their dreams. I want to use the finest science to master the craziest art. Qingli looked at him, feeling a bit dazed. She recalled the complex environment of the Huangfu family that forced this child to learn to protect himself with various masks from a young age. Now he was finally ready to break out on his own.
How much do you need? Xinye asked. 30 million. Huangfu Chengshi held up 3 fingers. I'll give you 50 million.
Xinye was very straightforward.
No need. But Huangfu Chengshi shook his head seriously. 30 million is enough. My model has calculated that this is the most suitable scale for the startup phase.
More would affect the flexibility of the strategy. I'm not here to ask you for pocket money, sister. Yeah, this is my career.
Xinye was even more surprised.
She looked at Huangfu Chengshi before her and suddenly felt that all the graduates from Jingzhou University seemed to be oddities. I remember Lu Chenyuan's sister Lu Ruoxi and that guy named Su Yang are both from your school, right? One studies mathematics and the other studies integrative sciences, getting into artificial intelligence and thriving.
You studying computer science are now getting into investment.
She shook her head, seemingly sighing.
You Jingzhou University students.
Without saying more, Xinye picked up the phone and dialed her assistant.
Transfer 30 million to Huangfu Chengshi's account. Use my personal account.
She hung up the phone and looked at Huangfu Chengshi.
The money is yours. Do what you want to do.
Thank you, sister. Yeah. Huangfu Chengshi stood up contentedly, but his feet remained stuck in place. He looked at Xinye, his eyes filled with a hint of nervousness and anticipation, cautiously asking, Sister Ya,
to celebrate my first entrepreneurial investment, can you have a meal with me?
Seeing Xinye instinctively looking at her watch, he immediately added with a pitiful tone, just one meal.
I just came back to the country and don't have any friends in Jingzhou.
His voice grew smaller, like a little dog waiting for its owner to show pity. Looking into his big eyes filled with please take me, and Xinye finally sighed, her irritation replaced by reluctant affection.
Fine.
A private dining restaurant near the Qin group. Huangfu Chengshi skillfully ordered several dishes that Xinye loved, then rested his chin on his hand, happily watching her.
Sister Ya, have you been very tired lately?
Your dark circles are a bit heavy. Don't call me Sister Ya, call me Qin Jie or General Qin, Xinye corrected. No, I like calling you Sister Ya, Huangfu Chengshi insisted, his tone casual as if it were the most natural thing.
He didn't bring up the investment matter again, nor did he ask any questions about the company.
He simply shared his experiences abroad, recounting amusing stories that made her laugh. Xinye found that being with Huangfu Chengshi was very relaxing. This boy, nearly 10 years younger than her, always managed to dispel the gloom in her heart with his pure sincerity. Moreover, Xinye could sense that Huangfu Chengshi possessed an extraordinary understanding of human relationships beyond his years. After finishing their meal, he insisted on accompanying her back to the company.
Sister Ya, you should go up quickly, don't tire yourself too much.
He stood by the car waving his hand reluctantly.
Got it, little housekeeper.
Xinye ruffled his hair, treating him like a dear younger brother. You should head back early too, the project has just started, don't stay up late.
Huangfu Chengshi nodded vigorously, only sitting back in the car after Xinye's figure disappeared at the elevator.
His previously radiant smile slowly faded, replaced by a touch of tenderness and an ambiguous expression.
In the office, only Xinye remained.
She recalled the clear-eyed, energetic Huangfu Chengshi from earlier, and thought of Lu Chenyuan, whose mind was clouded by jealousy and failure. The contrast in her heart became increasingly vivid. The times had truly changed.
The era of brute force and courage was fading away.
The future belonged to young people like Huangfu Chengshi, who understood technology, data, and more importantly, human nature. She picked up her phone, her gaze turning cold and resolute, sending out a directive. For the Fengqi project, reduce the budget by another 30%.
Half of the marketing department's personnel will be transferred to the resource strategy department. Lu Chenyuan's power was further undermined.
Fengqi, a brand in which he had pinned his hopes for revenge, still maintained a foothold in the mid to low-end market thanks to the Qin family's foundation and first-mover advantage. But everyone knew it had lost its soul. Lu Chenyuan, as the general manager, had become a hollow shell with a prestigious title. Every day he came to the company facing the averted gazes of subordinates and stacks of rejected reports.
He had become a joke. A failed specimen raised by Xinye to serve as a warning to all.
His mentality twisted further with each day of torment. His hatred for Lu Chenyuan grew like a poisonous weed, wildly flourishing within him.
But he couldn't reach Lu Chenyuan.
That man had already ascended to the clouds, while he remained trapped in the mire. This sense of powerlessness nearly consumed him. Until that day when a world-class youth scientist forum was to be held in Jingzhou. Lu Chenyuan saw that familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the news.
Lu Ruoxi.
She was giving a keynote speech as a special guest on stage. She wore a simple white suit, her long hair tied up, her face showing little expression, but her eyes were clear and focused.
Lu Chenyuan couldn't understand a word. Yet he couldn't take his eyes off her. Under the spotlight she was surrounded by countless top scientists and media like a goddess untouched by the mortal world. Calm, rational and shining. He suddenly recalled that long ago in the library of Qingzhou University he had seen such a version of her. At that time he thought that as long as he reached out his hand he could pull the star into his embrace. Now he realized they were separated by an entire galaxy. Old obsessions and new jealousy gnawed at his sanity like two venomous snakes. Why? Why can the Lu family have everything? Lu Chenyuan mo Qingli Lu Chenyuan. And now another Lu Ruoxi. They all stood in the light revered by thousands. While he could only hide in the dark corners like a rat that couldn't see the light. This was unfair. The world shouldn't be like this. That night Li Chenyuan drank a lot of alcohol. The cold liquid burned his throat but couldn't extinguish the flames in his heart. He took out his phone staring at the long-stored photo of Lu Ruoxi. A wild idea began to grow in his mind. He would go find her. He would tell her she did not belong to that cold scientific world. She belonged to him. He was her destiny. Li Chenyuan grabbed the car keys and rushed out of the bar. He started the car speeding through the dark streets. The alcohol blurred his vision yet his mind was extraordinarily excited. He was heading to the Yuanshan Technology Research Institute on the outskirts of the city. Since Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang returned from winning an award at the WAIC, Yuanshan had publicly announced Lu Ruoxi's new laboratory. Lu Ruoxi had also moved from the original Pangu laboratory to the Yuanshan Technology Research Institute. Now he was going to see her. The rain had started falling without him noticing. The wipers swung wildly yet couldn't clear the road ahead. Li Chenyuan was getting closer to the laboratory. He could even see the brightly lit white building. Just then around a bend a large truck suddenly rushed out from the side. The blinding headlights were like the eyes of death. Li Chenyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He instinctively jerked the steering wheel. Bang! A loud crash. His car lost control and crashed into a sturdy tree by the roadside. The airbag deployed instantly. But the immense impact still caused his head to slam hard against the steering wheel. A sharp pain surged and everything went dark before his eyes. Li Chenyuan's consciousness plunged into boundless darkness. In the dark countless unfamiliar images surged into his mind like a tide. Ruoxi, I love you. For you I can go against the world. The Lu family must be destroyed. I am Li Chenyuan, I am the protagonist of this world. He stood in front of the collapsed Lu group building holding the tearful Lu Ruoxi. Behind him was the commercial empire that had submitted to him. Each scene was terrifyingly real. Was that another version of his life? Li Chenyuan couldn't distinguish reality from dreams. He only felt an unprecedented power awakening within him. I am the protagonist. He used his last ounce of strength to murmur. Then he completely lost consciousness. At the same time at the Yuanshan Technology Research Institute, Lu Ruoxi was facing a large data whiteboard working through a complex set of formulas. Su Yang stood beside her occasionally offering his insights. If we use the Klein bottle model to replace the topological structure here, will it reduce the redundancy of the algorithm? It's worth a try. Lu Ruoxi nodded, picking up a pen preparing to make changes. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through her temple. Lu Ruoxi exclaimed, dropping the pen from her hand. Ruoxi. What's wrong with you? Su Yang immediately supported her, worry etched on his face. I'm fine. Lu Ruoxi held her head, closing her eyes, feeling the world spin. Strange fragments of memories not belonging to her intruded into her mind without warning. A man with a blurred face looked at her affectionately. Ruoxi, believe me, I will take revenge for you. She cried, throwing herself into the man's embrace. Chenyuan, you are all I have left. She looked at her brothers, each one disgraced, yet their faces showed a sense of vengeful delight. Those images were absurd, melodramatic, filled with emotions she couldn't comprehend. Jealousy, hatred, in that craziness of being dependent on a man. What was all this? Ruoxi, your face is very pale. I'll take you to the infirmary. Su Yang's voice pulled her back to reality. I'm fine. Lu Ruoxi took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again the confusion had faded, returning to her usual clarity. The sharp pain came quickly and left just as fast. The absurd images in her mind also vanished like bubbles. Maybe I was just too tired recently and had a daydream, she explained to herself and Su Yang. She looked at the elegant and rational formulas on the whiteboard, then thought of that unfamiliar, emotionally driven self in her dream. It all seemed absurd and laughable. How could she possibly be that kind of person? Lu Ruoxi shook her head, brushing off the little incident. She picked up the pen. Let's continue.
Her world remained that pure realm constructed of logic and truth. She was unaware that in another corner of the world a man regarded the dream she found absurd and laughable as his regained real life. At the First People's Hospital of Jingzhou in a high-end ward, Li Chenyuan awakened from a haze. The white ceiling loomed above, accompanied by the pungent smell of disinfectant. He suddenly sat up, checking his body. Aside from a dull pain in his head, he found only a few scrapes. The car accident that should have been fatal felt merely like a trivial mishap. This made Li Chenyuan even more convinced that he was the chosen one. The accident was not an accident but an awakening ceremony. The memories that flooded his mind were incredibly vivid. He saw himself slaying his enemies, annihilating the Lu family, and ultimately standing at the pinnacle of the world. He envisioned Lu Ruoxi nestled in his arms, her eyes filled with admiration. That was the life he was meant to have. But now everything in this world was wrong. Lu Chenyuan and Su Yang. These people who should have been side characters and stepping stones had usurped his position. Meanwhile, his leading lady Lu Ruoxi was blindfolded. I will set everything right, Li Chenyuan murmured to himself, a fervent and obsessive flame burning in his eyes. Jingzhou International Convention Center. The annual World Young Scientists Forum was underway here. Today marked the final day. The venue was packed to capacity. The brightest minds from around the globe gathered here. The spotlight today was on two young individuals, Lu Ruoxi, Su Yang. They were the core developers of the new artificial intelligence model at Yuanlong Technology. Today they were invited to give a keynote speech. Lu Ruoxi wore a simple white dress, her long hair tied back in a neat ponytail. She stood at the podium calm and focused. Behind her was a massive display screen. Countless complex data and model structures flowed across the screen. Her voice, amplified through the microphone, resonated clearly throughout the hall. In the audience, numerous scientists, scholars, and tech giants listened intently. Their gazes towards Lu Ruoxi were filled with awe and admiration. This young girl was narrating a myth of the future in a language they could understand. Su Yang stood beside her. He was in charge of the demonstration. His fingers danced swiftly over the control panel, causing the data on the screen to change, perfectly validating each of Lu Ruoxi's points. Between them was an unspoken understanding. A glance, a gesture, and they could comprehend each other's intentions. They were like a seamlessly coordinated entity, jointly maneuvering the colossal machine known as Nuwa. In the last row of the venue, in an inconspicuous corner, Li Chenyuan was also present. He wore an expensive tailored suit, his hair meticulously groomed. His attire made him stand out among the disheveled scientists around him. He couldn't grasp what was being said on stage. The complex terminology sounded like a foreign language to him. But that didn't matter. His eyes never left Lu Ruoxi. After waking from the accident, he found that in the memories that now filled his mind, he was the chosen one. He was invincible and undefeated. And Lu Ruoxi was his destined love. He looked at everything before him, feeling it was a paradox. A world that was wrong and needed to be corrected. He gazed at Lu Ruoxi on stage, his eyes devoid of admiration, only an almost obsessive possessiveness. He believed that the height she currently stood at should have been granted by him. The glory she received should be adorned with his surname. Through the connections left by Qingli, he had worked hard to obtain a ticket for the last day of the forum. He came to see her. He came to awaken her. He believed this was fate's design. Lu Ruoxi's speech concluded. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Lu Ruoxi and Su Yang bowed deeply to the audience. Then they walked down the stage side by side. During the break, attendees gathered in small groups, fervently discussing the earlier presentation. Lu Ruoxi held a glass of lemonade and stepped onto a secluded terrace. She needed a moment of peace. Su Yang was surrounded by several foreign experts discussing technical details. This gave Li Chenyuan an opportunity. He adjusted his tie, took a deep breath, and wore a self-assured, charming smile. He approached Lu Ruoxi. Ruoxi, he said, his voice gentle, laced with a hint of feigned familiarity. Lu Ruoxi turned around. She saw Li Chenyuan and slightly furrowed her brows. She did not recognize this person. Yet in the absurd fragments of memory in her mind there was his face. Is there something you need? Her tone was flat, as if speaking to a stranger. Li Chenyuan's smile remained unchanged. He thought she was merely putting on an act. We finally meet again, he stepped forward, attempting to close the distance between them. I've been waiting for you. Lu Ruoxi took a half step back, maintaining a safe social distance. I don't understand what you mean. You will understand. Li Chenyuan's gaze turned deep and fervent. I know that you like me, remember certain stories that were meant to happen. We are the perfect pair destined by heaven. This world has deviated slightly, but it's all right, I will correct it. Li Chenyuan's words were filled with certainty and confidence, as if declaring an established fact.
Lu Ruwashi listened quietly. Her face showed no signs of emotion. No surprise, no anger, and no curiosity. She looked at the man before her as if observing a malfunctioning robot. His logic was chaotic. His expression was erroneous. His very existence was a bug. Lu Ruwashi thought to herself. After Li Jinchuan finished speaking, Lu Ruwashi slowly began to respond. Her voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of rational coldness. Mr. Li, I think you've made 3 mistakes. Li Jinchuan's smile slightly faltered. First, my name is not Ruwashi. My name is Lu Ruwashi. We are not that familiar with each other. Second, in my world there are no stories, only data and formulas. I do not believe in any ethereal theories of fate. Third. She paused, her gaze drifting past his shoulder to see Su Yang approaching. Her expression softened in that instant. In my world there is only mathematics and Su Yang. After saying this, she didn't spare Li Jinchuan another glance. She turned and walked towards Su Yang. Li Jinchuan's confident smile shattered piece by piece. He stood frozen in place as if struck by a slap. What did he just hear? Mathematics and Su Yang. That inconspicuous man beside her. The dust that should have vanished in a corner unnoticed. At that moment Su Yang came over, naturally taking the cup of water from Lu Ruwaxi's hand. Those experts are too enthusiastic, Su Yang said softly to Lu Ruwashi, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Ruwashi smiled at him. Then Lu Ruwashi took the initiative to link her arm with Su Yang's. The two walked side by side, passing by Li Jinchuan, and they did not glance at him again. However, as Su Yang passed by Li Jinchuan, he shot him a cold glance. The look carried a warning and disdain, as if he were staring at a buzzing fly. Li Jinchuan's fists clenched tightly. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. This was not the script he remembered. In that correct world, Lu Ruwashi should have fallen in love with him at first sight. She should have relied on him, looked up to him, viewing him as her only salvation. Su Yang should have merely been a pitiful supporting character, one who should have died long ago. Why? Why had it turned out this way? He watched Lu Ruwashi and Su Yang's intimate figures, his obsession transforming into a sinister flame. The gentle approach had proven ineffective. His female lead had been taken by someone else. Thus he could only resort to a more intense method to reclaim her. To destroy this erroneous reality. At Cloud Top No. 1, a penthouse apartment, Lu Chenyuan was in the kitchen handling freshly delivered ingredients. Qingli sat on the living room sofa, flipping through a financial magazine with an ink wash screen. The afterglow of the sunset poured in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire space was quiet and cozy. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Lu Chenyuan was somewhat surprised. Who could it be at this hour? His mother had a key and Lin Yuan wouldn't come over without notice. Qingli stood up and walked over to open the door. Standing outside was Lu Ruwashi. Ruwashi. Qingli was also surprised. Sister Qingli is eldest brother home. Lu Ruwaxi's expression seemed no different from usual. However, Qingli could sense that today Lu Ruwashi was somewhat unusual. Yes, come in quickly, Qingli hurriedly invited her in. Lu Chenyuan poked his head out from the kitchen. Ruwashi, what brings you here? What happened? Lu Chenyuan asked. Eldest brother Lu Ruwashi looked at him, her lips moving as if she didn't know how to start. Let's sit down and talk, Lu Chenyuan gestured to the sofa. He poured her a glass of warm water. Lu Ruwashi held the cup, remaining silent for a long time. Then Lu Ruwashi spoke. Eldest brother, I want to talk to you alone. Both Qingli and Lu Chenyuan were somewhat surprised. They exchanged glances with no displeasure in Qingli's eyes. Lu Chenyuan gave an apologetic look while Qingli returned a reassuring glance. After the siblings entered the study, Lu Ruwashi recounted everything that had happened on the forum today in detail. Her narrative maintained the objectivity and calmness of a researcher. There were no emotional descriptions, just a statement of facts. He said he, like me, remembers another story. He said he would correct this erroneous reality. His logic is severely chaotic and he exhibits high levels of aggression and paranoia. After speaking, she lifted her head, her gaze straight towards Lu Chenyuan. This time her eyes no longer reflected the calm analysis faced with a bug. Instead, there was a deep, undeniable confusion. And a hint of fear that even she had not noticed. Eldest brother. She called him. I also see some strange images in my mind. In those images there is a girl who looks a lot like me. She's foolish, cries a lot, and regards a man as everything. There is also you in those images. But that you feels unfamiliar and frightening to me. The appearance of Li Jinchuan made me certain that those images might not just be illusions. Lu Ruox's voice began to tremble slightly as she narrated. So? She took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had lingered in her heart. Eldest brother, who exactly are you? Her eyes held no hatred, no questioning. Only fear. Fear that this brother who pulled her from the mire and created a sky for her would suddenly vanish. Fear that everything she currently possessed was merely a false illusion. The air in the study seemed to solidify. Lu Chenyuan looked at Lu Ruoxi. He could see the panic and dependence in her eyes. He knew that this question would come sooner or later. He did not evade it, nor did he explain the complexities of crossing over or the world within a book. That was too complicated and too bizarre. Lu Chenyuan simply looked at her calmly, then slowly smiled. That smile was as steady as ever, carrying a comforting strength. Ruoxi, he began, his voice as gentle as ever, bringing peace. In ancient times there was a man named Zhuang Zhou. He had a dream where he transformed into a butterfly. In his dream he flew happily, completely forgetting that he was Zhuang Zhou. When he woke up he was very confused. He did not know whether Zhuang Zhou dreamed of the butterfly or the butterfly dreamed of Zhuang Zhou. He looked into Lu Ruox's eyes and asked word by word, "Do you think this is important?" Lu Ruoxi was taken aback. Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly. Butterfly transforming into Zhuang Zhou. She certainly knew this allegory. Whether it is Zhuang Zhou or the butterfly, what does it matter? Lu Chenyuan continued. What matters is that the butterfly experienced the joy of flying in its dream. And Zhuang Zhou continued to live his life after waking up. That foolish crying girl who depended on others is the dream of the butterfly. And you, Lu Ruoxi, the chief scientist of Yuanlong technology, you stand here, you are real. That's enough. As for me. Lu Chenyuan's smile held a hint of calm. I am your brother. This will never change. His words flowed like a warm stream, gently washing over Lu Ruox's chaotic heart. Indeed. Is it important? Who am I, who is my brother, which is a dream, which is reality? Are these really important? What matters is that she enjoys her current life. She likes the brother before her. That's enough. The fear and confusion in her eyes gradually faded, becoming clear and resolute once again. I understand now, eldest brother. She smiled with relief. At that moment the torment of nightmares regarding the previous life began to dissipate slowly. Lu Chenyuan nodded and picked up his phone. I'll call Su Yang and ask him to join us for dinner. He dialed the number. Su Yang, come to Cloud Top? No. One Ruoxi is here too. His tone was as natural as calling a family member. Lu Ruoxi watched him, the last trace of doubt in her heart completely vanished. Eldest brother not only accepted her reality but also her choices. He respected her. Consistent as ever. The siblings quickly emerged from the study. Lu Chenyuan retied his apron. Qingli naturally walked over to assist him in selecting vegetables. The two shared little verbal exchange. One handed over a plate while the other turned to catch it. One furrowed his brow watching the cooking time while the other silently adjusted the flame. Such a deep-seated understanding and warmth transformed the entire space into a haven. Lu Ruoxi sat on the sofa observing them. She recalled the frantic arguments from her fragmented memories filled with calculations and betrayals disguised as love. Looking at the scene before her, there were no earth-shattering vows, no intense entanglements between Lu Chenyuan and Qingli. Only a mature, restrained and mutually respectful yet incredibly resilient bond. They were partners, comrades, and even family. This was what a good relationship should be. This was the real world she yearned for. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived holding a dessert in his hand. Ruoxi said that Qingli Jie likes the mango pancakes from this place, so I brought one since I was passing by. Su Yang explained somewhat awkwardly. You're thoughtful, Qingli said with a smile as she took it. The dishes were soon served. The four of them sat together. It felt like a family. They discussed the next optimization direction for the new model, Su Yang's recent programming challenges, and a new energy project that Qingli had just noticed. No one mentioned Li Jinchuan again. It seemed like a minor programming error that had been fixed, not worth mentioning. After dinner, Lu Chenyuan said to Su Yan, Li Jinchuan is a person who acts without boundaries. In the days to come, try not to be alone with Ruoxi. I will arrange for security personnel to follow you. 247. After seeing off Lu Ruoxi and Su Yan, the apartment fell silent once more. Lu Chenyuan and Qingli tacitly cleaned up the dining room and kitchen together. The two stood side by side in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the vibrant city below. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Lu Chenyuan initiated. His voice was soft as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. Ask what? Qingli turned her head to look at him. Ask what Ruoxi and I talked about. Ask who I really am, Lu Chenyuan said.
Mo Qingli realized, recalling how this man would occasionally mention his rural life and experiences. She remembered the various peculiar skills he possessed. She recalled his culinary skills comparable to a five-star chef and his astonishingly unique recipes.
Mo Qingli smiled and shook her head. Who you are doesn't matter. What matters is that you are here. What matters is that you are Lu Chenyuan. Ah, Yuan. It's so nice to know you.
She buried her face against his chest and said softly. She only believed in what she could see and touch. The man before her was her reality. Lu Chenyuan felt warmth in his heart. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace.
He said nothing.
He simply lowered his head and kissed her lips. For some reason, the usually cool and restrained Lu Chenyuan seemed particularly aggressive today. He was especially tender with Mo Qingli. Lu Chenyuan's kiss was gentle yet passionate, filled with a cautious adoration. His palm lightly caressed Mo Qingli's back as if touching a fragile treasure.
Lu Chenyuan's enthusiasm ignited Mo Qingli's spirit.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and deepened the kiss, their lips and teeth conveying an unspoken affection and deep emotion. After an unknown duration, Lu Chenyuan slowly released her, their foreheads touching, their breaths intertwining. In Lu Chenyuan's husky voice there was an apparent suppression. Go rest. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up Mo Qingli, carrying her towards the bedroom. In the room, the warm yellow wall lamp cast a gentle glow, illuminating their figures on the wall. Lu Chenyuan gently placed Mo Qingli on the soft-sheeted bed and then sat on the edge, reaching out to brush away the messy strands of hair from her forehead. His gaze was tumultuous with emotions, seemingly trying to force calmness as he attempted to rise. Mo Qingli reached out and tugged at his clothing, tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile as she softly said, "You can't leave." Lu Chenyuan's composure instantly crumbled, a tender smile surfacing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "All right."
Outside the window, the night grew thicker. The next day, at the top-floor office of Yuanlong Technology,
President Lu Chenyuan is like a mad dog, Zhang Qi said coldly. When pushed to the limit, he will bite without hesitation.
Then pull out his teeth and lock his mouth.
Today Lu Chenyuan's gaze appeared particularly cold. I will make him understand that the times have changed.
Bravery without wisdom is the most useless thing in this era.
Then Lu Chenyuan directly issued orders to Zhang Qi activate the highest level of surveillance protocol.
Target Li Jinchuan. Understood. Additionally, establish a dynamic defense perimeter centered around Su Yong and Lu Ruoshi. The security team will work in shifts 24 hours a day. All suspicious personnel and vehicles entering and exiting the research institute will undergo background screening. Remember, our goal is not to stop him from committing crimes. Lu Chenyuan's voice held no warmth. But to gather irrefutable evidence against him at the moment he attempts to commit a crime and hand it to the relevant authorities. Li Jinchuan, it's time for the curtain to fall. Zhang Qi's heart skipped a beat. I understand, President Lu.
I will personally oversee this net of justice to ensure that nothing goes wrong. After arranging these matters, Lu Chenyuan stood in the office, gazing out the window, remaining motionless for a long time.
Lu Ruoxi's rejection at the technology forum had become in Li Jinchuan's eyes not a test, but a betrayal.
A betrayal of him as the chosen protagonist. His hatred no longer targeted only Lu Chenyuan.
Su Yang. That name pierced his heart like a poisoned thorn. He had to eliminate him. As long as Su Yang disappeared, Lu Ruoxi would wake up and the plot would return to the right track. Li Jinchuan stepped out of his residence feeling the sunlight was somewhat blinding.
Yet he felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. He did not return to the Qing group. That place had become his pillar of shame. He intended to build his own force, using his awakened memories to gather the powers that should rightfully belong to him.
He hailed a cab and went to a certain location.
On the west side of the city, a dilapidated billiard hall. This was a gathering place for all sorts of people. He relied on memory to find a man who was playing billiards. The man was in his 30s with a hideous scar on his left cheek and fierce eyes. This man was the first chess piece in Li Jinchuan's plan to rebuild the empire that rightfully belonged to him. This man in his 30s is known as Black Panther, a notorious thug in the area. Recently he has attracted the attention of the authorities due to an old case.
Unbeknownst to him, Li Jinchuan approached and directly said, "Black Panther."
Black Panther looked up, glaring at the man in a suit who seemed out of place here.
"Who are you?"
"A person who can save your life." A mysterious smile graced Li Jinchuan's face.
"At 9 o'clock tonight the police will raid your place.
There are people at the east gate and the back alley. The only way out is through the ventilation duct in the third-floor restroom."
Black Panther's companions laughed as if watching a madman. But Black Panther couldn't laugh.
He stared into Li Jinchuan's eyes, trying to discern something. "Why should I trust you?"
You don't need to trust me. Li Chenyuan turned and left. You just need to remember my words at 9:05. He dropped this line and vanished at the door. That night, though Black Panther was skeptical, his instincts honed from years in the underworld compelled him to make some preparations. At 9 o'clock sharp, a multitude of police cars silently surrounded the billiard hall. The operation was swift like thunder. Black Panther's heart sank to the bottom. He had no time to think further. Following Li Chenyuan's words, he clumsily crawled out through the ventilation duct in the third-floor restroom. As he hid behind a trash can at the street corner watching his men being handcuffed one by one, he was drenched in cold sweat. Was that man a deity? The next day, Li Chenyuan sought out Black Panther again. This time Black Panther's attitude had made a complete about-face. He looked at Li Chenyuan as if gazing at a deity. Brother, who exactly are you? I am the one who can take you to the pinnacle. Li Chenyuan replied calmly. He utilized fragmented information from his memories to reveal several secrets known only to Black Panther's inner circle. This time Black Panther was utterly convinced. He gathered all the remaining desperados he had and handed them over to Li Chenyuan. Before these men, Li Chenyuan presented himself as a prophet with the ability to foresee the future. Each successful prophecy further strengthened his belief in his own destiny. He became completely immersed in the feeling of controlling others' lives and deaths. He began to wield the last bit of authority he had as the general manager of Qing's new energy to embezzle funds. He started to direct Black Panther and his crew to plan a perfect accident targeting Su Yang. He intended to correct this flawed world in the bloodiest and most direct way possible. However, what Li Chenyuan did not know was that every secret interaction, every command, and every financial transaction he assumed was hidden were all clearly recorded, analyzed, and archived in an invisible web. In the underground level 3 of Yuanlong technology, this was the security command center of the entire building. On the massive curved screen, data streams refreshed like a waterfall. In the center of the screen was a real-time dynamic map focused on Su Yang and Lu Ruoshi. Their positions, routes, and risk assessments of the surrounding environment were all presented in a visual format. The computing power of Nuwa was partially mobilized specifically for this dynamic defense system. Zhang Qi stood expressionless before the screen. An analyst was reporting. Report Assistant Zhang. Target Li Chenyuan has established contact with 11 individuals with criminal records in the past 48 hours. The leader is Chun Hu, alias Black Panther. The source of funds has been identified as embezzlement from the Qing's new energy project totaling 3 million yuan. According to the Nuwa model simulation, the target is planning a murder against Mr. Su Yang, likely to be staged as a traffic accident. On the screen, several simulation plans popped up. Truck loss of control, chain collision, falling objects from heights. Each plan was marked with success rates, risk levels, and possible execution times and locations. Locking in the 3 highest probability plans. The execution site points to the elevated section of Binhe Avenue. The time is 8:35 tomorrow morning, coinciding with Mr. Su Yang's routine of dropping Miss Lu Ruoshi off at work. All personnel, vehicle information, and action details involved have been captured. After listening to the report, Zhang Qi's gaze remained unfazed. Everything was within President Lu's expectations. He picked up the internal communication phone and dialed Lu Chenyuan. President Lu, the fish is already in the net. The net is also ready. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. Notify the relevant departments. Initiate the cleaning plan. Action code Dawn. Understood. Zhang Qi hung up the phone. He turned to face the entire command center team. The Dawn operation begins now. His voice was cold and efficient. Remember our goal. It is not to prevent a murder, but to use this attempted murder to catch all the rats hiding in the gutter along with their evidence and expose them all to the sunlight. Within the command center, everyone sprang into action. The sounds of keyboards typing orders being relayed intertwined into a symphony of lethal intent. A comprehensive ambush against Li Chenyuan officially commenced. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Su Yang drove his Wuji new energy vehicle carrying Lu Ruoshi, heading to the research institute as usual. Soft classical music played in the car. Lu Ruoshi was reviewing data on her tablet. Su Yang focused intently on driving. Everything was the same as before, with no differences. They were unaware. 5 kilometers ahead, at the entrance of Binhe Avenue, a police command vehicle disguised as a sanitation truck was issuing comm orders via a communicator. The target vehicle has entered the designated area. All units prepare for action. A truck that was supposed to lose control and rush towards Su Yang in a few minutes was intercepted by several police cars on the roadside under the pretext of suspected license plate fraud, just 300 meters from the elevated bridge entrance. Before the driver could react, he was pinned to the ground by special police. Above the elevated bridge, two assassins disguised as repairmen were preparing to push a massive concrete block off. As they just peeked out, they were immediately subdued by descending special police officers. On another side road, a van personally overseen by Black Panther was ready to initiate a chain collision. As soon as the vehicle started, it was flanked by 4 black sedans from the front and back. The door swung open, revealing a group of expressionless security personnel in black suits. They were not police personnel. But their imposing presence was even more intimidating than that of the police. Black Panther barely had time to draw his knife before a massive hand like an iron claw closed around his throat. All dangers were precisely, efficiently and silently neutralized just a few kilometers away from Su Yang and Lu Ruoshi. A white car without angles continued its journey along the road. Inside, Su Yang drove quietly while Lu Ruoshi focused on a challenging problem on her tablet. As Su Yang drove steadily over the elevated bridge on Riverside Avenue, sunlight illuminated Lu Ruoxi's face just as she solved the problem that had troubled her all night, revealing a faint smile. Neither she nor Su Yang realized that just moments ago they had narrowly escaped a meticulously planned death. Meanwhile, in another corner of Jingzhou, in a cafe on the top floor of the Guomao building, Li Chenyuan sat by the window, elegantly holding a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. He gazed outside, a victorious smile gracing his face. He was waiting for a phone call, a call that would announce Su Yang's death. He had already planned how he would approach and comfort Lu Ruoshi as a grieving friend once the news arrived. He had even prepared his lines. As time passed, his phone finally rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Li Chenyuan answered the phone, his smile growing more smug. "Hello." But the voice on the other end was not that of Black Panther. Instead, it was a cold, emotionless official voice. "Is this Mr. Li Chenyuan? We are from the 9th Major Crimes Unit of the South District of Jingzhou. You are suspected of orchestrating and masterminding a murder case as well as multiple commercial crimes. Please stay where you are, do not move, and cooperate with our investigation." Li Chenyuan's smile instantly froze on his face. The coffee cup slipped from his hand, shattering on the ground. "No. It's impossible. Who are you? You have the wrong person." Before he could utter another word, the cafe door swung open. Several stern-faced personnel in uniforms approached him directly. The leader displayed his credentials. Then he pulled out a pair of cold handcuffs from behind him and cuffed Li Chenyuan's wrists. "No. This isn't real. The script isn't like this." Li Chenyuan finally broke down, struggling madly while shouting incoherently. "I am the protagonist. You can't arrest me. You're all NPCs. Let me go. I need to correct the world." His frenzy drew the attention of all the cafe's patrons. People stared at this well-dressed but erratic man as if he were a madman. The personnel ignored his nonsensical rants, forcibly taking him out of the cafe. At the moment Li Chenyuan was shoved into the police car, he saw the sky and the sunlight. Yet he felt as if he was plummeting into an endless abyss. The destiny he believed in shattered into nothingness before the cold reality. In the interrogation room, the lighting was harsh and pale. Li Chenyuan was handcuffed to the chair, still muttering to himself. "You're wrong. Everything is wrong." The interrogating officer with 20 years of experience had never encountered a suspect like this. The evidence was conclusive and he was caught red-handed. Yet he refused to confess, repeating incomprehensible mad ramblings. Just as the interrogation reached a stalemate, a young staff member walked in carrying a thick file box. "Team Leader Li, the City Bureau has just received an anonymous tip sent via the highest encryption channel. Inside are all the criminal evidence against Li Chenyuan." Team Leader Li frowned. He opened the file box. Inside were mountains of documents. Bank statements, transfer records, phone recordings, contract copies, witness testimonies. From Li Chenyuan's first act of corporate espionage upon entering the workforce to manipulating the market, illegal fundraising, and recently embezzlement and premeditated murder. Each case, each incident was backed by solid evidence, forming a perfect closed loop. The details were 10 times more comprehensive than anything the police had uncovered in months of investigation. It was as if an omniscient deity had compiled a detailed criminal report of Li Chenyuan's life and presented it directly before them. Team Leader Li gasped. His gaze toward Li Chenyuan changed. This man was not a madman. He was a pathetic prey toyed with by an invisible great net. "Read him all his charges," Team Leader Li instructed his subordinates. "Let him wake up and see who truly wrote his so-called script." With multiple charges, Li Chenyuan faced an endless prison disaster. The original protagonist, after his awakening just a few days, had not even stirred any waves before being completely swept away like a speck of dust in the new era. In the top office of the Qing group, Qingli looked at the report just delivered by her secretary. The report clearly stated Li Chenyuan's arrest along with a series of shocking cases that followed.
There was no surprise on Qingya's face, not even a hint of emotion. Just a sense of expected dull indifference. She had chosen Lu Chenyuan for his ruthless determination. She thought he was a sharp blade that could taste blood, but little did she know he was just a rusted dull iron shattering at the slightest real resistance. He was even foolish enough to leave behind so many damning pieces of evidence. This was no longer a matter of ability. It was an issue of intelligence. Qingli picked up her phone, pulled up Lu Chenyuan's contact information and decisively pressed the delete key. To her, this was merely a failed investment. Cutting losses in time is a fundamental quality of a businessman. She had not and would never employ any of the Qin family's resources to help a useless person. She didn't even have the slightest interest in seeing him again. Just then her personal phone rang. A bright name danced on the screen: Huangfu Chengshi. Qingya's lips involuntarily curled upwards. She answered the call. Sister Ya. Our Fengmong no. One has outperformed the market by 10 points in the first month's yield. The excited and proud voice of the youth came through the phone. Really? Not bad. Qingya's tone lightened a bit. Then. Can we have dinner together tonight to celebrate? The youth asked cautiously with a hint of anticipation. Qingya glanced out the window. The sunset was perfect, the golden glow casting a warm hue over the city. Sure, she said with a smile. Lu Chenyuan's awakening and curtain call were like a pebble dropped into a lake. It stirred a ripple but soon calmed down. For the vast metropolis of Jingzhou, the disappearance of one person was insignificant. But for some it signified the complete end of an era. It also heralded the dawn of a new age. In the highest-level conference room of Yuanqing Technology, the atmosphere is solemn. Only Lu Chenyuan, Lin Yuan, Ren Xian and Zhang Qi are present. This is the core decision-making circle of Yuanqing Technology. Lu Chenyuan's fingers gently tap on the table. Lu Chenyuan is just the beginning. His opening statement sends a shiver through the other three. What he represents is an outdated way of thinking. Relying on information asymmetry, relying on personal connections, relying on ruthless methods. This model is being phased out. Lu Chenyuan scanned the three of them. The future of warfare is a technological war, a standard war, a war of the entire industrial chain. His gaze finally landed on Ren Xian. Ren Xian. Yes, CEO Lu. Ren Xian immediately straightened her back. I am preparing to establish a new company called Hanjing Technology. You will serve as the president of Hanjing Technology. At the same time, you will be promoted to co-CEO of Yuanqing Technology and together with Lin Yuan be responsible for the group's daily operations. Ren Xian was taken aback. CEO Lu, I believe in your abilities. Lu Chenyuan interrupted her. The goal of Hanjing Technology is not profit. Its sole aim is fundamental scientific research and the recruitment and training of talent. I want you to spend 10 years or even longer regardless of cost to tackle the toughest challenges. Chip design, photolithography technology, underlying algorithms. I have only one requirement. Lu Chenyuan's voice became extremely serious. Hanjing Technology must be prepared to completely detach from Yuanqing Technology in terms of organizational structure, funding sources and intellectual property at any time. It is an arc to face the worst times that may come. The conference room fell silent. Lin Yuan and Ren Xian understood the deeper meaning behind Lu Chenyuan's words. It was a profound worry that transcended mere business competition, a pessimistic forecast of the future global landscape. I understand now, CEO Lu. Ren Xian took a deep breath, her eyes becoming resolutely determined. I guarantee I will complete the task. Lu Chenyuan nodded and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you must also establish a new company called Lianshan Technology. The goals of Lianshan are completely opposite to those of Hanjing. I require you to use every means possible to integrate, match and bind to the existing global supply chain as much as possible. We must become the most indispensable part of the global industrial chain. Lin Yuan instantly understood. Hanjing is the backup, the retreat. Lianshan is the weapon, the barrier. One prepares for the worst-case scenario while the other grows wildly in the best of times. I understand. Two-pronged preparation, internal and external cultivation, Lin Yuan said. Very good, Lu Chenyuan said with satisfaction. Finally his gaze turned to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi. Yes, CEO Lu. You are no longer my special assistant. I need you to step to the forefront. Yuanqing Technology will establish a strategic and public affairs department which you will head. Liaising with the government, researching policies, handling the highest level legal and compliance matters of the group. The plans for Hanjing and Lianshan need a strong backing. You will be the stabilizing force for this backing. Zhang Qi fell silent for a moment. He knew what this position meant. He would transform from Lu Chenyuan's shadow into Yuansheng Technology's shield.
Rest assured, CEO Lu, he said solemnly, I will guard this line well. Lu Chenyuan stood up. The plan starts today. Remember, our actions must be low-key, but our determination must be firm. Go and get busy.
The three stood up, nodded to him, and left the conference room. In the president's office of the MO Corporation, Qingli hung up the phone, her face showing both a hint of heaviness and a trace of peace.
The call was from Lu Chenyuan, who said that Yuansheng had already begun so the MO Corporation could start as well. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the bustling traffic outside. After a moment, she pressed the intercom. Notify all core executives that a high-level strategic meeting will be held in half an hour.
Half an hour later, in the conference room of the MO Corporation, the atmosphere was equally serious. Qingli sat at the head, her expression calm.
Today's meeting has only one theme:
formulating the group's deglobalization risk response plan.
At these words, everyone was shocked. A senior vice president couldn't help but speak up. MO President, global trade is currently in a golden period. Isn't it too early to talk about this?
Too early.
Qingli smiled slightly. It's never too early to prepare for rainy days.
I require that starting today, all key businesses of the group must establish contingency supply chain plans.
All overseas core assets must undergo risk assessments and detachment plans.
Establish a special fund for investing in domestic alternative technologies and suppliers. Her directives were clear, decisive, and unquestionable.
Although Qingli had always had absolute authority in the MO Corporation, today's decision exceeded everyone's expectations.
Thus, after Qingli announced her decision, unlike the usual consensus and immediate execution, the conference room surprisingly echoed with several opposing voices.
MO President, this will be too costly and will severely impact our profits this year. This is completely alarmist. There are no signs indicating that globalization will reverse.
Even those executives who remained silent seemed to show doubt in their eyes.
Just then the conference room door opened and Mo Zhenbang walked in.
Everyone was visibly taken aback when they saw Mo Zhenbang enter. Although he still held the title of chairman of the MO Corporation, all decisions in recent years had been made by Qingli.
However, those who could sit in this conference room this year were almost all people who had experienced Mo Zhenbang's iron-fisted era. When Mo Zhenbang scanned the room, an invisible pressure instantly silenced everyone. He walked to Mo Qingli's left side, pulled out a chair and sat down, then casually spoke up.
You all continue. I just came out for a stroll after staying at home for too long.
Mo Zhenbang's words were as they were, but the old-timers who had gone through Mo Qingli's succession phase all remembered how much of a daughter-slave Mo Zhenbang had once been. Now that this emperor had returned, could it be that he was here to support the executives below? Thus, after Mo Zhenbang's words, the conference room fell into even deeper silence.
The subsequent meeting smoothly progressed according to Mo Qingli's plan until it ended.
After everyone had exited the conference room, Mo Qingli called out, "Dad."
Mo Qingli looked at her father, her eyes filled not with the queen's sharpness but with warmth. Go ahead and do it, Mo Zhenbang said, looking at his daughter, his eyes full of trust and pride.
The Mo family can afford to lose, but they cannot lack vision.
The massive machine of the Mo Corporation began to quietly pivot toward a seemingly distant future. At the Qin Corporation, Xinya looked at several reports in her hand, her brow slightly furrowed. One was about the follow-up impact of the Li Jingchuan case. Qin Corporation's stock price had experienced a slight impact but quickly stabilized.
Another report was the quarterly report from the Yuanfeng Foundation. Lu Chenyuan was doing well and the project's influence was growing. The last report was a confidential memo from the Market Intelligence Department.
There were minor changes, but Xinya sensed an unusual smell from it. She recalled the failure of the Fengqi project.
That time she lost to Lu Chenyuan's Tianshu OS, defeated by a technological ecosystem she couldn't comprehend.
This time she felt that familiar panic of being left behind by the times.
Lu Chenyuan and Mo Qingli, her two biggest rivals, seemed to be plotting something that she couldn't understand.
What exactly does he want to do? Xinya murmured to herself.
Unlike Mo Qingli, she did not have direct information from Lu Chenyuan.
But as a top-tier operator, she had her own judgments. She recalled her last meeting with Lu Chenyuan.
The girl no longer talked about designer bags and parties but about drinking water and education in impoverished areas.
She also thought of Huangfu Cheng's passing. He stirred up waves in the capital market with codes and models.
These people represented a new force. Xinya suddenly understood something. She might not comprehend Lu Chenyuan's specific strategy, but she understood the trend.
She picked up the phone and called her assistant. Contact the largest lithium mining company in a continent. I want to speak with their boss. Additionally, establish a strategic research team that doesn't need to worry about business, specifically researching the possibilities of global geopolitical and technological blockades.
Budget unlimited.
She didn't know if this was the right thing to do.
But her intuition told her that following in Lu Chenyuan's footsteps, even if she couldn't reach the top, at least she wouldn't be crushed when the next tide came. Just like the Fengqi project, even though it was a failed project, it still occupied a place because it entered the game early alongside Lu Chenyuan. The autumn in Jingzhou is fleeting. It seems that overnight the leaves of the apricot trees have all fallen. The world is changing so rapidly that many cannot comprehend it. The strategic shift of Yuanshan technology, the risk assessment of the MO group, and the resource allocation of the Qin group. These significant movements occurring beneath the surface remain unseen by outsiders. What the business world observes is that after Yuanshan Technology's overwhelming victory with Tianshu OS, they did not capitalize on their success but instead made a series of perplexing moves. In the early morning at 6:30. In the apartment of Yunding No. 1, the sunlight has just crossed the horizon. Lu Chenyuan has finished his morning exercise and is preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The coffee machine emits a faint grinding sound. In the frying pan, eggs are sizzling. Mo Qingli walks out of the bedroom wearing a white shirt belonging to Lu Chenyuan, the hem long enough to barely reach her thighs. Her hair is slightly disheveled, carrying the languor of just awakening as she naturally wraps her arms around Lu Chenyuan's waist from behind. She rests her chin gently on his shoulder. "Good morning." Her voice is still a bit hoarse. "Good morning." Lu Chenyuan does not turn around, accurately handing her a warm toast fresh out of the toaster. Mo Qingli bites into it. She leans against him, watching as he methodically prepares two identical breakfasts. This apartment is now entirely different from a year ago. In the study there is an entire wall filled with art history and economics books which are hers. On the balcony the succulents and pothoes are thriving, tended to by her in her leisure time. On the sofa in the living room lies her favorite cashmere throw blanket. In the cloakroom his suits and her long dresses hang together, distinct yet harmoniously aligned. Here it finally has a hint of home. While having breakfast, Lu Chenyuan's private terminal flashed. It was an encrypted message from Ren Qian. "Mr. Lu, the location for the first vocational school has been selected. The Yuanshan Technology Vocational School. As per your request, the admission criteria are limited to graduates with a bachelor's degree or higher. Isn't this too high? The industry is laughing at us, saying we are building castles in the air and wasting money." Lu Chenyuan read it but did not reply. Mo Qingli looked at him, encountering trouble. Not exactly trouble. Lu Chenyuan sipped his coffee. It's just that many people do not understand. What they want are technicians who can immediately go on production lines. Mo Qingli stated succinctly, what you want are craftsmen and engineers who can sit on the sidelines for 10 years and eventually become masters. Those who understand me are Qingli. Lu Chenyuan smiled. So there's no need to pay any mind. Mo Qingli set down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth with a napkin. Time will prove everything. The two finished breakfast and went to change clothes. 10 minutes later, two well-dressed powerful business giants walked out of the apartment side by side. They appeared like the most ordinary couple in the city. Going to work together, coming home together. However, their battlefield spans the entire world. Time is the best proof. A year has passed. The frequency of Lu Chenyuan's name appearing in the media has significantly decreased. In his place is Lin Yuan. As the co-CEO of Yuanshan Technology, he frequently attends various business events and summits. He is steady, pragmatic, speaks little, yet every word carries weight. He perfectly executes Lu Chenyuan's will, becoming the most solid face of Yuanshan Technology. Meanwhile, Lu Chenyuan has become a ghost lurking behind the scenes. He no longer accepts any interviews or participates in public events. The business community in Jingzhou gradually lost track of him. However, the legends about him continue to grow. Some say he indulges in pleasure hiding a beautiful woman in a gilded cage. Others claim he is burned out on ambition and is preparing to retire. No one knows that this man is changing the future in ways beyond anyone's imagination. Hunting technology is like a deep-sea behemoth silently devouring the vast funds supplied by Yuanshan Technology, quietly diving into the depths of basic sciences. Lianshan Technology is like a giant net spread across the globe, tightly binding Yuanshan's products and standards with suppliers and markets worldwide. The mocked vocational school has seen its first batch of 200 students complete their foundational courses. They did not go for internships on the production line. Instead, Lu Chenyuan has used a substantial sum to collectively send them to countries AJH. Those with the world's leading semiconductor industries. For a 6-month research and study. This decision once again ignited public opinion. Yuanshan Technology has gone mad. This is spending money to cultivate talents for the competitors. What is Lu Chenyuan really thinking? The uproar outside does not reach Lu Chenyuan's ears. Today he is at a farm outside Jingzhou with Mo Qingli. It is the season for strawberry picking. Lu Chenyuan holds a basket while Qingli is responsible for selecting the best ones.
She is dressed in a beige casual outfit today, wearing a straw hat, her face adorned with a relaxed smile. She picks the ripest one, wipes it with her hand and directly pops it into Lu Chenyuan's mouth.
Is it sweet?
She asks him, tilting her face up.
Sweet.
Lu Chenyuan chews on the strawberry, looking into her eyes. The sunlight falls on her face and her eyes shine brighter than the sunlight.
They all say you are crazy. Qingli also picks one and starts eating. Lu Chenyuan absent-mindedly replies.
Sending our smartest minds to the competitors. Building a car behind closed doors will never yield the best results. Lu Chenyuan says, without standing on the shoulders of giants, how can we see further than them?
I am sending them not to steal technology,
but to learn, to experience, to understand how those 100 steps that others are ahead of us were taken. To observe others' management, their standards, their trial and error processes.
These are lessons that can never be learned in a laboratory. Qingli listens quietly.
She knows that this man is playing a very large game. So large that he is willing to bear the blame and pay an astonishing price.
A yuan.
She calls him softly.
Whom?
Are you doing this for Yuanshan or for? She does not finish her sentence.
Lu Chenyuan pauses for a moment.
He looks towards the distance where the sky is high and blue.
Qingli, I have told you about the village I grew up in.